When you can modify your relationships with others, what will you do? Transform yourself into Bill Gates' illegitimate child. Change an international female celebrity into your girlfriend. You come from an ordinary background, study hard to earn a good degree, but still get squeezed out in interviews by those with connections. Your girlfriend looks down on you, breaks up with you after emotional abuse, then hops into her boss's BMW too. 5 seconds later, as you collapse, a voice suddenly rings in your mind. Character relationship modification system successfully bound. A surge of excitement in your heart, your golden finger, modifying character relationships. How exactly? As long as you face a person's photo, image, or the person themselves, you can freely change the host's relationship with them, including spouse, lover, friend, classmate, master-disciple, business partner, father, and other relationships. Currently, the system has only activated the lover relationship. As the host becomes happier, more relationships will be unlocked. You are excited, your golden finger is truly powerful. Even if it's only the lover relationship for now, it's enough. You look at the poster on the wall, it's the national goddess Zhang Nuanan. Her videos on a certain platform instantly garner tens of thousands of likes, with comments below full of words like goddess and wife. She is the goddess in every man's heart. Just a girlfriend, Luzhu. If you break up with me, I can find someone better. The system can change my relationship with Zhang Nuanan. Your current relationship with Zhang Nuanan is that of strangers, because only the lover relationship is active now. It will be changed to your girlfriend after modification. The modification is confirmed. The relationship between the host and Zhang Nuanan has been successfully changed to lovers. In the other party's mind, memories related to you will be automatically generated. Being lovers will create very beautiful memories. At this moment, your phone rings. Upon answering, you hear a familiar voice. My dear, I've taken 3 days off from the set. I'll fly to your city tomorrow. I really want to see you as soon as possible. This time, I'm bringing a gift for you. I guess you'll definitely like it. Excited in your heart beats rapidly. To confirm, you open the video call function, and the other party quickly answers. Appearing on the video screen is an exquisitely beautiful face, the national goddess Zhang Nuanan. Oh, I don't want a video chat. After filming the action scenes, my face is a bit dirty. Dirt can't hide your beauty. You quickly calm the excitement in your heart. Is the place where you're filming far from here? It's quite far, over 2,000 kilometers. But no matter how far, I will go to see you because you are my only one. By the way, have you guessed what gift I want to give you? What is it? It's me myself. You think it's too sweet. This is something that can't be experienced with the women around Luzhu. My assistant is calling me. I have to work now. See you tomorrow, my dear. Okay, when you arrive tomorrow, call me to pick you up. I'll go directly to your downstairs. Okay, bye. You feel that happiness has come too suddenly. It seems that your rented apartment is only a dozen square meters, with a double bed, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. It's not easy to work outside. You seem quite satisfied to have this little house to shelter you from the wind and rain, but with a golden finger, things will improve. I haven't activated other connections yet. Will Nuanan look down on me after he arrives? After all, those celebrities are high above, like swans, while I feel like a toad in the mud. Climbing up from the bottom is full of bitterness. At least clean up first, then rest early after finishing the work. Early the next morning, you tidy yourself up, buy flowers, and come downstairs. A black luxury business car pulls up and stops in front of you. The car's electric side door slides open slowly. My dear, I missed you so much. Zhang Nuanan gets out of the car and hugs you directly, leaving you a bit dumbfounded in place. Thinking that Zhang Nuanan is your girlfriend, you hug him, feeling extremely good. Let's go home first. There are too many people outside. I'll handle the luggage. As you enter the rental house, at the moment of opening the door, you are still worried if Zhang Nuanan will look down on it. But before you even open the door, he happily runs into the room. When you close the door and turn around, Zhang Nuanan has already taken off his hat, mask, and coat. Before you, stands a carefully dressed her. Do I look good? Zhang Nuanan asks you after turning around, as if showing off. Your eyes widen. How could she not look good? She looks 100 times better than on TV. Of course, you're beautiful. My girlfriend is the most beautiful. I dressed up specifically for you. Do you think that in a lifetime, having such a beautiful woman carefully dress up for you makes this life worthwhile? Did you come here by yourself? Yes, originally the assistant was supposed to come with me, but I insisted not to. She just wanted to spend 3 days with you, a beautiful time for the two of us. We agreed on it. Today, we broke that final barrier. After saying that, Zhang Nuanan blushed. You naturally understood in an instant, your heart pounding. Zhang Nuanan yawned and hurried over, not resting the entire way. You asked if we should sleep now. Okay, Zhang Nuanan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Even while asleep, a happy smile adorned his face. After waking up at noon, you went to eat. Zhang Nuanan linked arms with you and walked out of the room. Aren't you wearing sunglasses, a mask, or a hat? Aren't you worried about being recognized? I don't want to wear them. Let them recognize me. If they want to take photos, let them. Anyway, I want to make our relationship public. You can imagine that going public with someone like yourself, with no status or position, would cause a huge sensation. Topping the hot search list is inevitable. But with such a golden finger, you are destined to be extraordinary. My dear, I'll buy you clothes. I also want to get you a bigger house. No need, I'll rely on myself. I know you work hard, but it will also take some time. Don't be polite with me, okay? Believe me quickly. Although you could freeload, how could you with such a golden finger? Look at that beautiful lady, so pretty like a star. Her aura is amazing. She reminds me of my goddess Zhang Nuona. How could a celebrity of that level come to a small place like ours? Maybe just looks similar. That man must be very wealthy. He dresses so plainly. Is it modest luxury? After dinner, Zhang Nuanan took you to buy clothes. Don't refuse. Can only men spend money on women? Can't women spend money on men? Who made the rules? You feel extremely happy. After eating, drinking, and strolling all day, you come back a bit tired in the evening. Curiously, you asked, have you had a boyfriend before? No, you are my first love. Entering happiness increases value. New relationships unlock after 24 hours. What kind of relationship are you looking forward to? You can only know what kind of relationship it is after it's unlocked. Zhang Nuanan suddenly stood up, walked to the middle of the room. You haven't seen me dance yet. You have, in the video I showed you. In real life, let me dance for you. Sure. Zhang Nuanan played a guzheng piece on the phone, dancing to the music, in a classical style dance, waist twisting, limbs stretching, every expression, every movement, every posture so beautiful. As she dances, she slowly approaches, delicate fingers gently trace your face. You stood up, ready to get into the mood, but at that critical moment, a knock on the door broke the atmosphere. Who the hell is knocking on the door at this time? It's me. Open the door. I didn't take some clothes yesterday. I'm here to get them today. I can tell just by your voice that you're my ex-girlfriend. Who is Lu Zhu? My ex-girlfriend. I'll just go to the bathroom. You open the door. Outside are Lu Zhu and a 40-year-old man. This is my new boyfriend. He's here to pick up things with me. Lu Zhu is quite pleased, very proud. Hurry up and take your stuff, leave, and don't waste my time. What's with your attitude? It's strange that a guy like you can have a girl like her. You deserve to be single forever. After saying that, he walked into the house on his own, opened the closet, and took his clothes. You don't want to say much, just want him to hurry up and take his things. Young man, you're in your 20s and still living in a rental house like this. The conditions are indeed a bit poor. Lu Zhu mentioned you don't even have a car, riding a shared bike to work every day. You'll need to work harder in the future. Aren't you just a rag picker? Take what I don't want and treat it like a treasure. Young people these days, I advise you to watch your words, don't be so hot-tempered. Can't young people have a temper? At this moment, Lu Zhu packed up and prepared to leave. His eyes caught sight of a pair of white high heels in the corner of the room. Whose high heels are those? They belong to my girlfriend. Your girlfriend is wearing the latest spring-summer collection this year. It's more expensive than the watch my boyfriend bought me. It just appeared at the new product launch event. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. You didn't buy it for me, did you, and then ask me to get back together with you? Can you stop being so presumptuous? Is it abnormal for me to have a new girlfriend? With your appearance, you can afford to wear these shoes? Dream on, no girl would believe it. Who is your girlfriend? Where is she? Bring her out and let's see, then we'll know you're bluffing. Look at her loser look, she can't even get a girlfriend. I'm in the clothing business, I know about shoes. These shoes are obviously authentic. I suspect where she stole them from. At this moment, Zhang Nuanan stepped forward. Enough, I won't allow you to insult my boyfriend anymore. These shoes belong to me. Lu Zhu and Wu Gan were instantly shocked, standing frozen in place. It's actually Zhang Nuanan and his girlfriend, the widely acclaimed national goddess, a stunning beauty. The girlfriend of the current big movie star on screen is his girlfriend. To them, this is more shocking than the sky falling. It's simply unbelievable. These shoes were provided by the brand. I only wear what the brand provides, I don't need to buy them myself. Unlike some people who can't even buy them with money. In the future, please stay away from my boyfriend. Lu Zhu and Wu Gan were so shocked that they couldn't speak, also overwhelmed by Zhang Nuanan's presence. Lu Zhu walked out. His steps were somewhat sluggish, still not recovered from the shock. He wondered, could you have some earth-shattering hidden identity? Did I miss a treasure? If so, I would regret it deeply, but I'm not sure. Surely there's no special identity. You closed the door and took a deep breath. Finally, no one would disturb your alone time with Nuanan. Seeing the blush on Zhang Nuanan's face, you suggested, let's take a break. Zhang Chen pulled the door, which should have slammed shut with a bang, but it was blocked by a hand, Wu Gang's hand. He blocked the door with one hand and took out his phone with the other hand, intending to take a picture of Lin Rixin inside the room. Zhang Chen snatched his phone away before he could take the picture. Seeing that he hadn't taken it yet, the phone had just opened the camera, and the shutter had not been pressed. Zhang Chen turned off the camera, forcefully threw the phone to the ground outside the door, and slammed the door shut. Hey! My phone! Wu Gang's roar came from outside the door. You brat, compensate me for my phone. Alright, let's go. It was the sound of Li Xian pulling Wu Gang away. Just you wait for me. This isn't over. Wu Gang's voice faded further and further away. After shouting the last time, there was no more movement outside. Zhang Chen opened the door and saw that there was no one in the corridor. Annoying guy. Finally gone. Zhang Chen closed the door and returned to the room. Then he sat silently on the bed. Seeing this, Lin Rixin walked over and gently comforted, what's wrong? Still angry? No, just a bit annoyed by them. Alright, don't be annoyed, they've all left, haven't they? To be honest, I was scared when that guy just wanted to take a picture of me. Luckily you protected me. You looked so brave when you protected me just now. And that final act of smashing his phone was so satisfying. Lin Rixin vividly described the scene just now, which cheered Zhang Chen up a lot. With a girlfriend like her, who can comfort you when you're angry, Zhang Chen's frustration won't last. Ha ha. I even gave him a punch just now. I used to practice Thai boxing, and that punch was quite solid. I reckon that idiot's nose might be crooked now. You're so violent. But I like it. Lin Rixin sat next to Zhang Chen, hands raised to her chin, tilting her head to look at Zhang Chen with a face of admiration, as if Zhang Chen were her hero. Zhang Chen smiled, rubbed her head. You looked quite intimidating when you were angry just now, full of momentum. Lin Rixin raised her head, with a proud look, humph. I'm not easy to mess with either. Whoever messes with me, I'll show them what a tough girl is. As for the momentum, actually, I learned it from some senior actors when filming. Those veteran actors really have the presence. If there's a chance, I'll let you experience it up close. Zhang Chen nodded. He stood up, looked out the window, as if he had figured something out. I think that guy will definitely cause trouble again. I bet after he sawed his nose, he will definitely come back to sneak a picture of you. If the two of us are caught by him, it will be a big news. It's okay, I'm not afraid anyway. I'm willing to expose our relationship, Lin Rixin said indifferently. No, I'm still not ready for that kind of fame, Zhang Chen said helplessly. Lin Rixin asked, then what should we do? At this moment, Zhang Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom. Zhang Chen answered the phone. It was his mother calling from the countryside. Zhang Chen, when are you going to take a break? Come back home. Your third aunt has introduced a girl to you. She's from their village. I heard she's very nice. Very down to earth. Everything else is fine, just a bit chubby. When are you coming back to meet her? Zhang Chen said to the phone helplessly, Mom, why are you introducing me to someone again? Didn't I say I don't want blind dates anymore? Child, what are you talking about? Your third aunt is introducing someone to you out of concern. Who else cares about you? Besides, our family's conditions are like this. If the girl is willing, that's already good. Why are you still being so picky? Every time Zhang Chen is mentioned, his mother can't help but nag. Look at Lin Lin next door, who you've been playing with since childhood. He found himself a girlfriend, brought her home. His mom didn't agree, they broke up, and now he brought another one home this year. If you have the ability, you should bring one home too. I don't want to worry about this. You are just not as smooth talking as Lin Lin. Unlike Lin Lin, who knows how to sweet talk and charm the girls. Zhang Chen hates it when his mom compares him to others. Every time she does, he feels an indescribable annoyance. Lin Lin is a person who deceives with sweet words, which Zhang Chen despises, so he has long stopped associating with him. He doesn't understand why his mom thinks so highly of Lin Lin. Mom, can you stop? You have no idea what kind of person Lin Lin is. He got a girl pregnant outside, then disappeared. He is an extremely irresponsible scumbag, do you know? And there are many things he does outside that you don't know at all. None of our peers are willing to hang out with him now. How can you compare me to him? Zhang Chen said angrily on the phone. But his mother's voice came through the phone. If he can get a girl pregnant, that means he has the ability. If you have the ability, you should do the same. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's blood pressure soared. Mothers always have a kind of magic. They can make Zhang Chen's blood pressure skyrocket with just one sentence. His mother used to be different. but at some point, she changed. Maybe it's related to the current trend. I don't know when being honest and upright became a derogatory term, synonymous with being foolish. People no longer feel ashamed of being slick talkers, instead, they take pride in it. Everyone wants to raise their children to be bad, to be smooth talkers. No one ever hopes their children will be kind, honest, sincere, and simple. Jiang Chen also knows that people like this will probably suffer in society, but he doesn't know where the problem lies. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, his mother's voice continued to come through the phone. How are you and Li Xian doing? Jiang Chen remained silent. It seems like she always brings up the same topic. His mother continued, I knew Li Xian is not reliable. Last time you brought her to see me, she was unwilling. If she really wants to be with you, why wouldn't she want to meet me? You should come back honestly for a blind date. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Rixin beside him, covered the phone and asked, are you willing to come home with me to meet my parents? Lin Rixin nodded with joy, like a little chicken pecking at rice. Of course I am willing. Jiang Chen said on the phone, I broke up with Li Xian a long time ago, found a new girlfriend, and I will bring her back to meet you this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Rixin approached Jiang Chen and asked, are you really going to take me to meet your parents? Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, we will go in a while. Our village is not far from here, it only takes an hour by tricycle. There's nothing fun in this county town, so I'll take you back to our village to play. The scenery there is great. We can also go fishing by the river and catch crayfish. Jiang Chen paused and continued, it's also a good way to avoid Wu Gang, so he won't take any photos. Lin Rixin was happy but also a bit nervous. I'm not prepared at all. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, what? Are you nervous? Lin Rixin covered her face, of course, I'm nervous. What if your mom is not satisfied with me? Jiang Chen comforted her with a smile, don't worry, with your excellence, my parents will definitely be satisfied. Having a daughter-in-law like you, my mom will be grateful every day. Lin Rixin smiled and patted Jiang Chen's head, you are the sweetest. Let's go now, take your suitcase, and we'll stay at home for 2 days, Jiang Chen said. Okay. Lin Rixin nodded, started packing her things, and put them in the suitcase, mainly the cosmetics she had taken out. Soon, Lin Rixin finished packing, changed into her high heels again, Jiang Chen carried the suitcase, Lin Rixin linked her arm with his, and the two went out. Downstairs, Jiang Chen put the suitcase in the trunk of his car. Your car is quite convenient, you can still put things in the back, it's nice. Lin Rixin praised the car. Jiang Chen proudly said, of course, this car can also be driven into the fields to harvest corn and wheat. It can also be used to pull machinery and water pumps when irrigating the fields. Lin Rixin seemed like a little fan, exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. The two got on the tricycle again and headed towards the countryside. Leaving the county town, walking on the asphalt road leading to the countryside, both sides were lush wheat fields. The afternoon sun slanted down, casting a layer of golden light on the upper layer of the wheat field, the breeze swaying the wheat waves, the distant village quiet and peaceful. Lin Rixin smiled, looking out the window at the scenery, couldn't help but exclaim, what a beautiful view. Is that chives? It's such a large patch. Jiang Chen was shocked, that's a wheat field. It's wheat. Lin Rixin covered her mouth, embarrassedly laughed, sorry, it's my first time seeing wheat. Really? Jiang Chen said. Yes. I grew up in the city when I was a child. During holidays, it was either learning dance, learning piano, or English tutoring classes, all kinds of tutoring classes. I've never seen wheat before. I'm so embarrassed. I actually mistook wheat for chives. Lin Rixin blushed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, it's just different growing environments. Jiang Chen said. If anyone should be embarrassed, it should be me, right? While you were studying this and that, I was just fishing and catching shrimp all day. Lin Rixin seemed very interested in the life of rural children. I think the childhood of rural children is really happy. When I think back to my childhood, it was either studying or competing, so boring. Jiang Chen glanced at her, suddenly feeling that her childhood was quite pitiful too. Who knows how much effort and hardship she had put in behind the glamour. Sometimes Jiang Chen felt that everyone's happiness in life is constant. If you were unhappy in childhood, you would enjoy happiness in adulthood, carefree in childhood, and then you have to bear the hardships of life when you grow up. Jiang Chen said to Lin Rixin, it's simple, when we get to the village, I'll let you experience the joy of rural children's childhood. Great! Lin Rixin agreed with joy. As the tricycle was driving on the road, Lin Rixin suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed, oh no! I forgot something very important. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled look. Lin Rixin said seriously, I forgot to prepare gifts for uncle and aunt. It's all your fault, we left in a hurry, I forgot such an important thing. Lin Rixin's tone was slightly complaining. It was clear that she really cared about what Jiang Chen's parents thought of her, afraid that they would not be satisfied. Jiang Chen gently patted Lin Rixin's back and comforted her. It's okay, they will be happy that you can visit. No, I must bring gifts. Lin Rixin said stubbornly, this is the first meeting. I have to show them well, I can't leave a bad impression on uncle and aunt, otherwise. Otherwise what? Jiang Chen asked. Lin Rixin looked a bit shy. Otherwise, what if we have conflicts in the future as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Jiang Chen was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Too far? Haven't you ever thought about marrying me? Lin Rixin pretended to be angry. No. Jiang Chen was filled with a strong desire to survive. Have you ever thought about bringing you home to meet my parents? Humph, that's more like it. Lin Rixin immediately smiled. Then she became a little worried. What about the gift? Jiang Chen casually replied, let's just buy something random at the supermarket in town. Initially, Lin Rixin felt it wasn't good because the supermarket in town didn't have any high-end items. However, persuaded by Jiang Chen, she agreed. The tricycle traveled all the way to the largest supermarket in town. Lin Rixin asked for Jiang Chen's opinion and found out that Jiang Chen's father liked to drink. The most expensive liquor sold in the supermarket was Wuliangye. Lin Rixin bought 6 bottles at once, all packed in gift bags by the salesperson. She also bought some fruits and milk, as the supermarket in town didn't have anything special. As for Jiang Chen's mother, to her embarrassment, Jiang Chen didn't know her hobbies. Lin Rixin mysteriously said there was no need to buy anything, as she had suitable gifts in her suitcase. Jiang Chen didn't know what it was, but he felt that bringing such a daughter-in-law back home would be the best news for his parents, and the gift was not important. After buying the gifts, the tricycle drove into the village along the tree-lined path and arrived at his home. The gate was wide open. Jiang Chen rode the tricycle directly into the yard, but he didn't notice a silver car parked far away from his home, with the occupants watching the tricycle enter the gate. A tan-colored dog in the yard was particularly happy to see Jiang Chen's car, wagging its tail and running over. The chickens in the yard were scared and ran far away. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Chen opened the car door, got off with Lin Rixin, and the dog kept sniffing around Lin Rixin. Go away. Jiang Chen gently pushed the dog aside and walked to the door with Lin Rixin carrying bags of gifts. Mom? Jiang Chen looked inside the house and found that Lin's mother was also there, chatting with his mother. Your Jiang Chen is honest and a good child, unlike our Lin, who is always out of line. Yet, there are still girls pursuing him. I don't know what they see in him. Look, this new girl he's dating even gave me a bracelet. Lin's mother complained, but actually rolled up her sleeves and proudly showed the poor quality jade bracelet to Jiang Chen's mother. Jiang Chen's mother looked envious. Your Lin is really something. You'll be blessed with this daughter-in-law in the future. Our Jiang Chen is honest and kind, but that's not what society values nowadays. Sigh. Jiang Chen interrupted their conversation as he entered the house. Auntie is here too. Mom, stop chatting. Didn't I tell you I'm bringing my girlfriend this afternoon? Why aren't you prepared? Jiang Chen's mother immediately asked. Your girlfriend, is it true? Where is she? Behind Jiang Chen, Lin Rixin walked in and politely greeted. Hello, Auntie. Jiang Chen's mother and Lin's mother were stunned to see such a beautiful woman like Lin Rixin. After a moment, Jiang Chen broke the silence. Mom, she's talking to you. Why aren't you responding? Oh, come in. Jiang Chen's mother suddenly appeared a bit flustered, welcoming Lin Rixin into the house with great enthusiasm, even more so than if she had seen her own daughter. Once inside, everyone sat on the sofa, with Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin on one side, and Jiang Chen's mother and Lin's mother on the other. However, it seemed like both women only had eyes for Lin Rixin, as if Jiang Chen didn't exist. Ahem. Let me introduce you, this is my mother. Jiang Chen introduced his mother and then said to Lin's mother, this is the neighbor Auntie, you can just call her Auntie. Then he introduced Lin Rixin, she is Lin Rixin, my girlfriend. Hello, Auntie, hello, Aunt. Lin Rixin politely greeted again. Lin's mother's eyes were full of envy, and she couldn't stop praising. Hello. Oh, what a good girl you are. How come you look like a star on TV? This is much prettier than the girlfriend Lin found. Your son, Jiang Chen, is really capable. He's dating such a good girlfriend. Seeing Lin's mother like this, Jiang Chen's mother was greatly satisfied. She looked at Lin Rixin, more and more surprised, and after a moment, she cautiously asked, Girl, why do I feel like you look more and more like that person on TV? What's the name of that idol drama again? Jiang Chen chuckled when he heard this. He didn't expect his mother to watch idol dramas. It's called Mushu etching. Jiang Chen's mother finally remembered. Is it you? Lin Rixin nodded slightly embarrassedly. Auntie, Mushu etching is the character I played. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's mother and Lin's mother were once again filled with shock. Lin's mother widened her eyes and said incredulously, You are a big star? Jiang Chen is actually dating a celebrity girlfriend. Jiang Chen's mother stood up with joy. It's really you. Oh my god. You played Mu Shueching so well. I love it so much. So honest and kind, oh my god. I'm your fan. Auntie, I'm flattered. Haha. Lin Rixin suddenly felt less nervous, and Jiang Chen's mother seemed to have turned into a little fangirl. Lin Rixin secretly delighted. My future mother-in-law is my fan, so there shouldn't be any mother-in-law conflicts in the future, right? Jiang Chen was also puzzled. He didn't know that his mother was a fan of Lin Rixin. However, rural women are not so fanatical about chasing stars. They simply like a character or an actor. Sometimes they don't even know the person's name, but they just love watching that person and won't change the channel when they see them. Where's my dad? Playing cards again? Jiang Chen criticized his father for his bad habits: smoking, drinking, playing cards, bragging, watching videos loudly, and not liking to wash his feet. Other children see their fathers as role models, but he has seen his father as a negative example since junior high school, so Jiang Chen doesn't smoke, drink, or play cards, only occasionally, and pays attention to foot hygiene, and never disturbs others when watching videos. So it has to be said that his father has played a key role in his growth. Your dad is helping someone build a house in the east. I'll call him back. Don't let him overwork. Jiang Chen's mother replied, about to go outside. Lin's mother stepped forward. You have guests at home. You should get ready. I'll go call his dad for you. Okay. Jiang Chen's mother escorted Lin's mother out of the house, then walked towards the chickens they raised at home. These chickens are only slaughtered on New Year's Day. She eats one for the New Year's Eve dinner, and the rest are served to relatives. The chickens they raise eat vegetable leaves and grains every day, much tastier than the ones bought outside. Jiang Chen is always craving them, and Jiang Chen's mother can't bear to slaughter them. However, today, she had to slaughter a chicken to entertain Lin Rixin. Lin Rixin walked towards Jiang Chen's mother holding something in her hand. Auntie, nice to meet you for the first time. This is a small gift I prepared for you. It's a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Then Lin Rixin handed the box to Jiang Chen's mother. Jiang Chen's mother took it, opened it, and was instantly shocked. Inside the box was a valuable pearl necklace. A total of 32 pearls strung together, each one round and flawless. Oh, I can't accept this, it's too precious. Although Jiang Chen's mother didn't understand, she could tell that some valuable things were worth a lot of money at first sight. Lin Rixin quickly persuaded, Auntie, this is my heartfelt gift, please accept it. Jiang Chen's mother declined for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't refuse Lin Rixin's face and accepted the pearl necklace. However, in the village, reciprocity was valued, so she also thought about giving something of similar value to Lin Rixin. Jiang Chen also didn't know how much this pearl necklace was worth, and planned to ask Lin Rixin later. In the east of the village, Jiang Chen's father was building a brick wall on a scaffold. Besides him, there were 5 or 6 workers working together. These people were all from the village or neighboring villages. The construction project in the village was not large, so 5 or 6 people were enough. Don't underestimate these people. Some of the tall buildings in big cities were once built by them, and their construction skills were excellent. Jiang Chen's father was one of them. When he was young, he was also a skilled bricklayer and even worked as a contractor. Later, due to health reasons, he couldn't handle high-intensity labor, so he chose to return to his hometown to do some odd jobs. As they worked, they chatted casually, creating a relaxed atmosphere. I say, Lao Hao, isn't your son Jiang Chen already 24 or 25? Why isn't he married yet? Look at those of his age, their children are already running around. One worker in camouflage clothing said. He was also from the village, and because his name contained the character for mountain, people called him Lao Shan. The local dialect pronounced mountain the same as third, so some people also called him Lao San. Jiang Chen's father shook his head helplessly and smiled. He's 24, I can't control Jiang Chen. He'll do as he pleases. He has high standards. He didn't like any of the blind dates he went on. After all, a son takes after his father. Having high standards is normal. The workers fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lao Shan added, What? With your family background, do you still want to find a model? Jiang Chen's father didn't get angry. Hey, don't underestimate it. Despite the poor conditions, there are still those willing to follow. Lao Shan chuckled. You two are thinking too optimistically. The surrounding people laughed and joined in the discussion. You know, in our honest families, we can't look for someone too good-looking. Have you seen the eldest son of Lao Qian from the previous village? He married a dancer. What's the use of just having a good figure? They ran away 2 weeks after getting married. Yeah, Lao Qian saved money all his life to marry his son off, but he didn't get back a single penny of the 180,000 dowry. Lao Qian probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin's mother ran over with a smile on her face. There was good news from the neighbor's house, and she was genuinely happy. Jiang Chen's father. Stop working. Go home quickly, your son has brought you a daughter-in-law. She's a famous TV star. A TV star? Jiang Chen's father looked puzzled and climbed down from the scaffold. The workers stopped their work and looked on curiously. Not far away, a group of old ladies sat under the wall, and despite their old age, nothing escaped their ears in the village. When they heard Lin Lin's mother shout, they also curiously called out, "Lin Lin's mother, come over here." Lin Lin's mother hurried over and excitedly told them the story. The news of Jiang Chen bringing home a TV star spread throughout the village. Jiang Chen's father said to the homeowner, "Xiao Wu, I'll go back first. Just pay me for half a day's work today." The homeowner building the house was a few years younger than Jiang Chen's father. The house was being renovated for his elderly parents because the old adobe house was too dilapidated and unsafe to live in. He waved to Jiang Chen's father, "Brother, go back and see your daughter-in-law. I'll pay you for a full day's work today." At home, Jiang Chen, Lin Rixin, and Jiang Chen's mother were chatting together. Jiang Chen's mother had set out a table full of cut fruits, melon seeds, candy, and peanuts, which was the highest treatment for guests at home, showing how satisfied she was with her daughter-in-law. At the moment, Jiang Chen's mother was telling embarrassing stories from Jiang Chen's childhood, such as when he accidentally got his cotton pants wet in an ice hole and had to dry them by a fire in the field, amusing Lin Rixin. "Mom, can you say something good about me?" Jiang Chen protested. However, Jiang Chen's mother continued, recounting mischievous deeds from his childhood, leaving Jiang Chen feeling embarrassed. Lin Rixin, on the other hand, looked shocked but amused, realizing Jiang Chen's mischievous past. Jiang Chen's father entered the room, and Lin Rixin politely greeted him, leading to a conversation about Lin Rixin's acting career. Despite some initial awkwardness, the atmosphere lightened up as they chatted and enjoyed snacks together. In the evening, Jiang Chen's mother invited Jiang Chen's aunt from the same village to come and see her niece-in-law. They had a big table of dishes for dinner, and Jiang Chen's grandparents also came over. The family sat together to eat dinner. At the dinner table, everyone praised Lin Rixin. "How did you two meet?" Jiang Chen's aunt asked. Jiang Chen was at a loss, but Lin Rixin, sitting next to him, answered, "We met when their company approached me for cooperation." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the system's functions were quite comprehensive, even remembering how they met. Jiang Chen's company is a well-known cosmetics company with several famous brands, including high-end cosmetics brands, so it was possible for Lin Rixin to cooperate with them. However, Jiang Chen was definitely not present during the cooperation. He was just a low-level salesperson in a branch office and didn't even know when they had cooperated. "But for some reason, our cooperation with their company was cancelled, but I got to know Jiang Chen through this opportunity," Lin Rixin continued, with a happy smile on her face. Jiang Chen's aunt nodded. "Oh, I see." She seemed to have something else to say, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. "Rixin, as a famous celebrity, you must know many outstanding people. Why did you choose our Jiang Chen?" The aunt asked innocently, voicing the question that everyone wanted to ask. "Aunt, what are you saying? Why couldn't she choose me? Am I that bad?" Jiang Chen complained helplessly. Lin Rixin gently hugged Jiang Chen's arm and shyly replied, "Jiang Chen is different from those people. He is special. How should I put it? Anyway, I feel very relaxed, comfortable, and secure when I'm with him, something that no one else can give me." Lin Rixin continued, "I really think Jiang Chen is great. He is very genuine, not at all fake, and very kind, honest. These are the most precious qualities." Okay, stop praising me, or I'll be flying high," Jiang Chen joked nervously. He didn't even know he had so many good qualities, but he agreed with what she said. He was indeed very genuine and never played any fake games. As for kindness, Jiang Chen had even fed sausages to stray dogs. How about that, kind enough? There are fewer and fewer people as kind as me nowadays, Jiang Chen thought. After dinner, Jiang Chen's family was all in high spirits, completely satisfied with Lin Rixin. When it was time to sleep, Jiang Chen's mother cautiously asked the two, "Which room will you two sleep in?" Pointing to Jiang Chen's room, she said, "There is a room here, and I have also prepared the east room for you. The bedding is all new. You can choose whichever room you want to sleep in, okay?" She directed the question mainly at Lin Rixin, as she didn't know how far the relationship between the two had progressed, so she prepared 2 rooms for them, showing basic respect for the girl. Lin Rixin nodded. "Thank you, Auntie, Mom, don't worry about it, you go to bed," Jiang Chen interrupted. Jiang Chen's mother nodded. "Okay, I'll go to bed. You two rest early." "Okay. Good night, Auntie." Watching the lights in his parents' room go out, Jiang Chen held Lin Rixin's hand, turned off the lights in the living room, closed the door behind them, and walked through the yard to the east room. The east room was usually used for storage and had a double bed inside, which could serve as a guest room when necessary. Today the east room is particularly clean, with all new red bed sheets and covers, making it look like a wedding. Jiang Chen pulled Lin Rixin to sit on the bed. Let's sleep in this room tonight. It's far away, so any noise we make won't be heard. The light in the east room is a tungsten light bulb, emitting a warm yellow light. Lin Rixin's face becomes more charming in the light, with a slightly blushing complexion, nodding as if understanding. The light goes out, and the cool silver moonlight seeps in from outside the window. The rural night is quiet, with the damp sound of waves hitting the rocks faintly heard, and the nightingale singing faintly, emitting a melodious sound. In the air, there is the scent of the sea, with a brave swallow shuttling back and forth in the dark clouds. Shuttle, shuttle, shuttle again. Keep going back and forth. Let the storm come more violently. Whoosh! The torrential rain pours down, drenching the brave swallow, but it continues to shuttle in the storm. The next day, the two of them didn't get up until 9 o'clock, and after packing up, Jiang Chen's mother brought the hot porridge from the electric rice cooker to the table. She also thoughtfully prepared some side dishes. Sitting at the table, Jiang Chen's mother said to Lin Rixin, "This porridge is made from new buckwheat noodles this year. It's so fragrant. Drink more, this is coarse grain, you won't gain weight. I felt sorry to see you eat so little yesterday." Lin Rixin showed a happy smile. "Thank you, Auntie." She happily drank 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge and ate a small steamed bun that Jiang Chen's mother specially prepared for her to maintain her figure. In addition, she also went to pick some wild vegetables in the early morning, which Lin Rixin found delicious. Spring wild vegetables are indeed tasty, fresh, slightly bitter, pure and natural, and reportedly have medicinal properties, but you can only eat them for a few days a year. "Is this for feeding rabbits? I want to eat meat," Jiang Chen protested. "Eat if you want." The protest was ineffective. Lin Rixin enjoyed the special treatment from Jiang Chen's mother, with a face full of happiness and smiles. After eating, Jiang Chen took Lin Rixin and a shovel out the door. "What are we going to do?" Lin Rixin asked. "Don't you want to experience the childhood memories of the countryside? I'll take you to experience it. Let's go dig earthworms for fishing," Jiang Chen said. "Great." Lin Rixin happily bounced a few times. Next to the vegetable garden, Jiang Chen dug up several earthworms with one shovel. They wriggled their bodies, trying to burrow into the soil. "It's the first time I've seen real earthworms. I've only seen them in textbooks before." Lin Rixin bent down, watching the earthworms run away. Jiang Chen squatted down, used his hands to break apart the soil, grabbed the earthworms inside, put them in a plastic box prepared in advance, added some soil to prevent them from drying out, and asked Lin Rixin, "Do you want to help catch them?" Lin Rixin shook her head repeatedly, stepping back. "No. I'm scared." Lin Rixin is actually afraid of earthworms? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, but also found her girlish fears somewhat cute. "Well, I'll catch them myself." Jiang Chen caught the earthworms, and took Lin Rixin to the bay on the south side of the village. On the east side of the bay is a reed bed, with a beautiful scenery, wild ducks inside, and occasionally mandarin ducks can be seen. There are many people fishing on the bay, but without exception, they are all men, not a single woman, let alone a beauty like Lin Rixin. Jiang Chen found a shady fishing spot to set up the fishing rod. All the other fishermen around looked over, and one guy didn't even notice his fishing float moving, clearly not a qualified fisherman. A true fisherman, if a UFO dropped into the river in front of him, his first thought would be that the nest was shocked. Jiang Chen threw the fishing rod, and the fish gave face. Soon, the float moved up and down twice. Lin Rixin shouted excitedly, "Fish is coming! Fish is coming! Hurry up and fish!" Jiang Chen waited for the float to rise, lifted the rod, and caught a fish. He pulled up a palm-sized crucian carp. "Let me see! Let me see!" Lin Rixin stomped her feet in excitement. Jiang Chen took the fish off the hook, splashed some water in a small bucket, and threw the fish in. Lin Rixin squatted down to look at the fish, and after a while, she said to Jiang Chen eagerly, "Let me fish for a while?" "Sure." Jiang Chen nodded, handed her the fishing rod, and said, "I'll help you put the earthworm on the hook." Jiang Chen then hung an earthworm on the fish hook. Watching the hook pierce through the earthworm's body, which was still wriggling, Lin Rixin said, "I feel sorry for the earthworm." "It's okay, the sooner it dies, the sooner it reincarnates," Jiang Chen said. With the earthworm on the hook, Lin Rixin happily started fishing. Perhaps there is a beginner's luck in fishing, as Lin Rixin quickly caught several crucian carps. She became happier as she continued fishing, and by noon, she had caught over a dozen crucian carps and a few small breams. "It's noon, let's go home for lunch," Jiang Chen called Lin Rixin. But Lin Rixin seemed addicted to fishing and reluctantly said, "Can we come back to fish in the afternoon?" Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, "Sure, of course." The two returned home with the bucket of fish. Lin Rixin proudly showed her fishing harvest to Jiang Chen's mother, who praised her, making Lin Rixin very happy. At noon, Jiang Chen's mother fried the crushing carps, and Lin Rixin, who usually didn't eat fish, couldn't resist and ate too, saying that the fish she caught tasted delicious. In the following days, Jiang Chen took Lin Rixin to catch crayfish in the river, picnic in the small forest with food, forage in the wild for wild vegetables, find reeds, a type of edible grass core, dig for wild grass roots, boil sweet water, visit the apple tree orchard to see the newly blooming apple blossoms, take a walk on the narrow dirt road in the middle of the wheat field, and admire the sky dyed red by the setting sun. Lin Rixin, a goddess of her generation, almost turned into a wild child under Jiang Chen's guidance, but she enjoyed every moment of it. On the third day, after Lin Rixin dressed up and packed her bags, she bid farewell to Jiang Chen's parents. Jiang Chen arranged for a luxurious car to take her to the airport in the city. In a secluded corner away from the crowd, Lin Rixin held Jiang Chen's hand reluctantly and said, "I'm leaving, will you miss me?" Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes, I will. Maybe I'll visit your drama set in a while. Is it okay for me to visit?" Lin Rixin knew what Jiang Chen was worried about and mischievously said, "It's fine, I'll just say you're my cousin." "Ha, that works." Jiang Chen laughed and asked, "How much is the pearl necklace you gave my mom worth?" Lin Rixin replied, "Oh, that. I bought it at an auction for 1.2 million. Jiang Chen was shocked. "What? 1.2 million? Lin Rixin shrugged, "Oh, why do you care about the money? Your mom likes it. That's all that matters. It's just 1.2 million, not much." Jiang Chen was speechless, thinking about how long it would take him to earn 1.2 million with his monthly salary of 5,000. "You're really a little rich girl," Jiang Chen said, taking out a velvet pocket from his pocket. The purple pocket was embroidered with a cluster of flowers. Opening the pocket, there was a warm jade bracelet inside. "This is for you. I don't know if it's valuable. My mom had it appraised, but she didn't tell me how much it's worth," Jiang Chen said. "What kind of bracelet is this?" Lin Rixin asked. Jiang Chen took the jade bracelet and said to Lin Rixin, "When I was leaving, my mom put it in my pocket and asked me to give it to you. This is a bracelet passed down in our family, from my great-grandmother to my grandmother, and from my grandmother to my mom. My grandmother said that during the famine, someone exchanged a bowl of millet with my great-grandfather for this bracelet." Lin Rixin's eyes widened. "Really? Is Auntie really giving it to me? Do you want it?" "This is something my mom kept to pass on to her daughter-in-law. I don't know if it's worth 1.2 million. What are you talking about? Auntie's approval of me is the most important." Lin Rixin proudly said, "Oomph. This means Auntie has already approved of me as her daughter-in-law. If you dare to bully me in the future, I will tell Auntie to deal with you." Lin Rixin then smiled slightly shyly and said, "Give it to me." She opened her hands towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and placed the jade bracelet in Lin Rixin's hand. Lin Rixin happily put it on her wrist. Such a beautiful jade bracelet. The airport's boarding reminder sounded. "I have to go now." Lin Rixin waved to Jiang Chen and happily ran towards the boarding gate wearing the bracelet. Jiang Chen watched her enter the boarding gate, then turned and left the airport. He took a taxi back home, told his parents about it, and then rode his electric tricycle to his rented house in the county town. Actually, this county town is adjacent to the bustling urban area geographically, and it is said that it will be incorporated into the urban area, but it hasn't happened yet. Jiang Chen's village is to the south of the county town, while the urban area is to the north. Riding his tricycle, Jiang Chen thought all the way about making more money. He now has a system and doesn't want to live in poverty anymore. As he approached his rented house, he passed through a small road where the village had just been demolished. Both sides were dilapidated houses, and the village was already deserted. Ahead, a group of people who didn't look like decent folks stood there, all in their 20s, with crew cuts, some wearing short sleeves with tattoos on their arms, and a few holding sticks. Jiang Chen had often walked this road before without any trouble, so he didn't think much of it this time either, thinking it had nothing to do with him. However, as he walked further, several people blocked his path and stopped his tricycle. One slightly older, tall, tattooed man knocked on Jiang Chen's tricycle window and said, "You're Jiang Chen, right? We've been looking for you for days." Jiang Chen got off the tricycle, and 5 or 6 people surrounded him. The tall tattooed man made a call, "Brother Gang, we've got him, tell us what to do." On the other end of the phone was Wu Gang. "Keep him there, I'll be right there." After hanging up, those people continued to surround Jiang Chen. Soon, a blue BMW arrived. The car stopped in the middle of the road, and Wu Gang got out of the car. "Kid, I finally caught you." Jiang Chen saw that Wu Gang still had bandages on his nose, apparently from the punch he had thrown, and couldn't help but smile. Seeing Jiang Chen laughing at him, Wu Gang became even angrier. "You're still laughing, you'll pay for it today. Get him." The tall tattooed man waved his hand, and the young men around him all came towards Jiang Chen with sticks. Jiang Chen could tell that these hooligans were following the tall tattooed man's orders, not Wu Gang's. It seemed that this tattooed man was the leader of the gang. The people around him were already surrounding him with sticks, and Wu Gang had a smug smile on his face, as if he could already see Jiang Chen being beaten up. Today, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Chen remained calm and had already come up with an idea. System, change my relationship with this tattooed man. Okay. What kind of relationship do you want to change to? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Let's make it cousin. Immediately, the pleasant voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. The tall, tattooed man named Chen Tao. Chen Tao was coldly looking on, while his younger brother's stick was already swinging towards Jiang Chen. But suddenly, as he looked at Jiang Chen, he seemed to remember something. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already dodged a wooden stick, which hit his car and shattered the front light. Crash! The sound of breaking glass filled the air. The other wooden stick continued to come down towards Jiang Chen. However, Chen Tao immediately shouted loudly, "Stop! Everyone stop!" He walked excitedly towards Jiang Chen and kicked a young man who had almost hit Jiang Chen to the side. The young man was annoyed, thinking, "Didn't you ask me to hit him?" In the end, everyone stopped. Chen Tao looked at Jiang Chen and joyfully said, "You are Jiang Chen, my cousin. It's been so many years since we last met. I didn't even recognize you just now." Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly but pretended, "Who are you?" "I'm Chen Tao, your cousin. Don't you remember me? We used to play together all the time when we were kids." "Oh, I remember now. Cousin Chen Tao. It's been so long. I didn't expect to meet like this. What's your relationship with this Wu Gang?" Chen Tao immediately apologized to Jiang Chen with a look of regret. "I'm sorry, cousin, I almost hit you just now. I don't know Wu Gang well, only met him a few times. This time he asked for some money, wanted me to bring a few brothers to help him deal with someone. I didn't expect it to be you." Chen Tao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Brother, don't worry. I'll handle Wu Gang for you. With me around, no one can touch you." Wu Gang and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? How did they become cousins all of a sudden? Is this a coincidence? He felt something was wrong and wanted to drive away. But as he stopped in the middle of the road, which was narrow and not easy to turn around, he could have managed to turn around a bit if he had leaned to one side. As he was reversing, Chen Tao had already instructed his men to surround his car, making it impossible for him to move. Chen Tao took a wooden stick from one of his men, walked to the front of the car, and shouted at Wu Gang, "Get out of the car. If you don't, I'll smash your car." Wu Gang helplessly opened the car door and got out. "Brother?" Chen Tao immediately interrupted. "Who the hell is your brother?" Wu Gang changed his tone, looking bitter. "Tao, my bad. I really didn't know he was your cousin. It's not too late to know now. Come here, little brother, tell me how we should deal with him today. Should we break his arms or legs? It's up to you." Jiang Chen walked over, and Wu Gang was already trembling with fear. "No need to break his arms or legs, just keep him away from me in the future. I don't want to see him again." Chen Tao pointed at Wu Gang and scolded, "Did you hear that? Stay away from my cousin in the future, or I'll kill you." Wu Gang could only nod repeatedly. Jiang Chen added, "I'm a reasonable person. My car light was broken just now. What do you suggest we do about it?" Wu Gang could only admit, "It's my fault. I'll compensate you for the car light." "How about I compensate you with 1,000 yuan? Wu Gang thought Jiang Chen was just a poor guy. How much could a tricycle's light cost? He would gladly pay 1,000 yuan. But Jiang Chen shook his head. "I don't want your money. You broke my car light, so I'll break yours. Fair, right?" Wu Gang thought to himself, "But my car light is from a BMW. How is that fair compared to a tricycle's light?" However, he could only think about it and dare not say it out loud. Chen Tao on the side didn't care about those. He directly commanded his men, "Brothers, did you hear me? Smash them all." Those young men picked up sticks and started smashing Wu Gang's car lights. Bang! 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 The sound of car lights shattering. "Stop smashing! Please stop!" Wu Gang cried out in distress. But those people ignored him, and soon both the front and rear lights were smashed. One of the men wasn't satisfied. He picked up a stone and smashed the front windshield to pieces. Another person kicked the car door, denting it. They were all enjoying the smashing, not just the lights, the whole car was damaged. This really broke Wu Gang's heart. He usually cherished his car very much, even a scratch would make him upset for days. This kind of smashing was like hitting him in the heart. "Stop smashing. I beg you to stop. I really know I was wrong. Brother Jiang Chen, it's my fault. I promise you won't see me again in the future. Please stop." Seeing that it was effective, Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Tao, who then signaled his men to stop. Jiang Chen saw tears in Wu Gang's eyes, walked up to him, and said, "Consider this a little lesson for you. If you dare to provoke me again, I guarantee it won't be as simple as this time. I don't want to see you again in the future. Go." Wu Gang nodded repeatedly, got in the car and drove away. His new BMW was now a wrecked BMW. Jiang Chen really didn't want to get too involved with him. He had a system after all. What was the point of arguing with these small fries? As for Chen Tao and his group, Jiang Chen didn't want to have any more dealings with them in the future. Jiang Chen said to Chen Tao, "Thank you, I have something to do, I'll leave first." Chen Tao, on the contrary, was very enthusiastic. "Don't go, cousin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let me treat you to some barbecue. Let's catch up." Jiang Chen politely declined. "I really have something to do this time, maybe next time. Let's get together when we have time." Chen Tao nodded with some regret. "Alright, take your time writing back. If that Wu Gang causes trouble for you again, give me a call. I'll help you deal with it. Oh, by the way, leave me your phone number." In the end, Jiang Chen left Chen Tao his phone number, then rode his bike back to the rental house in the county town. Looking at his small rental house, Jiang Chen was now thinking about making some money first. As for how to do it specifically, he had to think about it carefully. He walked outside, turning around casually, thinking to himself as he walked. Unconsciously, he walked to a utility pole and saw a wanted notice posted on it. There was a photo of a suspect on it, and Jiang Chen carefully looked at the reward amount. Wow! A reward of up to 500,000 for providing crucial information. Jiang Chen had a sudden inspiration. This is a way to make money. Not only making money, but also helping the people. This is a good deed. He carefully read the contents of the wanted notice. The criminal suspect, Zhang San, 45 years old, suspected of armed robbery, murder, and explosive crimes, armed and extremely dangerous. Please report any clues immediately. A reward of 200,000 for providing valid information. A reward of 500,000 for providing crucial information. Wow, this is a really dangerous person. If this kind of person isn't caught soon, there might be more victims every day. Jiang Chen looked at the photo of the criminal suspect, with a scruffy beard, a calm surface gaze, but hiding a fierce determination, clearly a ruthless person who disregarded life. As for what constituted crucial information, Jiang Chen understood that it meant the exact location of this person. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and communicated with the system in his mind. "System, change my relationship with this person." Ding, what kind of relationship would you like to change it to? Jiang Chen thought that in order to obtain the location he needed, he must establish contact with the person and extract the information from him directly. The person he needed to establish a relationship with must be someone he could trust. Who could a criminal like him trust? Jiang Chen thought, it must be by becoming his accomplice. Accomplice. Ding, relationship status updated successfully. You are now accomplices. System, can you provide me with his contact information? I need to make a phone call to him. Ding, the other party does not have a fixed contact method. Jiang Chen realized that as a fugitive, this was reasonable. How can I contact him then? Jiang Chen thought. It seemed he could only wait for the other person to call him. Now that they were accomplices, Zhang San should remember his phone number, just like how Lin Rixin could call him before. Although Zhang San did not have a fixed contact method, he should have a way to reach out to him, contact this accomplice and discuss the matter. As for what to say later, Jiang Chen could only play it by ear. After all, after changing the relationship, some memories about them would form in each other's minds, but Jiang Chen himself would not know. So, all I can do now is wait. Jiang Chen felt somewhat uneasy. If he accidentally said something wrong, it would definitely raise the other party's alertness, making it harder to obtain clues later. This fugitive must be very cautious, otherwise, he wouldn't have evaded capture until now. I hope he won't come looking for me. Jiang Chen panicked at the thought. Fortunately, the system provided an explanation. Don't worry, to protect the host, your address will be blurred in the other party's memory. They won't know your exact address, and based on the intimacy of the relationship, at most, they can only know the city you are in. That's good. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go to the nearby supermarket to buy a bottle of water. However, just then, the phone in Jiang Chen's pocket rang. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Could they be calling me already? I'm not mentally prepared yet. This is too sudden. One might think about it, but actually receiving a call from a potential murderer would make anyone nervous. Despite the panic, Jiang Chen knew he had to answer quickly, as a delay of a second might cause the other party to hang up, and the opportunity would be lost. While contemplating, Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. Placing the phone to his ear, there was silence on the other end. Hello? Jiang Chen tried to calm down, making his voice sound more natural, and greeted. There was still no response from the other end. Jiang Chen listened to the silence on the other end of the line, hearing the sound of his own heartbeat, which was racing. The silence lasted for over a minute, then suddenly, a hoarse voice came through the phone. "Where is it?" Jiang Chen thought to himself, what kind of question is that? Asking where without any context, how would I know? I don't even know what it is. But Jiang Chen was certain that the person on the other end was the fugitive Zhang San. Who else would speak like that? At this moment, Jiang Chen calmed down instead, his brain working rapidly. Instead of answering the question, he asked back, "Are you safe now?" After a moment of silence, the other party replied, "I'm very safe, no one knows where I am. Tell me where it is, I need it urgently." Up to this point, Jiang Chen still didn't know what it was, but he couldn't ask, as that would give him away. At least now, the other party was engaging in conversation with him, which was a good start and showed a certain level of trust. Jiang Chen said, "I'm afraid it's not safe where it is stored. Tell me the location, and I'll deliver it to you." With that said, the other party fell silent again. Jiang Chen just wanted to punch him through the phone at that moment. "Can you just say something straightforward?" Silence, silence, still silence. The other party seemed to be thinking. Jiang Chen didn't care anymore and continued, "What? You still don't trust me?" The other party finally replied, "It's not that I don't trust you, this is my last hiding place, I won't tell anyone. And, I saw the wanted order, hee hee. I'm worth 500,000 now, tell you what, if you sell me out, what will I do?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, the other party continued, "Put the stuff in the Central Park, enter from the south gate, inside the third trash can, you don't need to worry about anything else." Then, with a hint of mockery, the other party said, "You still want to find out my location, hee hee. Unless you are my own son, I won't tell anyone. But I've never been married in my life, I don't have a son at all, ha ha." After that, the call was hung up. Jiang Chen thought, should he report the location mentioned by the other party to the police? After some thought, it seemed not very wise. He didn't know if the other party would go there, or when. Even if he reported it, it didn't seem like a significant clue, he wouldn't get the 500,000. Things should be done perfectly. Jiang Chen remembered the last words before Zhang Mozhen hung up the phone, gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "For the people, I'll do it." System, change the relationship between me and Zhang Mozhen. Change it to father and son. Ding, who's the father and who's the son? Do you even need to ask? How can I, in my 20s, be the father of a 45-year-old? He can be the father, right? If this works, I'll be practicing tough love. If it doesn't work, it's no loss, I won't lose a piece of flesh, I accept it. Hee hee. I know, just kidding with you. This system is really mischievous. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, father and son. Shortly after the successful modification, Jiang Chen's phone rang. Surprisingly, it was a different number from before. Jiang Chen directly pressed the answer button, "Hello?" in a very domineering tone. After all, in today's society, the son is the father, and the father is the son. Son. Woo woo woo. The other end started crying. Jiang Chen could tell it was Zhang Mozhen's voice. Jiang Chen was a bit emotional now, crying, "Why are you crying? Did you commit a crime? I saw the wanted order. How can I have a father like you? It's embarrassing. You don't deserve to be my father." After a rant, Jiang Chen felt relieved, but Zhang Mozhen cried even more sadly. Instead of getting angry, he apologized, "Son, I'm sorry for you." Sigh. Jiang Chen changed his tone and entered acting mode, sigh. "Dad, things have come to this, I want to see you, call you dad in person, and kowtow to you. After all, you raised me. Dad, where are you now?" After a moment of hesitation on the phone, the other party said, "Son, you can think like this, Dad didn't raise you in vain. I'm wanted now, can't go out, come to me. Let me tell you, Dad's hiding place is great. They won't find it in 100 lifetimes." This made Jiang Chen very curious. "Where are you exactly?" Zhang Mozhen on the phone said somewhat proudly, "I'm in your grandfather's grave, I dug a hole here, covered it with stones, no one can see it. This is all graveland, occasionally people come to pay respects, bringing some offerings, I have meat and wine here better than at home. I won't say more, come quickly. When you come, bring some paper money, if someone asks you what you're doing, say you're paying respects to your grandfather." "Okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen felt excited. "Finally, I know where you are." Although Jiang Chen didn't know where the grave mentioned was, the police must know. It can be easily found out. Jiang Chen immediately dialed the police hotline. "Hello, I want to report a case. I saw the wanted notice you posted, and I know the exact location of Zhang San. He is in his father's grave." This call immediately caught attention, and the operator informed the relevant personnel, and 4 police cars were dispatched to the grave. The call was still connected. Can you provide more specific information? Did you see Zhang San in his father's grave with your own eyes? Jiang Chen couldn't say much about other things, as it was not easy to explain. But Jiang Chen was not afraid of investigation. No matter how they checked, Jiang Chen had nothing to do with the criminals. Jiang Chen said, "A friend told me. My friend is timid and afraid to report, so I reported it. I don't know the specific situation, but I told you. Can you provide your friend's contact information? We want to contact him for a simple inquiry. Rest assured, it's just a routine question. My friend is timid and doesn't want me to say. He doesn't want to get involved in anything." "Okay, we understand and respect your and your friend's choice. We have dispatched police to the location you mentioned. Please leave a contact number. If the information you provided is true and effective, we will reward you according to the amount on the wanted notice. Just this phone number." "Okay, may I have your name?" "Rest assured, we will keep all your information confidential. Jiang Chen." After leaving his name, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. The next day, Jiang Chen received a call from 110, and it was the same operator's sister from yesterday, saying that the suspect Zhang San had been arrested. Jiang Chen was very happy to hear the news. It was a good deed. The other party asked for Jiang Chen's bank card number, hung up the phone, and shortly after, Jiang Chen received a transfer message. Your account ending in 2108 had a real-time interbank transfer of 500,000 RMB at 9:12, with an available balance of 500,209.01 RMB. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 500,000, 500,000 directly credited. Wow! The efficiency of this operation amazed Jiang Chen. This is too fast. Suddenly receiving 500,000, for some wealthy people, it might not be much, but for Jiang Chen, it was a huge sum. Calculating based on earning 4 to 5,000 a month, it would take him a decade to earn this much money. And in reality, after deducting living expenses, there would be hardly anything left at the end of the month, basically living paycheck to paycheck. Saving such a sum of money was really difficult for him. But now, with just a few phone calls, he earned it. And completely legally. Not only legal but also doing something meaningful. Jiang Chen opened his phone, and a local news notification came in. The criminal suspect Zhang San had been arrested. Jiang Chen opened and read the news, feeling a sense of hidden merit and fame, happy. After reading for a while, he still felt unsatisfied. He saved the news and decided to read it every day. Then, he changed the relationship status with the wanted criminal's photo to a stranger. What to do with 500,000? Jiang Chen thought. He realized his phone had been in use for 2 years and he hadn't been willing to change it. It was a relatively cheap 1,000 yuan phone when he bought it, and now its configuration was completely outdated. He could now buy a top-of-the-line, flagship version. I should also get new phones for my parents. My parents are both rural people and have never used good phones. Now I can buy each of them a good phone, they will be very happy. Then Jiang Chen thought again, if he reports more wanted persons, wouldn't he easily earn millions a month? It's possible to earn millions. But Jiang Chen thought again, and dismissed the idea. After all, reporting once or twice is fine, but if done too many times, it will definitely raise suspicion. In fact, there are many ways to make money, there is no need to always use this one, stability is the most important. With 500,000 in hand now, he feels he doesn't lack money anymore, he will think about it later. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided to go to the company. When he had no money before, Jiang Chen disliked going to work the most. Now that he has money in his pocket, the feeling of going to work is different. As the lowest level salesperson, he used to always think about performance, commissions, promotions. The pressure was immense. Now, he doesn't consider any of that. Customers? Laughable. What are customers? Buy or not, I don't care. Supervisors, managers, what do they count for? Dare to scold me once, I can retort 10 times. No pressure at all. Speaking of the company, there is one person that makes Jiang Chen very angry when he thinks about him. It is their current supervisor, Wang Jianrun. The name sounds good at first glance, firm and resolute, with a very beautiful meaning, but his colleagues often call him a homonym, a despicable person. Wang Jianrun used to be an ordinary salesperson like them. But he has an uncle who is a department manager, Wang Xili, who promoted him to be a supervisor. Some work-related matters, it's fine if he manages them more. The most important thing is that there is one thing that Jiang Chen cannot forgive. Jiang Chen had a major client he had been working with for half a year, but the manager Wang Xili intercepted it directly and gave it to his nephew, Wang Jianrun. This not only allowed Wang Jianrun to receive a commission as high as 50,000 yuan, but also enabled him to legitimately become a supervisor. 50,000 yuan in commission, how painful it was for Jiang Chen at that time. He had to work hard for a year to earn 50,000. And this also affected the opportunity for a promotion to supervisor. Everyone in their department knows what happened, they all secretly sympathize with Jiang Chen. However, no one dares to speak out about this matter. Everyone knows that Wang Jianrun is the manager's own nephew, and no one wants to offend the manager for this matter. Jiang Chen was really angry at that time. He made a fuss for a while, personally went to find Wang Xili, wanted to go to the general manager, the president and the like, but in the end, due to various reasons, he couldn't make it, and the matter was left unresolved. There was no way. Jiang Chen needed a job at that time. In this small place, job opportunities are not as abundant as in big cities. Moreover, it was nearing the end of the year, it was not easy to find a job, so Jiang Chen endured it. But now, Jiang Chen has decided not to endure it anymore. This anger must be vented. Otherwise, when he gets old, even if he is in a wheelchair, he will still be angry when he thinks about this. When he arrived at the company, he happened to catch Wang Jianrun holding a meeting for everyone. Seeing Jiang Chen arriving late, Wang Jianrun immediately scolded him. Jiang Chen, do you know what time to start work? Do you know how late you are? According to the rules, deduct a day's salary as a punishment. Pay attention not to be late in the future. All of you should take this as a warning. Don't be like some people, who are incompetent and still late for work. In today's society, if you are not punctual, you can't accomplish anything. To put it bluntly, in society, you are a waste. Do you understand? Also, today our company's founder, President, Chen Bingfei, personally came to inspect us, clean up and make it cleaner. Jiang Chen was not happy at that time. Although Wang Jianrun did not directly scold Jiang Chen by name, but said some people. But everyone could tell that he was referring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen directly replied, "Who are you talking about? A waste? A piece of trash? I think those who don't have the ability and steal other people's clients are trash. Parasites." When this was said, colleagues were shocked. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly became tough, daring to confront Wang Jianrun in front of everyone, which was quite satisfying to see. "Who are you cursing at?" Wang Jianrun, being confronted in front of everyone, felt like he had lost face and his expression turned cold. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry when I mention people who steal clients? Do you admit that you steal clients?" Wang Jianrun was hit by the truth. Feeling hurt, he was furious at the time, but he couldn't let everyone continue to laugh at him like this. "What are you looking at? Go clean up. Jiang Chen, if you don't want to work, just say it." With these two sentences, Wang Jianrun left angrily. After he left, colleagues put down their brooms and surrounded Jiang Chen. "Wow, Jiang Chen, you're amazing. You just made Wang Jianrun's face turn green. Ah, so satisfying. Jiang Chen, you're so brave. It's about time you confronted him." A senior colleague who had been in this business for many years also complained, "He acts like a supervisor as if he's someone special, but he doesn't do anything himself. The previous supervisors used to clean up with us, but he hasn't done any work for so long. He can't even bring in a client himself. Why should he be a supervisor? What achievements does he have? He only signed that one deal, and it was even snatched from Jiang Chen's client, who doesn't know that." Good confrontation. "I've been fed up with him for a long time." Other colleagues echoed, "If it weren't for his uncle, we would have gotten rid of him long ago." Afterwards, as they chatted, they began to clean up. The senior colleague kept complaining about Wang Jianrun, seeming to hate him even more than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also picked up a broom and started sweeping. At that moment, a colleague approached Jiang Chen with a dustpan. His name was Zhang Yuan, older than Jiang Chen, in his 30s, married with an 8-year-old son. He was a reliable person, very skilled in business, not smooth-talking, and very meticulous in his work, not as slick as others. Jiang Chen always felt that people like himself and Zhang Yuan were not suitable for this job. But what else could they do? Zhang Yuan had the most seniority in their department, but he was still the lowest-level salesperson. When Jiang Chen first joined the company, he was under Zhang Yuan's guidance, and Zhang Yuan took care of him a lot. Jiang Chen always called him Brother Zhang, showing respect for him as an older brother in the company. Zhang Yuan said, "Jiang Chen, are you being too impulsive? Seeking temporary satisfaction will only make things difficult for you later. He is easy to deal with, but his uncle is a sly old fox. If his uncle wants to target you, it will be relentless. I suggest you go apologize to Wang Jianrun later and say a few kind words. We are here to work. Making money is the most important thing. Don't compete with them. It's not worth it. We have no backing. In the end, we will be the ones to suffer." Jiang Chen understood that Zhang Yuan meant well, but he still refused, saying, "Brother Zhang, it's okay, they can't do anything to me. I used to think that if I confronted him once, I could just quit and find another job. But now I don't think that way. Why should I leave? It's them who should leave. This time, I not only want to confront him, but also get rid of him, along with his uncle. Zhang Yuan looked surprised. How are you going to do that? Jiang Chen said mysteriously, you'll see. After a while, Jiang Chen went to the restroom and happened to meet Wang Jianrun. Jiang Chen ignored him and walked past. But Wang Jianrun stopped him from behind. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around. Unexpectedly, the other person came closer and whispered a threat. Jiang Chen, you better behave, my uncle is the manager, you know that. If you don't want to lose your job, don't call me out in front of everyone in the future. Understand? Jiang Chen stared at Zhao Jianrun and said without showing any weakness, relying on connections, right? Wang Jianrun sneered and said arrogantly, yes, so what? I admit I rely on connections. This society is like this is reality. Without connections, even if you are gold, you can't shine. Without connections, you are nothing. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, okay, I originally wanted you to treat me as an ordinary employee, but now I'll lay my cards on the table, no more pretending, I also have connections. What connections do you have? The founder and president of the company, Chen Bingfei, my sister. What sister? Real sister. Put. Ha ha ha. Wang Jianren seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter. If Chen Bingfei is your sister, I'll jump from the 18th floor. Ha ha ha. Are you mentally challenged? You both have different surnames, one is Jiang and the other is Chen. Different surnames and still real siblings? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't say much to him and turned around to leave. What's the big deal with different surnames? With the system in place, if he says they are siblings, then they are. There will always be a reasonable explanation. In real life, there are many families with 2 children, where the daughter takes the mother's surname and the son takes the father's surname, or vice versa, the son takes the mother's surname and the daughter takes the father's surname, which is very normal. After washing his hands and coming out of the restroom, Jiang Chen saw all the company employees heading towards the company's entrance. Jiang Chen also walked over and stood among his department colleagues. Soon, 2 black Mercedes-Benz cars parked at the company's entrance. Wang Xili and 2 other department managers immediately went to greet them. Several people got out of the 2 cars, and leading the way was Chen Bingfei. Jiang Chen had only heard of Chen Bingfei but had never seen her. He only knew that she was a former college entrance exam top scorer, entered the prestigious Beihua University with a full scholarship. Not only was she a top student, but she also had a great figure and looks. After graduating, she founded this company. In her 20s, not even 30 yet, she had developed the company so big, a successful career woman. She had a very cold personality, didn't like to show up in public. Usually at company events like press conferences, it was the product manager or general manager who appeared. She never showed up easily. Towards subordinates, she was very direct, saying whatever needed to be said, pointing out directly if something was not done well, never giving anyone face. It was said that she even publicly criticized the general manager, who didn't dare say a word. She founded the company single-handedly, from top to bottom. There was nothing she didn't understand, so the whole company respected her. Also, she was still single to this day. It was said that she had suitors since university, but she rejected them all, maybe because her standards were too high. Led by several branch managers, Chen Bingfei walked in with some company executives. The employees applauded in welcome. Chen Bingfei politely smiled at everyone. As a response, her demeanor not too aloof, but she exuded a distant aura that kept people at bay. Jiang Chen, upon seeing her, sighed that the rumors about her figure and appearance were true. She was indeed very beautiful. Long legs. Like a top celebrity. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, changed the relationship between her and me to siblings. The pleasant voice of the system immediately sounded. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, siblings. Wang Xili, with a smile on his face, said to Chen Bingfei, Chen, I heard that you were coming, and the employees are especially welcoming. When it was mentioned before that she was coming to inspect, Chen Bingfei's secretary had mentioned that she was just casually looking around, checking out the working environment of the grassroots employees. Wang Xili led Chen Bingfei inside. Chen, this side here is our business department's office, over there is the finance department. However, Chen Bingfei's attention seemed not to be on him. Instead, she turned her head and looked towards the employees, as if searching for someone. Then, her gaze fell on a salesperson, and she immediately flashed a very sweet smile, walking briskly towards them. Wang Jianrun thought Chen Bingfei was coming towards him, and even thought she was smiling at him. He was pleasantly surprised and wanted to say something to Chen Bingfei, General Chen. But before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words. Because Chen Bingfei completely ignored him and reached out her hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come here. Jiang Chen grabbed Chen Bingfei's hand and walked out with her. The entire company was shocked. What's going on? Chen Bingfei not only held Jiang Chen's hand but also naturally linked her arms with his after they walked out. Little brother, how do you feel in this branch? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Wang Jianrun, who was even more dumbfounded. Jiang Chen is General Chen's little brother. General Chen is Jiang Chen's sister? This can't be true. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Everyone thought to themselves, does Jiang Chen have this additional identity? Is this the legendary hidden identity? Wang Xili was also dumbfounded. If General Chen is Jiang Chen's sister, then what about the things he did to Jiang Chen before? Once Jiang Chen speaks out, he and his nephew will be done for. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He had worked hard and endured suffering in the company to get to his current position. If Chen Bingfei were to fire him in anger, he would have to go hungry. There aren't that many companies in this small town. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and directly said in front of everyone, "Sis, I just wanted to be an ordinary salesperson here to challenge myself. I didn't want everyone to know about our relationship. But I've been treated unfairly here. I've also seen many issues in the branch." When Wang Xili heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat and just wanted to calm Jiang Chen down and prevent him from continuing. He quickly smiled and said to Chen Bingfei, "General Chen, our branch has many shortcomings, and I was just about to report to you. Why don't we go to the office first, sit down, and talk slowly, hee." As he spoke, he winked at Jiang Chen, trying to signal him not to speak. But Jiang Chen completely ignored him. When Chen Bingfei heard that Jiang Chen had been wronged, she felt a surge of anger and ignored Wang Xili. "No need to go to the office, let's talk here. Jiang Chen, you speak first. Who made you suffer?" Jiang Chen directly revealed how Wang Xili stole his clients, gave them to his nephew Wang Jianrun, and then promoted Wang Jianrun to a supervisor. After listening, Chen Bingfei immediately reverted to her previous icy demeanor. Even the company's general manager who accompanied her did not dare to speak. Chen Bingfei asked Wang Xili coldly, "Wang Xili, is what Jiang Chen said true?" This question was not because she didn't believe Jiang Chen, but it was a direct confrontation. She believed Jiang Chen wouldn't lie. In front of everyone, there had to be a face-to-face confrontation, to make everyone acknowledge the truth. Wang Xili panicked, sweating profusely, and palely tried to explain, "No, General Chen, let me explain." Chen Bingfei, along with the company's senior executives behind her, were all experienced in judging people. Seeing Wang Xili's current expression, they were even more convinced that Jiang Chen's words were all true. Seeing his uncle flustered, Wang Jianrun also lost his backbone and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Jiang Ling's colleagues couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak. "Mr. Chen, what Jiang Chen said is all true, and all of us in the business department can testify for Jiang Chen." "Yes, we can all testify for Jiang Chen." With so many people testifying, Wang Xili himself gave up defending. No matter how he explains, it's all in vain. That customer often deals with the company, and if the company wants to investigate, it can easily find out. He admitted directly. "Mr. Chen, it's my fault, I admit it. No matter what punishment the company gives me, I can accept it." Wang Jianrun saw his uncle admit his mistake, and he also stood up and said, "It was me who asked my uncle to do this, it's all my fault, I don't want my salary, I will resign now." Chen Bingfei said directly, "The commission for that deal will be returned to Jiang Chen, you two don't need to come to work tomorrow." Wang Jianrun didn't care so much about this job, he was still young and didn't realize the importance of this job opportunity. But when it came to returning the money, his face turned green. He was heartbroken over such a large sum of money. Besides, he had already spent that money. He didn't even have money to return. When Wang Xili heard that he was also being dismissed, he quickly pleaded, "Mr. Chen, considering my hard work in the company, can you not dismiss me? I am willing to voluntarily demote myself, let me be a small supervisor. This is the only big company in our area, if you dismiss me, my whole family will have to go hungry. I have children who are still in school, and I have a monthly mortgage to pay." However, Chen Bingfei firmly said, "The company placed you in this position out of trust, and now that I have lost trust in you, there is no reason to keep you. If all company management were like you, what kind of company would we have? I don't care about your difficulties, in this situation, everyone will be dismissed. Hurry up and pack your things in your office." After saying that, she walked inside while holding Jiang Chen's arm. Wang Xili was left to pack his things in his office. "Jiang Chen, where is your office? Let's go there to talk." Jiang Chen led Chen Bingfei and the company's senior management to the business department. Everyone sat down. The senior management did not mention Wang Xili at all, as if he was insignificant to them. When the general manager saw that Chen Bingfei was in a slightly better mood, he joked, "Ms. Chen, your brother has been hiding too well, even we didn't know. Is he your cousin or something?" Chen Bingfei, unlike her usual cold style when talking about work, became much happier when talking about Jiang Chen. He is my real brother. Then why do you have different last names? I took my mother's last name, and my brother took my father's last name. Jiang Chen thought to himself, that's the explanation. After chatting for a while, the two senior managers went to the finance department to check on the work situation. Chen Bingfei continued to chat intimately with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't stay in the branch office anymore. Go to the headquarters. I will arrange a position for you there, where you can learn more. I will have Lao Lu take good care of you. Lao Lu refers to the company's deputy general manager, who is also an elite talent. In his 40s, he is very steady in handling things and can solve any problem properly. However, Jiang Chen was not willing to go to the headquarters, as he had already gotten used to this place. Sis, I'd rather stay in the branch office. I'm more used to it here, and I get along well with my colleagues. Jiang Chen didn't want to, and Chen Bingfei didn't force him, but instead proposed, since Wang Xili has been dismissed here, you take over, you can rest assured here. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled, let me be the manager. Isn't this promotion a bit too fast? People will say I got this position through connections. Sis, don't ruin your reputation because of me. I think being a small supervisor is good enough for me. With my business capabilities, it's only natural for me to be a supervisor, and no one will object. If it weren't for Wang Xili and his nephew, the manager position would have been mine. Chen Bingfei smiled and said, many of the executives in our company were promoted from the grassroots level. You have been working in the business department for several years, and I believe you are capable of being a manager. However, getting promoted so quickly might make many people feel resentful. So, I will arrange a client for you. As long as you can secure the deal with him, you will be directly promoted to manager, and no one in the company will question you. Even your sister and I will respect you. Curious, Jiang Chen asked, who is this client? Chen Bingfei smiled brightly, this client is a tough nut to crack. None of the company's executives have been able to close a deal with him. But if you succeed, it will bring huge profits to our company. The general manager, who was listening on the side, couldn't believe it and asked, Chen, are you planning to let him negotiate with Longhai Chemicals? The person in charge of negotiations, Mr. Wu, gives me a headache with his excessive demands. Jiang Chen, who initially just wanted to teach a lesson to the Wang family, found himself with an additional task. Since it was already decided, he thought meeting this client wouldn't hurt. If he succeeded, he would directly be promoted to manager, which was quite good. Although being a manager wasn't a high-ranking position, in this branch, it was considered the top level. In a somewhat self-deprecating manner, this was a position he had previously considered unattainable. Chen Bingfei nodded, it's Longhai Chemicals. Jiang Chen, we have a negotiation with Longhai Chemicals tomorrow. I will have the deputy general manager, Mr. Lu, accompany you. Alright, I'll give it a try, Jiang Chen agreed. By the time it was noon and time to leave work, Chen Bingfei and the other executives returned to the headquarters. As she was about to leave, Jiang Chen escorted her to the car, and she held his hand reluctantly. I wanted to take you out for a nice lunch, but things are too busy at the headquarters. Next time, I'll make it up to you. Jiang Chen smiled, I'm not a child, go on and take care of your work. As the car doors closed, several luxury cars slowly drove away. Jiang Chen felt an indescribable sense of happiness. Wang Jianrun and Wang Xili had finally received their comeuppance. Back in the business department office, as soon as Jiang Chen sat at his desk, his colleagues surrounded him. A quick-witted senior colleague exclaimed, Jiang Chen, you're amazing. The company's CEO is your sister, why didn't you tell us earlier? You wouldn't have had to endure Wang Xili and that despicable Wang. Other colleagues chimed in, yeah, oh my god, you really surprised me. You've been hiding your true identity, and it's shocking. How can someone with your status work as a mere salesperson? Jiang Chen, I'm truly impressed. You have such patience. If I were in your position, I would have gotten rid of those two Wangs long ago. This is unbelievable. The salesperson who works with us every day is actually a big shot. Jiang, can you mentor me in the future? I can warm your bed. This was said by a young male colleague who was usually playful and had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Laughter filled the room. It was the first time they had witnessed such a situation in real life, and they seemed more excited than Jiang Chen. Zhang Yiwen, who had introduced Jiang Chen to the company, also gave him a thumbs up and said, Jiang Chen, you're truly amazing. I can see how you dealt with them. Impressive. Jiang Chen laughed happily. In the afternoon, everyone returned to their normal work. Jiang Chen received an email from the deputy general manager of the headquarters, Lu Xinshi. The email contained basic information about Longhai Chemicals and some details about the negotiation. He also received a phone call, reminding him to review the information. After all, Jiang Chen also has to go to negotiate tomorrow and can't know nothing. Finally, Lu Xinche also said to let Jiang Chen wait at the company at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and he would come to pick him up by car. He spoke in a gentle tone, which made Jiang Chen quite fond of him. Jiang Chen said he would follow his arrangements and then hung up the phone. With nothing to do in the afternoon, Jiang Chen started to look through those materials. In fact, Jiang Chen had heard of Longhai Cosmetics without needing to look at the materials. It belonged to a domestic daily cosmetics group giant, with several well-known brands under its name, and was a large enterprise that had been listed for many years. The company where Jiang Chen worked was also a cosmetics company, relatively well-known in the city, but compared to Longhai Cosmetics, it was considered inferior. Jiang Chen had never been qualified to see the cooperation materials before and had always been curious about how his company collaborated with other large companies. This time, he was satisfying his curiosity. After reading the materials for a while, Jiang Chen roughly understood. It turned out that his company, Icefei Limited, had several patents for cosmetics that Longhai Cosmetics highly valued, feeling that they could create a popular product for the masses. Initially, they wanted to acquire Icefei, but Chen Bingfei was unwilling to sell the company or transfer the patents. Although Icefei had patents on hand, due to various restrictions in production, sales channels, and raw materials, they did not have the ability to create a popular product on their own. So, later both sides leaned towards cooperation. The intention of the cooperation was for the two companies to establish a new company together, which could use Icefei's patents and leverage Longhai Cosmetics' extensive sales channels to make a lot of money together. However, the two sides could not agree on some details. Longhai Cosmetics preferred to provide the funding, with Icefei only needing to contribute the patents. However, Icefei would only hold 20% of the shares in this new company, while Longhai Cosmetics would hold 80%. Icefei naturally disagreed with such a small share. Icefei wanted 51% of the equity, with Longhai Cosmetics holding 49%. Chen Bingfei attached great importance to the production aspect and was afraid that after handing it over to Longhai Cosmetics, they would seek to maximize profits by reducing the proportion of expensive raw materials, which was a common practice in many large companies. Therefore, she wanted to have full control over the production process, with Icefei fully responsible for production. Additionally, the new product must be labeled as a product under Icefei, which would greatly expand the brand awareness of Icefei. This was Jiang Chen's first encounter with such matters, and he found it quite interesting. Although they were all large companies, it felt like two children fighting over something, with both sides pursuing their own interests. How could they negotiate like this? So, after several unsuccessful attempts, the two sides still couldn't reach an agreement. After finishing reading, it was already time to get off work without realizing it. Back in his rented house, Jiang Chen felt different from before when he got off work. Previously, he would play games and watch videos after work, and the day would pass by. The thought of going to work the next day would make him feel like dying, wishing for the world to end quickly. Now, he was looking forward to tomorrow. It felt like life was finally on the right track. He bought 2 of the latest smartphones online, directly filling in his home address, which would also be a surprise for his parents when they arrived. Before going to sleep, he made a video call to Lin Rixin. When Lin Rixin's beautiful face appeared on the screen with a happy smile, she said, "Baby, you finally remembered me. Why did you call me? Do you miss me?" Seeing her smile, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile too and replied, "Yes." Facing girls, Jiang Chen wasn't good with sweet words, so he just smiled and said yes. But this affirmative answer immediately made Lin Rixin even more happy and smiling. "Hee hee. I miss you too. I'll come find you after finishing this movie." Jiang Chen nodded. "Okay, when are you coming?" "There are still more than 10 scenes to shoot, need to go to different places, probably another 2 weeks." "Hee hee. I can't wait to see you." In the video, Lin Rixin is wearing the costumes and makeup from the drama, which is a palace period drama. Jiang Chen feels that she is like a princess in an ancient palace, so noble and magnificent. Behind her, the crew is filming, with many staff and cameras. "Are you still filming so late?" "Yes, actors also work very hard. Woo-woo-ha. When you come, I'll give you a good massage to relieve your fatigue." "No, you're bad, ha ha ha." After chatting for a while, the crew called Lin Rixin over to shoot, and after sweetly kissing the screen, the two ended the call. Jiang Chen also entered a sweet dreamland with a good mood. The next morning at 8:30, Jiang Chen arrived at the company on time. At 8:50, Lu Xinche's car arrived. In addition to Lu Xinche, there was a young male driver and a young, beautiful, and slender female assistant, who was Lu Xinche's assistant. The car stopped at the entrance of Jiang Chen's company, and Lu Xinche asked the secretary to call Jiang Chen. The secretary's surname is AI, named AI Jingjing, who has been working under Lu Xinche for a long time. The two have no taboos in private conversations and can freely express their opinions. The driver is also a trustworthy young man who acts as if he hasn't heard anything you say and never talks about it outside. Wearing high heels and a professional skirt, Ai Jingjing opened the car door and got out of the car, while complaining to Lu Xinshi, President Lu, "This Jiang Chen is just a small salesperson, what can he talk about when he goes there? You have to personally come to pick him up. I think it's pointless for him to go, he won't be able to join the conversation at all." Lu Xinshi also didn't hold much hope for the outcome of Jiang Chen's negotiation. "I guess President Chen wants him to gain some experience by going with us. I don't expect him to achieve much, I just hope he doesn't say anything wrong and mess things up. Go call him, we'll be on the road soon, and I need to remind him a few things." Ai Jingjing closed the car door, walked towards the company in high heels. As soon as Ai Jingjing entered the office, her long legs and black stockings instantly attracted the attention of all male colleagues. "I am Vice President Lu's assistant Ai Jingjing, please come out. Jiang Chen, President Lu's car has arrived." Noticing everyone's gaze, Ai Jingjing seemed accustomed to it. Jiang Chen came out. Having seen beauties like Lin Rixin, Jiang Chen felt that Ai Jingjing was just average, although pretty and with a good figure, she was still far behind Lin Rixin. "Assistant Ai, hello, I am Jiang Chen." Ai Jingjing glanced at Jiang Chen, didn't say anything, and led Jiang Chen outside to get into Lu Xinshi's car. As the car started, Lu Xinshi exchanged a few polite words with Jiang Chen, then went straight to the point. "Jiang Chen, this negotiation, we should be cautious. Mr. Wu, the general manager, has a very bad temper. He is the deputy general manager of Longhai Group, the third in command of the group. It was not easy for us to arrange a meeting with him, usually, he only talks to his subordinates. Mr. Wu has the power to make final decisions and can directly reject this cooperation. He is especially good at setting traps in the details for us. You are still young and somewhat inexperienced, so you must be careful with your words, don't say anything wrong. In short, our goal this time is not to finalize everything at once, even a small progress would be good." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "They don't want me to speak, huh? And why are you guys so slow in handling things? Aren't social elites supposed to pursue efficiency?" However, Jiang Chen just thought about it in his heart without saying it out loud. He jokingly said, "I was hoping to settle it all at once and come back for a promotion." Lu Xinshi just smiled. The two of them didn't say much in the car, but Lu Xinshi gave some instructions, mainly hinting for Jiang Chen to speak less. Jiang Chen could understand this. After all, he was just a junior salesperson, and it was only because of his sister Chen Bingfei that he could participate in this negotiation. It was normal for Lu Xinshi not to believe in his business abilities. Jiang Chen didn't say much more, just nodded in agreement. But how to perform in the end would depend on the specific situation. When they arrived at the place, it was a tea house. They waited for nearly an hour before the other party's Mr. Wu arrived. This Mr. Wu's name was quite interesting, called Wu Baoxiong. Upon seeing him, Jiang Chen felt that he was more like a little bear rather than a fierce bear. He was in his 40s, not tall, around 1.6 meters, with a flat head, wearing glasses, not fat but with a slightly bulging belly. Mr. Wu also brought two people, a man and a woman. Jiang Chen felt that they looked shrewd, with a hidden cunning behind their smiling faces, making them seem difficult to deal with. Lu Xinshi immediately got up to welcome them. After shaking hands and exchanging a few pleasantries, they all took their seats. The waiter poured tea for everyone, then left and closed the door. After drinking a few sips of tea, they gradually began to get to the point. Of course, the main conversation was between Lu Xinshi and Mr. Wu. Their assistants supplemented with corrections and details to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Jiang Chen remained silent, unable to interject, unsure of what to say. Jiang Chen felt that Lu Xinshi's concern for him was unnecessary. Even if he was asked to speak, he wouldn't know what to say. Also, Mr. Wu's attitude was very tough, not willing to compromise on some points. In the end, when Lu Xinshi wanted to say something else, Mr. Wu stood up directly and said, "Let's not talk anymore. We've been negotiating for so long and still haven't reached an agreement. I don't think we need to continue in the future. You, Bingfei, can keep those patents. Technology evolves, and the advantages of those patents will soon be lost. I don't think you have really thought it through." With that, he prepared to leave. Lu Xinshi felt doomed at that moment. The cooperation was about to fall apart because of him. This couldn't entirely be blamed on him. There were some non-negotiable conditions, and Chen Bingfei was adamant. It was challenging for him to negotiate. The other party also refused to budge on these conditions, making this negotiation destined to fail. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Xinshi was responsible for this from the beginning. Now that it had failed, he would have to bear the consequences. This was a heavy burden to carry. If this cooperation couldn't be achieved, it would mean the company losing a crucial development opportunity. Given the current situation, finding such an opportunity again would be extremely difficult. It could affect the lifeline of the entire company in the future. Lu Xincher wanted to make one last attempt, Mr. Wu. But Wu Baoxiong didn't stop and had already reached the door. At this point, Lu Xincher didn't want to say anything more. It was evident that the other party had lost interest in cooperation, and saying anything more would be futile. He had already accepted the failure of this negotiation in his heart. Just then, Jiang Chen stood up. He, who had been silent all along, called out to Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu, I would like to talk to you alone. Could you spare me a minute? Just 1 minute. When Wu Baoxiong heard a voice that wasn't Lu Xincher's, he turned around and saw Jiang Chen, who had been silent until now. This piqued Wu Baoxiong's curiosity. Initially, Jiang Chen introduced himself simply as salesman Jiang Chen. In addition, he has been silent all the time, so Wu Baoxiong has been ignoring him. It is speculated that he may be a relationship seeker here to gain experience. But unexpectedly, the negotiation broke down in the end, and he only asked for a minute from himself. What can be done in a minute? Can you talk endlessly? He was curious about what this young salesman would say to him in 1 minute. Wu Baoxiong stopped, nodded with interest, and glanced at his watch. Alright, I'll give you a minute to see what tricks you can come up with. With that, he asked the two people behind him to wait outside the door, while he himself sat back in his previous seat. Lu Xincher was a bit dumbfounded. What was going on? AI Jingjing was also puzzled. Jiang Chen glanced at the two of them, meaning it was clear, asking them to go out and wait, as he had just said he wanted to talk alone. Lu Xincher couldn't figure out what Jiang Chen wanted to do, but since the negotiation had already broken down, he let it go. He took AI Jingjing out and closed the door, standing outside waiting. After closing the door, the two of them looked at each other, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. At the same time they closed the door, Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and Wu Baoxiong. Change it to close friends. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. No, the more friends, the easier things are to handle. Well, something like that. Friends can talk things out. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't change to just ordinary friends, but close friends. What does it take to be considered close friends? It has to be a deep and trustworthy relationship to be considered close friends. Ding, relationship modification successful, current relationship, close friends. After that, Wu Baoxiong looked at Jiang Chen with a different look in his eyes. Jiang Chen, I thought you didn't recognize me as an old friend just now when you didn't say a word. Jiang Chen also laughed. Where, just now it was a work situation, now I'm asking you to stay and talk. Wu Baoxiong laughed. So you're a salesman for this company? I didn't know before, I just knew you were in business. Why did you come today? Jiang Chen said, actually, the boss of this company is my sister, I came to facilitate this cooperation. Wu Baoxiong, upon hearing this, said directly, so it's your own family, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have the contract? Bring it. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. What do you need the contract for? Wu Baoxiong straightforwardly said, to sign it. Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. No, aren't we going to discuss it further? Wu Baoxiong said, discuss what? We'll go with what you say. Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Is this close friend a bit too close? Jiang Chen asked, don't you want to discuss it further? Going along with what I say, won't you be at a disadvantage? Wu Baoxiong replied, what disadvantage? This cooperation is a win-win, we all make money together. I didn't want to talk just now because I felt Chen Bingfei's attitude was too tough. Sending a vice president, this will work, that will work, just to show my displeasure. Now it's fine, as long as you step in, everything will be fine. Jiang Chen thought about it, even if it's a close friend, if you present a contract that clearly disadvantages the other party, they definitely won't sign it. If that were the case, Wu Baoxiong might turn his face on the spot, and the close friend relationship would end directly. The friendship boat would capsize directly. Then, Wu Baoxiong said, however, I have one request. What request? You must be the person in charge of this cooperation, I won't sign with anyone else. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Outside, the four people listened to the laughter inside, all looking puzzled. Soon after, Jiang Chen opened the door and asked Lu Xincher, Mr. Lu, do you have the contract with you? Lu Xincher looked puzzled. What do we need the contract for? Jiang Chen said, the cooperation is settled, Mr. Wu said to sign the contract directly. Lu Xincher's face was full of shock and confusion. AI Jingjing beside him was even more puzzled. Is this Jiang Chen? For real? Lu Zong has been negotiating for so long without success, and Jiang Chen managed to seal the deal in just 1 minute? How did he do it? Amidst the shock, Lu Xinche quickly asked AI Jingjing to bring the contract. Regardless of how he negotiated, as long as the contract was signed, in black and white, wouldn't it be considered done? Xiao AI, hurry up, bring the contract. AI Jingjing, still in shock, heard Lu Xinche calling her and was taken aback, saying, Lu Zone, I didn't bring the contract. Lu Xinche almost panicked when he heard this. How could you not bring the contract for the negotiation? AI Jingjing felt wronged, thinking to herself, you didn't ask me to bring the contract either. The contracts we had were never agreed upon, it was just for fun. Why bring them? Who knew that after all this time, he would directly sign our contract? But she dared not say it out loud, so she can only look at Lu Xinche with a sense of grievance. At this moment, Jiang Chen intervened. How about this, I'll go talk to Wu Zong, we'll draft a contract to present to him, both parties can confirm it again, and if there are no issues, we can sign it. Lu Xinche nodded, alright, let's do that. Jiang Chen went into the room and had a brief conversation with Wu Baoxiong, who naturally agreed. The two of them left the room, and Wu Baoxiong warmly bid farewell to Jiang Chen, appearing to have a very good relationship. This left Lu Xinche and AI Jingjing even more puzzled. The two people brought by Wu Baoxiong also had many doubts in their hearts. After seeing off Wu Baoxiong, Lu Xinche couldn't wait and immediately curiously asked, Jiang Chen, what did you discuss with Wu Baoxiong in just 1 minute? That made him agree to cooperate so readily. And his sudden change in attitude towards you. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly. I didn't say much, just made him believe that cooperating with us would bring him huge profits and made him believe in the strength of my product. Lu Xinche was stunned. Isn't that what I've been talking about all along? With Jiang Chen's approval, Lu Xinche directly took Jiang Chen back to the headquarters. This cooperation was negotiated by Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen had to be present when drafting the contract. Finally, based on Jiang Chen's suggestion, the terms of the contract were finalized. Both parties established a new company, with each contributing 50%, where Bingfei held 51% of the shares and Longhai Household Chemicals held 49%. Production would be handled by Bingfei, while the rest would be managed by Longhai Household Chemicals. The new product would be labeled as a joint production of Bingfei and Longhai Household Chemicals. After sending the contract over, Wu Baoxiong replied directly, agreed. He also mentioned that he was indeed busy that day, but the next morning, he would personally come to the Bingfei headquarters to sign the contract. Additionally, he added, Jiang Chen must be present, he would only sign with Jiang Chen, not with anyone else. After receiving the definite reply, Lu Xinche was overjoyed. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you are truly our company's lucky star. You must come tomorrow. The signing of this contract will depend on you in the end. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. After everything was settled, Lu Xinche insisted on personally escorting Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen said it was unnecessary, but Lu Xinche disagreed and insisted on seeing him off personally. In the end, Jiang Chen had to agree and let Lu Xinche take him back to the branch office. After getting off the car, Lu Xinche didn't forget to say, tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up, just wait for me. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, alright. Back at the company, colleagues were still clueless about what was happening, only teasing Jiang Chen, wow, Jiang Chen, now the CEO personally picks you up and drops you off. What did you do with Lu Zong today? Jiang Chen didn't say much, just replied, I'll tell you tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Xinche promptly picked up Jiang Chen and took him to the headquarters. Wu Baoxiong also arrived early, just at 9 o'clock, and people were already downstairs. Seeing Jiang Chen present, Wu Baoxiong wasted no time and signed the contract directly. That day, a legend spread throughout the company that Vice President Lu Xinche had been negotiating a cooperation for over a month without success, but Jiang Chen managed to close the deal in just 1 minute. Upon hearing this news, Chen Bingfei was extremely happy. She immediately called for a meeting. During the meeting, all company executives unanimously decided that in the future, Jiang Chen would receive a 10% share of the profits generated by this new company. Jiang Chen was shocked to hear this news. How much money would that be? This time, each party invested 10 million yuan. How much money would they make in the end? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out, but he felt like he might be on the verge of getting rich. After everything was done, Jiang Chen didn't let Lu Xinche drive him back. He took a taxi to the branch office. While in the car, Jiang Chen looked out at the city through the window and realized how impressive his accomplishment was, feeling a surge of happiness from within. A song was playing on the radio in the car, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but sing along. A person as outstanding as me should have a brilliant life. The driver, seeing Jiang Chen's joyful expression, couldn't help but joke, brother, did something good happen to you? It was nice to have someone to share with, so Jiang Chen told him about signing a multi-million contract that day and how he would receive annual bonuses in the future. The driver was so surprised that he almost drove the car into a ditch. Jiang Chen quickly steadied the driver and told him to hold the steering wheel properly. Why are you so surprised? Don't you believe me? The driver said, I don't doubt your ability to close a multi-million contract, I just can't believe that someone who closes such big deals would ride in my car. Ha ha. Both of them laughed. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Chen gave the driver 200 yuan as a tip on top of the 49 yuan fare. He was now considered wealthy and made everyone around him happy. The driver was touched and said, Thank you, brother. Nowadays, there are not many people like you who are capable and kind-hearted. The more capable people are, the more ruthless they become. After the driver left, Jiang Chen pondered his words and felt a sense of emotion. He had this powerful system now, and everything he did was smooth sailing. Should he use this ability to help many people in need? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Although he had accomplished a few things, he still lived in a 500 yuan rental house and rode an electric tricycle. Helping others would have to wait until he further developed himself. Moreover, he had only recently obtained this system and didn't know if it would suddenly disappear one day or stop working. The system seemed to sense Jiang Chen's thoughts, and its voice echoed in his mind, Host, rest assured, the system is bound to you and will not leave or malfunction. This system is forever trustworthy. Additionally, a friendly reminder, the host has not yet discovered the true power of this system, and has only used some basic functions. Everything needs to be explored by the host, and I will always be with you. But why me? Why does a system really exist in the world? Is it advanced technology? Alien life? All will be answered. Until you fully explore all the functions of this system, you will know. Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Isn't what I'm using all the functions of the system? What is the truly powerful aspect of the system? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. But Jiang Chen believed that just like reading a book multiple times reveals its meaning, using the system might suddenly reveal its true power one day. Some things, the more you ponder, the less likely you are to come up with a result, so just let it be. Back at the company, when his colleagues saw him return, they curiously asked, Jiang Chen, what big thing did you go do? I saw Manager Lu personally come to pick you up twice. You said yesterday you'd tell us today, so now it's time to spill the beans. Jiang Chen shared with everyone with a smile. What else could it be? We're salespeople, of course. I went to discuss business. Manager Lu personally came to pick you up. What big business were you discussing? Let me tell you, it's a multi-million-dollar project. Wow, multi-million dollars. Colleagues were shocked. Did you seal the deal? Yes, I did. I went there today, signed the contract directly, and came back as soon as it was signed. Colleagues exclaimed, Oh my God, how much commission is that going to be? In the afternoon, an email from headquarters was sent out, and the entire company received it. From now on, Jiang Chen was officially promoted to the general manager of the branch. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw this news. Wasn't he supposed to be promoted to the manager of the business department? How did he directly become the general manager of the branch? Does that mean he's now the big boss of this branch? You see, the branch also has several departments, each with a manager, and now the entire branch is under his control. Colleagues received this news and sent their congratulations. Congratulations! Congratulations on your promotion to general manager, Jiang. Zhang Yuan also personally came over to congratulate Jiang Chen. Congratulations, being promoted to general manager in your 20s, your future is limitless. Jiang Chen could feel that Zhang Yuan was genuinely happy for him. However, there was a hint of loneliness hidden in his smile. When Jiang Chen first joined the company, he was considered his apprentice. Now, as Jiang Chen's position skyrocketed like a rocket, and at the age of 34, he was still the lowest-ranking salesperson. As the breadwinner of the family with a large household to support, where does his future lie? Jiang Chen sensed his loneliness but didn't say anything at the time. After responding with a smile to everyone, Jiang Chen walked out of the office. Wang Sili's office was now empty, and it would be his office in the future. Several managers from other departments were helping to clean up and rearrange things for Jiang Chen. When they saw him, those managers greeted Jiang Chen with smiles, saying words like congratulations and take care. Jiang Chen just smiled and nodded in response. In fact, Jiang Chen's mind was not entirely focused on the company. As a man with a system, Jiang Chen didn't want the company to constrain him. Now that he had the title of general manager, it was enough for him. He needed to find an assistant to handle the company's affairs in the future, so he could just be a figurehead. As long as he received his salary and bonuses monthly, it would be fine. But he didn't have a suitable candidate at the moment, and the person he trusted most in the entire company was Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan was a bit too honest, and he might not be able to take on such a position all at once. He walked to the window in the corridor, took out his phone, and dialed Chen Bingfei's number. After the call connected, Chen Bingfei's friendly voice came through the phone. "Little brother, are you satisfied with the position your sister arranged for you? Now the branch belongs to you, and no one can bully you anymore." Jiang Chen was somewhat grateful to this sister, who had been really good to him and made him feel cared for. As an only child, he had longed for a sister for a long time, and now his previous dream had come true. "Thank you, sister, I am very satisfied. But sister, I have a small request." "What request? Tell me, and I will fulfill it, little brother. I'm afraid I won't be able to manage your company all at once. I need an assistant. I'm the general manager now, so it's not too much to have a deputy general manager under me, right?" Chen Bingfei replied with a smile. "Sure, you have the final say in the branch. You can arrange whoever you want." "No, it's not that there isn't a suitable candidate. Why don't you arrange one for me? I trust whoever you arrange." After thinking for a moment, Chen Bingfei nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange an assistant for you. I'll have her come over this afternoon." "Great, thank you, sis. You're so sweet. He. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen returned to the business department and called out Zhang Yiwen. "Jiang Chen, from now on I'll have to call you General Jiang." Jiang Chen still called him by his previous name, Brother Zhang. "You can still call me Jiang Chen in private. You were the one who guided me when I first joined the company. You were so good to me. I remember that. Once I threw a tantrum, you were afraid I would be punished, so you covered for me by working overtime." Zhang Yiwen smiled awkwardly. "That's all in the past, why bring it up? Back then you had just joined the company, you were young and it wasn't easy. Brother Zhang, I admire your character and your abilities, so I'm entrusting you with the position of manager of the business department. Your whole family relies on you, you've been through a lot. When you become a manager in the future, your income will be higher and life will be better." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiwen immediately showed a happy expression on his face, followed by some emotions, his eyes slightly red. "Jiang Chen, thank you. I don't know what to say," Zhang Yiwen said as he took off his glasses, lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. "Just focus on your work in the future, rest assured, no matter what problems you encounter, I will help you." After saying that, seeing Zhang Yiwen struggling to hold back his tears, he turned and left. Behind him, Zhang Yiwen wiped his eyes with his sleeve, happily walking towards the restroom. Less than 2 hours later, a woman arrived at the company. The woman had a melon seed face, with very distinctive features, sporting a neat short haircut, dressed in a white shirt and a black female suit, with a very graceful figure. She looked young, in her 20s, with an expressionless face. The woman entered the company and knocked on Jiang Chen's office door. At that time, Jiang Chen was lying comfortably in his chair playing a mobile game. The office window overlooked the park outside, with a beautiful view, and the chair was made of leather and reclined. Jiang Chen had just cursed Wang Xili for being such a hedonist. Then he lay back in his chair, looking at the beautiful scenery outside, and started playing with his phone. Just as he had been promoted to general manager, he felt a bit nervous when he heard someone knocking on the door. Jiang Chen quickly straightened his chair, sat up straight, turned off his phone, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The woman opened the door and walked in. "General Jiang, I am Li Yan, the assistant sent by General Chen Bingfei to assist you. Nice to meet you." Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought to himself, "I wanted to find an assistant to be able to relax and be a figurehead. Why did they send such a young person? But she's quite good looking. Wait, what's the use of being good looking? Being able to handle company matters well and relieve my worries is the key." Looking at the expressionless Li Yan, who exuded a sense of competence from head to toe, Jiang Chen asked tentatively, "Did General Chen tell you what job you would be doing before sending you here?" Li Yan replied seriously, "Yes, he told me to be your assistant and also serve as the deputy general manager of the branch." "Oh." Jiang Chen nodded. "Could you show me your resume?" Jiang Chen was just curious, nothing more. Li Yan, who was also in her 20s, was able to gain Chen Bingfei's approval and assistance as her deputy, which definitely indicates that she is a talented elite. Taking a look at her resume was out of curiosity, but also to better understand this assistant. Li Yan replied, "I came in a hurry today and didn't bring my resume. I'll give it to you tomorrow." "Okay," Jiang Chen nodded readily. "I'll have someone arrange an office for you." However, Li Yan said, "I would like to share an office with General Jiang. It would be much more convenient for work." Jiang Chen hesitated immediately. If they shared an office, it wouldn't look good if she caught him playing games. It would damage his reputation as the general manager. Li Yan seemed to sense Jiang Chen's concerns and said, "General Jiang, do you have any concerns? Feel free to speak up. Maybe I can help you resolve them." In the end, Jiang Chen couldn't come up with a reason to refuse her, so sharing an office it was, indeed, quite convenient. As for playing games, if he wanted to play, could she really stop him? With this in mind, Jiang Chen agreed. Li Yan, go call all the managers and supervisors from our branch offices to the meeting room. I'll hold a meeting for everyone. Okay. 10 minutes later, everyone had arrived, and Jiang Chen led Li Yan into the room. The meeting was actually just for everyone to get to know Li Yan, so that in the future, if there were any troubles, they would seek Li Yan's help instead of bothering him. Of course, that wasn't how it was phrased, but that was the gist of it. After the meeting, Jiang Chen left work directly. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaving work early felt great. Being able to leave work whenever he wanted, come to work whenever he wanted, without worrying about criticism or deductions from his salary, it couldn't be better. Stepping out of the company, Jiang Chen felt completely free. Riding his electric tricycle back home, Jiang Chen planned to research some system-related matters. He also wanted to figure out a way to make some money, a very simple and unadorned dream. It would be best if it was something similar to the last time he reported a wanted criminal, quick money and legitimate work without any legal risks. That would be ideal. Also, his electric tricycle should retire with honor. After all, he was a general manager. Riding an electric tricycle was a bit embarrassing for both himself and the company. Jiang Chen decided to buy a car for himself. However, he hadn't decided on the specific type of car yet. Back in his rental apartment, looking at his small rental place, Jiang Chen thought about making more money and directly buying a villa to live in. He didn't like high-rise buildings. As a child from the countryside, he preferred living in a rural area with a small courtyard or in a villa with a garden. It would be even better if he could grow some vegetables in the garden, cucumbers in the summer, radishes, and Chinese cabbage in the winter. Of course, he would also have 2 apple trees, his favorite fruit. This scene truly matched his ideal home in his mind. Lying on his bed, Jiang Chen thought about ways to make money while browsing the news on his phone. Recently, there was a major local news story that had attracted a lot of attention, catching Jiang Chen's interest. Jiang Chen clicked to read more. The gist of the story was as follows. An elderly person in the city, without children, already 84 years old, suffering from heart disease, was currently in a coma in the hospital, with a very precarious health condition and not much time left. The elderly person had an estate worth over 100 million, with no one to inherit it. 3 days ago, when he was conscious, facing reporters, he clearly stated that after his death, he would donate his entire estate to the local foundation for charity purposes, to benefit his hometown. However, he didn't specify who the donation would go to, and due to his poor health, he was rushed to the emergency room. Until now, it had been 3 days. The elderly person was successfully resuscitated and his life was temporarily saved, but he remained in a coma. The hospital was also unsure if he would wake up. He might never wake up again. There are 3 relatively large foundations in the local area, and they were already fighting over the inheritance before the old man passed away. They all claimed that the inheritance should be managed by their own foundation. It even led to an ugly incident where over a dozen staff members from the 3 foundations got into a fight outside the old man's hospital room, which was criticized by numerous netizens. Eventually, the 3 foundations reached an agreement to split the old man's inheritance after his passing. Originally, this matter seemed to have ended like this. Even if there were doubts and criticisms from the outside, it would not affect the distribution of the inheritance. However, this morning, one of the foundations suddenly had its dark secrets exposed online, with evidence showing that this foundation was not qualified to share the old man's inheritance. Subsequently, the other 2 foundations were also exposed, and they agreed to reveal evidence showing that they, along with the first foundation, were all involved in shady dealings. Netizens were furious, but they could not stop the unfolding of events. Jiang Chen exclaimed after reading, "Wow, this is more exciting than a TV drama." Following that, a breaking news update just came in and the old man had woken up. Currently, the leaders of the 3 foundations are entering the hospital room to communicate with the old man. However, the old man remains silent when faced with the leaders of the 3 foundations and has not made a statement yet. After reading the news, Jiang Chen put down his phone. In the past, Jiang Chen would have just silently followed such news, maybe leaving a few comments and likes, not even bothering to comment, because he couldn't influence the outcome of things. But this time, Jiang Chen suddenly had a different idea. A bold idea. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chen's blood rush to his head, making his face feel warm. He wanted to fulfill the old man's wish, to truly benefit the local community with his inheritance, instead of being divided among the foundations full of scandals. Now he had the ability to do all this. As for these 3 foundations, Jiang Chen would investigate them later to see if those scandals were true. What he needed to do now was to secure this inheritance first. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen opened the news again and found a photo of the old man lying on the hospital bed. System, change the relationship between me and him. Okay, what relationship would you like to change it to? Jiang Chen saw the relevant information about the old man in the news. His last name was Gon, named Gon Xiuqing, a former Chinese language teacher. After retiring, he had been dedicated to literary creation, earning his fortune through the royalties and fees from his books. Among his works was one that Jiang Chen had read, titled One Grass, Two Trees, which depicted the deep sibling bond and tragic life experiences of a brother and sister. Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable after reading it for a long time. So the author is right beside me. Oh my god. Through this work, Jiang Chen greatly admired the old man. He was a teacher before, and I've read his work, so let's change me to his student. The system reminded, are you sure? If you want to inherit the estate, it's better to change it to a relative. Jiang Chen shook his head. The old man clearly has no relatives, and suddenly having a relative appear now will definitely raise suspicions. With this matter blowing up so big, there will surely be investigations, so it's safer to go with the teacher-student relationship. Jiang Chen thought that by first meeting the old man as a student, he could stabilize the situation and then adapt as needed. If the student identity didn't work out, he could change it to a relative later. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, teacher and student. After making the change, Jiang Chen immediately left the house, called a ride from his phone, and rushed to the city's first hospital where the old man was located. In the hospital, on the hospital bed, Gon Xiuqing held a pen in his hand, with the leaders of the three foundations presenting a will in front of him. The will stated that the inheritance would be divided among the three foundations. As soon as he signs, the will takes effect immediately. On the side, several journalists are witnessing and recording the entire event. Gon Xiuqing held the pen and hesitated to sign, as if he knew something about these three foundations. However, even if he doesn't sign, the inheritance will remain the same after his death. I might as well sign it, so I can die in peace, he thought. Gon Xiuqing's pen moved towards the paper, and a hint of smile uncontrollably appeared on the faces of the foundation's people. But at that moment, Gon Xiuqing seemed to remember something. He put down the pen. I refuse to sign this will. I want to designate an heir, who is one of my students. When these words were spoken, the people from the foundation were dumbfounded. A foundation man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses asked, Gon, didn't you agree to donate? Why the sudden change of heart? Gon Xiuqing spoke slowly and firmly, I did mention donation, but I didn't say it was to you. Besides, this is my inheritance, and I have the right to decide whether to donate or not. The man with gold-rimmed glasses became angry. What do you mean by that? Are you saying we are not qualified to handle your inheritance? Gon Xiuqing, a dying man, of course wouldn't indulge him and replied directly, whether you are qualified or not, you know it best in your hearts. The man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at Gon Xiuqing strangely. This old man seems to know something. But anyway, he's almost dead, so who cares? He walked out of the ward in a bit of anger. The other foundation people also left. Several journalists stood at the door, wanting to come in and ask Gon Xiuqing some questions. But the nurse on the side stopped them. The patient needs rest, please leave first. The journalists hurriedly asked, Mr. Gon, may we ask who the student you mentioned is? Can you reveal some information about him? Have you changed your mind and decided not to donate your inheritance? Do you think there are problems with these three foundations, which is why you are giving up the donation? Gon Xiuqing shook his head and did not answer. The journalists were all driven out by the nurse, and the door was closed. The ward returned to silence. Gon Xiuqing lay on the hospital bed, looking at the leaves outside the window, letting out a sigh. The nurse asked, Mr. Gon, what are you sighing about? Gon Xiuqing just smiled, I wish I could be a tree in my next life. Then, Gon Xiuqing said, please bring me my phone, I want to make a call. Okay. The nurse brought Gon Xiuqing's phone, and he dialed a number. Hello, Lawyer Lu, I would like you to help me with the inheritance matters. The heir is one of my students, named Jiang Chen, a local. I will write a will, please pass it on to him. When Jiang Chen arrived at the hospital and just got out of the car, he received a call. Jiang Chen saw the incoming number, which was unfamiliar. Based on past experiences, Jiang Chen couldn't help but guess, could it be Gon Xiuqing calling me? Jiang Chen answered the call, hello? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, and Jiang Chen knew it wasn't Gon Xiuqing. The man on the phone said, is this Jiang Chen? Yes, who is this? I am Lawyer Lu Zhibua. Mr. Gon Xiuqing entrusted me to deliver his will to you. Can we meet? A will? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Nevertheless, he said, we can meet, when? Is now convenient? Where are you? I can come to you. Now. I'm at the first hospital. Where at the hospital? At the south gate. Lu Zhibua on the phone said, I happen to be at the hospital, I'll come out right away. Before long, a man in a black suit walked out of the hospital. Holding his phone, he approached Jiang Chen. He shook hands with Jiang Chen and straightforwardly said, "Let's talk about the will in my car." Jiang Chen replied, "I want to go in and see Teacher Gon first." Lu Zibo said, "You can't see him anymore, Mr. Gon has passed away." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "So fast?" Lu Zibo glanced back and saw several journalists walking towards them. He immediately said to Jiang Chen, "Journalists are coming, Mr. Gon doesn't want you exposed to the media, let's talk in the car." Jiang Chen also noticed the journalists. This was his first time seeing journalists in real life. "Okay," Jiang Chen nodded. The two avoided the journalists and went into a black car in the parking lot. Lu Zibao took out Gon Xiuqing's will and handed it to Jiang Chen. It was written simply, stating that all assets would go to Jiang Chen after his death. The old man's name was signed below. Jiang Chen opened his phone and saw the news of the old man's passing. Looking at the brief will, Jiang Chen felt as if Gon Xiuqing knew his time was near, so he wrote the will and signed it with his last breath. At that moment, Jiang Chen still had many doubts in his heart. Is my student identity so useful? We haven't even met, and he already made the will? Lu Zibao continued, "I will handle the follow-up procedures for you, Mr. Gon also said he hopes you will use half of the inheritance for the benefit of the local community, and the rest is up to you." Jiang Chen was puzzled and asked Lu Zibao, "Why did Teacher Gon leave the inheritance to me in the end, and ask me to use half for the local community? Does that mean, donating to those 3 foundations, I can't even use half of it for real work?" Lu Zibao shook his head and said, "I can't answer that question for you." He then handed a power of attorney to Jiang Chen, with Gon Xiuqing's signature on it. Lu Zibo said, "Sign here, this proves that the will has been handed over to you. I will contact you tomorrow after sorting out some of the procedures." Jiang Chen looked at the power of attorney, found it in order, and signed it. The next morning, Jiang Chen did not go to the company but, accompanied by Lu Zibao, accepted Gon Xiuqing's inheritance one by one. This included the top villa area in the county, Huaxian Garden Villa area, with a set of villas. The interior decoration of the villa was naturally elegant. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, it felt like stepping into a dream house. Some decorative designs were not overly extravagant, but the materials used were clearly expensive. Understated luxury was revealed. It was the style Jiang Chen liked. The yard also had a garden, with the flowers and plants well taken care of. Lu Zibo said, "Mr. Gon personally took care of this garden. Look at these flowers and plants, so well cared for. This is all the old man's effort." Jiang Chen nodded, "Yes, it's really nice." He secretly planned to plant radishes, cabbages, and fruit trees in the future. Although he respected Mr. Gon Xiuqing, he couldn't see these flowers and plants anymore, right? There were 2 cats in the house. One was a common calico cat, white, yellow, and black, quite cute. There was also a heterochromatic cat, a Shandong lion cat, with 1 blue eye and 1 yellow eye, white fur, extremely beautiful. Jiang Chen remembered that when he was young, there was a lion cat at his grandma's house, not only beautiful but also skilled at catching mice. Having one meant no mice would dare enter the yard. Jiang Chen had a good impression of both types of cats and decided to keep them both. In the garage, there was a black Gus sedan, as well as everything else in the house. In addition, there are also some savings certificates, cash, and the like, all of which belong to Jiang Chen. There are 8 savings certificates alone, each worth 10 million, totaling 80 million. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Wow, this old man only makes money and deposits it in the bank." After everything was done, Lu Zibo said, "From now on, all of this belongs to you, Mr. Gon only verbally expressed his hope that you would use half of the assets to benefit the local area. It was not written in the will, so the decision is still yours." Jiang Chen directly said, "That's no problem. Even if these assets amount to 1 billion, I will take out 50 million to benefit the local area, no problem at all. But the issue lies in how to benefit. I need to carefully consider. This will take some time." Lu Zibao nodded, "I thank you and Mr. Gon on behalf of the local people. Time is not an issue. Using such a large sum all at once may not be a good idea. Take it slow, as long as you have the intention, it's good." Lu Zibao's words were very reasonable, and Jiang Chen nodded. Afterwards, Lu Zibo left, exchanging contact information and saying that he could be contacted anytime. Jiang Chen saw him to the door, and after he left, Jiang Chen turned back to look at the villa. Only then did he feel extremely excited and thrilled. Jiang Chen ran around in the garden for a while, venting his excitement. Then he entered the house, looked around, exploring the luxurious villa as if searching for treasure. Gradually, he began to accept that all these things were now his. If you were to ask Jiang Chen which room in the villa he liked the most, he would say it was the study. The study's window faced the garden, offering a great view outside. In the room, there was a large brown wooden desk with a computer in the middle. It seemed that the old man also used a computer for writing. One wall of the study was filled with a large brown solid wood bookshelf, full of books. Jiang Chen sat at the desk, feeling as if he had become a writer. Enjoying the moment, Jiang Ling saw through the window a middle-aged woman entering the courtyard gate and walking towards the room. Jiang Chen knew who she was. Lu, the lawyer, had told Jiang Chen that Mr. Gon had a nanny, Aunt Li. She was responsible for coming to the house every day to feed the two cats while Mr. Gon was in the hospital. He had also informed Aunt Li that Jiang Chen was the heir. To avoid misunderstandings, he showed Jiang Chen a photo of Aunt Li, so Jiang Chen recognized her at a glance. Jiang Chen went out and greeted her first, saying, "Aunt Li, hello, I am Jiang Chen." Aunt Li's name was Li Kaihua, a local woman, 40 years old, who had been working as a nanny here for over 4 years. Seeing Jiang Chen, she was slightly surprised and with a slightly awkward smile said, "So you are Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young. I'm here to feed the cats, since you're here, I'll feed them this time and won't come again. I'll give you the keys later." Jiang Chen felt that Aunt Li had been doing well here for several years, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to stay for so long. He decided to keep her and experience what it was like to have a nanny taking care of him. After all, with such a big house, cleaning it alone would be exhausting. He also didn't want her to lose her job, so he said, "Aunt Li, I also need a nanny. Why don't you stay here and continue working? The salary and benefits will remain the same as before." Unexpectedly, Aunt Li was a bit nervous and said, "I used to serve Mr. Gon, who was an elderly person. I haven't worked as a nanny for young people like you before, and I don't understand the habits of young people. I don't know if I can meet your expectations." Jiang Chen could see that Aunt Li was a straightforward and honest local woman, like a typical one. Unlike nannies in big cities, she wasn't as calculating. You would have to be on guard with that kind of nanny. Jiang Chen said, "It's okay, you just cook, clean the room, and I will gradually tell you about my habits, and you will know them slowly." Aunt Li also couldn't bear to leave this job. After all, 6,000 a month was a decent salary for her. It's close to home, and she takes care of the house. If she leaves, she doesn't know where to find this kind of job. She smiled and agreed, "All right, I'll stay here. Feel free to point out any areas where I need to improve, and I will make corrections." Jiang Chen also smiled. Leaving aside other things, Aunt Li's work attitude was very good. "Aunt Li, you go feed the cat first, I'll go to the company." Aunt Li nodded. "Okay, will you be back for lunch and dinner? Do you want me to prepare meals in advance?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. I'll leave you my phone number. If I need meals prepared, I'll call you in advance." Aunt Li agreed, gave Jiang Chen her phone number, and after Jiang Chen noted it down, he took his car keys and drove off in the gust. You have to admit, driving this luxury car is quite different. Almost didn't know how to drive it. Jiang Chen sat in the car and checked his phone before driving off. Going from an electric tricycle to a gust, Jiang Chen was somewhat unaccustomed to the change. The transition was a bit too big. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, is this the power of the system? Who knew a teacher-student relationship could be so useful? It's simply amazing. Arriving at the company, Jiang Chen walked into his office. He wasn't here to work, but to find Li Yan. As his assistant, Jiang Chen only had her to rely on now, and there were some things he wanted to ask for her opinion on. When Li Yan saw Jiang Chen, she politely greeted, "Hello, General Manager Jiang." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing she was addressing him and quickly nodded. It seems he was still not used to his new identity as the general manager. Sitting at his desk, before he could speak, Li Yan approached and placed a resume in front of him. "General Manager Jiang, this is my resume, please take a look." Jiang Chen remembered mentioning this yesterday, and today she brought it over. He opened the resume. Wow! At first glance, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Being admitted to a top domestic university at the age of 10, and after graduation, obtaining several degrees in different majors from a famous foreign institution, and she was only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. What a genius she was, making others feel inferior. It's no wonder Chen Bingfei valued her so much. However, Jiang Chen felt that being a genius in one aspect didn't necessarily mean she excelled in other areas, so he would have to ask her about it later. As he continued reading, he saw that she had some achievements in the field of cosmetics. This was more professional. Specifically, Jiang Chen couldn't quite understand, as it was interspersed with some English names and professional jargon. Jiang Chen pretended to look through it and nodded approvingly. "Well, you are excellent." "Thank you," Li Yan replied calmly. But in her heart, she thought, she had never seen someone so calm after having their resume reviewed. Could General Manager Jiang be someone who hides his true abilities? Jiang Chen returned the resume to her, and Li Yan took it back to her seat. They were facing each other. After a while, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, Li Yan, do you do charity work? Li Yan looked puzzled. Charity work? Jiang Chen said, yes, for example, if you were given 50 million to benefit the local area, how would you use it? Li Yan asked, by local area, do you mean the city or the county? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Gan Xiuqing's intention should be the county, so he said, the county. Li Yan thought for a moment and replied seriously, there are many ways to benefit the public. For example, we can donate a portion to hospitals to purchase advanced equipment, so that local residents with certain illnesses can receive better treatment. We can donate to schools to provide free lunches for students, as they are in a period of growth and proper nutrition is beneficial for them. Or we can invest in physical projects to provide more job opportunities for local residents, and so on. 50 million is not a small amount, and several methods can be implemented simultaneously. Jiang Chen thought it was a good idea. Regardless, it could be considered fulfilling the wish of the elderly Gan Xiuqing. Since she understood, he didn't need to worry about it. Jiang Chen nodded and said, alright, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll transfer the 50 million to your account later. Li Yan was suddenly puzzled. Didn't you just say if earlier? This Jiang is 3 years younger than me. Can he really donate 50 million for charity all at once? This is too unbelievable. Li Yan was also unsettled. Jiang Chen casually said, there's no need for if, it's just 50 million, I don't mind using it for charity. Li Yan was even more shocked internally and unexpectedly felt a sense of admiration towards Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and it was a call from his mother. He walked out of the office, heading towards the company's entrance while answering the call. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chen's mother's voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen, a delivery person just delivered 2 phones. Did you buy them? It turned out the phones had arrived. Jiang Chen replied, yes, I bought them. I bought 2, one for you and one for Dad. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mother couldn't help but nag, you, always spending money recklessly. How much did you spend on them? Jiang Chen chuckled, not too expensive, a bit over 10,000 each, so a bit over 20,000 for both. Jiang Chen's mother almost lost it upon hearing this. Are you crazy, buying such expensive phones? We don't need them, return them quickly. Are you burning money or what? Jiang Chen continued to smile and said, it's fine, just use them. I'm quite wealthy now, I just donated 50 million. His mother immediately scolded him over the phone, get lost, boasting all day. Return the phones, we won't use them even if you buy us good ones, you know. Jiang Chen was speechless, but still continued, it's fine, just use them. I recently closed a big deal. The company not only promoted me but also gave me a one-time bonus of 150,000. I saved 10,000 for myself, spent 50,000, so you can use the phones without worry. This time, Jiang Chen's mother started to believe a bit and couldn't help but ask happily, really? What position are you promoted to now? I'm now a supervisor. I got promoted to a supervisor. Jiang Chen knew that if he said he was a general manager, his mother would accuse him of bragging. His mother was overjoyed. Great, work hard, I knew you could do it. Encouraged by his mother, Jiang Chen felt happy. His mother then asked, by the way, how are you and Lin Rixin doing? Are you two getting along well? We're doing well. She's currently filming, and when she's done, she'll come over, and I'll take her home. Good, good. When it came to Lin Rixin, Jiang Chen's mother was completely satisfied. After chatting a bit more about daily life, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Back in his office, Jiang Chen called Li Yan. Let's go, we're going to the bank. Li Yan asked, why are we going to the bank? Jiang Chen, of course, we're going to transfer the money. With such a large amount of 50 million, it's safer to transfer it at the bank. Really transfer it? Li Yan still couldn't believe it. Leaving the company, Li Yan took out a Mercedes car key. General Jiang, the company has provided you with a car. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, here is the car key. Jiang Chen took the key, glanced at it, casually put it in his pocket, and said, I'll just drive mine. He walked up to Gust and opened the car door, saying, get in. Li Yan got into the car, and Jiang Chen drove directly to the bank. Fortunately, the bank wasn't too busy, and they were done in no time. The 50 million was already in Li Yan's account. The teller who handled the transaction was shocked when she saw the amount. Jiang Chen even felt that her service attitude towards him had improved a lot. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Anyway, Jiang Chen, as the absentee shopkeeper, didn't worry about a thing. The money was transferred, and the rest was left to Li Yan to handle. Back in the office, Li Yan still felt a bit unreal. Do you think with such a large amount, Jiang Chen would worry about Li Yan running away with the money? Jiang Chen wasn't worried. She was so outstanding, and so young, she shouldn't ruin her own future for this money. Her family is also in this city, What would they do if she ran away? Unless she took her whole family abroad. Even then, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. With the system, would Jiang Chen have trouble finding her? Li Yan opened the computer and started writing a plan detailing where this money would be used, down to every penny. She wanted to plan ahead and be detailed. Jiang Chen didn't know what she was doing, he was thinking about some other things. This inheritance could be said to be all thanks to reading the news. It seems he should read more news in the future, there are great benefits. Also, the function of the system he used this time still didn't exceed the previous scope. What is the true ability of the system? Jiang Chen still couldn't figure this out. There was another thing. Jiang Chen planned to investigate those 3 foundations. Jiang Chen roughly thought of a specific way, which was to find a photo of their leader, modify a relationship that would make them trust, and make them confess the truth to him in person, whether those online scandals were true or not. If they were true, Jiang Chen would report them directly. However, when Jiang Chen opened his phone, he saw a news article. The police were investigating the 3 foundations. Jiang Chen still believed in the ability of the police, as long as they wanted to investigate, there was nothing they couldn't find. So Jiang Chen dismissed the idea of getting involved in this matter. He thought, let's leave it to the police. There was another news article with high popularity. The title was, Billionaire Gong Xiuqing's Inheritance, Inherited by a Mysterious Person. Jiang Chen clicked to read the article, which mentioned a student of Gong Xiuqing, and some interviews with Lu Zhibua, but other than that, there were no clues about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to him. Lawyer Lu did a really good job of keeping it confidential, very good. There were also a few photos, with reporters waiting outside the villa area, and they even captured the scene of Jiang Chen driving out in gust. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the car windows up, so his face couldn't be seen. Wow, it looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. After reading the article, Jiang Chen opened the comments section. The top comments were surprisingly supportive. Great! No matter who gets it, it's better than being divided by those 3 foundations. I can finally rest assured. I hope this wealth can be used for good, not betraying Mr. Don's wishes, truly benefiting his hometown. There were also some other styles of comments. Don't think too much upstairs. Do you think everyone is as noble as Mr. Gon? I'm willing to let him keep the money for himself, as long as those animals don't benefit. Mr. Gon doesn't seem that noble either. He only donated after he passed away. Why didn't he donate while he was alive? There's nothing for you to donate even if you die. He has a heart condition, no relatives, needs money to hire someone to take care of him, treat his illness. He donated while alive, would you go treat him? Or would you go be his caretaker? Where does he not need money for food, clothing, shelter, transportation? Do you believe I can break your keyboard through the internet? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Mr. Gon made many donations during his lifetime. I believe in Mr. Gon's character and his judgment. The heir he chose must be a good person. I am also a student of Mr. Gon, why wasn't I chosen as the heir? Go wash up and go to sleep upstairs. After reading various comments, Jiang Chen exited the news page with a smile on his face. Netizens always manage to amuse him. But thinking carefully, the old man's inheritance is 1 billion, he donated 50 million, it seems like he embezzled 50 million. Is this okay? I have a system now, can I do this? Jiang Chen asked Li Yan, how much money do you think we can earn in a year from the joint venture company with Longhai Chemical? Li Yan replied, it's hard to say, but I have great confidence in Longhai Chemical's operational strength. Jiang Chen continued, do you think I can earn 50 million in dividends with my 10% share in a year? Li Yan nodded, once this project develops in a year or 2, it will definitely be more than that. Jiang Chen was very happy. It's just 50 million, he can donate more in the future, he must never owe money to a deceased person, that's how particular he is. Sitting at his desk, Jiang Chen took out his phone. He had a group with a few classmates, just 4 people in the group, all of them were his closest friends. Now that he has become successful, he must show off to them first. Opening the group chat, Jiang Chen said, and everyone just casually donated 50 million, no ripples in my heart. The group responded, I donated a few billion last night, donated it to the wall. Doesn't it cost a lot of money to donate 50 million joy beans? No ripples in your heart. Does that mean you have no heartbeat? Hurry to the hospital. I believe in General Jiang, bet me 50 to see your strength. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at the screen of his phone. These teasing friends are still the same. Then he took a picture of his office and sent it over. When he took the picture, Li Yan happened to glance over. Jiang Chen quickly put down his phone. Wow, this is a bit awkward now. She won't think I'm secretly taking pictures of her, right? A good boss like himself, don't let her think he's a pervert. Fortunately, Li Yan continued working normally. The few people in the group chat saw Li Yan and started praising her. This young lady is beautiful. Do you have more pictures? Where did Jiang Chen find the picture? Tell me the website. General Zhang's office is really high-end. The secretary is so pretty. Can I bet 50 to see your strength? If the secretary has work, if not, then the secretary. Jiang Chen thought as he looked at his phone, you guys don't have any other skills, but you're really good at dirty talk. He said in the group chat, this is far from Lin Rixin. Lin Rixin is indeed the best. Lin Rixin is my goddess. Jiang Chen smiled and continued, Lin Rixin is already my girlfriend. That's great. I want to have the same dream tonight. If Lin Rixin is your girlfriend, I'm willing to recognize you as my godfather, then Lin Rixin will be my godmother. What are you trying to do? I just want a hug from mom. Everyone clearly knew Jiang Chen was joking, no one believed him. Jiang Chen said again, I'm not joking, I'm serious. I'm telling the truth, I really wanted to have this dream at night. Sob. I really regard you as my godfather. Jiang Chen typed with a smile, I'll show you next time. Then Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, they talked and chatted about playing games again. They all loved playing games, often played together, and also enjoyed watching matches. Finally, they talked about the female commentator in the match who was quite attractive, wishing they could meet her in real life. Without saying anything more, Jiang Chen closed his phone and walked outside. Li Yan, I'm going out for a while. Okay, General Jian. Driving his Gust car, Jiang Chen headed towards his rental house. He needed to pack some things to bring to the villa. Although he had money now, he still found his own used clothes and blankets the most comfortable. After the rent expired, he would give up this house. After packing up, Jiang Chen carried a suitcase downstairs. Unexpectedly, he ran into Wu Gang downstairs. Jiang Chen's first instinct was that Wu Gang wasn't there to see him, so he ignored him and walked ahead. But Wu Gang stopped him. Jiang Chen, I have something to show you. After saying that, he smirked as if he had caught something on Jiang Chen. What is it? Jiang Chen walked over. Wu Gang took out his phone and showed Jiang Chen. It was a photo of Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin sitting together in an electric tricycle. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had been secretly photographed. Are you following me? Wu Gang smirked triumphantly. He didn't expect that, did you? After I left that day, I arranged for someone to keep an eye on you. Do you think our matter is over? Let me tell you, it's not over yet. Jiang Chen thought to himself, this guy is really persistent. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so lenient last time. I should have not only smashed his car but also given him a beating. What do you want? What do I want? Lin Rixin is such a big star. If these photos were to be leaked online, it would cause quite a stir. If you don't want it to be exposed, it's simple, pay up. How much do you want? 5 million. Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Was this guy crazy to ask for 5 million up front? Even if he had the money, he wouldn't give it to him. He remembered his ex-girlfriend. Jiang Chen wished he could kill him. He had let him go once before, and now he had the nerve to come and threaten him. It was infuriating. Jiang Chen thought to himself that this guy probably didn't know he was wealthy now. In his eyes, he was still the poor guy living in a rental house for a few hundred yuan. You're asking for so much money, how do you expect me to have it? Wu Gang chuckled. I know you don't have it, but Lin Rixin surely does. A big star like her earns several billion in a year. 5 million is nothing to her. I think she definitely wouldn't want these photos to be exposed. After getting the money, guess what's the first thing I'll do? Jiang Chen ignored him, but Wu Gang continued on his own. The first thing I'll do after getting the money is to dump that gold-digging bitch Li Xian and find someone better. No! Fine 10. Ha. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt no anger in his heart. He had mentally sentenced Wu Gang to death. Who would be angry with a dead man? Murder was a big deal, but Jiang Chen decided to do it with the help of his system. Before having the system, Jiang Chen would never have had such thoughts, but now it was different. He could find a way to kill Wu Gang without taking any responsibility. Jiang Chen had once thought about what would happen if he gained superhuman abilities. The conclusion was that Jiang Chen didn't consider himself a good person. He would become a self-willed villainous superhero, unstoppable by any violence. Are there any other copies of these photos? No, I guarantee this is the only one. Once I receive the money, I will delete it immediately. 5 million, not a penny less, got it. Jiang Chen shook his head. You can send it, as long as you can send it out. Also, cherish the last moments of your life. With that, Jiang Chen walked away without looking back, dragging the suitcase behind him. Behind him, Wu Gang clearly did not anticipate this outcome. What did he mean by that? Is he threatening me? Am I being threatened back? He raised his phone high and shouted, "Don't go, I really sent it out." Jiang Chen still didn't stop, nor did he look back. Wu Gang followed him and saw Jiang Chen getting into a gust car, stepping on the gas pedal, the engine roaring as he drove away. Wu Gang was puzzled. Where did this kid get this car? Is he really not afraid of me sending it out? It doesn't make sense. Ha! Finally, Wu Gang made a decision. Damn it, I'll go back and post the photos online. Let's see how you deal with it. If you don't care, I don't believe Lin Rixin doesn't care. I have to mess up both of you. He returned to his car and drove towards his home. Jiang Chen drove back to the villa and went straight to the study. Closing the door, Jiang Chen turned on the computer and searched for a few photos of people. These people are all big shots in the current internet world. Each one is a person who can shake the internet world with just one step. The first one, President Ma. One by one, Jiang Chen used the system's function on the first person. Change the relationship between me and him to uncle and nephew. The system's pleasant voice sounded, ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, uncle and nephew. Then, Jiang Chen took out his phone and placed it on the table, waiting quietly. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds passed. Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number, then pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, sounding a bit excited and happy. Yes, who is this? Jiang Chen, it's your Uncle Ma. Can't even recognize my voice anymore. Have I not called you in a long time? I suddenly missed you today, so I called you. Are you doing well recently? If I don't call you again, will you forget about your uncle? Jiang Chen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed him. It seems that he has gradually mastered the correct usage of the system. He then restrained his expression and organized his language. Uncle Ma, I was just afraid you were busy. I was actually about to call you, but didn't expect you to call me first. Actually, I've encountered something recently and don't know what to do, so I wanted to ask Uncle Ma for help. Oh, what's the matter? We don't need to be polite as uncle and nephew, just tell me. Jiang Chen, hearing him say that, directly explained the situation. Actually, someone took some photos of me and a friend, including some private ones, and wants to expose them online, even threatening me to pay 5 million. The other party sounded slightly surprised. What kind of photos are worth 5 million? Jiang Chen didn't hide anything from him. He didn't need to conceal anything from him. It's photos of me dating Lin Rixin. Oh, so you're dating Lin Rixin? Good. I've met that girl Lin Rixin. She's a very nice girl. You have a sharp eye, haha. Uncle Ma, stop laughing and tell me if there's a way to solve this? Jiang Chen didn't expect President Ma to say directly, it's simple, I'll transfer 5 million to you later, you buy the photos and it'll be fine. It's not. Jiang Chen quickly explained, Uncle Ma, it's not about the money. That kid has a grudge against me, and I can't let him get any advantage. Oh, I see. Ma's thoughtful voice came through the phone, I'll find a way to help you. Do you know specific information about this person, like his name? His phone number or other communication app numbers? As long as we can locate this person, I can remotely control his phone, delete the photos inside, and filter through all his social media accounts to ensure that not a single photo gets uploaded online. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised to hear this. Ma could actually manage all his social media accounts. It seemed like he didn't need the other internet giants at all, just this one was enough. His name is Wu Gang, and I only know his license plate number, XIADD250. Alright, knowing this information is enough. Just wait for my call. With that, Ma seemed ready to hang up. Jiang Chen, however, curiously asked, Uncle Ma, would doing this violate any laws or something? Ma's laughter came through the phone, as long as he has clicked on the consent statement online. After saying that, he hung up. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Who hasn't clicked on a consent statement online? Who knows what's written in it? Such a long piece, probably 99% of people don't have the patience to read it all, they just click agree. But that's good, now Wu Gang is in trouble. Let's see how he posts things online. When Wu Gang returned home, he sat angrily on the chair, imagining Jiang Chen ignoring his threats and leaving in a cool manner. He was filled with anger. He took out his phone and looked at the secretly taken photos, thinking, I must show you some colors. He edited the photos into a short video, with some prominent words on the cover, Lin Rixin and Jiang Chen's secret meeting. Then he opened a popular short video app, selected the video, and clicked publish. As the video uploaded bit by bit, a cold smile appeared on Wu Gang's face. Jiang Chen, you will regret this. This video will definitely go viral. Let it go viral, and see what you can do. He watched as the upload reached 99% very quickly, about to reach 100%. But at that moment, inexplicably, it showed that the video upload failed. What's going on? Did the network disconnect? Wu Gang checked his phone's Wi-Fi, and it was connected. What's happening? Wu Gang tried to upload it again, but even stranger things happened. The video he had just edited was gone. Wu Gang was very puzzled. He opened the album, wanting to select photos to edit a new video. But even more surprisingly, damn, where are my photos? Wu Gang found that all the photos of Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin in his phone were gone. Hiss. This is so weird. Is this damn phone malfunctioning? He opened WeChat and found the chat history with Li Daming. These photos were the ones he had asked Li Daming to secretly take. Later, Li Daming sent the photos to him via WeChat. Although they were no longer in the phone's album, they should still be in the chat history. But when he looked at the chat history, he found that all the photos in the chat records had disappeared too. Wu Gang felt something was not right. What's going on? Is there a virus in the phone? He quickly called Li Daming, and after a moment, the call connected. Hey, Daming, you didn't delete the photos you took that day, right? Quickly send them to me again. Li Daming's honest voice came through the phone. I didn't delete them, they are still on my phone. Didn't I already send them to you, bro? I don't know what happened, all the photos are gone, please send them to me quickly. Okay, I took the photos with my phone, they are in the album, I'll send them to you now. But gang, don't forget your promise, you said you would share half of the money you extort from them with me. Wu Gang sounded impatient. Got it, I'll ask for 50,000, give you 25,000, but that kid Jiang Chen doesn't agree, I plan to expose the photos. Li Daming was very worried. Don't expose them, gang. If we expose them, we won't get the money. Wu Gang was getting annoyed now. Money, money, money. All you care about is money. It's not about money now, it's about saving face. Understand? Li Daming saw Wu Gang getting angry and didn't say anything more. He was just a jobless drifter. Whenever Wu Gang had a big feast at a food stall, he would invite him, afraid of angering Wu Gang and losing the chance to eat at the food stall in the future. He just said, got it, gang, I'll send you the photos right away. But when he tried to open the album, he found that the photos in his album had also disappeared. Perplexed, he searched several times but couldn't find those photos. It was as if they had never been in his phone. Gang, you may not believe this, but the photos in my phone are also gone. What? Wu Gang stood there dumbfounded, deeply puzzled. At Wu Gang's request, Li Daming checked his phone over and over again, but could no longer find those missing photos. After hanging up the phone, Wu Gang mechanically repeated looking through his album and chat records, but like Li Daming, he couldn't find those photos anymore. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen soon received a call from Ma Zong. Jiang Chen, I've taken care of the matter for you, you don't need to worry about the photos anymore. It was resolved so quickly. Thank you, Uncle Ma. You're welcome. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. When you have time to visit Shenzhen, be sure to let me know. Okay, no problem. I'll let you know when I go. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Jiang Chen closed the photos of several other internet big shots on his computer. Then, Jiang Chen started thinking about how to kill Wu Gang. How can one kill a person while completely staying out of it? Can he establish a direct relationship with Wu Gang to lure him to his death? Or perhaps, use someone else to do the dirty work? After thinking about it, it seemed like there wasn't a good way. Using personal relationships to cause Wu Gang's death would eventually lead back to him. And Jiang Chen didn't want to use the system to kill Wu Gang through someone else's hands. That would make him a murderer. Meow meow, the sound of a cat came from outside the study. Jiang Chen temporarily stopped thinking, got up, opened the door, and two cats walked in. Jiang Chen wanted to hug them, but the two cats clearly were not familiar with him and avoided him. Whenever Jiang Chen approached, they would run under the table. Why are you running? I'm your owner now, come here and let me pet you. Obviously, the cats couldn't understand Jiang Chen's words and continued to avoid him. At that moment, Jiang Chen had a sudden idea. He asked in his mind, system, can this function be used on animals? Ding! You can give it a try. Jiang Chen stood up straight, looked at the two cats under the table, and silently said in his mind, change the relationship between me and them to owner and pet. The mischievous voice of the system sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Who is the owner and who is the pet? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. I am the owner. Ding! Relationship modified successfully. Current relationship, owner and pet. It really can be used on animals. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the system's functions were far more than what he had used before. But, what's the use of this? In the eyes of outsiders, these two cats were originally in a pet and owner relationship with Jiang Chen. Now, after being bound by the system, what effect would it have? Under the table, the two cats looked at themselves. Jiang Chen squatted down gently, reaching out his hand. Come here. At this moment, a miracle happened. Both cats obediently ran over, allowing Jiang Chen to stroke them. Ha, this is amazing. Jiang Chen happily petted the two cats, rubbing them for a while. The two cats also enjoyed it very much, even purring. The lion cat playfully held Jiang Chen's wrist and gently bit his finger. After having a good time, Jiang Chen stood up, realizing he still had important matters to attend to, and casually said to them, "Alright, go play outside." Jiang Chen noticed that both cats actually walked towards the door. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. Can they understand me? Stop. Jiang Chen commanded the two cats' backs. The two cats that were originally walking suddenly stopped, turned their heads to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tried to command again, turn left. This time, the two cats looked left and right, as if they didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that this command might be too complicated for cats. Cats don't understand the concept of left and right unless you point it out to them. Jiang Chen found a notebook in the drawer, tore out a blank piece of paper, crumpled it up, and threw it behind the two cats. The paper ball landed behind the cats. "Pick it up for me." This time, the two cats understood and immediately turned their heads to find the paper ball. The lion cat was the first to pick up the paper ball and quickly ran towards Jiang Chen. The other cat followed closely behind. The lion cat jumped onto the table and placed the paper ball in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen widened his eyes, shocked by the system's capabilities. He thought, is this the true ability of the system? It can be used not only on humans but also on animals. The system responded in his mind, "Congratulations on unlocking another part of this system's functions. There are even more powerful functions waiting for you to explore." More? Stronger? What exactly were they? Jiang Chen couldn't think of it for the time being. However, this function was enough for Jiang Chen to carefully explore and develop for a while. Next, he conducted some experiments on the two cats, wanting to see to what extent he could control them. The results of the experiment shocked him. He found that the way he commanded the cats didn't necessarily rely on language and actions. Even just a thought could manipulate the cat's commands. He could even close the door and control them from a far distance across the room. Jiang Chen hadn't figured out the specific maximum distance yet, but he managed to control the two cats to run out of the house from outside the villa. This is truly a powerful ability, he thought. At this point, he had already thought of a way to kill Wu Gang, and he would definitely not arouse any suspicion. He drove away from the villa. On a street, there was a garbage dump where two groups of stray dogs often fought and competed for territory. These dogs barked fiercely, especially when there were few people at night. One wouldn't dare to pass through alone. Jiang Chen's car parked on the side of the road. There were several stray dogs scavenging for food now. They seemed to be the victors of the war, having taken over this garbage station. Among them was a bald dog, all gray, with a bald spot on its head and a few bite marks on its face. It was the leader of the current group of stray dogs. One skinny yellow dog found a plastic bag with leftover chicken bones and started eating them. A bald dog noticed and immediately rushed over, biting the yellow dog and enjoying the delicious chicken bones. In the car, Jiang Chen silently used his system's ability in his mind. Change the relationship between me and them, owner and pet. I am the owner. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, owner and pet. Next, it was time for Jiang Chen to give them commands. With a single thought from Jiang Chen, the stray dogs all stopped their current actions and ran towards a distance ahead. Jiang Chen started the car and followed slowly. Wu Gang's store was inside a shopping mall, and Jiang Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot of the mall. Waiting quietly, Wu Gang's car appeared and parked not far ahead. Wu Gang got out of the car and closed the door. At this time, the stray dogs were scattered at the entrance of the parking lot. This was within Jiang Chen's controllable range of experimentation. As long as Jiang Chen had a thought now, the group of stray dogs would immediately rush in and bite Wu Gang to death. A miserable and satisfying death. But at this moment, Jiang Chen hesitated. He thought, do I really want to kill Wu Gang? Just then, a figure walked over. It turned out to be Li Xian. Jiang Chen watched as Li Xian walked towards Wu Gang and stopped in front of him. They said something, but Jiang Chen couldn't hear from inside the car. However, Wu Gang seemed annoyed, as if they were arguing. Wu Gang wanted to leave, but Li Xian grabbed his sleeve. Wu Gang got angry and shook off Li Xian. Then he slapped her in the face. Li Xian covered her face and started crying. Wu Gang pointed at her and started cursing loudly. Jiang Chen could hear the curses. He was cursing Li Xian, "You stinky B***tch, I don't want you at all. Get lost. You money-grubbing B***tch. There were some unclear words like buying bags, asking for money. It seemed like Li Xian was asking Wu Gang for money. As Wu Gang continued to curse, he started using his hands, punching and kicking Li Xian. He punched her in the face, knocking her to the ground, and then kicked her repeatedly. Wu Gang was already filled with anger because of the photo incident earlier, and now he vented it all on Li Xian. A car had passed by and witnessed the scene, but it didn't stop. However, after the car left, Jiang Chen saw two mall security guards running towards the entrance. At this point, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He commanded the stray dogs in his mind, rush in, bite Wu Gang to death. The security guards had heard that someone was fighting in the underground parking lot, so they hurried over. But as they ran towards the scene, they suddenly heard barking behind them. Woof 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 woof. A group of stray dogs ran towards them. The two security guards panicked, as the dogs seemed ready to attack. They were thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, the stray dogs ignored them and ran straight past, heading towards the interior of the parking lot. The two guards were stunned but immediately followed. After the stray dogs ran in, they all pounced on Wu Gang. Wu Gang screamed in terror and was quickly overwhelmed by the stray dogs. The dogs went wild, tearing at him on his face, nose, stomach, thighs. He was bleeding all over. Wu Gang writhed in pain on the ground, screaming, but couldn't break free from the pack of stray dogs. In no time, he was torn apart and covered in blood. Li Xian was shocked by the scene, tears still on her face. The two security guards who had rushed over helped her up and led her away from the pack of dogs. The security guard wanted to save Wu Gang, but they were too scared to approach, so they quickly called for help through the walkie-talkie. The leader of the stray dogs, the bald dog, was the fiercest fighter, perhaps still retaining the instinct for hunting in its blood. It knew that to deal with prey, it must first bite the throat. Amid Wu Gang's screams and struggles, it found its target and bit down on Wu Gang's throat. The screams abruptly stopped. Wu Gang's struggles ceased as well. It viciously clamped down on the throat. After a moment, when the prey stopped struggling, the bald dog released its grip. It then led the pack to run outside the parking lot, scattering in all directions. The two security guards tremblingly approached Wu Gang. The scene was too gruesome, and they hesitated to get closer. Jiang Chen got out of the car and walked up to the two security guards. Looking at Wu Gang, who was motionless and no longer breathing, he turned around and glanced back. Li Xian saw Jiang Chen appearing here, showing a hint of surprise, but she didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen ignored her and took out his phone, saying to the two security guards, "I'll call the police." The two security guards panicked, their minds blank, but upon hearing Jiang Chen mention calling the police, they nodded repeatedly. Jiang Chen dialed the emergency number. Soon after, the police and ambulance arrived. After checking on Wu Gang, the emergency medical team covered him with a white cloth and carried him away. The two security guards at the scene, along with Li Xian and Jiang Chen, were all taken by the police for questioning. Jiang Chen truthfully answered questions about the scene. A police officer, with sharp eyes, asked Jiang Chen, "Why were you in the underground parking lot at that time?" Jiang Chen replied, "I came to shop at the mall and parked my car in the parking lot." The police officer continued, "When did you arrive?" With surveillance in the parking lot, Jiang Chen couldn't lie and had to tell the truth. "It's been over an hour." The police officer looked puzzled. "You've been in the underground parking lot for over an hour without going to the mall. What were you doing there?" "I parked the car and felt a bit tired, so I took a nap in the car." The police officer asked again, "Do you know the deceased?" This question made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. He looked up at the police officer, who was staring at him intently. Jiang Chen had never felt such a compelling gaze before. "I know him. His name is Wu Gang." At that moment, Jiang Chen looked to the side and saw Li Xian, who was being questioned by another police officer, also looking in his direction and pointing at him. The police officer asked, "What is your relationship with Wu Gang?" Jiang Chen answered truthfully. After the questioning, the police officers discussed among themselves and nodded. Then the police officer who had been questioning Jiang Chen walked over and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, you can leave now." Jiang Chen nodded and didn't get in the car but walked towards the elevator leading to the mall. If he said he came to shop, he had to go shopping. A young police officer glanced over and said to the older police officer who had questioned Jiang Chen earlier, "Well, that guy can still have the mood to go shopping after seeing such a scene. He has good psychological resilience." The older police officer looked at Jiang Chen and didn't say anything. They then went to the control room to retrieve the surveillance footage. From the footage, they not only saw the incident but also Jiang Chen's car parked in a corner of the surveillance. Whether intentional or not, his car was conveniently blocked by a pillar, obscuring the view inside. The older police officer looked at the dogs and suddenly seemed to have noticed something. Pointing at the bald dog, he said in confusion, "Isn't this stray dog from the garbage dump on Ningen Road? I often see it there. It's the king of the dogs there. That place is over 10 kilometers away from here. How did they end up here?" The young police officer chuckled, "Master, you can even recognize dogs. Stray dogs roam everywhere, don't they? Otherwise, why call them stray dogs? The older policeman said seriously, no, stray dogs have strict territorial boundaries. A group of stray dogs will never enter another group's territory lightly. This could lead to war. The younger policeman couldn't laugh anymore and asked, Master, are you saying there's something going on here? The older policeman replied, go check the surveillance at the garbage dump on Ningen Road, see if there's anything suspicious. Okay. Zhang Chen took the elevator, surprised to find Li Xian following him. Zhang Chen ignored her, and Li Xian didn't speak either, standing in the back corner of the elevator. Zhang Chen stood closer to the front and pressed the button for the second floor. The elevator ascended slowly in silence. Finally, they reached the second floor, the elevator doors opened, and Zhang Chen walked out directly. At that moment, Li Xian's voice came from behind, why did you come to this mall? You used to dislike it the most. Zhang Chen turned around, I'll go wherever I want. Then he turned and left gracefully. After wandering around the mall, Zhang Chen felt much more relaxed. He bought 2 skewers of grilled squid, each as big as his forearm, thick and juicy, fried on an iron plate with chopped onions, and finally brushed with sweet and spicy sauce. It was incredibly delicious. However, he was unaware that the police had spotted his car near the garbage dump on Ningen Road. After finishing at the mall, Zhang Chen returned to his villa. After dinner prepared by Aunt Li, Zhang Chen expressed his satisfaction. It was healthy, delicious, and clean, much better than takeout. Aunt Li cleaned up the dishes and said to Zhang Chen, I changed the bedsheets and blankets in the bedroom, as they were used by the deceased. I'm afraid you might mind. If you don't want to sleep in this room, there's another bedroom that I've already prepared. Zhang Chen nodded, it's fine, I'll sleep in this bedroom. It was just Gan Xiuqing's old bedroom, and Zhang Chen didn't care as long as the bedding was changed. By the way, Aunt Li, which room do you sleep in? Is it far from mine? I'm a little scared of the dark at night. This villa is too big, and I'm not used to it. Aunt Li pointed to a room next to hers. I sleep in that room. If you're scared at night, I'll plug in a night light for you. If you need anything, just call me. Okay. In the bedroom, Zhang Chen lay alone on the bed, the night light emitting a warm glow. The curtains were not drawn, allowing the light from the garden outside to filter in, creating a cozy atmosphere in the room. Thinking back on the events of the day, recalling the scene of Wu Gang being bitten to death by stray dogs, Zhang Chen felt no guilt, but rather a hint of excitement. This made Zhang Chen wonder if he had the potential to be a psychopathic killer. He thought, will Wu Gang become a ghost and come looking for me? Then Zhang Chen shook his head, even if he becomes a ghost, I'm not afraid. Maybe my system can still work on ghosts. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen began to ponder whether there were really ghosts in the world, or some kind of supernatural entity. If he truly had a system and was somehow connected to these entities, wouldn't he be invincible? Or perhaps, this was where the system's true power lay? He asked the system in his mind, but it didn't tell him, only saying he needed to explore. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Chen fell asleep. The next day at the company, Li Yan was already working. Zhang Chen sat at his desk, thinking about how he should make more money to spend. He felt like the money he had now wasn't earned by himself, and he didn't feel at ease spending it. As the saying goes, money begets money the fastest. With 30 million in hand, investing it would be the best option. Speaking of investment, Zhang Chen thought of buying stocks. He heard that it was a quick way to make or lose money, very thrilling, and suited him well. He loved these kinds of thrills. Zhang Chen opened his computer and started looking at stocks. He registered an account but had no idea which stock to buy. After a while, he realized he shouldn't buy randomly to avoid being taken advantage of. It would be best to ask someone who is good at playing the stock market. Who is the best at playing stocks? Zhang Chen asked Li Yan, do you understand stocks? Li Yan shook her head, sorry, Zhang, I don't really understand. Do you know who is the best at playing stocks? Who is the best? Zhang, it's hard to say who is the best. If you want to mention someone famous, how about the stock god Buffett? Buffett? Zhang Chen nodded and searched for Buffett's photo on the internet. He silently prayed in his heart, system, change my relationship with him to friends. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, friends. After a while, Zhang Chen's phone rang. He checked the number, it was an international call. After answering, a string of English was heard on the phone. Zhang Chen didn't understand. Li Yan, you can speak English, right? Help me answer the phone and translate. Li Yan took the phone, greeted the caller, and suddenly widened her eyes in amazement, saying to Zhang Chen, he said he is Buffett. Zhang Chen remained calm, that's right, it's old Buffett, we are good friends. Li Yan was shocked, you are friends with Buffett? Buffett's voice came through the phone, and Li Yan translated, Zhang Chen, my old friend, how have you been recently? Zhang Chen told Li Yan, tell him not to talk nonsense, International long-distance calls are expensive. Tell him I want to buy stocks that can double in a day, ask him which one to buy. Li Yan was stunned, unsure whether to translate the previous sentence, and shocked by the following sentence. What are you waiting for? Translate it. Oh. Li Yan spoke a string of English into the phone, and Buffett's helpless laughter and another string of English came through the phone. Li Yan translated, he said, my friend, as my best friend, I can tell you a stock that will most likely appreciate significantly in the next 5 years, but I cannot predict the rise and fall of stocks today. He also said wanting to double in a day, you are gambling. Jiang Chen was speechless, forget it, just hang up the phone. Li Yan was puzzled, hang up? This is Buffett's call, and he called you. Just hang up. Jiang Chen waved his hand, what's the use of this call, it's better not to make it. On the other end of the phone, Buffett seemed to understand that Jiang Chen wanted to hang up, and quickly said a lot. Li Yan translated, he said, don't hang up, he is willing to help you try, but stocks won't work due to the rules, you need to buy futures to achieve that kind of effect. Jiang Chen nodded, futures? Let's try, ask him how to do it. Buffett began to teach Jiang Chen how to trade futures. Li Yan listened to the phone call and translated for Jiang Chen, it's best to try with a portion of your funds first. Jiang Chen directly bought all of it, spending all his money at once. Tell him I bought it all. After Li Yan relayed the message, Buffett's voice could be heard roaring helplessly on the phone. Li Yan said, he said, Jiang Chen, you are crazy. By noon, the money in Jiang Chen's account had turned into an astonishing 80 million. Jiang Chen was shocked, this was not much slower than gambling. Buffett said something on the phone, and Li Yan translated, he said let's stop here today. His 90-year-old heart can't handle you buying all your money every time. If it weren't for luck, you would have lost everything by now. He also warned you not to buy futures alone, calling you the nightmare of value investors. Turned into a nightmare for me. Jiang Chen said to the phone, thanked him a few words, after all, he helped, and finally hung up the phone after greeting each other. It's barely okay to earn 50 million in a busy morning. The key is that this thing is too risky, just play it once. Jiang Chen always feels that there will be a better way to make money, he just hasn't found it yet. He always feels that with his systematic ability, he can make 10 million in a second, and a billion in 10 seconds. Make money every minute that can't be spent in a lifetime. But no rush, take it slow. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, making money is really hard. Li Yan, who heard this sentence, wanted to punch Jiang Chen. 50 million in just one morning. Still sighing that making money is hard? By lunchtime, Jiang Chen thought about how Li Yan had been translating for him all morning, so he should at least treat her to a quick meal. Li Yan, let's have lunch together, my treat. Thank you for translating for me. Li Yan looked at Jiang Chen and nodded, okay, let's go. What does Manager Jiang plan to treat me to? Spicy hot pot or beef noodles? You choose. Jiang Chen's tone was very domineering. Li Yan was stunned, then made a choice, spicy hot pot. Okay. Jiang Chen had just opened the door and hadn't walked out yet when he saw several police officers walking towards him. Jiang Chen saw the police officer who had questioned him yesterday walking towards him. Mr. Jiang, there is something we need your help with in the investigation. Jiang Chen was a little nervous. What's the matter? Two police officers led Jiang Chen into the office, closed the door, and asked Jiang Chen, did you go to Ning'an Road yesterday afternoon? Yes, what's wrong? Why did you go there? I was going from home to the mall, passing by. You parked your car next to the garbage dump on the east side of Ning'an Road. What did you stop for? My phone fell. I stopped to pick it up. Did you see any stray dogs at the garbage dump at that time? Yes. Were those dogs acting unusual at that time? No. Do you know that those dogs are the ones that bit Wu Gang to death? Jiang Chen was surprised. What? How did they run so far to bite him? Officer, why are you asking me these questions? Do those dogs have owners? Are you going to hold someone responsible? The police did not answer, and continued to ask. 1 minute after you parked, those dogs suddenly ran from the garbage dump and all headed in one direction. Jiang Chen nodded, I saw them run, but I didn't pay attention at the time. Do you know why they ran? How would I know? I mean, did you hear any noise at the time that scared the pack of dogs? Or was there something that attracted them to run? Jiang Chen shook his head, no, I didn't notice. After asking for a while, the two police officers looked at each other and nodded. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, we won't bother you anymore. Officer, how about having a meal together? The police did not stay for a meal and all left. After seeing them off, Li Yan walked over, Manager Jiang, what's going on? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Jiang Chen smiled, nonsense, I never do anything illegal, let's go eat. They found a newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant on the street. The decoration was quite exquisite. After the spicy hot pot was served, they quietly started eating. While eating, Jiang Chen thought, go ahead and investigate, anyway, they won't find anything on me. Back at the company in the afternoon, Jiang Chen sat in his chair with nothing to do, thinking about how else he could use his system. At this time, two guys in the group asked him to play games. One is called Dingling Feng, the other is called Fong Haihong, both are males, and they were classmates with Jiang Chen in junior high school and had a good relationship. Jiang Chen used to brag in the group. Jiang Chen called them Xiaoding and Xiaofeng. Xiaoding, Jiang Chen, come play a game. I'll carry you. Xiaofeng, and me, invincible marksman. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, don't drag me down, or I'll burn incense. Xiaoding, look down on me, do you? Log in, if you lose, it's on me. Jiang Chen replied, you wait for me to boost your score, okay? While opening the game, the three of them played 2 rounds and lost. Unwilling, they played another round. While playing the game, they chatted on voice chat. In order to have the freedom to chat, Jiang Chen left the office and went to his car to play with them. Xiaoding said, have you watched any matches recently? That commentator named Lu Linger is so damn pretty, I could watch her instead of the game. Xiaofeng, I have. The matches are really exciting. Lu Linger is beautiful and has a sweet voice, you should find a girlfriend like her. Jiang Chen said, I haven't watched any matches these days, but I've seen Lu Linger commentate before, she's just average looking. Xiaoding, average? Oh right, I forgot you're dating Lin Rixin. Compared to Lin Rixin, Lu Linger is nothing. Jiang, when can you bring Lin Rixin out of your dreams? Jiang Chen smiled, knowing he was being sarcastic. Xiaofeng added, Jiang is tall and strong, but he got killed, 0 to 3 TSK. Jiang Chen, don't worry, wait for me to level up. Xiaoding suddenly said, it would be great if we could play a game with Lu Linger. Jiang Chen controlled the game character and said, look at your aspirations, I know Lu Linger, I'll ask her out offline, and we can play together. Xiaoding, if you're not bragging, will you die? Jiang Chen, don't believe me? If I can get her to come, what will you do? Xiaoding, if you can get her to come, I'll do whatever you say, even kneel and kowtow. Jiang Chen, if I can get her to come, dare you change your username to I'm an idiot. Xiaoding, I'll change it. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaofeng, is changing your username that satisfying? Jiang, I believe you. If you can get Lu Linger to come, I'll shout 10 times in the street that I'm an idiot. Jiang Chen smiled and said, okay, I'll call her later and let you know. Xiaoding, okay, go ahead and ask her out. After a while, they lost the game again, and Jiang Chen stopped playing. He opened his phone and found Lu Linger's photo. She was actually quite pretty, definitely a cute girl, with a different style from Lin Rixin. If Lin Rixin is compared to a famous mountain or river, her beauty is breathtaking. Lu Linger is like a beautiful corner encountered by chance during a walk in the wild. System, change the relationship between me and her. Ding, what kind of relationship do you want to change it to? At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. What if he bound Lu Linger as his lover? Then he would have 2 girlfriends? With 2, could he have more? What if he collected photos of beautiful women from around the world and bound them all as his lovers? The scale would be huge. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his previous thinking was too limited. Having the ability of this system, he couldn't be called a human, he was a god. But, would this be too exciting? A bit overwhelming, right? System, what happens if the relationships that have been bound can't be cancelled? Once the relationships are bound, they cannot be cancelled. Ah, they can't be cancelled? Jiang Chen was thinking, if it can't be cancelled, then every step would be a point of no return. Would using the system's functions recklessly cause trouble for his future self? Jiang Chen decided to first bind Lu Linger as a friend. Ding, character relationship modification successful, current relationship, friend. Later, Jiang Chen found Lu Linger's livestream while searching her page. She would play games live when not commentating. Jiang Chen casually entered her live stream. There were quite a few viewers in the live stream room, as seen from the barrage of comments, many of which said Lu Linger's wife. However, Lu Linger was playing seriously and seemed to pay little attention to the comments. Jiang Chen topped up some money and directly sent the most expensive gift. This caught Lu Linger's attention. Thanks to Yenyu for gifting the super island. Wait a moment. Yenyu, Jiang Chen, is that you? Ha, why did you send me such an expensive gift? Jiang Chen didn't say anything and sent another one. Lu Linger laughed. Jiang Chen, did you win the lottery today? I'll contact you after the stream. The barrage in the live stream room exploded. Who is Jiang Chen? Seems to have a good relationship with Lu Linger? I sent over a dozen super islands, and Lu Linger doesn't even know my name, sob. Jiang Chen, come out and face your death. The hatred of stealing a wife is unforgivable. Lu Linger saw these comments and looked embarrassed. Oh, it's not what you think. After a while, Lu Linger ended the stream. Jiang Chan received a call on his phone. Jiang Chan answered the call. Hello? Lu Linger's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen, it's me. How did you come to my live stream just now? You're quite a rare guest. I just missed you, so I went in to take a look. Are those comments okay? It's fine, those viewers just like to joke around. You said you missed me, is it true? He. Listening to Lu Linger's tone, Jiang Chen felt that their friendship was a bit off. Ahem. Do you have time recently? I want to invite you to play games offline. Are you coming? Where to? To my place. To your place? Are you sure? Yes, what's wrong? If you really don't have time, forget it. I have time. I may not have time for others, but I definitely have time for you. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Remember to send me your address so I don't get lost. Okay. I'll send it to you in a while. By the way, I have 2 friends coming over then. Okay, got it. After a few more words, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and sent the address of the villa to her via text message. Just one call and she's coming over. Having friends is so cool. Later, Jiang Chen also messaged Xiaoding and Xiaofang, telling them that Lu Linger would come tomorrow. Both of them expressed disbelief, saying they would only believe it when they see Lu Linger tomorrow. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Chen was having breakfast in the villa made by Aunt Li, small noodles with Sichuan flavor. Jiang Chen said he loved it, and Aunt Li specially learned to make it. The taste was really good. Although it couldn't compare to the authentic local Sichuan flavor, it was still very good. Jiang Chen loved this taste, eating 2 liang of spicy noodles in the morning, sweating slightly, feeling comfortable all over. Just after finishing, the phone rang. Jiang Chen thought Lu Linger had arrived so early, but when he picked up the phone, he realized it was Xiaofang calling. Jiang Chen answered the phone. Hello? Xiaofang's voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen, shouting, and I have already arrived at your doorstep. Why is no one answering the door? Hurry up and open it for us. Jiang Chen was stunned. You 2 arrived so early? You must miss me a lot. There was Xiaoding's voice on the phone again. Can you hurry up and open the door? Jiang Chen asked. Where are you 2 running off to? Xiaofang replied. We're at the entrance of your rental house. Aren't you going to work? Let me tell you, we took a day off, deducted a day's salary. Xiaoding said, I deducted 3 days. That darn boss. Jiang Chen realized he forgot to tell them he no longer lived there. He quickly said, I've moved, not living there anymore. Xiaoding said, you didn't move to live under a bridge, did you? Jiang Chen retorted, forget it, where are you 2 waiting? I'll drive over to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen drove Gust out of the door, all the way to the rental house, where he saw Xiaofang and Xiaoding waiting on the roadside. Jiang Chen turned the car around and parked directly in front of them. Both of them dared not look at the car, as if afraid their gaze would scratch the paint, so they instinctively moved aside. Jiang Chen rolled down the window and shouted at them, Hey, what are you doing? Get in the car. Seeing it was Jiang Chen, both of them were stunned, not getting in directly but running to the car window to look inside. Xiaoding was the first to ask, damn, whose car is this? Jiang Chen laughed, of course, it's mine. Xiaoding didn't believe, did you change jobs? Not a salesperson anymore, but a driver? Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble for driving your boss's car? Jiang Chen replied, what boss's car, really not. Xiaofang said, did you start working at a repair shop? It's not good to drive a customer's car, you might get fined if caught. Jiang Chen scolded with a smile, can you stop guessing, get in the car quickly. They got in the car, and Jiang Chen took them directly to the villa. After getting out of the car, they were surprised again, why are we here? Jiang Chen said, this is my home now. Xiaoding exclaimed, oh my, really? This big villa, is it yours? Jiang Chen nodded, that's right, come in, are you hungry? Shall I have the maid make something for you? Xiaoding exclaimed again, there's a maid too. Jiang Chen, did you win the lottery? You've made it. Did you sell a kidney? Jiang Chen was speechless, what kidney is worth so much money? Alright, stop shouting, actually, I recently closed a deal with a big client, and I earned all this myself. They were still very shocked. Jiang Chen took them around the villa. Under Jiang Chen's continuous brainwashing, they finally slowly accepted that the villa really belonged to Jiang Chen, and that Jiang Chen had really made it. Later, the 3 of them sat on chairs in the backyard, basking in the sun and chatting for a while. Xiaofang said, well done, Jiang Chen. I knew you would have a successful day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Xiaoding also sighed, yes, I'm really happy for you. No more enduring that kind of crappy job, only 3,005 a month, and if you take a day off, you get deducted 3 days' salary, what a talent. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding what they said. They could be said to be his best friends, and Jiang Chen didn't want to see them live like that anymore. But Jiang Chen couldn't help them too directly, they couldn't rely on him for their livelihood, otherwise their friendship would deteriorate. Jiang Chen said, I have some spare money now, if you two have any ideas, I can invest in you. Xiao Fang said, I want to open a noodle shop. Xiao Ding said, I want to operate an excavator. Jiang Chen immediately agreed, okay, I'll help you open a noodle shop and buy you an excavator. Then the three of them began to discuss the noodle shop and excavator. By almost noon, Jiang Chen received a call from Lu Linger, saying she had arrived at the gate and was stopped by security, and the three of them suddenly remembered that Lu Linger was coming today. Jiang Chen immediately ran to the gate of the villa area with two people and brought Lu Linger in. Lu Linger was wearing a light green dress today, with a white wide-brimmed straw hat on her head, a head of big wavy curls falling behind her, wearing a pair of silver-white sandals on her feet, exuding the breath of spring. She was also carrying a small white suitcase in her hand, as if she was going on vacation. Jiang Chen. Hi, hello, everyone. Lu Linger greeted the three of them first with a sweet smile that made everyone feel refreshed. Xiao Fang and Xiao Ding were shocked again. Oh my god. It's really Lu Linger. Lu Linger is really here. Jiang Chen calmly said, seeing you two like this, don't forget what we talked about yesterday. Then he took the suitcase from Lu Linger's hand and casually said, are you tired? Let's go home and rest first. Lu Linger smiled at Jiang Chen, not tired. Then Jiang Chen took the suitcase in his right hand and walked towards the villa, but unexpectedly, Lu Linger walked on Jiang Chen's left and directly linked her arm with his. Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang were instantly thunderstruck. In their hearts, they roared, my goddess. Jiang Chen, you ungrateful person. What have you done to Lu Linger? I'm so heartbroken. Jiang Chen was also slightly stunned and asked the system in his mind, System, is this friendship relationship pure? The system's response echoed in his mind, for friendship relationships, everyone has different definitions, so it's normal to show different behaviors. If there's someone who likes to kill their best friend the most, if you become friends with them, you might also be killed by them. Jiang Chen was speechless. What kind of twisted logic is this? But on second thought, it seemed to make sense. Back in the villa, Lu Linger saw Jiang Chen's mansion and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect you to live in such a luxurious villa. Jiang Chen said it was nothing. It was lunchtime, so Jiang Chen asked Aunt Li to prepare some food. After it was done, they all sat down to eat. After the meal, Xiao Ding pulled Xiao Fang aside and whispered, let's go. Xiao Fang was puzzled, go where? Didn't we agree to play games together after eating? Xiao Ding looked frustrated, you only know how to play games. Look at the way Lu Linger looks at Jiang Chen. We're being third wheels, you know. For the sake of our brother's lifelong happiness, we can't be in the way anymore, you know. Xiao Fang glanced at Lu Linger, who was looking at Jiang Chen affectionately at that moment, while Jiang Chen seemed to be not paying attention to her. Xiao Fang understood, okay, let's go, for Jiang Chen's happiness. Jiang Chen saw the two whispering and walked over, asking, what are you two talking about here? He took out his phone and invited Lu Linger, come on, it's time to play games. Lu Linger also took out her phone, let's go. Xiao Fang and Xiao Ding hesitated. I have something to do at home, you guys play, I'll leave first, Xiao Fang said as he walked towards the door. Xiao Ding followed behind, my boss asked me to work this afternoon, so I'll have to play another day. Jiang Chen, are you two serious? As a result, the two finished speaking and ran away, leaving only Jiang Chen and Lu Linger. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Linger and tentatively asked, so, just the two of us? Lu Linger happily nodded. Okay, Jiang Chen opened the game with her. The two sat on the sofa, Jiang Chen half lying down in a comfortable position. Lu Linger sat slightly close to him, leaning on the sofa as well. After entering the game, Lu Linger asked, what game are you playing? Jiang Chen replied, a real man naturally plays competitive games. Lulu nodded, then I'll play as a mage. Sure. Jiang Chen never liked to use voice chat when playing games, but Lulu enjoyed communicating with teammates through voice chat. As soon as they entered the game, Lulu spoke and was immediately recognized by their teammates. Miss Mage, your voice is so nice, like a streamer I like. Lulu didn't respond. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself, thinking, your streamer is playing games offline with me. After playing 2 rounds, Lulu's skills were really good, dominating the mid lane with her mage spells, while Jiang Chen also showcased his own skills on the side lanes, playing well too. They were having a great time, but for some reason, Lulu kept leaning towards Jiang Chen on the sofa, eventually resting her body against his shoulder. By the 3rd round, Jiang Chen felt he couldn't let a girl carry the game. How about I play as the mage this time? Lulu happily agreed, sure, I'll play support for a game, I'll support you alright. Jiang Chen chose Jiang Zia, while Lulu picked Yao. During the game, they encountered fans again. Lu Ban, the marksman, with a bright green skin, kept asking on voice chat, Yao, are you Lulu? Why didn't you livestream today? Yao, your voice sounds like Lulu's, she's my goddess. Is Lulu your Smurf account? Can I follow you as support? Lu Ban was talkative, but Lulu politely replied without confirming her identity. She continued to stick by Zhang Zia in the mid lane. Zhang Zia had a skill that could give experience to teammates. Zhang Chen decided to ask on voice chat, "Who wants the experience boost?" Suddenly, Lulu's face came close to Zhang Chen's, very close. Blushing, she said, "Give me the experience boost." If two idioms were used to describe Lulu at that moment, it would be fragrant as orchids, charming as silk. Who could resist that? Zhang Chen couldn't resist and put down his phone, using both hands to operate on Lulu's body. Both of their phones were left aside, still on voice chat. Their teammates could hear Yao's breaths and melodious singing, as if a nightingale was singing, so beautiful. Lu Ban asked, "What are the mage and support doing?" The opponent, Lu Xiahuden, replied, "They are landing against each other." The jungler, who had been silently farming, sighed, "You never know what your teammates are up to." Lu Ban asked, "What?" The melodious singing became more intense until Zhang Zia's body floated up. A thick stream of experience shot out from the staff, injecting all of it into Yao's body. With the experience gained, Yao was bathed in a glow of leveling up, as if in the clouds. They played ranked games all night. The next morning, Lulu was about to leave. "Bye, Zhang Chen, I'll come find you for offline games next time." Zhang Chen smiled and saw Lulu off. Back at the villa, Zhang Chen felt like a scumbag. He already had Lin Rixin as his girlfriend, so why did he? But it was okay, at least all his feelings were for Lin Rixin, and he truly saw Lulu as a friend. It was then that Zhang Chen remembered the two friends who had left in a hurry yesterday. These two, they must have done it on purpose. Zhang Chen called them on a group call, and both of them joined the call. "Xiaoding, how was it? Did you have fun?" "Zhang Chen, what do you mean?" Xiaoding let out a sinister laugh. "Haven't you played with Lu Linger? Was it fun?" Zhang Chen nodded, "It was okay. Why were you two in such a hurry yesterday?" Xiaoding laughed, "We left to give you a chance. For your important matter, we didn't want to cause trouble." Zhang Chen smiled, realizing these two were up to something. After some idle chatter, Zhang Chen said, "I didn't plan this well. Just one girl this time. Let's meet again next time. I'll invite more girls. I've met quite a few people recently. Who else do you guys want to meet offline?" Xiaoding started joking, "It's nice that you're thinking of us now that you're successful. I'm touched, but how successful are you really? Who can you invite?" Zhang Chen replied, "Success or not, we're all friends here. The main thing is that we know each other." Xiaoding said, "Do you know any teachers who live a good life? If you can invite them to meet offline, I'll die without regrets if I can meet Beiha Kaihua." Zhang Chen immediately came up with a new idea. How about inviting them to a party? After some thought, Zhang Chen hung up the phone and went into the study. He turned on the computer, searched for several photos of beautiful women, including Beiha Kaihua, and a few others in the same industry. There were Sanju, Hashimoto, Maple, Jasmine, and White Peach. 6 people in total. Starting with the first one, Beiha. System, change the relationship between me and her to friends. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, friends. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chen's phone rang. It was an international call. Zhang Chen answered the phone. "Hello?" A cheerful female voice came from the other end. "Hi, Zhang Chen." The two then began a friendly conversation with the help of translation software. After confirming that it was Beiha, Zhang Chen directly extended an invitation. Beiha was surprised. "A party? Are you sure? At your place? We're quite far apart." Zhang Chen replied, "No distance can stop our friendship, right?" Beiha giggled. "Zhang Chen, I like what you just said. So, I agree. When should we meet?" Zhang Chen thought for a moment. "Whenever you're free, how about next week?" Beiha agreed directly. "Okay, I'll come over next week. Remember to send me your address. Oh, I'll also bring you a gift, a specialty from my hometown. You'll definitely like it." Zhang Chen smiled and asked, "What specialty is it?" Beiha teased, "I won't tell you. You'll find out when I arrive." Zhang Chen nodded. "Alright, it's a deal then. Okay, bye for now. See you next week, bye." After hanging up, Zhang Chen moved on to the next person. 6 calls to 6 people, all went smoothly. They all agreed to come to Zhang Chen's party next week, and Jasmine even postponed a filming project for this. After putting down the phone, Zhang Chen looked out the window, feeling very happy. The world is really beautiful. With anticipation for the party, Zhang Chen went to the garden to bask in the sun for a while, then watered the garden with a hose. After watering, Zhang Chen felt it was time to do something productive. His abilities shouldn't just be used for dating beautiful women and throwing parties. A few days ago, when he called home, Zhang Chen's mother mentioned that the canned food factory in town was in trouble and might close down. Zhang Chen decided to buy it. Why buy it? Because Zhang Chen had a soft spot for that canned food factory. The factory owner is a young and promising talent. A few years ago, he gave up a high-paying job at a large corporation in a first-tier city and chose to start a business in his hometown, founding this canned fruit factory. Because many locals grow yellow peaches, the factory mainly produces canned yellow peaches, solving the problem of local farmers' sales of yellow peaches and increasing their income, earning high praise. The boss is also praised as a promising and good child by the elders, with a good reputation. Zhang Chen didn't want to see it go bankrupt and wanted to continue running it. Another reason is that Zhang Chen is now wealthy and wants to buy the factory as an investment to make more money for himself. He can develop his career and help the local people, so why not do it? Besides, this can also be considered a form of charity. But can buying this failing factory really make money? The answer is yes. Zhang Chen is confident. Because Zhang Chen has a way to solve the problems the factory is facing now. Driving to the company, he parked at the company's entrance and called Li Yan. Li Yan, I'm at the company's entrance. Put down what you're doing and come out with me to handle something. Okay, General Jiang, I'll be right there. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Li Yan came out in high heels. Today she was wearing a gray professional suit, still looking competent and stylish. Li Yan got into Zhang Chen's car and asked, General Zhang, where are we going? We're going to discuss a business deal. The car started and headed towards the outskirts of the city. They arrived at the entrance of Hongfeng Canned Fruit Factory. The once bustling factory was now quiet, with no one working. Zhang Chen parked the car at the entrance, and an elderly security guard came out of the security room. May I ask what business you have here? Zhang Chen rolled down the window and said to the security guard, I'm here to see your factory manager and discuss some business with him. The old man looked at Zhang Chen's luxurious car and the woman who seemed like a secretary inside, thinking he might be a big boss from somewhere. He immediately opened the gate with a remote control and said to Zhang Chen, go in from here to the building on the left, the factory manager is there. Okay, thank you. Zhang Chen drove into the factory. The factory owner is named Ma Hongfeng, just 29 years old this year. When Zhang Chen drove over, he happened to see Ma Hongfeng coming out of the office building, talking to a few people. He looked a bit excited and shouted at them, you're kicking me when I'm down. I will never sell under these conditions. The people he was talking to wanted to buy the factory, and hearing him say that, they sarcastically replied, fine, we'll leave. Who cares about your pile of canned peaches, they'll just rot in the warehouse. After saying that, they left, leaving Ma Hongfeng and two others fuming in place. After parking the car, Zhang Chen walked over with Li Yan. You must be factory manager Ma Hongfeng, right? Zhang Chen had met him before, so he recognized him at a glance. Ma Hongfeng looked at the two of them, suppressed his bad mood from earlier, and said, I am Ma Hongfeng, and who are you two? Zhang Chen said, I heard your factory is up for sale? I happen to be interested in starting a canned fruit factory. Ma Hongfeng's face fell again when he heard this. Many people had come to buy the factory in the past few days. As soon as something happened to his factory, these people flocked like vultures smelling carrion. However, none of them actually wanted to take over the factory and run it. They just wanted to strip away the last bit of flesh and blood from Ma Hongfeng. Nevertheless, Ma Hongfeng didn't show any signs of annoyance and directly invited the two of them into the office, saying, let's talk inside. As soon as they entered the office, there was a smell of smoke, indicating that the previous clients had smoked a lot inside, causing Li Yan to cover her nose involuntarily. Zhang Chen glanced at Li Yan and left the office. Ma Hongfeng noticed their actions and immediately felt embarrassed, saying, I'm really sorry, let's change to another room. After moving to a room without smoke, everyone exchanged greetings and sat down to discuss business. Li Yan silently expressed her gratitude towards Zhang Chen's recent actions. I didn't expect General Zhang to be so thoughtful and considerate of girls. In fact, Zhang Chen didn't enter the office just now because he disliked the smell of smoke. Sitting down, Zhang Chen got straight to the point. How much? Ma Hongfeng hadn't figured out the meaning yet. What? Zhang Chen, aren't you selling the factory? How much? Ma Hongfeng thought to himself that he had never seen someone so direct. Doesn't he understand the situation in the factory? This is not as simple as buying canned goods at the supermarket. He looks so young, does he understand? Ahem. General Jiang, how about this? Let me introduce the situation in the factory to you first. Last year, we introduced a new production line, which cost 3 million. Adding the previous ones, it's worth 7 to 8 million. In addition, we also have over 30 million worth of canned goods in stock. So, Zhang Chen calculated that 7 to 8 million plus 30 million is less than 40 million, not expensive. He directly said to him, just tell me how much. Ma Hongfeng cautiously quoted, 20 million? Zhang Chen looked slightly puzzled. Ma Hongfeng thought Zhang Chen found the price too high and quickly said, we can negotiate the price, as long as it's not too low. As he spoke, Ma Hongfeng couldn't hold back his emotions and muttered, the factory still owes money to the farmers. I took their peaches to make canned goods, but now I can't sell them. There are also many workers who haven't been paid. How about this, 18 million, I'll sell it quickly and give the money to the farmers and workers. There will be some left, I will slowly repay it later, even if I have to sell my kidney, I have to repay them. As he spoke, Ma Hongfeng was almost in tears. Jiang Chen could see that he was really unable to contain his emotions, not pretending. Jiang Chen spoke to him, you dare to owe money to the farmers? I'll say a number, 40 million, do you sell or not? Ma Hongfeng immediately stopped crying, looked up at Jiang Chen, with a look of shock and confusion. What did you say? How much? Ma Hongfeng asked in surprise. Jiang Chen, 40 million, sell or not? Ma Hongfeng confirmed in confusion, really? You're willing to pay 40 million? Jiang Chen looked at him quietly. Ma Hongfeng didn't understand, why? Jiang Chen, if you're not willing, then I'll leave. How could Ma Hongfeng let him go? If he could really sell for 40 million, he wouldn't have any worries at all. Not only could he repay all the debts, but the workers' unpaid wages would also be paid on time. All the problems would be solved at once. He quickly stopped Jiang Chen, General Jiang, from now on, this factory is yours. Li Yan handled the formalities, while Jiang Chen prepared to transfer 40 million to Ma Hongfeng's account in a while. By the afternoon, the deal was completed. Ma Hongfeng distributed the money, repaid the farmers and workers. In front of the factory building, he shook Jiang Chen's hand and cried with excitement. General Jiang, I'm really grateful to you. He was somewhat incoherent, too excited to know what to say. After a while, when his emotions calmed down a bit, he asked Jiang Chen, General Jiang, why are you willing to spend 40 million to buy my factory? Jiang Chen shrugged, because I love eating canned peaches? Ma Hongfeng looked puzzled. Mr. Jiang, I didn't mean that. I meant, you could have bought it for less than 20 million. Why did you have to pay 40 million? To be honest, do you have so much money that you don't know where to spend it? Jiang Chen smiled and didn't get angry at the remark. He said to Ma Hongfeng, let me tell you something. When I was young, I was very weak and sickly. The doctor said I should eat more beef, but we were poor back then and couldn't afford beef. My grandma's family grew yellow peaches. Every time they sold peaches, my grandma would buy a big piece of beef and walk several miles to bring it to me. She was willing to buy beef for me, but not willing to seek medical treatment for herself. Ma Hongfeng became more puzzled as he listened. Mr. Jiang, your grandmother is so kind to you, but what does this have to do with you spending an extra 2 million? Jiang Chen earnestly told Ma Hongfeng, my grandma is a representative of millions of farmers. 20 million is just a number to me, but to them, it's about whether they can afford to buy beef for their children or see a doctor when they are unwell. This is their fate. Ma Hongfeng asked slowly, your grandmother? Jiang Chen replied, she's no longer with us. Ma Hongfeng fell silent. He never expected Jiang Chen to be such a selfless and loving person, not seeking any fame but channeling the money to the farmers in need. He admired Jiang Chen greatly at that moment. I never expected to meet someone like you in this small place. Thank you. Ma Hongfeng bowed solemnly to Jiang Chen, while Li Yan's eyes turned red beside them. She never imagined encountering such genuine emotions in the business world, which moved her and piqued her curiosity about Jiang Chen's inner world. Jiang Chen broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere with a smile. Let's not talk about this anymore, we have work to do. Ma Hongfeng suddenly realized that the factory was no longer his. Feeling a bit desolate, he said, Mr. Jiang, you go ahead with your work, I'll take my leave. However, Jiang Chen stopped him. Would you be willing to stay and take on the role of factory manager? Jiang Chen highly appreciated Ma Hongfeng's abilities and character, which was why he had managed to expand the factory in just a few years. Ma Hongfeng was delighted and of course, he didn't want to leave. He respected Jiang Chen's character and was willing to help him in his endeavors. But, with a bitter smile, he said, Mr. Jiang, I've turned this good factory into what it is now. Are you sure you want me to be the factory manager? Jiang Chen didn't say anything else, he just told him, if you agree, call back all the workers this afternoon, I want to see the machines running. I didn't buy this factory to play around, I want full production capacity. Ma Hongfeng hesitated, Mr. Jiang, I agree to take on the role of factory manager, but, are you sure about starting production now? The warehouse has been stocked with goods for half a year. Jiang Chen said, I heard some rumors that you deceived someone, causing the canned goods not to sell? Ma Hongfeng nodded, it was Wu Hu from Fei Hu Trading, he tricked me. With Jiang Chen's insistence, Ma Hongfeng called back the workers, and the machines in the factory started running again. The workers were happy to return to work upon hearing the news. Despite some delayed wages, Ma Hongfeng had made up for it, and everyone was willing to come back and continue working. As the factory bustled with activity, Ma Hongfeng and Jiang Chen went to the warehouse, where piles of canned goods were stored. Jiang Chen asked Ma Hongfeng to explain the situation in detail. Ma Hongfeng began to speak. Feihu Trading was originally our partner, and we had been cooperating quite well. Their boss is called Wu Hu, very capable. At the beginning, we opened up sales in 4 surrounding cities through him. But one time, he told me that a big company was entering the market. It was Squirrel Canned Food, aiming to seize our market. He told me not to be afraid, that we needed to prepare for a tough battle, to produce more yellow peaches at full capacity, stock up on goods for promotions. As long as we withstand the initial impact, Squirrel Canned Food is likely to withdraw from these markets. I believed him, and it turned out like this. Wu Hu had been deceiving me from the beginning. His goal was to buy this batch of canned food in my factory at a very low price when I couldn't hold on anymore, not only to make a huge profit at once but also to turn Hongfeng Canned Food Factory into an asset of their Feihu Trading. Actually, I had sensed something was wrong early on and tried to find sales channels on my own, but it was during the period when Squirrel Canned Food was aggressively entering the market. Under the pressure from both sides, this is how I ended up. Jiang Chen nodded. This was indeed a real business story. The business world is like a battlefield. It's either you die or I survive, which excited him. He also knew about Squirrel Canned Food, even had eaten it before. It was a nationally renowned brand under a large enterprise, and it was indeed difficult for Ma Hongfeng to compete with them under such circumstances. However, Jiang Chen believed that there was no difficulty in finding a sales channel and selling these canned foods. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about the specific implementation methods, a black Mercedes-Benz luxury car drove into the factory. Ma Hongfeng knew who it was just by looking at the license plate. It's Wu Hu's car. Wu Hu is here. Jiang Chen looked at the car and said, "Let's go and see." The group walked over, the black car slowly stopped, and several people got out of the car. Among them, a bald man in a patterned suit and sunglasses walked in front, with a smug smile on his face, approaching them. Ma Hongfeng stood behind Jiang Chen and whispered, "He is Wu Hu." Jiang Chen silently nodded. After Wu Hu and his men entered, he took off his sunglasses and heard the commotion inside the factory, then smiled. "Ma Hongfeng, are you crazy? Still producing at this time? Don't you have enough of these canned foods to eat? Ha ha ha." The people Wu Hu brought with him all laughed. It was an obvious mockery. Ma Hongfeng said calmly, "This factory is now under General Jiang's management. We start working when General Jiang says so." Wu Hu asked, "General Jiang? Which General Jiang? Is there still someone daring to take over this mess of yours now?" Ma Hongfeng did not answer. Jiang Chen spoke up, "I am the one taking over." Wu Hu was taken aback, carefully looked at Jiang Chen, then couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! Who is this young master? How did you get fooled into taking over this mess? Ma Hongfeng, did you explain the situation clearly to him? Beware that his father might come looking for you, ha?" Jiang Chen just looked at him calmly, and Ma Hongfeng remained silent. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wu Hu asked Jiang Chen, "How much did you spend?" Jiang Chen didn't like Wu Hu's attitude, so he said to him, "It's none of your business how much I spent. If you have nothing else, please leave and don't affect our work." Wu Hu was a bit puzzled. He thought for a moment, then said to Ma Hongfeng, "Are you pretending for me? Acting for me? Is it fun? I'm giving you one last chance, Ma Hongfeng, 15 million in cash, sell or not." Seeing that he was still persistent, Jiang Chen said to Li Yan, "Show him the contract, let him see it and then leave." Li Yan nodded, "Okay, General Jiang." After showing the contract, with the amount clearly written, Wu Hu exclaimed, 40 million. Ma Hongfeng added on the side, "And it's cash." Then, Wu Hu gave Jiang Chen a look as if to say, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chen didn't have time to argue with him, so he turned and walked towards the office building. Ma Hongfeng followed, and after Li Yan took the contract, she also followed. Wu Hu was somewhat at a loss, realizing that his plan had been unexpectedly disrupted by this inexplicable Jiang Chen. This made him very angry. Originally, he was going to make a big profit from this. It's all that Jiang Chen's fault. He kicked the ground fiercely and shouted loudly at Jiang Chen's back, "You're a lunatic. I want to see how you can sell these canned goods. Without me, Wu Hu, none of your canned goods will sell. When you come begging to me, I won't give you 15 million. I won't even give you 10 million. I'll see how you'll compensate for the losses." Just a reminder, canned goods have an expiration date. After shouting, seeing that Jiang Chen completely ignored him, Wu Hu angrily led his men into the car and drove away from the factory. In the car, someone asked Wu Hu, "Boss Hu, are we just leaving like this?" Wu Hu snorted, "As I said, without me, he won't be able to sell a single can of goods." Due to the strong entry of Squirrel canned goods, the canned goods markets in several nearby cities are already saturated. Where can he sell them? Only we have a way to sell them to other places. This Jiang is so young, he probably hasn't suffered any losses yet, right? This time, it's a good lesson for him. When he realizes that the canned goods really can't be sold, we'll come back. I've said, when he comes begging to me. After they left, Ma Hongfeng was somewhat worried. In the office of the canned goods factory, Jiang Chen sat in front of the computer, and Li Yan kindly made a cup of tea for Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, Ma Hongfeng felt a bit uneasy and asked, General Jiang, have you already found a way to sell the goods in advance? Why do you seem so calm and not in a hurry at all? Jiang Chen picked up the tea and took a sip. There's no need to worry about selling. Good tea, Li Yan. Your tea-making skills are getting better and better. Li Yan smiled gently. Thank you for the compliment, General Jiang. Ma Hongfeng? Is this the main point? At this moment, Jiang Chen spoke, you two go out first and let me think about the sales route. Ma Hongfeng thought to himself, you're only thinking about it now. You really are something. He and Li Yan went out, and Li Yan closed the door for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned on the computer and started searching for some keywords. 10 minutes later, the computer screen displayed a photo of a person, surprisingly a foreigner. Jiang Chen nodded silently, it's him. This person is called Mike, who runs a multinational trading company, dealing in various categories including food, clothing, agricultural products, daily necessities, automotive supplies. With annual sales reaching billions. The reason for choosing him is that this foreigner is very interesting. An article mentioned that he is currently looking for agricultural products from all over the country to help domestic farmers sell their products abroad. System, change the relationship between me and him to friends. Ding, relationship modification successful, current relationship, friends. Jiang Chen took out his phone and placed it on the table, leaning back in his chair to relax. After a while, the phone rang, and Jiang Chen opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar number, a domestic one. Jiang Chen answered the phone, hello? On the other end, a foreign man speaking Chinese said, Hi, Jiang Chen. I'm Mike. I miss you, my friend. How have you been recently? Hearing this warm greeting, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I'm good. I saw news about you online. Are you looking for some sources? Mike, yes. I have found some rice now. Oh my, I dare to guarantee that the rice grown on this black land is the most delicious rice in the world. I will make a big profit from this. Jiang Chen asked with interest, why are you so dedicated to agricultural products? Mike replied, to tell you the truth, my friend, this is a business strategy of our company. Of course, the purpose is to make money. Ha ha. Including establishing a positive image for our company. Hearing this answer, Jiang Chen smiled and got to the point. Are you interested in canned peaches? Peaches grow on trees, so they are considered agricultural products, right? Mike replied, of course. I like canned peaches. This product is very durable, unlike fresh fruits that are prone to rotting. It is suitable for long-distance transportation. And it tastes great, almost everyone loves canned peaches, haha. What, are you introducing a source to me? Jiang Chen also straightforwardly affirmed, yes, I have a batch of very good quality canned peaches in my hands. Mike, I think I am very interested in going to take a look. Jiang Chen, okay. Jiang Chen told him the address here. The next day, Mike arrived directly at the factory. After tasting and identifying, Mike highly approved of the quality of the canned peaches in the factory. In the office, Jiang Chen and Mike sat down to start negotiations. Mike spoke first, I'll take all these canned peaches. For the sake of my friendship with Jiang Chen, I will offer a very good price. Ma Hongfeng was a bit nervous and asked, how much? Mike said, I want to hear your factory price first. Ma Hongfeng hesitated a bit and looked towards Jiang Chen for inquiry. Jiang Chen said, just say it directly. Ma Hongfeng thought, do people do business like this now? So straightforward? But he still stated the price. Our usual factory price is 6 yuan per can, and there are nearly 6 million cans in the warehouse, worth about 36 million. Mike shook his head, 6 yuan? No, 6 yuan is too low. Do you know that these cans can be sold to some countries for at least the equivalent of 30 yuan per can? 40 yuan is also possible, and some may even go up to over 100 yuan, mainly you have to know how to promote it. For example, I will say that it is a mysterious dragon peach can from the land of longevity in the distant Eastern Kingdom, made in the most ancient way, without any additives. Its vitamin content is several times that of apples. Eat it regularly and you will become as smart as the Eastern people. And add the brand effect. Those consumers will be happy to pay for it. Ma Hongfeng listened in astonishment, thinking, what is this? Is he trying to raise the price proactively? Sure enough, after Mike finished speaking, he voluntarily quoted a price. Jiang Chen, we are friends, right? Friends should have a friend's price. I will pay 18 yuan per can for these canned peaches. What do you think? Jiang Chen said, won't you lose money by offering such a high price? Mike shrugged, no, at most I'll make a little less profit. Jiang Chen reached out and shook hands with Mike, deal. Ma Hongfeng stood silently on the side, thinking, I don't understand. Selling at 18 yuan per can? 3 times the price. Even foreigners can buy a can cheaper at the supermarket. What's going on recently? Is there a reversal? Everyone has so much money they can't spend it all? It wasn't until Jiang Chen called him that he reacted. Jiang Chen said to him, Director Ma, go tell the workers to get ready. Start shipping when Mike's car arrives in the afternoon. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded, okay, General Jiang. The problem of sales channels was finally solved, and Ma Hongfeng was also happy in his heart. In the afternoon, trucks lined up one by one to start loading canned goods. These cans would be transported to a cargo ship and shipped out to sea along with other goods from Mike's company. Mike directly transferred the payment to Jiang Chen's account, 6 million cans at 18 yuan each, totaling 108 million. Jiang Chen looked at the money in his account, surprised at how quickly this deal had paid off. He had only spent 40 million to buy the factory, and now he had not only recouped his investment but also made an additional 68 million. It only took a day. The key was the good relationship and efficient system. However, this was far from enough. Today was just one deal, and in the future, he couldn't handle all the business deals himself. Jiang Chen highly agreed with Mike's words about brand effect. As long as countless consumers recognized this brand, would his peach canned goods have trouble selling? Jiang Chen couldn't give up on the huge domestic market. He called Ma Hongfeng to his office. Director Ma, do you have any good methods for building a brand? Ma Hongfeng seemed to understand Jiang Chen's thoughts and replied, our Hongfeng canned goods are only somewhat well known in this city. Once we go beyond this city, no one knows us. But expanding brand awareness is difficult. For a quick way, one is to spend money on advertising, and the other is to hire endorsements, leveraging the fame of celebrities to make our brand known. But both of these methods require a huge amount of capital, and our small business can't afford it. Jiang Chen was very interested in celebrity endorsements. Regarding celebrity endorsements, who do you think would be the best for us? Ma Hongfeng was puzzled. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Chen, of course I am serious. Give me a few names of celebrities to consider. Ma Hongfeng thought for a moment and mentioned several celebrity names, but Jiang Chen shook his head after hearing them because he was not satisfied with those celebrities. What are these? Why are they all third-tier celebrities? Can't we get some top-tier ones? Ma Hongfeng was speechless. Mr. Jiang, these are not third-tier celebrities, they are second-tier. With our strength, we can at most afford a second-tier celebrity endorsement. How could we even think about top-tier ones? Jiang Chen directly said, I have someone in mind, Lin Rixin, what do you think? Ma Hongfeng widened his eyes, thinking that this dream was too good to be true. Lin Rixin. She wasn't just a top-tier celebrity, she was a super top-tier. A true national goddess. There is no one hotter than her right now. And her image is also top-notch. If we could really get her to endorse, our canned goods brand would skyrocket. Even canned goods would become high-end. But, this is simply impossible to achieve. Mr. Jiang, with Lin Rixin's popularity, the endorsement fee would be sky-high, right? How many cans do we need to sell to afford it? Besides, Lin Rixin wouldn't endorse our unknown small factory. Jiang Chen, why not? Just wait for me to give her a call and ask. Ma Hongfeng was puzzled. Who? Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Lin Rixin's video call. After a while, the video call connected, and Lin Rixin's beautiful face appeared on Jiang Chen's phone screen. She was in the makeup room, with only half of her makeup done while the makeup artist was still working on the other half, but it didn't diminish her beauty at all. Seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Rixin smiled happily and said, Hi, dear. You finally agreed to video call me. Did you miss me? Tell me the truth, do you miss me? He. As Lin Rixin spoke, she blushed. Ma Hongfeng, who was watching from the side, was shocked and dumbfounded. A series of thoughts rushed through his mind. Lin Rixin. It's really Lin Rixin. Lin Rixin called him dear. Oh my god. What's the relationship between them? Who exactly is this General Jiang? Jiang Chen said to Lin Rixin, of course I miss you, I want to see you every day. In the video, Lin Rixin's face turned even redder. She covered her face with one hand. You're making me blush. Seeing Lin Rixin's shy look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Haha, didn't you say you would come find me after you're done with your work? When are you coming? Lin Rixin replied, soon. After I finish this event, I'll come to you tomorrow. I'm so happy. Jiang Chen asked, how many days can you stay this time? I want you to stay longer. Lin Rixin said, I can stay for 3 days this time, how about that? Jiang Chen shook his head, 3 days are not enough, not even 3 years. In the video, Lin Rixin smiled brightly, blushing again, then just marry me, and we can be together forever. Jiang Chen said, okay, I'll marry you when you come, I'll marry you every day. Lin Rixin seemed to sense the hidden meaning in his words, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes. You're annoying, I'm not talking to you. The makeup artist next to them overheard these conversations, but Lin Rixin didn't mind at all. Jiang Chen asked her, is it okay that your makeup artist heard all this? Lin Rixin shook her head. It's fine. Dodo is my good sister, right? Dodo, say hi. Lin Rixin turned the camera towards the makeup artist. The makeup artist smiled shyly, waved at Jiang Chen, then quickly lowered her head, seeming a bit shy. Jiang Chen also greeted her and continued talking to Lin Rixin. By the way, there's something I want to ask if you agree. Lin Rixin turned the camera towards herself again. What is it? Jiang Chen said, well, I have a canned food factory here, and I want to invite a celebrity to endorse it. Would you be willing? Lin Rixin asked, is it your friend's canned food factory? Jiang Chen denied, no, it's mine. Lin Rixin asked, you have a canned food factory? Jiang Chen nodded, yes, I just bought it. Lin Rixin asked, why did you buy a canned food factory? Jiang Chen explained to her about the canned food factory that was about to go bankrupt, his reasons for buying the factory, and the importance of the factory to local farmers. After listening, Lin Rixin understood everything. Oh, I see, you mean you mainly produce canned peaches, right? Jiang Chen said, yes. Lin Rixin asked, are they sweet? Jiang Chen said, as sweet as you. Lin Rixin smirked mischievously, then I agree, I'm willing to endorse for you. But, I have conditions. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, what conditions? Lin Rixin playfully replied, I want you to treat me to canned peaches. Jiang Chen, seeing her cute expression, couldn't help but smile, pretending to hesitate. Wow, the canned peaches from our factory are quite expensive. We sold them for a high price of 18 yuan per can today. Lin Rixin puffed up her cheeks, holding back a laugh. Stingy, then both of them couldn't help but laugh. After a while, they finished their sweet talk and finally hung up the phone. Jiang Chen put down his phone and said to Ma Hongfeng, it's settled, she agreed to endorse for us, the endorsement fee is a can of canned peaches. After hearing this, Ma Hongfeng stood still for a long time, looking dumbfounded. Wu Hu heard the news and drove to the Hongfeng canned food factory. Watching the busy trucks taking away the canned food, Wu Hu was completely stunned. How is this possible? Did their canned food really sell out? It's only been a day. A little brother behind Wu Hu said, Boss Hu, according to the information I found out, they sold all their canned goods to a foreigner. Wu Hu couldn't help but curse, damn it, where did this foreigner come from at this time? What price did they sell at? They wouldn't have given him a big discount, would they? They'd rather let the foreigner take advantage than sell to me, right? The little brother stammered, no. I heard they not only didn't give a discount, but raised the price. I heard they sold it for 18 yuan a can. Wu Hu's eyes widened at once. He turned around and grabbed the little brother by the collar. What did you say? Say it again, how much money? The little brother said, 18 yuan a can. Wu Hu was stunned for a moment, deeply shocked. 18 yuan. Is this foreigner out of his mind? Have they never seen canned goods in their country? Are they crazy? No, I can't just watch them make this deal. Go find me the contact information of that foreigner. Hurry! The little brother nodded and immediately went to check. Mike's identity was not difficult to find, and his contact information was quickly obtained. Wu Hu returned to his office and dialed Mike's phone number. After Mike answered, hello? Wu Hu began to speak into the phone, hi, Mr. Mike, I'm Wu Hu. I heard you recently purchased a batch of canned peaches. I'm just calling to friendly warn you that you might have been ripped off. Those canned peaches are not worth that much money at all. If you're interested, I have very good quality canned peaches in my hands, at half the price of theirs. Mike replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu Hu, I'm not interested in your canned peaches, goodbye. And he hung up the phone directly. Wu Hu couldn't understand, is this foreigner really stupid? Why buy the expensive ones when you can get them at half price? He thought for a moment and sent a digital file to Mike. After Mike opened it, he saw these photos. They were scenes inside the peach canned goods production workshop, with various unsanitary conditions, flies flying everywhere, workers without gloves and masks, rotten peaches piled on the ground, yellow juice flowing out, and one photo showing a dead mouse inside a glass-bottled peach canned goods. After sending it, a sly smile appeared on Wu Hu's face, and he dialed Mike's number again. Mr. Mike, the photos you saw are scenes from the Hongfeng canned goods production workshop. Do you still want to buy their canned goods? But there was a busy tone on the phone, and Mike hung up directly. Putting down the phone, Wu Hu showed a triumphant smile. He looked out the window, feeling a sense of strategizing rising from the bottom of his heart. He thought, Mike must be angry, Good, the angrier the better. It would be best to ruin his deal with the Hongfeng canned goods factory. In reality, after Mike hung up his call, he directly sent those photos to Jiang Chen and then called Jiang Chen's phone. Jiang Chen answered the call in the office. Mike? Mike said on the phone, Jiang Chen, I think you've been smeared by your competitor. Obviously they want to discredit you through these unfair means. I've seen this kind of thing a lot. Does he think I would believe it? He. Jiang Chen asked, who? Mike said, a person named Woohoo. Woohoo. Okay, I got it. Okay, bye. After that, Mike hung up the phone. Jiang Chen opened the photos on his phone, called Ma Hongfeng over, and they looked at the photos together. Then Jiang Chen said, these were sent by Woohoo to Mike. He said these are photos of our factory. Ma Hongfeng angrily said, this is nonsense. It's obviously not our workshop at a glance. This machine, this warehouse, this assembly line, where does it resemble us a bit? Jiang Chen smiled, unexpectedly finding that real business warfare was using such low means, so childish, a bit different from what he had imagined. He couldn't help but think of a news he had seen before, where the chairman climbed over the wall alone into the other company to secretly film, only to be caught by security guards and ended up in the news. The means were so simple and unadorned. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to deal with Woohoo. But now, if you are unrighteous, don't blame me for being unjust. Jiang Chen said to Ma Hongfeng, go find out what business Feihu Trading has now, see if there's anything we can profit from. It's only polite to reciprocate. Ma Hongfeng understood. He was starting to like Jiang Chen's temper more and more. Unable to resist, he smiled, alright, I'll go check right away. Let Ma Hongfeng investigate this matter first, and there was nothing urgent at the canned food factory, so Jiang Chen drove back to his own company. More accurately, the company he worked for. Li Yan was working in the office, except for the day of acquiring the canned food factory. Jiang Chen hadn't taken Li Yan with him. After all, those businesses were already beyond the scope of this company. No matter how Li Yan put it, she was just an employee of this company, not Jiang Chen's person. Seeing Jiang Chen coming over, Li Yan greeted him proactively, Mr. Jiang, you're here. By the way, how did the canned food matter go? Did you close the deal? Seeing her concern, Jiang Chen smiled and sat in his own seat. It's all sold out. Li Yan almost sprayed out the water she had just drunk. So fast? Did you sell it at a discount? Jiang Chen, no, I sold it at 3 times the price. Li Yan's mouth formed an O shape directly, looking at Jiang Chen in surprise. 3 times the price, how much is that? Jiang Chen, 18 yuan per can, a total of 6 million cans. Li Yan's brain quickly calculated, and after a moment, she came to a startling fact, Mr. Jiang, you mean, you recouped the investment the day after buying the factory. Not only that, you also made an extra 68 million. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, your math is good. Li Yan looked at Jiang Chen, not only feeling happy for him, but also feeling that this man was becoming more and more mysterious. The next day, Lin Rixin came. She took a taxi to the same location as before, carrying a familiar suitcase, wrapped tightly in a windbreaker, wearing sunglasses and a sun hat. She went straight to Jiang Chen's rental house, knocked on the door, wanting to surprise Jiang Chen. After knocking for a while with no one answering, she took out her phone and called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was genuinely happy when he heard that Lin Rixin had arrived. Wait for me, I'll come pick you up. A moment later, Jiang Chen saw Lin Rixin. After not seeing each other for a while, Lin Rixin gave Jiang Chen a big hug first. Once embraced, she didn't want to let go. There were pedestrians passing by on the road, making Jiang Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Can we hug again at home? Only then did Lin Rixin let go of Jiang Chen. Once in the car, Jiang Chen took her to his villa. Lin Rixin asked many questions about Jiang Chen's luxury car and villa, and Jiang Chen answered them one by one. In the garden, Lin Rixin looked like a fairy who had walked out of a flower bed, and said to Jiang Chen, so, in the days I was away, you did some business to earn all this? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Lin Rixin casually asked, you made money so quickly, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? Jiang Chen laughed, how is that possible? I never do anything illegal. Lin Rixin finally felt relieved. Jiang Chen walked over and continued their previous embrace, lying down slowly on the grass, engaging in a friendly conversation. After finishing, the two of them lay on the grass basking in the sun, feeling so comfortable. Lin Rixin suddenly said, I want to see a tiger. With that, she took out her phone and opened a live streaming app. Jiang Chen, not understanding, asked in a questioning voice, what? Lin Rixin entered a live stream room, tilted her head, and watched with Jiang Chen. As she watched, she said, this streamer specializes in wilderness exploration, searching for traces of wild Siberian tigers. Last time in the live stream, they really found a tiger. Jiang Chen also became interested. You still like watching live streams? Lin Rixin nodded, I don't like watching anything else, just like watching this. If I could see a tiger in the wild like him, that would be great. Jiang Chen asked, you like tigers? Lin Rixin nodded vigorously, yes. My most favorite animal is the tiger. Jiang Chen smiled, surprised that Lin Rixin had such a preference, and asked, then shall I take you to the zoo to see the tigers? However, Lin Rixin said, I don't like the tigers in the zoo, they are not majestic at all. Wild tigers are the most beautiful. Jiang Chen asked, why? Lin Rixin replied, huh? Jiang Chen asked, why do you like tigers? Lin Rixin answered, because tigers are very free, they live freely in the mountains and forests, and they are very powerful. No other animals can harm them. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw the streamer in the livestream walking alone in a deep mountain forest, saying to the audience in the livestream, guys, I have found tiger feces here, let's see if we can be lucky enough to see a tiger today. The barrage in the live stream instantly floated up. Tiger, my takeout has arrived. Will the streamer run if he encounters a tiger? Are you impatient with life? People nowadays don't care about anything for views, they don't even care about their lives. Streamer, I want to ask, if you really encounter a tiger, how do you plan to run? Run? Can he run faster than a tiger? Streamer, be careful, this is a wild tiger. If you dare to enter its territory, you are doomed. Streamer, I bow to you, my mom asked me why I kneel to watch the live stream. Streamer, I don't respect anyone except you. Streamer, go ahead, next year today I will burn incense for you. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Rixin, who was watching the live stream seriously, and thought to himself that in the eyes of others, she was like a high and mighty swan, existing on the most dazzling stage, emitting the most elegant and magnificent light. But he didn't expect that deep inside, she actually liked the wild tiger, full of wildness and powerful symbolism. Perhaps these were the things she lacked most in her life, so her heart yearned for freedom. Looking at Lin Rixin, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of tenderness in his heart, wanting to help her achieve her dreams. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind, what if he used his system abilities on wild tigers? How would that be? The idea excited him a bit, and it was worth a try. Moreover, in the wilderness, there are many wild animals, even if he doesn't try with tigers, trying with other wild animals would also be fine. Perhaps he could develop even more powerful uses for his system functions. With Li Yan on the company's side, Ma Hongfeng in the canned food factory, and having just expanded a small piece of the commercial territory and made some money, going out to the wilderness for a few days to play should be no problem, right? He asked Lin Rixin, do you want to go there like that streamer and see it for yourself? Lin Rixin's eyes immediately lit up, of course I do. Jiang Chen said, then let's go, I'll accompany you. Lin Rixin immediately exclaimed, really? Then, as if she had just remembered something, Lin Rixin's enthusiasm waned. But we don't even know where this place is, and the host has never mentioned it. Jiang Chen said, it's okay, actually I know this host, we are considered friends. I'll give him a call later, maybe he can tell me. Lin Rixin's enthusiasm immediately returned, really? That's great. But I'm a little afraid of encountering a tiger, what if it eats me? Jiang Chen smiled, don't worry, I'll protect you. Lin Rixin said, but you can't beat a tiger. Jiang Chen replied, but I can feed the tiger until it's full, then it won't bite you. Lin Rixin said, no, it's not okay if it eats you either. To comfort Lin Rixin, Jiang Chen said, it's okay, we'll bring some meat, bring a torch. Wild animals are most afraid of fire. If we really encounter a tiger, we'll light the torch, throw the meat out, and the tiger won't bite us. After thinking for a moment, Lin Rixin couldn't resist the desire to find the tiger, nodded, Jiang Chen got up, took the opportunity to go inside to drink water, took out his phone and entered the live broadcast room. System, change the relationship between me and him to friends. Ding, relationship modification successful, current relationship, friends. Then, Jiang Chen started sending gifts in the live broadcast room, and also sent a few barrage messages, saying that I am Jiang Chen, not knowing if he can see it. The host is a young man in his mid-20s, named Wild Axon. The buddies in the live broadcast room affectionately call him Axon or Brother Sun, and many people also call him Delivery Brother, because he delivers food to tigers every day. No one knows why he is so persistent in searching for the figure of wild tigers, thinking he is either brave or lacking common sense, doing crazy things for popularity. Axon saw the gifts Jiang Chen sent in the live broadcast room, and also saw his barrage messages, immediately greeted in the live broadcast room, Jiang Chen, thank you for the gifts. How's the environment here? The air is better than in the city, right? Jiang Chen sent a few barrage messages to chat with him. After a while, Axon placed the live broadcast phone on a rock, walked to the side, and called Jiang Chen. While answering the phone, Jiang Chen walked out of the room and into the backyard. Axon, where are you now? My friend and I want to go with you to explore the wilderness and see the wild tigers. Hearing Jiang Chen making a call, Lin Rixin couldn't help but lean over. After a few conversations between the two, the call ended. However, Lin Rixin didn't hear anything and curiously asked Jiang Chen, "How was it? Did he say anything?" Jiang Chen looked at Lin Rixin, teased her for a while, and when Lin Rixin couldn't wait any longer, he finally said, "It looks like we're going on a very long journey." "Ah!" Lin Rixin cheered happily, hugging Jiang Chen. After a long journey, Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin finally arrived at Axen's location. The car that took them there was a local van, driving into the deep mountains and stopping on a winding mountain road. The driver was a local resident named Zhang, very friendly to people. After the car stopped, Zhang turned to the two and said, "The car can't go any further, you'll have to walk. It's a long way to the mountains, about 10 miles. Be careful when you enter the mountains, they say there are tigers, blind bears, and many snakes in the mountains. Give me a call when you come out, and I'll come pick you up." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded, and got off the car with Lin Rixin. Zhang turned the car around and drove away. On this desolate mountain road, only Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin were left. Jiang Chen expressed doubt about Lin Rixin's physical strength. "It's over 10 miles just to get into the mountains, can you handle it?" Lin Rixin, however, was very excited. "Of course, don't underestimate me." Then he took the lead. Both of them were wearing outdoor sportswear today, and Lin Rixin displayed a different kind of beauty. Climbing the mountain with such a beauty was exhilarating just to look at. Jiang Chen followed behind, making a call to Axen. Not knowing his exact location, they needed him to come out and meet them. After the call, Axen said he would come out now and asked them to keep walking inside. He told the audience in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, I'm going out to meet someone, a good friend of mine, bringing along his friend. Later, we will search for the traces of wild tigers together." The barrage in the live broadcast room immediately floated up. Is he afraid that one person can't feed the tiger enough? Group delivery, that's fine, the tiger will give a 5-star rating directly. What kind of friend needs to be picked up? Isn't that a waste of time? The one in front has some patience, right? Isn't it better for a tiger to eat 3 people than one? That's true. Axen was somewhat amused by these barrages and said to them, "Don't worry, everyone, we'll be able to bring them over soon." He said it would be quick, but it took him over 2 hours to pick up Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin and return to his original position. The 2-hour mountain road almost wore out Jiang Chen, who was used to living on the plains. When Axen saw Lin Rixin, he was almost shocked. This was the current top star Lin Rixin. How did she come here? If she appeared in his live broadcast room, the popularity of his live broadcast room would skyrocket. However, Jiang Chen didn't let him film, so the audience only saw their backs and not their faces. Why is there another girl? That young lady has a great figure. Just looking at her back is my type. These days, there are so many back killers. Seeing the face might scare the tiger to death. What's the use of having a good figure? Can you outrun a tiger? Having a good figure is useful, the meat is tastier. After resting for a while in this location, Axen asked the two of them, "Shall we continue walking?" Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin rested for a while, their energy recovered quite a bit, and they both nodded. The three of them continued to move deeper into the primitive forest. Axen walked in front, pointing the camera ahead. Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin followed a bit further behind. Lin Rixin was in a very cheerful mood, continuously pointing out the scenery around and saying to Jiang Chen, "Look, there's a mushroom over there. So beautiful. Wow. This tree is so big, so tall. Look, this flower is so beautiful. What kind of flower is this? I've never seen it before." Jiang Chen, "Look, there's a huge bird's nest on that tree." Jiang Chen also enjoyed these things very much, thinking that getting close to nature could indeed make people happy. However, they kept walking and didn't encounter any wild animals, not even one. This made Jiang Chen somewhat dissatisfied, as he wanted to test his system's abilities by finding a wild animal. At this moment, Axen walking in front suddenly stopped. He stepped on something and there was a cracking sound. He squatted down to carefully examine it, only to find that he had stepped on some eggs of an unknown animal under the tree leaves, causing them to break. His shoe soles were covered in egg liquid. Holding the camera towards the ground, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "My bad, I really didn't see it. This thing was buried under the tree leaves. What bird lays eggs on the ground?" Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin also walked over to see what kind of eggs they were. Upon inspection, the eggs were white, about the size of quail eggs, and somewhat elongated. Jiang Chen poked it with his hand, and the eggshell was unexpectedly soft. Jiang Chen immediately said, "These are snake eggs, the shells are soft, I saw them when I was young." Lin Rixin immediately felt a little scared and said, "If there are snake eggs here, could there be snakes around?" The three of them stood up immediately and looked around. Fortunately, they didn't see any snakes, just tree leaves on the ground. Jiang Chen took a step forward and accidentally stepped on something. He peeled back the leaves and found more snake eggs. Jiang Chen also accidentally crushed several of them. Jiang Chen quickly pulled back his foot. Why are there so many snake eggs? After speaking, Jiang Chen felt something was wrong. He lightly pushed aside the leaves on the ground in front of him, revealing many white snake eggs. Oh my, so many? Jiang Chen picked up a branch and uncovered more white snake eggs by moving aside more leaves. Jiang Chen said, I'm afraid we've disturbed a snake nest, and wanted to cover the eggs back with the leaves using the branch. Axon, however, held up his phone and said, let's not cover them yet. I want to show my followers in the live stream. Look, we've encountered a snake egg nest. See, so many snake eggs. The viewers in the live stream were also amazed and some even sent gifts directly. Some comments said, keep filming. So many snake eggs prove that there are many snakes too. Isn't the host afraid of being bitten? The host either dies at the hands of a snake or in a tiger's mouth. Actually, if it's a venomous snake, it's better. The death is more peaceful, not as painful as being eaten alive by a tiger. Host, run. There's a snake under your foot. Snake. Snake. Damn, host, stop filming. There's a snake under your foot. Oh my, a snake is really coming. Host, stop filming and run. Axon was holding the phone and couldn't see the barrage of comments. However, Lin Rixin noticed the snake. It was a brown snake with brown spots on its body, hiding among the dead branches and leaves, very inconspicuous. It was so close to Axon's ankle that Lin Rixin was so surprised that she covered her mouth, too scared to make a sound, her eyes full of fear. She tapped Axon's shoulder and pointed to the snake under his foot. Axon looked down and saw the snake, and Jiang Chen also saw it. The snake had already taken an attacking posture, and Axon's leg was in imminent danger. Jiang Chen immediately thought of using his system's ability to control the snake and asked Axon to stay calm. But after seeing the snake, Axon suddenly let out a scream and instinctively kicked the snake. After kicking it, Axon screamed and ran out. Jiang Chen had to follow with Lin Rixin. Axon ran to a gentle slope, suddenly fell to the ground. The phone he was live streaming with flew out of his hand, and he rolled down the other side of the slope. Oh my god! Jiang Chen quickly chased after him. That guy rolled really fast and rolled far away. Jiang Chen thought to himself, he won't die from the fall, right? He hurried over to take him away from there. They needed to get to the hospital quickly. Jiang Chen and Lin Rixin both reached Axon's side, but Axon was already a bit dazed. Hey, are you okay? Jiang Chen patted his face, trying to wake him up a bit. Axon, very weakly, said, I was bitten on the leg. Jiang Chen quickly rolled up his pants and saw 2 blood holes on his ankle. The wound was swollen and bruised. Jiang Chen thought to himself, I hope this won't be fatal. Why did you kick the snake if you were fine? Just wait for 2 seconds, activate the system, and you'll be fine. Jiang Chen didn't know if his system would work against wild snakes, but there was a high probability it could prevent a snake bite. It was too late to say anything now. Lin Rixin was also very scared, thinking it was just an outdoor trip, but they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Jiang Chen knew that in this situation, he couldn't think about anything else and had to figure out a way to deal with Axon's snake bite first, or he might be in serious danger. He didn't know what kind of snake it was, but he had heard that some venomous snakes were incurable and fatal. Jiang Chen asked Axon, you're always running around in the wild, do you have any medicine with you for snake bites? Axon weakly shook his head, no. Jiang Chen thought to himself, are you here to seek death? Jiang Chen asked again, do you have a knife? Axon still shook his head, almost too weak to even do that. Lin Rixin asked, what do you need a knife for? Jiang Chen replied, first, we need to cut open his wound and try to let the blood out. We don't know what to do exactly, so we can only try to squeeze out the venomous blood first. Lin Rixin suggested, would a razor blade work? And took out a razor blade. Jiang Chen took it, not caring what kind of knife it was, as long as it was a knife. Seeing that the razor blade was quite sharp, he started cutting Axon's wound while saying, bear with it. Jiang Chen made 2 cuts on the wound and began to squeeze out the venomous blood forcefully. Axon grimaced in pain but was too weak to make a sound. Unexpectedly, this whole process was being live-streamed by the phone that had fallen on the slope. The phone had landed on the ground, leaning against a rock, with its camera pointing towards them. However, due to the obstruction of the weeds, they could only see a little bit. They saw Axon lying on the ground, Jiang Chen squeezing his blood. Lin Rixin squatted on the side, her back mostly covered by the shadow of the weeds, making it hard to see her clearly. Although they could see the scene, they were too far away to hear their conversation. What's going on? Is Axon going to die? What is that guy doing? It looks like he's squeezing something on Axon's leg. Brothers, did Axon get bitten by a venomous snake? He seems to be bleeding Axon. Oh no! Let's quickly call for help for them. I was just about to call for help, but we have no idea where they are. Axon never told us their location. It's over, the live streamer is in trouble this time. After busying himself for a while, Jiang Chen had squeezed out most of the venomous blood from the wound, and it was no longer as dark purple. He decided to carry Axon on his back and leave quickly. With the help of Lin Rixin, they lifted him up, and Jiang Chen carried him on his back. However, from entering the mountain until now, Jiang Chen had experienced intense running, and his energy was almost depleted. For someone who didn't exercise regularly, it was already impressive that he had lasted this long. Axon didn't look fat, but due to his years of walking in the wild, his muscles were very strong, making him heavy to carry. Moreover, they were going uphill, and Jiang Chen couldn't walk a few steps before feeling unable to continue, so he had to put Axon down first. In the live chat, someone started cursing, "Damn, can't that guy do it? Saving a life is more important. Why did he put him down? This is already quite good." Axon weighs over 84 kilograms, and carrying someone in a coma is completely different from when they are awake. It's very heavy to carry him like this. It's fortunate that he's there. If Axon were alone in this situation, he would really be helpless. What's the use if he can't carry him? What should we do now? After putting down Axon, Jiang Chen saw that he seemed to be losing consciousness, so he quickly talked to him, trying to keep him awake. Jiang Chen asked Lin Rixin to call for help. Lin Rixin took out her phone but found no signal, so she walked up the hill to try to find a signal. Jiang Chen then said to Axon, "Axon, tell me why you are so determined to find tigers in the wild?" Axon, upon hearing the word tiger, became a bit more alert to protect them. Jiang Chen asked, "How do you protect them?" Sun weakly said, "As long as they can confirm the presence of tigers here, they will establish a protected area here." Jiang Chen was somewhat moved. "Is this the reason you are so determined to find tigers? Why do you want to protect tigers?" Sun, because they are rare. Jiang Chen chuckled speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Sun continued, "I feel like I'm dying. If I could see a tiger before I die, it would be worth it." Jiang Chen comforted him, saying, "Don't say that, Rexin has gone up to make a call. The rescue will be here soon, you will be fine." Lin Rexin held up his phone, still unable to find a signal, suddenly seemed to see something, let out a scream, and ran back towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen immediately stood up, grabbed Lin Rexin's hand. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Rexin looked back. Tiger. Jiang Chen?" Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, two little guys emerged from behind the trees not far away. They were actually two tiger cubs. "No way!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. "Are there really tigers?" The two little tigers curiously approached them, feeling very curious about them. Their eyes were bright and shiny, like two curious babies, perfectly interpreting the idiom tiger-headed and tiger-brained, looking very cute. Sun also saw them, a relieved smile appearing on his pale face. He really found them. Wild tigers. And they are two cubs. He suddenly remembered his live streaming phone, not knowing where he had dropped it. He felt a little regretful. At this moment, the people in the live stream room also saw it. The barrage in the live stream room exploded instantly. "Mom, I saw wild tigers. There really are tigers. I really saw them. Sun, you really found them. I'm crying." This man finally succeeded. "The tiger cubs are so cute. I'm about to melt. I never thought tigers could be so cute. So adorable. Tiger cubs, wish me luck in the postgraduate entrance exam." "No, guys, don't forget that the cubs must be near the mother tiger. The mother tiger guarding the cubs is the most terrifying creature on this planet. The combat power is off the charts, and the temper is very fierce. If the mother tiger sees them, they're done for." What the person above said is true. My mother hen is especially fierce when she guards her chicks. She even pecked away our big yellow dog. If it's a mother tiger guarding her cubs, she will show you what a true king of beasts is in minutes. It's over. The three of them are in danger. The people in the live stream room instantly calmed down, and some of them even broke out in a cold sweat for the three. The two little tigers ran to Jiang Chen's feet. Jiang Chen thought to himself that this was a gift. He bent down and patted their heads, one in each hand, feeling great. But suddenly, a chill ran straight to the back of Jiang Chen's head, and he instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Chen immediately looked up. In front of them, a large tiger appeared silently, its eyes staring fiercely at them. That gaze was unforgettable at a glance. In the next moment, the mother tiger let out a low growl and charged straight at Jiang Chen and the others. At this moment, not only Jiang Chen and the others, but even the audience in the livestream room felt their hearts in their throats. If things go wrong, that would definitely be a death in the tiger's mouth. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat instantly, but his heart was unwavering, silently praying in his mind, "System, change the relationship between me and it. Change it to master and pet. The system then asked casually, "Ding, who is the master and who is the pet?" Jiang Chen was almost going crazy, roaring in his heart, "I am the master." Ding, relationship modified successfully, current relationship, master and pet. The charging mother tiger hesitated for a moment, stopped, but her gaze towards Jiang Chen remained unchanged. The next second, she roared, locking her eyes on Jiang Chen and charging towards him again. Ah! Jiang Chen panicked instantly. Why isn't it working? The voice of the system in his mind said, "The system's function must have worked, but I can guess and explain the current situation to you. This tiger may think that although you are its master, as long as it eats you, it can regain its freedom." Oh my god! Jiang Chen was completely panicked. Did he really have to end his life here today? If he had known, why didn't he just focus on making money in the city and expanding his business territory instead of coming to see a tiger? The mother tiger was almost within reach, her huge mouth almost about to bite Jiang Chen the next second. The audience in the live broadcast room had gone crazy. Hurry up and run! What's the use of running? Can anyone run faster than a tiger? It's over. I can't bear to watch anymore, sob sob sob. They won't really be eaten by the tiger, will they? At this moment, the system reminded Jiang Chen in his mind, maybe you can try another relationship. Jiang Chen's mind raced, what other relationship could prevent him from being eaten? He remembered that there were 2 tiger cubs by his feet. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. There is an old saying that a tiger does not eat its cubs. If he claimed to be the tiger's child, would it still bite him? When a person is desperate, they can do anything. Jiang Chen immediately modified his relationship with the mother tiger through the system again. System, change the relationship between me and it to mother and son. Ding, relationship modified successfully, current relationship, mother and son. At the same time, due to excessive fear and anxiety, Jiang Chen shouted at the mother tiger, "Mom!" The mother tiger was stunned, her action of pouncing forward stopped abruptly. She landed on the ground, standing at an extremely close distance from Jiang Chen, staring at him. The fierceness in her eyes was replaced by confusion. She sniffed Jiang Chen closely with her big nose. Faced with this situation, Jiang Chen dared not move, allowing her to sniff him. Lin Rixin and Axon on the side were both shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. "Mom? Did he just call the mother tiger mom?" "Yes," he called out loudly. "We couldn't hear them talking before, but we all heard that mom just now. So if you call a tiger mom, it won't bite you? Learn something new. I'm going to challenge a tiger now. What's the situation now? This is too unbelievable." On the scene, after the mother tiger finished sniffing Jiang Chen, she took a few steps back, looking at Jiang Chen with 100 doubts in her eyes. However, she did not attack Jiang Chen again. She turned her head and looked at Lin Rixin, and Jiang Chen immediately stood in front of Lin Rixin. "Don't bite her." The mother tiger then turned to look at Axon lying on the ground. Jiang Chen stopped her again, "Not this one either." The mother tiger let out a dissatisfied growl, but did not take further action. The audience in the live broadcast room was puzzled by this scene. What's going on? The mother tiger is actually listening to him? This mother tiger is too face-saving, right? Does calling out mom have such a big effect? Next time I see a tiger, I'll try it too. Be careful not to encounter a male tiger ahead. Ha ha. Seeing the mother tiger looking very unhappy, Jiang Chen quickly threw out the meat he had prepared in the bag for it to eat. The mother tiger looked at the meat, didn't eat it, but the 2 little tigers next to it happily started eating. After finishing the meal, the mother tiger let out a low growl, turned around and slowly walked away, with the 2 little tigers following behind. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, the mother tiger turned back. It let out a few low growls towards Jiang Chen, sounding just like when it was telling the young tigers to leave. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Oh no, is it going to take me away?" Seeing Jiang Chen standing still, the mother tiger walked over, stretched out its front paw, pounced on Jiang Chen, then opened its mouth and bit towards the back of Jiang Chen's neck. Lin Rixin was startled by this action, but Jiang Chen signaled to her that he was okay. The mother tiger grabbed his back collar and dragged him towards the forest. That guy was taken away by the mother tiger. Is it really treating him as its own child? I'm laughing so hard. What a cross-species child. The mother tiger seems to be really worried about him. The other 2 children can run on their own, but he can't, so it has to carry him. Ha ha ha, the mother tiger is so worried. Just then, due to poor signal, the live broadcast was interrupted. The screen instantly turned black. The viewers in the live room became anxious. Where's the live broadcast? Where's my live broadcast? I want to see the tiger. What kind of rubbish signal is this? Give me the signal now. How can I live without this live broadcast? Jiang Chen was being carried away by the mother tiger and dared not resist. Lin Rixin looked at Jiang Chen, feeling anxious but not knowing what to do. Jiang Chen made a phone gesture to her, indicating, "Phone, quickly make a call, I will come out on my own." Lin Rixin watched helplessly as Jiang Chen was carried away, quickly took out her phone and walked up the slope to find a signal, finally dialed the rescue number. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was dragged into the forest and brought to a cave. The mother tiger placed him on the ground and lay down on one side. Jiang Chen slowly walked out, but unexpectedly was carried back by the mother tiger again. He walked out again, only to be carried back by the mother tiger once more. Jiang Chen really felt frustrated. Damn, I can't get out. Am I going to live as a wild man in this forest for the rest of my life? What kind of forest adventure is this? Let me out, I want to return to a normal life. After all the commotion, Jiang Chen was also tired. Since the tiger was not biting him now, Jiang Chen simply lay his head on the mother tiger's belly, holding the two young tigers in his arms, thinking about how to leave while closing his eyes. He thought, at least this time he had fulfilled Lin Rixin's deepest dream, and he had also experimented with the system function, which was worth it. The result of the experiment was that the relationship between wild animals and pet owners didn't seem to work that well, at least not for a mother tiger with cubs. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen fell asleep like that. When he woke up again, the mother tiger was gone. The two young tigers were still there, playing on the side. Looking outside the cave, it was already night, but the moonlight was very bright. Jiang Chen felt that this was the perfect time to escape. If he waited for the mother tiger to return, he might really not be able to leave. Jiang Chen walked out of the cave, only to encounter the mother tiger carrying back a prey. It was a small deer, already dead. The mother tiger dropped the prey on the ground, and the two young tigers happily ran over to tear and bite into it. The mother tiger looked at Jiang Chen, as if asking why he wasn't eating. Jiang Chen then realized how hungry he was, not having eaten anything all day, but he hadn't brought his backpack. However, no matter how hungry he was, he wouldn't eat that kind of thing. How could he eat something raw like that? The tigress looked at him, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, she walked towards Jiang Chen and lay down beside him. At the same time, she used her mouth to pull Jiang Chen closer by tugging at his pants leg. Jiang Chen didn't understand at first, but gradually he did. She seemed to be indicating that he should drink her tiger milk. Jiang Chen was initially resistant, but unable to bear his hunger, and with a curious thought lingering, he decided to give it a try. The milk was fragrant and delicious, just like cow's milk and sheep's milk, and he had heard that camel milk was also drinkable, all with high nutritional value. What about tiger milk? Jiang Chen looked at the two healthy tiger cubs and thought that if they could be raised like this, the milk must be nutritious. He just wondered about the taste. After a moment, Jiang Chen started drinking. A strong and fragrant milk taste filled his mouth. The warm tiger milk flowed down his throat, filling his empty stomach. Jiang Chen greedily sucked it up. Soon, he raised his head and burped contentedly. He felt his whole body warming up, a surge of energy filling him, making him eager to run 3,000 meters or wrestle a bear. He looked towards the forest outside, feeling the urge to explore it. Jiang Chen thought to himself, no wonder those two little tigers are so lively all day, this stuff really packs a punch. After the two cubs finished eating, the tigress went over to eat. Once they were full, they went back to sleep. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to slip away. Ha, I finally made it out. When he was brought here, he used all his brain cells to remember the way, and now he started walking back along that path. Walking alone in the deep mountains and old forests under the moonlight, he heard some rustling around, but surprisingly, he felt calm instead of scared. He felt like he had been walking for an hour, trusting his brain cells too much. They hadn't remembered the way at all, and now he was lost, not knowing where he was. Jiang Chen scratched his head in frustration. He noticed a dark figure moving not far away. As he approached, the figure also noticed him. It stood up, revealing itself to be a blind bear, a black bear. The black bear didn't show any signs of aggression, just warning him not to come closer. Jiang Chen directly used the system's ability, changed the relationship between me and it. Jiang Chen felt that the master-pet relationship wouldn't work with the tigress, and he assumed it wouldn't work with the black bear either. He thought that some powerful wild animals might not approve of this kind of relationship, but there was one relationship that should work universally, and that was being good friends. Bears have friends too. They can be friends with foxes, raccoons, and even humans. Friendship knows no species boundaries. Change to good friends. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, good friends. The black bear stopped its defensive stance, got down on all fours, and walked towards Jiang Chen. This meant it had let down its guard. Jiang Chen first touched its furry head, then said, "Do you know the way down the mountain?" The bear seemed not to understand Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Do you know where there are people? People, like me. Do you understand?" The bear seemed to understand and started walking ahead. Jiang Chen followed behind. They didn't walk far, maybe half an hour, before Jiang Chen saw some flashlight beams flickering in the forest. It was the rescue team. The black bear stopped there and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen happily hugged its neck, rubbed its head vigorously, and said, "Goodbye, my friend, you are my best friend." Later, Jiang Chen let go of his hand and walked towards the direction of the flashlight. The black bear watched him walk away, saw the people, turned and disappeared into the forest. As soon as the rescue team saw Jiang Chen, they shouted, "Found him! He's here!" People came over, cheering. Jiang Chen saw Lin Rixin. She was wearing the search and rescue team's clothes, and she ran over and hugged Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine, I'm okay." Seeing Jiang Chen in such good condition, Lin Rixin finally showed a relieved smile, and the people who participated in the rescue also showed the joy of victory on their faces. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness saw everything. Those eyes, once made Jiang Chen shudder, also gave Jiang Chen a sense of security. It was the mother tiger. It saw the people's laughter, saw the smile on Jiang Chen's face, and then turned and left. After leaving the mountain, back in the city, Jiang Chen took a hot bath in the top hotel. Lin Rixin had already finished washing and was leaning on the bed. Jiang Chen walked out of the bathroom, drying the water droplets on his body with a towel, and asked, "By the way, how is Axon doing?" Lin Rixin said, "He was taken to the hospital long ago and is no longer in danger." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Lin Rixin suddenly said seriously, "Jiang Chen, thank you." Jiang Chen smiled. "Thank me for what?" Lin Rixin said, "You let me see a wild tiger and fulfilled my dream." Jiang Chen said, "It's nothing, actually, if you want to see a tiger, there are so many wildlife parks, where there are tigers too." Lin Rixin shook her head. "It's not the same, I feel that this experience is really different, I will cherish it for a lifetime." Jiang Chen remembered his own experience in the forest, an experience that, he dared say, even the richest person in the world or the most powerful person had never experienced. He nodded in agreement, who hasn't? After a nap, they returned to their city. Jiang Chen returned to his familiar villa. "Ah, finally back." Lin Rixin's 3-day vacation passed like this. She said to Jiang Chen, "I have 4 hours left before I have to leave to catch the plane. I will put the canned food factory endorsement on the agenda as soon as possible, and I will have my assistant send out the announcement later." Jiang Chen nodded. "Okay, I have to go discuss with Director Ma and see what specific activities there are, and I will need you to attend." Lin Rixin readily agreed, "No problem." Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I haven't paid you yet." He took Lin Rixin's hand. "There are still 4 hours left. Come, I'll take you to the factory to eat canned peaches." Lin Rixin smiled. "Okay, haha." The two got in the car, and Jiang Chen drove all the way to the canned food factory. In the office, Ma Hongfeng saw Lin Rixin in person, feeling like he was dreaming. Jiang Chen joked with him, "Director Ma, Lin Rixin personally came to me to ask for her reward." Ma Hongfeng didn't understand for a moment. Jiang Chen continued, "Don't you remember? A can of canned peaches." Ma Hongfeng immediately laughed. "Ha, I'll go get it." Ma Hongfeng went out to get the canned peaches. In the office, Lin Rixin suddenly asked Jiang Chen, "Where did the tiger take you that day?" Jiang Chen told her the story of what happened after the tiger took him away. Of course, some things that were hard to explain, Jiang Chen didn't mention. With his exaggerated description, Lin Rixin listened intently. After listening, Lin Rixin asked again, "I don't understand why the tiger took you away, and why after you called it Mom, the tiger didn't bite us, it's so magical." Jiang Chen casually said, "After all, a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Maybe I touched a baby tiger before and got its scent on me, so it didn't bite me. It's also possible that this tiger is mentally ill and really thinks of me as its own child." Lin Rixin asked, "Tigers can get mental illnesses too?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Why not? Tigers, like humans, can also get sick." Lin Rixin half believed. "Oh." Soon, Ma Hongfeng brought a can of canned peaches, along with bowls, spoons, and knives and forks. He thought, for this level of celebrity endorsement, shouldn't he provide better service than just a can of canned peaches? Jiang Chen opened the lid and started eating with Lin Rixin. The canned peaches were cool, sour, sweet, and full of fruity fragrance. It was extremely comfortable to eat a bite. After eating a few pieces of canned peaches, Lin Rixin wanted to drink the juice. Jiang Chen let her drink straight from the can. Seeing Lin Rixin enjoying the food, Ma Hongfeng smiled with satisfaction, proving that his canned peaches were delicious. He said to Jiang Chen, "Manager Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days. It turns out you went to see Lin Rixin." Jiang Chen smiled. "Yes, I went to see Lin Rixin, and I also saw a tiger, a black bear, and a small deer." Ma Hongfeng said, "So you went to the zoo?" Jiang Chen nodded, "Something like that." This sentence somehow hid Lin Rixin's funny bone. and she laughed so hard that the canned peach juice she was drinking sprayed all over the floor. Seeing her laughing, Jiang Chen asked Ma Hongfeng, "How did the investigation I asked you to do go?" Ma Hongfeng immediately replied, "I found out that Fei Hu Trading recently purchased a large batch of fresh fruits, mainly lychees and cherries, worth over 50 million, and is about to sell them to some fruit distributors in 3 cities. Jiang Chen asked, "Do the distributors know about it?" Ma Hongfeng nodded, "Yes, mainly 3 people, and their information is all in the computer." "Oh, I also found out about the suppliers to Fei Hu Trading, and their information is also in the computer." Jiang Chen nodded, planning to deal with these matters after Lin Rixin left. Lin Rixin, who had finally finished laughing, covered her face and said, "Sorry, I couldn't control myself just now." After finishing the canned peaches, Jiang Chen took Lin Rixin to have a meal at a very high-end restaurant in the city, with private rooms that were expensive, but Jiang Chen didn't care about the money now. After the meal, it was almost time. They returned to the villa to pick up their luggage, and Jiang Chen drove Lin Rixin to the airport. In the car, Lin Rixin said somewhat reluctantly, "I wanted to visit my uncle and aunt this time, but I ran out of time." Jiang Chen said, "It's okay, you can come next time." Lin Rixin took out 2 neatly wrapped gift boxes from her suitcase, not knowing what was inside, and said to Jiang Chen, "These are gifts I prepared for my uncle and aunt. The red one is for my aunt, and the blue one is for my uncle. Can you please give it to them for me?" Jiang Chen teased her, "How come they both have gifts but I don't?" Lin Rixin kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek and said, "This is my gift to you. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Chen said, "My gift doesn't cost money." Lin Rixin playfully punched Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Help, Lin Rixin is being violent." After a while of being affectionate, it was almost time for boarding, so Lin Rixin got out of the car and walked towards the airport. Jiang Chen drove back to the canned fruit factory, opened the computer, and reviewed the information. The 3 fruit distributors who purchased from Fei Hu Trading, one was surnamed Huang, named Huang Yi. One was named Lu Pingbao, and the other was named Nian Mingyong. The first one, Huang Yi, was a woman. The information collected by Ma Hongfeng included a photo, stating she was 40 years old, quite beautiful, with fair skin and well-maintained appearance. Jiang Chen silently activated the system's ability in his mind, changed the relationship between me and her, friends. Ding character relationship modification successful, current relationship, friends. Moments later, Jiang Chen received a call from Huang Yi. "Jiang Chen, you little rascal, why haven't you been contacting me recently, making me think of you every day?" A charming voice of a woman came through the phone. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered Lu Linger, that friend relationship. He silently complained in his mind, "Can your friend relationship system be more serious?" The system confidently replied, "I am serious, it's them who are not serious, blame me?" Jiang Chen was speechless and said to the phone, "Mr. Huang, I have been really busy recently, please understand." Huang Yi sounded a bit dissatisfied on the phone. "You used to call me Sister Yi, now you call me Mr. Huang, it feels distant." Jiang Chen, "Sister Yi, let's drop it, coincidentally I have something important to tell you." Huang Yi seemed to be teasing Jiang Chen, and upon hearing this, she smiled and said, "That's more like it, go ahead, what's the important matter?" Jiang Chen, "Are you planning to purchase a batch of fruits recently from Fei Hu Trading?" Huang Yi, "Yes, what's the matter?" Jiang Chen, "Sister Yi, I heard that the price of this batch of goods at Fei Hu Trading has increased a lot, why don't you buy from the primary supplier? Do you have to let Fei Hu Trading make this price difference?" Huang Yi smiled, "Little brother, you don't know, we can't contact the primary supplier, they only supply to Fei Hu Trading, otherwise how can they make this money? And we are not familiar with them, never dealt with them, also afraid of problems." Jiang Chen smiled, "I can contact them, I am very familiar with that Mr. Shen, it will definitely not be a problem. Mr. Shen is the supplier that Ma Hongfeng found, supplying goods to Fei Hu Trading." Huang Yi was suddenly delighted, "Little brother, if you can really connect me with Mr. Shen, I can save a lot of money. I will give you a big red envelope when the time comes." Jiang Chen said, "What red envelope? We are friends, right? I will contact Mr. Shen and call you back." Huang Yi happily agreed, "Okay, thank you in advance, sister." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen started with the other 2. After a conversation, their attitudes were consistent with Huang Yi's, all expressing gratitude to Jiang Chen if they could connect with the supplier. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen wondered if there was any relationship between Fei Hu Trading and Mr. Shen. Otherwise, why can't others connect, but they can? With this question in mind, Jiang Chen changed the relationship between him and Mr. Shen. Ding character relationship modification successful, current relationship, friends. Moments later, Jiang Chen received a call from Mr. Shen. "Mr. Shen's name is Shen Hai. After answering the phone, a middle-aged man's deep voice came through. Jiang Chen, how have you been recently? Pretty good, right? He. It's been a long time since we last contacted. I really miss you a bit. Jiang Chen politely replied over the phone. I'm doing well, how about you? Busy lately? Even if you are busy, you should take care of your health. Shanhai laughed. Busy? I have been working all year round. Where is the time to rest? Jiang Chen exchanged some pleasantries with him first, then turned the conversation to business. By the way, Lao Shen, do you know a person named Wu Hu from Feihu Trading? Shanhai on the phone said, I know him, he is a business partner of my company, just bought a batch of fruits from me recently, but I am not very familiar with him. We met through a friend half a year ago, is there something wrong? Jiang Chen said, nothing major, I heard he bought a batch of goods from you, just asking casually. This Wu Hu almost ruined a deal for me. Shanhai immediately said, I'm not familiar with him. Jiang Chen, how do you want to deal with him? I will definitely cooperate with you. Jiang Chen smiled and said, no need, it's not troublesome for you. I have a few friends here who are in the fruit wholesale business and want to order some goods from you. Are you available? Shanhai generously said, of course. What's not convenient about it? If you, Jiang Chen, ask, how can it not be convenient? They can ask for whatever goods they need, as long as I have them, I will definitely supply them with all my efforts. Jiang Chen replied, great, thank you. Shanhai laughed, don't be polite with me, you introduce clients to me, I should be the one thanking you, Jiang Chen said, I'll have them contact you later. Shanhai replied, no problem. After a brief chat, they hung up the phone. Jiang Chen sent Shanhai's contact information to Huang Yi and the other two. After everything was done, Jiang Chen looked out the window, a smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure outside the window. Isn't that my dad? Why is he here? Jiang Chen walked out of the office, called Ma Hongfeng from the next office, and they went outside together. Upon looking outside, they realized his dad was there for a job interview. The factory had been recruiting ordinary workers all year round, and the recent commotion at the canned food factory, from the initial talk of closure to finally settling the workers' wages, rehiring workers, and a large number of trucks coming to transport goods, had spread widely. People were saying that a big boss was coming to invest, and Hongfeng canned food factory was going to have significant development. When Jiang Chen's father heard this news and learned about the good treatment at the factory and the trustworthy boss, he decided to look for a job there. The factory staff had already received him and were talking to him. Jiang Chen watched from afar, and Hongfeng said, Boss Jiang, is that your father? Oh, how can he work as a laborer? I can't afford that. Why not let him be the factory manager? Jiang Chen said, forget it. My dad doesn't know about my situation yet, it's not easy to explain this matter. Later, you just tell him I'm your buddy, arrange an easier job for my dad, and offer a higher salary. Hongfeng said, so your uncle doesn't know that the big boss is you? Should we keep it a secret for now? Why didn't you tell him? Jiang Chen said, didn't I tell you, it's not easy to explain this matter. I'll slowly tell him later, for now, just do as I say. Hongfeng nodded, alright, I'll follow your lead. The easiest position in our factory is safety patrol, just walk around the factory every day, check for any safety hazards, and then relax in the office. There's actually not much work. Do you think this position is suitable for your uncle? Thinking about how his father used to do hard and tiring work at the construction site, Jiang Chen felt sorry for him, and now it was time for him to rest. The position suggested by Hongfeng was good, not tiring, and had some work to do, so Jiang Chen agreed, okay, let's go with this position. Hongfeng asked, how about a monthly salary of 30,000? Jiang Chen was surprised and asked, normally, how much is the salary for this position? Hongfeng said, 3,500. Jiang Chen said, normally it's 3,500, if you give him 30,000, my dad won't dare to accept it, he will suspect something. Hongfeng asked, I was thinking of giving a bit more, then how much do you think is a suitable monthly salary? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, considering that 10,000 a month was already a high salary at home, enough for his parents to spend, let's go with 10,000 a month. You'll have to come up with a reason to make him feel he should take this 10,000, don't let him suspect anything, I'll leave this matter to you. Hongfeng said, this. Then the two of them walked over there. Shaoli, who was in charge of recruiting in the factory, was telling Jiang Chen's father, Uncle, you are a bit old, already 50 years old. Our factory currently lacks younger workers, you are a bit too old. Why don't you go to other factories and take a look? Jiang Chen's father, unwilling to give up, said, I see there are people in their 50s in your factory. Besides, don't just look at my age, but my body is strong enough to work like a man in his 30s. Shaoli said, those who are in their 50s have been working in our factory for many years. We are not recruiting people of such old age now, sorry, uncle. Jiang Chen's father wanted to say something more, but Jiang Chen and Ma Hongfeng walked over. Ma Hongfeng spoke up, Xiaoli, you go back to your work, I will talk to uncle. Xiaoli said, okay, and then went back to his work. Ma Hongfeng said to Jiang Chen's father, uncle, don't mind him. Xiaoli doesn't know, but our factory is currently lacking a very important position, which requires someone like you with more experience and slightly older age. Jiang Chen's father saw Jiang Chen standing aside, but didn't say anything, focusing all his attention on Ma Hongfeng. You must be the factory director Ma, right? Tell me about the position, I am absolutely qualified in terms of experience. Ma Hongfeng began to talk to Jiang Chen's father, emphasizing the importance of safety inspections, the factory's high regard for safety, and finally mentioning a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, inviting him to take the job. Jiang Chen's father was stunned after hearing this. Did you say how much the salary is? Jiang Chen was holding back his laughter on the side. Ma Hongfeng continued, 10,000 a month, 8 hours of work per day, weekends off, paid statutory holidays, bonuses and gifts during festivals, and year-end bonuses. Oh, by the way, uncle, considering your age, do you have pension insurance? If you join us, we will cover the pension insurance for you. When you retire, you can still receive a monthly pension. We will also provide medical insurance for you. In case of any minor illness or discomfort, hospital visits, medication, or hospitalization expenses can be reimbursed. After listening, Jiang Chen's father was full of doubts in his mind. Is this treatment too good to be true? Jiang Chen's father, being experienced, suddenly felt something was not right. He thought for a moment and said to Ma Hongfeng, Director Ma, there won't be any issues here, right? Will I be held responsible for anything? What if something goes wrong? Will I end up in jail? Jiang Chen burst into laughter, earning a stern look from his father. Jiang Chen immediately stopped laughing, and Ma Hongfeng explained to Jiang Chen's father, Uncle, you are overthinking. You don't need to worry about any responsibilities. I am the factory director. If anything happens in the factory, it's my responsibility, not yours. Jiang Chen's father wanted to say something more, but Jiang Chen stopped him, saying, Dad, Director Ma is giving you this position out of consideration for me, so don't doubt it. Jiang Chen's father asked, What are you doing here? What is your role here? Jiang Chen replied, I am his assistant. Ma Hongfeng immediately added, Yes, his assistant. Jiang Chen is exceptionally capable, and I admire him a lot. Jiang Chen's father finally let go of his doubts, showing a joyful smile on his face. Is that so, Jiang Chen? Great, Director Ma thinks highly of you. He raised his thumb, You must learn well from Director Ma. Jiang Chen said, Yes, I will learn well. Ma Hongfeng smiled somewhat awkwardly. Who is learning from whom? Jiang always plays with those things, selling a can of canned food for 18, I can't even understand it, let alone learn from it. Later, Jiang Chen's father gladly accepted the position and agreed to start work the next day. He reminded Jiang Chen to work well with Director Ma, then turned and left. Jiang Chen walked towards his car, with Ma Hongfeng walking ahead and opening the car door for Jiang Chen. However, this scene was seen by his father. Jiang Chen's father walked over angrily, criticizing Jiang Chen before he even closed the car door. You, becoming more and more unruly. You are the assistant, letting the director open the car door for you? You should be the one opening the car door for the director. Jiang Chen thought to himself, enduring the scolding from his father. He said to Ma Hongfeng, Sorry Director Ma, next time I will open the car door for you. Ma Hongfeng looked surprised, No need, really, it's fine, I just casually opened it. It doesn't matter who opens the car door, it's a small matter. Jiang Chen's father continued, No, small matters should be paid attention to the most. As an assistant, don't think I haven't been in that position, I understand, details must be paid attention to. After speaking for a while, he saw that Director Ma didn't seem to blame Jiang Chen, so he stopped and focused on the car instead. Whose car are you driving? Jiang Chen, Director Ma's. Ma Hongfeng immediately added, Yes, I asked him to drive, he went out to do something for the factory. Jiang Chen's father calmed down, telling Jiang Chen, Then go quickly, drive carefully, pay attention to safety. Jiang Chen nodded, drove towards the gate. In the rearview mirror, he saw his father smiling and greeting Ma Hongfeng, also walking towards the gate. He breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved his father's work-related issue, his mood was still good. As for being scolded in the end, it was nothing, used to being scolded by his parents, he was already accustomed to it. Driving back to the office of Bingfei Company's general manager, Li Yan was still working diligently. General Jiang, hello. Jiang Chen nodded and sat in his own seat. Next was waiting for a few days until Wu Hu found out that his batch of fruits couldn't be sold, then Jiang Chen would appear. Jiang Chen took out his phone and saw a piece of news that was very popular, gaining high attention just after being released. Lin Rixin announced to endorse Hongfeng canned food. For a moment, Hongfeng canned food became the focus of discussion. I checked Hongfeng canned food, it's just a small factory in town. How did they manage to get Lin Rixin to endorse them? Brothers, don't rush blindly. Lin Rixin endorsing canned food must be delicious. Don't talk about whether it's delicious, even if it's sour, I'll eat it. Honestly, their canned peach is really delicious. I've tried it. Hongfeng canned food is made with Lin Rixin's bathwater. Damn, really? Don't compete with me, I'll buy it directly. Hilarious, I'll pour out the peaches and drink the soup. That's my taste. Where to buy? Is it available online? Seeking a purchase link. I investigated this factory, it has a good reputation locally, directly boosting the income of local peach growers. Lin Rixin chose to endorse this brand, surely considering helping farmers. She's truly my goddess. I love her. It must be like this, otherwise how could they afford Lin Rixin's endorsement fee? Suddenly, all Hongfeng brand peach canned food on the market was sold out. In the factory, Ma Hongfeng's phone and the sales staff's phones were ringing off the hook. Orders for goods came in like snowflakes. Hongfeng canned food instantly became a hot commodity. Manager Zhang? 100,000 cans? Okay, no problem. Hello, General Li, 1 million cans? Okay, no need to send the money first. What? Already paid in full? Hello? 2 million cans? Ma Hongfeng answered over a dozen ordering calls, then quickly pressed the dial button for Jiang Chen's phone during a break. Jiang Chen answered the phone, and Ma Hongfeng's voice came through. Jiang, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many orders coming in? Jiang Chen had anticipated this situation. Have you seen the news? 10 minutes ago, Lin Rixin announced the news of endorsing us. Ma Hongfeng instantly understood. In that case, our production capacity is far from enough. And what about the prices? Should we raise them a bit? Jiang Chen replied, not enough production capacity? Of course, we need to expand the scale. I'll leave this to you. As for the prices, yes, we need to raise them, so that when we purchase peaches, we can also increase the prices. Raise the prices reasonably, don't raise them too much at once, so as not to upset the consumers, got it? Ma Hongfeng responded, got it, I understand. As for expanding the scale, I have an idea. Expanding the factory now, introducing production lines, it's too troublesome and time-consuming. We might as well acquire a few suitable canned food factories, which can directly increase our production capacity. Jiang Chen agreed. Alright, do you have any specific plans? Ma Hongfeng said, some nearby small canned food factories are not worth considering, their equipment is too old, and the hygiene conditions do not meet our high standards. I know of a newly established canned food factory, with the latest equipment, operating for less than half a year. The factory area is also large. The owner invested a lot of money initially, building a large area of factory and assembly line, but I heard the profits are not very good, and the owner is considering selling. Moreover, it's very close to us, less than 50 miles away. If we can acquire this factory, our production capacity will increase several times. What do you think? Should I go talk to the owner? Jiang Chen said, okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded, alright, I'll go handle it now. After entrusting the acquisition of the canned food factory to Ma Hongfeng, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Li Yan heard the conversation on the phone and asked Jiang Chen in surprise, Lin Rixin wants to endorse you? The famous star, Lin Rixin? Li Yan only knew that Jiang Chen had sold the first batch of canned food. She was unaware of the endorsement. Jiang Chen nodded, yes, and a few other Lin Rexins. Li Yan looked shocked. How did you get in touch with her? How did you get her to agree? After all, Lin Rixin is such a popular star. Jiang Chen replied, Lin Rixin is my girlfriend. Li Yan exclaimed, really? Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything more, but changed the subject to Li Yan. By the way, go buy me an excavator, and see if there's a suitable storefront here for opening a noodle shop. Buy it. The topic changed too quickly, leaving Li Yan stunned for a moment. Jiang, buying an excavator and opening a noodle shop. Your thoughts are jumping too fast. Jiang Chen smiled, mainly to help a friend. Li Yan immediately understood, nodded, okay, I'll go do it in a while. Then she half-jokingly said, Jiang, the tasks you're assigning me seem to be beyond my job scope. Jiang Chen was taken aback, thinking that might be the case. Although Li Yan was his assistant, theoretically, anything outside of Ice Fei Company's affairs was beyond her job scope. Moreover, he had entrusted her with 50 million in funds for charity. Thinking that Li Yan was quite handy and familiar, he said to her, how about this, not just now, but in the future, I may have many tasks outside of the company that I need help with. If you're willing, I can give you an additional salary. It won't be less than what you earn at Ice Fei. What do you think? Li Yan readily agreed, okay, Jiang, I'm willing to serve you, but Chen sighed. Might have objections. He said Mr. Chen refers to Chen Bingfei. Jiang Chen said, "It's okay, I'll handle Mr. Chen's side, you just focus on your work." Li Yan happily said, "Okay, General Jiang, I'll go out to handle things now." Jiang Chen nodded, then asked before she left, "How is the use of the 50 million funds going?" Li Yan replied, "Currently, more than 15 million has been used, mainly for donating some advanced equipment to the hospital, as well as subsidizing students. We have also reached an agreement with the hospital that these equipment will not incur any charges for patients in the future." He then took out a document from the drawer and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. "This is the form detailing the use of the funds. Every transaction is recorded here. Please take a look, General Jiang." Jiang Chen briefly looked through the document and nodded. Li Yan continued, "Currently, I have learned that some elderly people in rural areas are still reluctant to purchase rural cooperative medical insurance, even though it's only a few hundred yuan per year. This insurance is particularly important for rural and elderly people. So I plan to use the remaining funds mainly for this purpose, to help them purchase this insurance. My current plan is to provide continuous assistance for 5 years, covering all elderly people over 60 in our county. After 5 years, this money will be almost used up." Jiang Chen nodded, "You are doing a great job, follow this plan, you can go busy now." Li Yan nodded, "Thank you, General Jiang." Then she walked out of the office in her high heels. Jiang Chen silently nodded. Li Yan's work ability is indeed good, he should recruit more talents in the future, and his career will progress more smoothly. Later, Jiang Chen seemed to remember something. He opened the computer and searched for the keyword cold storage, then found several contacts. This time, without using the system's capabilities, Jiang Chen directly called them. "Is this by Shui Cold Storage? Do you have space available now? I'll book for a week first. What can I store? My goods will arrive in a few days, so I'll book now. Do I need to pay in advance?" "No problem, I'll pay for a week now. I'll transfer the money right away." "Okay, thank you. Hello, is this Lingdong Cold Storage? Oh, I need it for a week, I'll pay now." In the office of Feihu Trading, Wu Hu just received news that the 3 major customers he had arranged suddenly backed out and refused to accept his goods. Wu Hu was in a panic. These goods were different from others. They were fruits, cherries, lychees. They are all fruits that do not store well. Their freshness decreases significantly after a few days, which means a loss of money. And if he couldn't find buyers, he would be in big trouble. Wu Hu picked up his phone and called Huang Yi. "General Huang, didn't we agree on this? Why are you suddenly changing your mind?" "Yi, my dear sister, don't play this kind of joke with me. What should I do with this batch of goods if you don't want them?" Huang Yi's cold voice came through the phone. "Mr. Wu, when did I agree with you? We didn't sign a contract, we didn't pay a deposit. How can you say we agreed? That's it, I have something else to do, I'll hang up." "Hey, wait, don't hang up. General Huang Yi, you didn't say that the other day." "Hello? Hello?" The call had already been disconnected. Wu Hu cursed angrily, "Damn this woman." He then called 2 other customers, but the responses he received were similar to Huang Ye's. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hu felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't understand why all 3 customers, who seemed to have agreed, suddenly didn't want his goods. He grabbed his hair with both hands, looking like he had a headache. This batch of goods cost him 50 million. If there is a problem with this deal, Feihu Trading will be greatly affected, and the company may even go bankrupt. In the office, one of Wu Hu's subordinates spoke anxiously. "Boss Wu, you need to think of a solution quickly. Our goods are still on the truck and haven't been unloaded yet. The weather is getting warmer. If they stay outside for a few days, all our fruits will rot." Wu Hu raised his head, forced himself to calm down, and said to his subordinate, "Contact the cold storage immediately, unload the goods there. Storing them in the cold storage for a couple of months will be fine." The subordinate asked, "What about the sales? These 3 customers are our only sales channels. Besides them, who else has the capability to take on such a large batch of goods?" Wu Hu felt a headache as soon as he was asked. He suppressed his anger and said to his subordinate, "We can only figure it out slowly. Unload the goods to the cold storage first, go quickly," and then slammed the table. The subordinate hurriedly ran out. Wu Hu sat in the office, pondering. The sudden change of heart from the 3 customers made him feel uneasy. Was it a coincidence? He soon found out the answer to this question. Because his subordinate came back in a panic and said to Wu Hu, "Boss Wu, it's not good. All the cold storage in the city is full. It is said that today, they were all booked by a mysterious person. If we want to use it, we have to wait at least 7 days." Wu Hu felt like he was hit by a heavy blow. He immediately realized that this was not a coincidence. They were clearly being manipulated by someone. However, he still didn't know who the mastermind was. He thought hard but couldn't figure out who had the capability and audacity to do this to them. If he had a recent conflict with someone, it would be Ma Hongfeng from Hongfeng Can Food Factory, but does Ma Hongfeng really have such power? To make all three of his major customers change their minds? And to anticipate that they would use the cold storage, booking all the empty cold storage in the city for 7 days in advance. 7 days may not be much for a person, but for this batch of fruits, it was a countdown to their demise. 7 days without cold storage in such warm weather, they would probably all rot. By then, the goods he bought for 50 million would become worthless, a total loss. He told his subordinate, "Contact the cold storage in the neighboring city, we must save this batch of goods." But the subordinate said, "I have contacted the cold storage in 3 neighboring cities, either they are full or booked by a mysterious customer who has already paid. If we want to find a cold storage, we may have to cross 2 cities, and we still don't know if we can find one." Wu Hu clenched his fists. Who on earth is this mysterious person? Now he was not concerned about the cold storage anymore. If the cold storage was too far, it would lose its purpose of use. Not only would they incur high transportation costs, but without sales channels, how long could they store the goods? Cold storage only extends the shelf life. It doesn't mean the fruits won't go bad inside. Moreover, storing in cold storage also costs money. He spent 50 million on this batch of goods, and he didn't have much money left. There was even a part of the loan involved. Also, if the distance was too far, the fruits would deteriorate during transportation. His mind raced, and he finally came up with an idea. That was to contact Mr. Shun. He wanted to contact Mr. Shin to see if he could return this batch of goods, even if it meant losing some money. As long as the loss wasn't too great, he could accept it. With this hope in mind, he dialed Mr. Shin's number. Mr. Shin's voice came through the phone. "Boss Wu? What's up?" Wu Hu immediately started talking to Mr. Shin as if he had caught a lifeline. "Mr. Shin, I'm really sorry, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. The situation is like this, I just bought a batch of goods from you, but my client here has encountered some problems. I really can't handle it, so I want to discuss with you. Can we return this batch of goods? The price is negotiable." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Shinhai. Shinhai has been in the business world for many years and immediately knew that this should be the work of Jiang Chen, so he couldn't agree to Wu Hu. "Wu, are you kidding me? Fruits are delicate, with the distance between us, can we still accept those fruits back and forth? Sorry, I can't agree to this proposal." Wu Hu immediately said, "No, Mr. Shin, 40 million, just return me 40 million, I will send the goods back to you intact." Shinhai said, "This is not about money, I have several clients to attend to, if you have no other matters, I will hang up first." Wu Hu, hearing that he was about to hang up, almost begged, "Mr. Shin, please don't hang up, how about 38 million? Still no? 35 million, please consider me. Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin." The phone had already been hung up. Wu Hu kicked the table next to him in anger, but hurt his foot, grimacing in pain. Jiang Chen was in the office, bored and playing games on his phone. After winning a game, he was in a very good mood. At this moment, Ma Hongfeng's call came in. Jiang Chen answered. Ma Hongfeng sounded a bit happy. "Mr. Jiang, it's settled, that boss agreed to sell his factory, but the price is a bit high, 6 production lines, plus the transfer fee of his factory, the total price is 2,500,000. Jiang Chen said lightly, "Just 2,500,000, not expensive, just pay directly, I will transfer the money to you later." Ma Hongfeng thought to himself, "No wonder it's you." Then he said, "But he has another request, he has a batch of inventory that he wants to transfer to us, but the taste of their canned food is quite different from ours due to different processes, so I didn't agree, but he suggested that we help them deal with the inventory, otherwise he wouldn't agree to sell the factory. What do you think about this?" Jiang Chen asked, "How much inventory does he have?" Ma Hongfeng said, "Worth about 5 million. Jiang Chen said, "Give him 5 million, buy those canned foods and dump them in the trash." Ma Hongfeng was shocked. "What? This is 5 million. Besides, those canned foods haven't expired, they just taste a bit bad." Jiang Chen asked, "Then how do you plan to deal with it?" Ma Hongfeng hesitated. "I was thinking, since it's not a lot of goods, we can rebrand them with our label and sell them off." Jiang Chen said, "Director Ma, although we now have Lin Rixin as our spokesperson and the brand is established, as a food company, we cannot compromise on the most basic things, which are quality and taste. 5 million is just a small amount of money, I don't want it to affect our fundamentals, do you understand what I mean?" After listening, Ma Hongfeng suddenly felt that he had a narrow view. In the past, the factory was his own, and the money used was his own, maybe he wouldn't have cared about this 5 million at all. But now, as the factory director, he had to consider Jiang Chen's interests. But now, after listening to what Jiang Chen said, he felt that he had not chosen the wrong boss. At a young age, He had such courage and would definitely achieve great things in the future. He said seriously on the phone, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand." Jiang Chen continued, "After you're done, call me back and we'll go somewhere." Ma Hongfeng nodded, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen transferred 30 million to Ma Hongfeng and started another game. After Ma Hongfeng returned, he called Jiang Chen, who drove to the factory and asked Ma Hongfeng to get in the car. Jiang Chen asked, "Is everything settled at the new factory?" Ma Hongfeng nodded, "It's settled. I've kept the workers there, a simple training will do. Our deputy factory manager is overseeing it, and the technical staff have also rushed over. We can start production soon according to our formula and process." Jiang Chen asked, "What about the 5 million cans?" Ma Hongfeng replied, "All settled. Following your instructions, I gave the boss 5 million. He even asked me how to handle it. I told him, our General Jiang said to have the cans taken to the garbage dump. The boss was stunned, haha. Later, I really called a truck, said to take it to the garbage dump, only then did he realize I wasn't joking. Later, all the cans were taken away by the truck. I contacted a waste disposal site and had them taken directly there." Jiang Chen nodded. Ma Hongfeng asked, "You said you wanted me to go somewhere with you, where to?" Jiang Chen asked him, "Do you know where Feihu Trading Company is?" Ma Hongfeng nodded and said, "I know." Jiang Chen started the car and said, "Show me the way." Subsequently, the vehicle slowly drove out of the Hongfeng canned food factory. Arriving at the downstairs of Feihu Trading Company, after Jiang Chen parked the car, he and Ma Hongfeng walked into the company. The receptionist, a young lady, greeted them with a smile. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Chen said, "I want to see your general manager Wu Hu." The receptionist asked, "Do you have any specific business with him?" Jiang Chen replied, "Tell him that someone is willing to buy his fruits." The receptionist said, "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon, the receptionist's call went directly to Wu Hu's office. When Wu Hu heard that someone was willing to buy his fruits at this time, it was like a timely help. With hope, Wu Hu personally came out to greet them. But when he saw the visitors, the warmth on his face instantly faded. "Why is it you guys? Ma Hongfeng, what are you here for? And that? Surnamed Jiang." Jiang Chen smiled, "My name is Jiang Chen, you can call me General Jiang, or just use my name." Wu Hu knew they were not here to help him, probably just here to watch the show, and said impatiently, "What's the matter with you two? If there's nothing, please leave, I'm busy." Jiang Chen shrugged, "Why is General Wu so angry? We are here to discuss business. If General Wu treats customers like this, it's no wonder they back out." Wu Hu looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes trembling for a moment. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. "How do you know about my customers? It's you behind all this. And the cold storage. The mysterious customer who booked all the cold storage in the city and neighboring cities, it's you." Wu Hu never expected that the mastermind behind this scheme was Jiang Chen, someone he had always overlooked. At this moment, Wu Hu's eyes were as if he wanted to devour someone. At the same time, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's abilities. Such a young kid, handling things so decisively, his abilities were terrifying. And his vengeful heart was too strong, wasn't it? Jiang Chen, however, smiled ambiguously and said, "I'm here this time just to help you reduce your losses. I'll take all of these fruits off your hands." Wu Hu suddenly understood what Jiang Chen was up to. It was just like what he did to the Hongfeng canned food factory before. First cut off his sales channels, then buy at a low price. Jiang Chen was using Wu Hu's own methods against him, but he had already reached a dead end. With a probing attitude, he asked, "How much are you offering?" Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment, as if to prepare Wu Hu mentally, then slowly said, "One price, 5 million. Upon hearing this number, Wu Hu felt as if his heart was bleeding. This kid was too ruthless. This batch of goods cost 50 million. According to his original sales plan, the profit should be around 20 million. In other words, the market value is 70 million. But Jiang Chen only offered 5 million, just 1/10 of its cost. Who wouldn't be angry about this? Wu Hufei was almost exploding with anger, shouting at Jiang Chen, "Even if I have to sell this batch of goods at a loss, it's impossible to sell it to you for 5 million. Get out of here." Jiang Chen said, "Let me remind you, the shelf life of fruits is much shorter than canned goods." Then he turned and left. Ma Hongfeng followed behind, looking shocked, leaving Wu Hufei standing anxiously and angrily in place. Back in the car, Ma Hongfeng said to Jiang Chen, "My God, did you do all this? Including the cold storage?" Jiang Chen nodded, "That's right, fight fire with fire. What do you think?" Ma Hongfeng slapped his thigh happily, "That's satisfying. Ha ha. Jiang, I really admire you. I truly admire you. This is exactly how Wu Hufei treated me before. It's just unbelievable. Ha ha." Jiang Chen smiled and asked Ma Hongfeng to drive, and the two headed back home. On the way, Ma Hongfeng asked, Jiang, did you push the price too hard? Goods costing 50 million, sold for 5 million, Wu Hufei definitely won't agree. Jiang Chen lay back in his seat, half closed his eyes, and said, if he doesn't sell, he won't even get the 5 million, and he'll watch his fruits rot away, not worth a penny. Tomorrow, he will call me. If he asks you for my phone number, give it to him. Okay. Ma Hongfeng nodded, thinking to himself that Jiang was really ruthless. In fact, Jiang Chen's psychological price was 10 million, start low and negotiate later. The next day, Jiang Chen arrived at the Ice Fei Company office and listened to Li Yin reporting, Jiang, I have placed an order for the excavator you mentioned, priced at 700,000, it will be delivered in a few days. I also found a particularly good storefront suitable for opening a noodle shop, it's the ground floor of the Star Color Royal Garden community, although the storefront is not large, the location is excellent, with a dense population nearby, and several office buildings nearby, many office workers, opening a noodle shop here, as long as the taste is not bad, business will definitely be good. Do you want to buy or rent? Jiang Chen said, of course, buy it directly. Li Yin nodded and said, the area there is 57 square meters, priced at 655,000. Jiang Chen nodded, buy it directly, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Shortly after transferring the money, Jiang Chen received a call from Wu Hufei. Wu Hufei first called Ma Hongfeng to get Jiang Chen's contact information. Jiang, can you do 2 million? I admit my loss, but please don't let me lose so miserably. Jiang Chen calmly said, sorry, I'm tight on funds recently, I can only offer 5 million, that's the price, if you agree, we have a deal, if not, find another buyer to negotiate, after all, in business, it's about mutual consent, don't you think? Wu Hufei cursed in his heart, how could I agree to this? If I could find another buyer, would I beg you on the phone? But he said pitifully, Jiang, I admit defeat, I shouldn't have competed with you. I'll be honest with you, I borrowed 10 million just for this batch of goods. How can I live with just 5 million from you in the future? Jiang Chen remained unmoved. I said, it's 5 million, and it's only for today. Do you know that the quality of your fruits is deteriorating every day? Wait one more day, and I won't take those goods anymore. Wu Hufei was getting anxious. Jiang, how about 10 million? Can you do 10 million? At least let me pay off the loan. If I not only lose all my money but also owe 10 million in loans, how can I live? I have a wife and children to support. Wu. As they spoke, Wu Hu unexpectedly started crying. Jiang Chen didn't know if he was really crying or faking it, but it sounded quite pitiful. Jiang Chen said, let me make a phone call first. You wait for my message. Wu Hu finally said, 10 million. As long as you give me 10 million, tell me where to deliver the goods, I will personally drive them to you. Jiang Chen replied, forget it. Do you have a license for driving a large truck? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Although the offer of 10 million was exactly Jiang Chen's psychological price, he needed to find out if Wu Hu was trying to deceive him. If at this point Wu Hu still treated him like a fool, Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't give him the 10 million. He then called Ma Hongfeng, Lao Ma, go check how much loan Wu Hu took out for this batch of goods. Shortly after hanging up, Ma Hongfeng found out. He called Jiang Chen back, Boss Jiang, I found out that Wu Hu took out a 10 million loan for this batch of goods, and invested 4 million of his own money, emptying out all his savings. Jiang Chen nodded, I see. After hanging up, Jiang Chen called Wu Hu. It seemed like Wu Hu had been waiting for the call, as he answered after the first ring. Jiang Chen asked, 10 million, deal? Wu Hu choked up, deal. Jiang Chen said, have the driver wait in the car for the goods, I will send someone over. Come to the canned food factory, bring the contract, sign it, and I will transfer the money to you. Wu Hu agreed. Shortly after, Jiang Chen and Wu Hu met in the office of the Hongfeng canned food factory. Wu Hu brought a contract and handed it to Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen and Ma Hongfeng checked the contract and found no issues, both of them signed it. Jiang Chen transferred the 10 million directly to Wu Hu. After it was done, Wu Hu didn't say anything and left on his own. In the office, Ma Hongfeng asked Jiang Chen, Boss Jiang, how do you plan to deal with this batch of fruits? Jiang Chen smiled, of course, I will sell them. Jiang Chen called Huang Yi, Lu Pingbao, and Nian Mingyong, the three wholesalers, and asked them to come to the office of the Hongfeng canned food factory for a discussion. After some small talk, Jiang Chen went straight to the point and asked them, how did your negotiations with manager Shen go? Huang Yi spoke first, the negotiations went well. Jiang Chen, your connections are strong. But manager Shen said there is no stock available recently, we have to wait for the next batch, which will be in about half a month. I have already placed an order for a batch. The other two also mentioned that they had already ordered a batch. Jiang Chen said to them, you know about the batch of goods in Wu Hu's hands, he transferred it to me. How about it, Yi? Are you interested in this batch of goods? Huang Yi hesitated. Jiang Chen, the freshness of that batch of fruits may not be as good now, and we have already placed orders, so we don't need it anymore. Lu Pingbao also said, yes, it seems like his batch of fruits has been sitting by the roadside for several days. With the warm weather now, not to mention rotting, the quality must have declined. Nian Mingyang said, we are all friends. Jiang Chen wants to sell now, let's help him out. Think about it, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, could we have contacted Manager Shen? Jiang Chen smiled and said, indeed, they are not as fresh as before, so I plan to sell them at cost price, not making any profit, just consider it as handling them. The three businessmen looked at each other, and Huang Yi asked, Jiang Chen, what is the cost price you are talking about? Jiang Chen replied, 45 million, what do you think? Will there be any profit for you? All three of them smiled, and Nian Mingyang said, Jiang Chen, if we buy at this price, we will definitely make a profit. How about this, since Manager Shen's goods will take half a month to arrive, let's each take 1.5 million from Jiang Chen's goods. Huang Yi and Lu Pingbao nodded in agreement. Each person paid Jiang Chen 15 million on the spot and divided the batch of goods directly. Jiang Chen gave them the address and let them distribute the goods themselves. After they left, Ma Hongfeng gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Impressive, Boss Jiang. You made a profit of 35 million just by buying and selling once, and you even managed to deal with Woohoo on the side. That's really something. Jiang Chen just smiled, indicating it was not worth mentioning. Ma Hongfeng asked again, Boss Jiang, didn't you say you bought that batch of goods for 5 million? How did it end up at 10 million in the end? Was it because of Woohoo's loan? Jiang Chen nodded, you can mess with people, but don't go too far. If Woohoo loses everything and ends up owing 5 million in loans, what will his wife and children do? Ma Hongfeng nodded, suddenly feeling that Boss Jiang wasn't too heartless after all. In fact, Jiang Chen had another reason. He was afraid of pushing people too far and causing a criminal case in the end. If Woohoo loses his temper and comes to stab him in the middle of the night, who will he reason with? After Woohoo returned, he squatted next to the batch of goods, watching how Jiang Chen would handle them. When he saw Huang Yi, Nian Mingyong, and Lu Pingbao, the three of them coming to pick up the goods, he understood everything. He harbored both hatred and a hint of admiration and gratitude towards Jiang Chen, admiring him for being able to poach clients he had cooperated with multiple times, and grateful that he finally agreed to pay 10 million so he could clear his loan. In short, this matter passed like this. Inside the Hongfeng canned food factory, Ma Hongfeng showed Jiang Chen the recent sales data, which was steadily increasing, soaring. The profits brought by Jiang Chen were also considerable. At this rate, Jiang Chen could easily achieve several small goals, even billions in a year. However, Jiang Chen was not completely satisfied with this. He said to Ma Hongfeng, Lao Ma, our vision should not be limited to canned food. Peach canned food is at most bought home for a family to eat, but when you buy one can, you can eat well for several days until you crave it again, then you will buy another can. Even for some enthusiasts, 1 can a day is almost enough. The consumption frequency is too low. Ma Hongfeng said, Boss Jiang means developing a high-frequency consumption product? What is it? Jiang Chen said, beverages. Whether shopping, dining, at home, or gatherings, beverages are indispensable. The world's largest beverage company has a market value of several $100 billion, with annual profits of several tens of billions of dollars. The consumption scenarios for beverages are much larger than peach canned food. Ma Hongfeng said, Boss Jiang is right. With Lin Rixin as our spokesperson, it's a bit of a waste to only do peach canned food. The production process of beverages is not complicated, it's just water, fruit glucose syrup, a bit of sweetener, sour agent, and flavoring. Fruit glucose syrup sounds good, but it's actually made from starch, cheaper than sugar. With these ingredients, you can make a beverage, and people just love to drink it. Jiang Chen said, since we specialize in yellow peaches, let's start with yellow peaches and make a few beverages with added yellow peach juice, or peach-flavored soda. Ma Hongfeng thought for a moment, Boss Jiang, although the difficulty of making beverages is not high, it is still quite challenging to develop a beverage that can be accepted and loved by the public. You don't know how fierce the competition is in the beverage industry. All major brands are desperately developing new flavors to attract consumers, coming up with all sorts of strange tastes, almost creating a beverage with an olive flavor. In fact, we lack nothing here, just a lack of talent in this area, a truly powerful and experienced beverage R&D engineer. Jiang Chen said, then let's bring in 2 talents. You check and see who is the most suitable. Ma Hongfeng immediately went to look for suitable talents. Jiang Chen was in the office when he suddenly received a call from Axon. Axon's voice was full of excitement. Jiang Chen, do you know? That place has been established as a protected area. Ha ha ha. This was good news, and Jiang Chen was also very happy to hear it. After the protected area was established, the wildlife there could live without being disturbed by humans. Then Axon said, Jiang Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. No matter what, I will definitely help. Jiang Chen smiled, didn't say much, just asked, how are you feeling now? Axon replied, I'm fine, I've been discharged from the hospital. Next, I'm going to explore the next area. Jiang Chen, do you know? You're trending online. The video of you calling a tiger mom has gone viral. Jiang Chen was stunned, really? I'll go check it out. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen opened his phone and saw that his video segment was indeed trending. The video was very short, just over 10 seconds, but it was very popular. Jiang Chen realized that the phone dropped by accident on the ground was captured in the video. However, the angle was far away, and there were weeds blocking the view, making it almost impossible to see the face clearly, and it became even more blurry when zoomed in. It was a short clip recorded by a viewer in the live broadcast room, and the video quality was heavily compressed. After watching it, Jiang Chen felt it was okay. At most, only those familiar with him could recognize him from the video, while strangers wouldn't be able to tell who he was. Lin Rixin was also blocked by weeds and didn't show his face, otherwise, the video would have been even more popular. Jiang Chen casually scrolled through the comments, some found it amazing, some thought it was a scene from a movie set, and others believed the video was fake. After a brief look, Jiang Chen closed his phone. Online trends come and go quickly, and Jiang Chen believed that people would forget about this video in a few days. It wouldn't have much impact on him. Shortly after, Ma Hongfeng returned from his investigation, holding several printed profiles. General Jiang, the kind of talent we need may have to be recruited from large enterprises, but will they come to our small place? Jiang Chen said, before discussing whether they will come or not, tell me who they are, and I'll have headhunters look for them. Ma Hongfeng introduced two people in particular. This is Professor Wang Xian, currently working at the largest beverage company in the country, and has developed many successful beverages. And this one, Zhang Rui, is a versatile talent, not only in beverage research and development but also very skilled in marketing. He is currently working at the second-ranked beverage company in the country. These two are rare talents that we need. However, it will definitely be difficult to recruit them. Let's talk about some easier targets next. Jiang Chen interrupted him directly, stop. If these two are the hardest to recruit, why did you mention them first? Ma Hongfeng smiled, haha. General Jiang, I just wanted you to have a better understanding of this type of talent. By starting with the most difficult, the rest will seem less challenging. Jiang Chen also laughed, haha, I see your point. Okay, no need to look at the others, just these two. Jiang Chen then brought over the profiles of the two individuals. Ma Hongfeng looked a bit flustered, General Jiang, both of them currently hold high positions, and their salaries are definitely not low. Are you sure you want to recruit them? I'm afraid you'll end up wasting your efforts. Jiang Chen stood up with the profiles in hand, it's okay, you don't need to worry about it. With that, he left the office with the profiles. Ma Hongfeng looked puzzled, is General Jiang a bit too confident? Jiang Chen drove back to his villa with the profiles and went to the study. The profiles included photos of the two individuals. Jiang Chen first used his system's abilities on the first person, Wang Xian. Changed the relationship between me and him to best friends. Best friends refer to the deepest friendships. If you want to dig them up, the relationship may not be strong enough, so Jiang Chen directly changed it to best friends. Ding relationship modification successful, current status, best friends. Next is the familiar waiting for the phone call. Jiang Chen lay back in the chair, closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the phone to ring. However, to his surprise, after waiting for a few minutes, there was still no phone call. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What's going on? Is the system malfunctioning? The system, hearing Jiang Chen's doubts, replied sulkily, this system will not malfunction. Then why didn't I receive the call? System, my function does not guarantee that you will always receive a call, that's just your experience. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, it seems. The system really never said that he would receive a call every time. But why could he receive calls before, but not this time? After all, it always worked before. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen came to a simple conclusion. Jiang Chen felt that this matter should not be overcomplicated, and it definitely couldn't be blamed on the system. The problem must lie with Wang Xian, for a simple reason, maybe he is sleeping, or he simply doesn't like phone calls, or perhaps he is currently in a coma. You can't expect a comatose person to immediately wake up and call you. In any case, there are many possible reasons, considering that he is already 54 years old, he might be ill at the moment. Jiang Chen decided to put him aside for now and moved on to the second person, Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui is younger, only 35 years old. System, change the relationship between me and him to best friends. Ding, relationship modification successful, current status, best friends. This time, Jiang Chen received a call from Zhang Rui shortly after. Jiang Chen, it's Zhang Rui. Ha ha. It's been a long time since I called you, how have you been recently? Jiang Chen smiled, this is more like it. He replied on the phone, I'm doing well, and you? Zhang Rui, I happen to have something to discuss with you recently. Zhang Rui readily responded, what's the matter? Just tell me, what's our relationship? Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, how much do you earn in that company per year, including bonuses? Zhang Rui didn't expect him to ask this, but he still truthfully replied, including bonuses, it's around 5 to 600,000 a year. It was not as much as Jiang Chen had imagined, but still quite a sum. Half-jokingly, Jiang Chen said, with your talent, earning only this much a year, your company is a bit stingy. Zhang Rui laughed, well, we're all just employees. Working hard every day, under various pressures, earning this money is not easy. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chen went straight to the point, I am currently planning to develop a few beverages, and I am in need of talent in this area. I thought of you, and if you come on board, I will double your current income. Zhang Rui laughed, huh, Jiang Chen, is this for real? You will really double it? I've been wanting to leave this place for a long time, but I'll say whatever I want, whether it's doubled or not doesn't matter to me. I, Zhang Rui, have a dream, which is to develop a truly world-class beverage, like cola, consumed all over the world. But to achieve this dream, the platform is also crucial. Jiang Chen, is your company up for it? Do you have that capability? When facing your best friend, speaking directly, sometimes even teasing each other, is normal. Being polite and courteous to each other is abnormal. Faced with Zhang Rui's doubts, Jiang Chen believed that he was not malicious, just speaking his mind. Jiang Chen said, as for whether we have the capability, you can tell from who my brand spokesperson is. Zhang Rui, who is your brand spokesperson? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Lin Ri Xin. Then, there was a 3-second silence on the phone, followed by Zhang Rui's excited voice, I'll hang up first, don't delay me from writing my resignation report. Oh, remember to send me the company address. After I'm done here, I'll come directly to your place. After chatting with Zhang Rui, Wang Xin still did not call. Jiang Chen thought that since he was suitable, he would go by himself. Jinhai City, where he was located, was not far from here. It would only take a few hours by plane or high-speed rail. Whether it was a close friend or not, face-to-face conversation seemed more sincere. He went over to see why Wang Xin hadn't called, but Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out and felt uneasy. Jiang Chen checked his schedule and realized that the party he had planned was in 2 days. Going today and returning tomorrow would be just in time for the party the day after tomorrow. Since the high-speed rail station was relatively close by, Jiang Chen booked a high-speed rail ticket on his phone and then drove to the station. He took the high-speed rail all the way to Jinhai City. After getting off the high-speed rail, Jiang Chen took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Wang Xin's company. It was almost time to get off work, so Jiang Chen waited at the company's entrance for a while. While waiting, a guy in a suit approached and asked, Are you waiting for someone, bro? Jiang Chen glanced at him, dressed neatly with a small mustache on his mouth and a braid in his hair. He didn't know what he did, so Jiang Chen just nodded. The man continued, Who are you waiting for? Jiang Chen didn't like small talk and wanted to end the conversation, so he said, What's it to you? The man didn't get angry but instead smiled. He extended his hand for a handshake and said, Haha, bro, don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to get to know you. I'm Alan, the best headhunter in Jinhai City. I'm also waiting for someone here. So he was a headhunter, specialized in poaching talent. Jiang Chen said, Are you waiting here to poach someone? Who are you waiting for? Alan smiled and said, Professor Wang Xin. Jiang Chen became interested and told him, Actually, I'm a headhunter too, and I'm also waiting for Professor Wang Xin. Alan smiled and, facing a fellow headhunter, showed no signs of nervousness but rather appeared relaxed. Bro, are you new to this? You look young. Do you know how difficult it is to poach Professor Wang Xin? I've been waiting here every day for half a year, isn't that sincere enough? But Professor Wang Xin still refuses to say a word to me. You just arrived today, I doubt Professor Wang Xin will even spare you a glance. Let me tell you, once I can't poach someone, no one in the world can. Jiang Chen asked, Is that so? Just then, Wang Xin walked out of the office building. He casually glanced in their direction and suddenly his eyes were drawn to something. He saw Jiang Chen. Wang Xin immediately ran over in their direction. Seeing Wang Xin running over with a look of surprise, Alan thought he was coming to find him. But after Wang Xin ran over, he directly shook hands with Jiang Chen and patted his arm. Ha ha! Jiang Chen! Why are you here? I was just thinking of you today and wrote you a letter. Jiang Chen was stunned. A letter? Wang Xin laughed. Yes, a letter. I don't like using that thing called a phone, I never use it. Phones distract our attention, so I don't have a phone, and I never make calls. Ha ha. Even when the company leaders try to find me, they can't reach me. Once they even got angry, but I just ignored them. Jiang Chen thought to himself, this was why he hadn't received any calls. Wang Xin had been trying to contact him, but this method of writing letters was too slow. It probably hadn't even been sent out in the city yet. In this respect, Wang Xin was truly unique. Talents always have their own temperaments. If it were someone else, the company leader would probably have fired him long ago, which also shows that Wang Xin is truly talented. At the same time, Jiang Chen also discovered a rule: after modifying a friendly relationship, the other party will definitely try to contact him, most commonly by phone, while Wang Xin's way is to write letters. Understanding this, Jiang Chen felt much happier. At this moment, Wang Xin asked, by the way, Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly come here? Is there something going on? Jiang Chen then explained his intention to poach him, saying, if you agree, I will double your current treatment. Jiang Chen is not short of money, so he is willing to pay, and besides, it's not much money, especially for Jiang Chen now, it's just small change. But unexpectedly, Wang Xin said, Jiang Chen, why are you talking about money with me? I have a strange temper, I have no friends in my life except for you. Don't talk about doubling my salary, even if you ask me to pay, I will definitely help you. I will submit my resignation to the company tomorrow. Alan next to them was dumbfounded. The person he had been trying to poach for half a year was just persuaded away by Jiang Chen in a few words. What's the point of continuing this profession? Wang Xin insisted on arranging things for Jiang Chen. The two of them had a big meal and drank some wine. In the evening, Jiang Chen originally planned to stay in a hotel, but Wang Xin insisted that Jiang Chen stay at his house. Wherever he sleeps doesn't matter. When he arrived at Wang Xin's house, Jiang Chen learned that Wang Xin had been divorced for many years and now lives alone. The reason for the divorce was said to be related to his dislike of using a mobile phone, but Jiang Chen didn't ask for details. Through a series of interactions, Jiang Chen found Wang Xin quite interesting. Except for his strange temper and dislike of using a phone, everything else was fine. Jiang Chen slept in the guest room at his house, and the next day, Wang Xin directly went to the company to submit the resignation letter he had written overnight. Jiang Chen returned to his own city and drove to the canned food factory. In the office, he said to Ma Hongfeng, Wang Xin and Zhang Rui have both been settled. Once they resign, they will come over. You should prepare the equipment for developing and producing beverages in advance, so they can start working directly when they arrive. Ma Hongfeng was astonished. The two most difficult people to poach that we just talked about yesterday, we got them today? So quickly? General Jiang, is this for real? It hasn't even been a day, and we got them? Where did you find such a powerful headhunter? It's really amazing. Jiang Chen calmly said, of course, I found the most powerful headhunter in the country. Ma Hongfeng asked in surprise, what's the name of this headhunter? Jiang Chen replied, Alan. Ma Hongfeng then got busy preparing various equipment and the production line for beverages according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Their factory was now out of space, so Jiang Chen asked him to directly buy the adjacent land and start expanding the factory. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, with Jiang Chen as the boss, not having to worry about anything. He returned to the Bingfei company, sat in his office playing games. Although he was playing games, he had a feeling of being in control of everything. All the matters were progressing according to his arrangements. Although he was playing games, there was no sense of wasting time as before. Instead, he felt fulfilled. After playing a game, a video call came in. When he answered, several beautiful women greeted him happily on the screen. They were the women Jiang Chen had arranged to have a party with. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel like he was watching a movie, because these women were all actresses. Jiang Chen had seen them in movies, but had never met them in real life. As soon as they started talking, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but look for subtitles at the bottom of the screen, but there were none, and their background was right at the entrance of Jiang Chen's villa area. They have arrived. With the help of real-time translation software, Jiang Chen could understand what they were saying. On the screen, they leaned in one by one and said something to Jiang Chen. San Shang, hi Jiang Chen, we have arrived, will you come out to greet us? Fenghua, if you don't come out, I will be angry. Beihai, hi Jiang Chen, I brought you a gift from my hometown, come out quickly. Emoli, Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that besides me, you also invited so many beautiful women. What bad intentions are you plotting? Did I guess it right? By Tao, Jiang Chen, the security guard uncle won't let us in, there are already people watching us around. Oh, Someone said he is our fan? Ahaha, didn't expect us to be so popular in your hometown, right? Emily, yes, we can meet fans on the street, it means we are very popular, right? He. Hearing these voices, Li Yan, who was working seriously on the side, cast a strange look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly told them to wait a moment and that he would be right there. Then, thinking not to let Li Yan misunderstand and ruin the image she had of him in her mind, he said to Li Yan, "They are some friends from abroad, coming to my house for a party." Then Jiang Chen casually said, "Do you want to come?" Originally, he thought with Li Yan's personality, she definitely wouldn't come, just being polite. But Li Yan directly agreed, without any hesitation, "Sure, I'll come, is it now?" Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and said, "Tomorrow morning." Jiang Chen had only seen Li Yan in professional attire, short skirts, black stockings, high heels, very professional, and had never seen her in any other style. Jiang Chen thought Li Yan only had this one style. So he said to her, "But you might need to change your clothes, try a different style." Li Yan asked, "What style should I change to? Should it match the theme of the party?" Jiang Chen, "Exactly, the theme of our party is beach holiday style, like going on vacation by the seaside, do you know?" Li Yan thought for a moment and said directly, "Bikini?" Jiang Chen, "That works." Li Yan said, "No problem, tomorrow I'll change to beach holiday style." Jiang Chen felt Li Yan was acting a bit strange today. "Okay, see you tomorrow." With that, he walked out of the office. Back at the entrance of the villa area, the few of them were being invited to take photos by a few guys. Jiang Chen parked the car on the side and called out to them, "I'm here, let's go inside." As soon as the women saw Jiang Chen, their professional smiles from the photo shoot instantly turned into genuine smiles, and they all ran towards Jiang Chen, surrounding him, hugging his arms one after another. "Fenghua, Jiang Chen. Bei-he, you finally showed up. Molly, making us wait so long, be careful, I'll punish you later by Tao." Jiang Chen, just back from work? "Oh, it must have been tough, let me give you a massage when we get back." The women surrounded Jiang Chen, happily chatting and caring for him, leaving the two guys who were taking photos dumbfounded. Damn, who is this person? Do we have such a godly figure here? Does he know all the teachers too? Could it be a new type of movie? Are you stupid? Where do you see a camera? I'm so envious. They are my favorite actors. They are all surrounding him. If I could experience that, I would die happy tomorrow. Look at your lack of ambition. You would die happy tomorrow, life is precious, you know. I would rather die today. Jiang Chen felt it was not suitable to stay here for long. He quickly said to them, "Let's go home first." The women nodded one after another, following closely beside Jiang Chen as they entered the gate of the villa area and walked towards the villa. Several guys behind them kept watching until they couldn't see their backs, then walked to the side. One of the guys said, "He must be very wealthy to live in a place like this. This is the top villa area in our area, where only rich people live. He must have financial ability to have this kind of treatment." The person next to him nodded, "He must be a rich second generation, I envy him so much." Envy the rich second generation? No, I envy myself for not being a rich second generation. We can only take photos with them, but he can bring them home. Let's go, work hard. In the future, that scene just now will be the ultimate pursuit of my life. For this moment, I am willing to overcome all difficulties and struggle to the death. Yes, just being envious is not a solution, I will also work hard in the future. I will never slack off again, because I have a goal in life. Jiang Chen brought a few beautiful women into the villa, not knowing that his story deeply inspired the two young men. Inside the villa, Fenghua praised Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, living in such a high-class villa." Jasmine nodded in agreement, "Yes, your house is really huge. Unlike the houses in our area, very small." The other few people were also very happy to see Jiang Chen's villa. Jiang Chen smiled, "Then let me show you around the villa. There is a garden at the back. Do you like flowers?" Jasmine answered eagerly, "Of course, I love flowers. I know my name is the name of a flower in your language, right?" Jiang Chen led them to the backyard while talking to them. "That's right, Jasmine is the name of a flower, and so is Fenghua. There are also colorful flowers." Those mentioned by Jiang Chen were very happy, as if they had received praise. When they arrived at the backyard, the scenery of the garden surprised them all. Beihai said, "So beautiful. It feels like we've entered a fairy tale world." Fenghua added, "Yes, the garden is really beautiful. I wish I could live here forever. This is simply the place of my dreams." Bai Tao said, "Are you kidding? Jiang Chen wouldn't agree to you staying here, after all, this is his home, you would disturb his life. We still have to go back to work." Fenghua blushed suddenly, "I was just admiring, I didn't mean that." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "If you like, you can stay for a few more days, it won't bother me." Fenghua immediately asked happily, "Really? Can I stay for a week?" Jiang Chen nodded, of course. Fenghua smiled happily, and San Shang immediately said, I want to stay for a week too. Beihai also agreed, me too, me too. Jasmine said, Jiang Chen, can we all stay for a week? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, of course, no problem. The six of them cheered quietly with joy. At this moment, Beihai suddenly bent down to touch her foot, and Jiang Chen saw that her foot had a red mark from the high heels. Suddenly realizing that they had come from afar and he hadn't offered them a rest, they must be tired. Jiang Chen said to them, you must be tired. Why don't you come in and sit for a while, take a rest? Beihai, is your foot okay? Beihai said, I'm fine, I want to stay in the garden for a while longer, I haven't enjoyed the beautiful scenery here enough. The others also said they were not tired and wanted to stay in the garden for a while longer. Jiang Chen said to Beihai, you can take off your shoes first and walk barefoot on the grass, it's very comfortable. Beihai, feeling embarrassed, smiled and asked, take off my shoes? Is that okay? Of course. After getting Jiang Chen's approval, Beihai took off her light purple high heels and walked barefoot on the green grass, feeling much more relaxed. Seeing Beihai taking off her shoes, the others also expressed their interest in trying. They asked Jiang Chen for her opinion, and she didn't mind. So all six of them took off their shoes. They walked barefoot on the grass, except for Fenghua, who was wearing black stockings. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen decided to take off her shoes as well and walked on the ground in her socks. Then Jiang Chen suggested, why don't we play a game? Beihai curiously asked, what game? Jiang Chen explained, blind man's bluff. I will blindfold myself with a cloth and try to catch you. You can't leave the garden area. Whoever I catch will lose. After hearing this, Beihai clapped her hands and said, great, I know this game, we play it where I come from. I love playing games. The others were also excited about playing the game and expressed their eagerness to join. Let me go find a cloth, Jiang Chen said as she walked towards the house. However, Fenghua said, Jiang Chen, you don't need to find one, I have it here. She walked over to Jiang Chen, took off her black stocking from one leg, and held it up, asking, can we use this stocking to blindfold you? Is that okay? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Stockings were good because they were slightly see-through, allowing her to see. This is better than a cloth. Jiang Chen nodded, sure. Fenghua approached Jiang Chen, lifted her arm, and since Jiang Chen was taller, she tiptoed to help blindfold Jiang Chen with the stocking. Once blindfolded, it didn't obstruct Jiang Chen's vision at all, similar to sunglasses. Jiang Chen then spread her arms and pretended to catch people, saying, let's begin, I'm coming to catch you. She then started chasing after them. The women screamed and laughed as they ran away. Jiang Chen had a great time chasing them. I'm coming. Ah ha ha ha. Run faster ha ha ha. I'm going to catch you. Ah ha ha ha, you can't catch me. They had a lot of fun playing the game. After the game, everyone was a bit tired and sweaty. Jiang Chen asked them to take a shower in the bathroom and change into their own clothes. Jiang Chen also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. In the evening, it was time for dinner, and Jiang Chen asked them what they wanted to eat. They all wanted to try the local cuisine. Jiang Chen asked Aunt Li to prepare a table full of dishes. Many of them were simple home-cooked dishes, but everyone enjoyed them. After dinner, with nothing else to do, they sat on the sofa in the living room to rest. Beihai took out a rectangular gift box and walked over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is the gift I brought for you. Do you want to open it and see? Curious, Jiang Chen took the box and began to open it, with everyone gathering around curiously. Inside was a cup with a lip-shaped rim. Beihai smiled and said, this cup was personally designed by me. The lips are made to scale with my own lips. I hope you like it. After saying that, her face turned slightly red, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Holding the cup in her hand, Jiang Chen was amazed. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Beihai asked with some concern, what's wrong, Jiang Chen? Don't you like it? Jiang Chen immediately shook her head and said, no, I love it. Thank you. She stood up and hugged Beihai to show her gratitude. Maple Flower looked enviously at Beihai and said, Beihai is so cunning, actually preparing such a gift secretly. I will also make one when I go back and give it to Jiang Chen. Okay, Jiang Chen? If I bring it to you next time when you come. Jiang Chen nodded and said, sure. Others also expressed their intention to make such a cup when they go back. Bai Tao said to Jiang Chen, I said I would give you a massage during the day, but it hasn't happened yet. Now let me give you a massage. After a tiring day, you can relax properly. Jiang Chen nodded and said, thank you, that would be great. Bai Tao asked Jiang Chen to lie on the sofa and started massaging him with her hands. The others also joined in. Jiang Chen had 12 hands massaging different parts of his body. The feeling was simply enjoyable. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed for a while, then suddenly had an idea and said to them, how about we watch a movie while getting a massage? There is a projector in the living room. Bai Tao said, sure. What movie do you want to watch? Jiang Chen said, let's watch the one you guys acted in. Let's see whose acting is the best. The group was surprised and embarrassed, covering their mouths and laughing. Maple Flower blushed and said, huh? Watch the movie we acted in? Isn't that too embarrassing? Jiang Chen said, aren't you actors? What's there to be embarrassed about with so many viewers? With that, Jiang Chen used the remote control to lower the curtain and turned on the projector. Let's watch Maple Flowers first. Jiang Chen played Maple Flowers movie first, which depicted a campus love story. Jiang Chen thought she acted very well, with her movements and expressions being very accurate. After watching it, Jiang Chen praised Maple Flower, who blushed and smiled. Next, they watched a movie by Beihai, which portrayed a love triangle involving three main characters, with Beihai playing the female lead. Unconsciously, it was already late. Jiang Chen asked Antli to arrange rooms for them, then went back to her own room and had a good night's sleep. The next day, feeling refreshed, Jiang Chen called Xiao Fang and Xiao Ding. Hurry up! The party is about to start. What party? The one you mentioned last time, the person you most want to see. I've invited them. Hurry up, if you're late, it's not my problem. Wait, I'm coming right away. Jiang Chen met Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang at the entrance of the villa area. Coincidentally, Li Yan also arrived at that time. She changed out of her usual professional attire and put on a beautiful dress, changed her hairstyle, with her long straight hair hanging down her back. She saw Jiang Chen, waved at her, and walked over, saying, hello, General Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at Li Yan, surprised by how beautiful she looked in this new style, although she was usually pretty. But this made her seem more approachable, as her work persona gave off a cold impression. Jiang Chen said to her, since you're here too, let's go. Jiang Chen led them towards the villa. Xiao Ding whispered to Jiang Chen, did you really bring Beihai here? Don't lie to me. I took a day off today and got 3 days pay deducted. If you lie to me, you'll be in trouble. Jiang Chen said, don't come back to your lousy job later. I bought the excavator you wanted, resign and go operate the excavator. Then he said to Xiao Fang, I've also picked out a place for your noodle shop, just buy the storefront directly and give it to you. How about that? Isn't that brotherly enough? Xiao Fang nodded and said, awesome. Jiang Chen said to Li Yan following behind, give them the storefront and excavator later. Li Yan nodded, okay, General Jiang. Xiao Ding, my dad isn't as good to me as you are. When I told my dad I wanted to buy an excavator, he gave me $10 to buy a plastic one. Jiang Chen smiled and said, don't say that. If your dad had money, wouldn't he buy it for you? Xiao Ding nodded, and a few people arrived at the villa. In the garden, Beihai and the other 6 girls changed into beach holiday clothes. When they saw Jiang Chen bringing friends back, they all smiled and greeted them. Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang were shocked. Jiang Chen picked up the garden hose, turned it on to the maximum, blocked the end with his finger, and sprayed water, aiming it at the heads of the group. Some cold water droplets, under the sun's rays, refracted a rainbow, then fell on Beihai and the others, making them laugh and dodge. Jiang Chen shouted happily, the party begins. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Xiao Ding, Xiao Fang, and Li Yan standing there dumbfounded. He put down the hose and threw a pair of beach pants to each of them. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and change. Today's party theme is beach holiday, got it? The two ran into the house to change clothes. Jiang Chen walked up to Li Yan and asked, did you bring clothes? Why don't you go inside and change? Li Yan said, no need. She took off her skirt outside and revealed the party outfit underneath. Jiang Chen glanced at her and thought she had a good figure. Li Yan, seemingly calm on the surface, felt a bit uncomfortable under Jiang Chen's gaze and quickly walked away to get a drink. Soon, Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang came out wearing beach pants. They were still standing there, feeling a bit awkward. Jiang Chen thought to himself that these two guys were always boasting, but now that they saw real people, they couldn't relax. To liven up the atmosphere, Jiang Chen suggested playing the game they played yesterday. Beihai and the others would run, and the two had to catch them. Everyone agreed, and when it was time to blindfold them, Manhwa came over and blindfolded them with stockings in front of them. After blindfolding them, they saw Xiao Ding's nose bleeding. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Jiang Chen cursed silently at their lack of resilience. After playing the game for a while, the atmosphere finally became lively. Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang also loosened up. Jiang Chen brought out the sound system and everyone started singing. Xiao Ding's exaggerated singing made everyone burst into laughter. Gradually, Li Yan's mood also improved. She walked up to Jiang Chen, tapped him with a drink bottle, and asked, Jiang, is this your party? Is there anything else planned? Jiang Chen was puzzled. What else? Li Yan looked at Jiang Chen mischievously. Nothing, Jiang, I also want to sing a song. Can you sing with me? Jiang Chen asked, what song do you want to sing? I don't know if I can sing it. Li Yin tentatively asked. Coral Sea? Can you sing it? Jiang Chen nodded. You also like Jay Chou's songs? Li Yin smiled. Jay Chou is my idol. Jiang Chen was surprised to see Li Yin smile, as he rarely saw her smile. He realized she might be a secret Jay Chou fan. Jiang Chen said, the song is a bit high, but let's give it a try. They sang together. After finishing the song, Jiang Chen was surprised to find that Li Yin sang well, and of course, he thought he sang well too. Despite some off-key moments, they sang well. Just as they were getting into it, Jiang Chen saw Aunt Li cleaning inside the house and immediately ran over to pull her out. Aunt Li, stop mopping the floor and come join our party. Aunt Li waved her hands repeatedly. Oh no, that's all for you young people. Jiang Chen said to Aunt Li, it's okay, as long as you have a good attitude, age is not a problem. Do you want to change into their clothes too? Aunt Li looked terrified. Jiang Chen handed her the microphone again. Aunt Li, how about singing a song? Everyone around started cheering. Sing, sing. Aunt Li smiled shyly, took the microphone and started singing. By noon, the party was over. Jiang Chen planned to finish lunch and then go to the factory in the afternoon to see how things were progressing. Despite having this network of relationships, he knew he couldn't rely on them entirely. Relationships in the world are not truly stable. For the sake of his own interests, he must develop himself through these relationships and become truly strong. After lunch, Jiang Chen told Beihai and the others, I have to go to work in the afternoon. You can stay at home or go out for a walk. If you go out, I'll have Li Yin accompany you. They expressed their desire to go out and see the city where Jiang Chen lived. Jiang Chen told Li Yin, please accompany them in the afternoon. Li Yin nodded eagerly, sure thing, leave it to me, Manager Jiang. Shouting and Xiaofeng said they would go back in the afternoon. They quietly told Jiang Chen that he had fulfilled their dreams, and from now on, Jiang Chen would be like a godfather to them. Jiang Chen told them, get lost. I don't have sons as old as you. After they left, Jiang Chen prepared to drive out. Before he could start the car, he received a call from Ma Hongfeng. Old Ma, what's up? Ma Hongfeng sounded anxious on the phone. General Jiang, something bad has happened. Please come to the factory right away. Hearing Ma Hongfeng's tone, it seemed like a serious matter. Jiang Chen reassured him not to panic and that he would be there soon. He then started the car and headed towards the factory. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chen remained calm. He believed there was nothing he couldn't handle. When he arrived at the factory, he saw a red Bugatti Veyron parked at the entrance of the office building, with a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV behind it. Jiang Chen parked his car and walked into the office building. Before he could enter the office, he overheard Ma Hongfeng saying, I'm just a factory director. You can't force me. General Jiang will be here soon, and he will have the final say. Jiang Chen walked directly into the office. Inside the office, Ma Hongfeng stood in the middle, surrounded by 4 burly men wearing black leather jackets, all over 6 feet tall with short cropped hair. They looked to weigh around 200 pounds each, making Ma Hongfeng visibly nervous. Jiang Chen wondered, what was going on? Was this the mafia? The only person sitting in the room was a young man wearing a bright red leather jacket, sitting in Jiang Chen's seat with his legs crossed. He wasn't that big, looking thin and about 27 or 28 years old, with a fair face that seemed powdered. When the young man saw Jiang Chen come in, he said, you must be General Jiang, right? Jiang Chen replied directly, what can I do for you? The young man said to Jiang Chen, I thought General Jiang was someone else, didn't expect you to be so young. Nice to meet you, I'm Zhao Wen, the general manager of Zhao Group. Your canned food factory is doing well, and even hired Lin Rixin as the spokesperson, impressive. I don't have anything major, just want to talk about cooperation with you. Jiang Chen thought to himself that this didn't seem like a serious discussion about cooperation. And Zhao Group, the name, sounds ominous. How do you propose to cooperate? Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Wen slowly said, sell your factory to us. Jiang Chen smiled. Hongfeng Canned Food Factory was on the verge of bankruptcy before he took over, and now it was thriving under his management, not to mention the upcoming development of the beverage business. How could he sell it to him? He thought they were like vultures smelling meat, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Oh no! They wanted to directly acquire the factory, which was like taking the pot away. But Jiang Chen didn't know much about Zhao Group, he was not familiar with this area before. However, judging from Ma Hongfeng's reaction, he seemed to know something. Not for sale. Jiang Chen's response was simple and direct, followed by, you may leave now. The 4 big men in the room looked at Jiang Chen with unfriendly eyes. But Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. A look couldn't kill anyone, stare all you want. He didn't think these 4 men would start a fight here, wouldn't that be lawless? At most, they were just trying to intimidate him. Besides, there were hundreds of workers in his factory. If he gave the order, saying that anyone who raised wages or dared to fight would be fired, they would know the power of the workers in no time. Who's afraid of whom? Zhao Wen smiled. I'll make an offer, 30 million, enough to buy your factory, right? So, do you sell or not? Jiang Chen was really amused by him. I bought this factory for 40 million when it was about to go bankrupt. After developing it, you're offering 30 million? I thought Zhao Group was more powerful. But I said I'm not selling, no matter how much money you offer. But if you really want to buy, and if your group is really powerful, I'll name a price, 5 trillion, buy it or not? Zhao Wen knew Jiang Chen was teasing him and got a bit angry. 5 trillion? Do you even know if your factory is worth that much? It seems you don't understand our Zhao Group, me, Zhao Wen, well enough. But it's okay, you'll soon find out. Jiang Chen said, is that so? Then let me find out. Zhao Wen suddenly laughed, alright, you're full of youthful vigor. But being too arrogant can lead to losses. Despite his relatively young age, he said a phrase that sounded old-fashioned. After that, he stood up and said to the 4 big men, let's go. Jiang Chen then heard the roar of the sports car engine, the sound gradually fading away. Looking out the window, he saw both cars driving off. Jiang Chen turned to look at Ma Hongfeng, who was also looking at him, as if waiting for him to say something. Jiang Chen glanced at the chair Zhao Wen had sat in and said, change that chair for me. Ma Hongfeng looked puzzled, is that it? Is this the main point? General Jiang. Change the chair first, then we'll talk. Ma Hongfeng. Ma Hongfeng moved the chair out and brought a new one for Jiang Chen from the meeting room. Jiang Chen sat down and said to Ma Hongfeng, go ahead. Ma Hongfeng had a lot to say, but all of a sudden, he didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, he sorted out his thoughts and said to Jiang Chen, this matter is a bit tricky. I didn't expect that just as we were starting to develop, they would target us. Where did the Zhao Group come from? Jiang Chen asked. Ma Hongfeng replied, the Zhao Group is the largest enterprise in our city. It started out in real estate and in just 6 years, it became the largest company in our city with assets reaching billions. Now they are involved in many industries, mainly real estate and mall operations, as well as the jewelry and precious metals industries, among others. The largest mall in our county, Silver Dragon Plaza, belongs to them. I heard that their road to success is a bit dark. Many of their competitors have fallen victim, some lost their hands, some were hit by cars, some were said to have drowned after getting drunk and falling into a river. A few years ago, there was the CEO of Feixin Group, Yang Feixin, do you know him? Jiang Chen, I don't know. Ma Hongfeng continued, Yang Feixin had both legs sawed off by someone. As he spoke, he gestured on his own thigh, quite high up. They sawed him right from the base of his thigh. It is said that it was done by the Zhao Group. It is said that at night, they tied him up, took him to a sawmill, and placed him directly on the saw, forcing him to sign a contract. When Yang Feixin refused to sign, they just pressed the switch, and his 2 legs were gone. It is said that he was found at the hospital entrance later, after receiving over a dozen bags of blood to survive. But since then, he has been like a nerve wreck, turned into a lunatic. Feixin Group gradually declined. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was listening as if to a story. Isn't this like the mafia? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? Also, why does it sound like you were there watching it happen, knowing all the details? Ma Hongfeng said, oh, I wasn't there at the scene. I was working out of town in the past few years. I only come back once a year, and even then, I heard about this incident from conversations at the dinner table during the New Year. Jiang Chen, I don't drink during the New Year. Ma Hongfeng added, there is another thing. 6 years ago, when the Zhao Group was just starting out, there was a demolition project with a holdout, an old man who refused to move no matter what. No other company could get him to move, only the Zhao Group managed to acquire the project. Do you know why? Jiang Chen, why? Because shortly after the Zhao Group took over, the old man's house caught fire. The old man burned to death inside. It was through this project that the Zhao Group made their fortune. You wouldn't believe it, but Jiang Chen had actually heard about this incident. It was investigated at the time, and the final result was attributed to aging electrical lines. Hearing Ma Hongfeng's account, this incident was indeed intriguing. Jiang Chen suddenly felt the need to focus on his own safety and thought it would be best to hire some bodyguards. Ma Hongfeng also said, Jiang, you need to be careful lately. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said to Ma Hongfeng, it's okay. If I want to take down the Zhao Group, I just need to make a phone call. Jiang Chen said this without exaggeration. His system had always been underutilized, right? Just find a photo of the highest commander of Longwa, call him uncle or something, or go even further and declare himself as the crown prince. Taking down the Zhao Group would be a piece of cake, right? If anyone dared to touch him then, a tank might just roll into his bedroom while he slept at night. However, Jiang Chen felt that it wasn't necessary at this point. Regarding the rumors about the Zhao group, he believed they were just hearsay without substantial evidence. It's not that Jiang Chen didn't believe it, but he thought it's better to believe there's something than nothing. Judging from Zhao Wen's behavior, the Zhao group probably had some truth to those rumors. But Jiang Chen felt that he only needed to find a few reliable bodyguards first to ensure his own safety. As for the rest, it could be discussed later. Ma Hongfeng asked in confusion, Jiang, do you have a big background? Jiang Chen replied, no. I'm just talking big. Anyway, I need to find a few bodyguards. Be careful yourself too, find some bodyguards for yourself. The money will be deducted from the factory. Ma Hongfeng said, I'm fine, if they really make a move. It will definitely be on you. Jiang Chen said, listen to me, hire a few bodyguards for safety, or I won't feel at ease. Ma Hongfeng nodded, how about I hire them for you? Jiang Chen waved his hand, no need, I'll find them myself. With that, Jiang Chen walked out of the office, got in his car, and left the factory. In a luxurious office of the Zhao group, Zhao stood with 4 big men behind him, but he did not give them orders. Instead, he made a phone call. Hey, show him some colors, it's the first time dealing with him, don't be too harsh, just break a couple of fingers, hee hee. After driving out of the canned food factory, Jiang Chen headed straight to a dog farm in the city. To hire bodyguards, Jiang Chen decided to buy a few large guard dogs first. If he were to hire people, they wouldn't arrive so quickly. Jiang Chen thought about hiring a world-class boxing champion or a mixed martial arts champion to be his personal bodyguard. Not only would they have explosive combat power, but they would also have a good image when taken out. However, it would probably take at least 5 or 6 days for them to arrive. What if the bad guys made a move during this gap? So Jiang Chen decided to get a few dogs to act as bodyguards first. There is a saying that goes, dogs are man's best friend. They are very loyal and never betray their owners. Moreover, they are powerful in combat. Without weapons, an average adult would not be able to defeat a large guard dog. With a few dogs by his side, Jiang Chen would definitely feel safe. In fact, there was another idea. No matter who Zhao sent, as long as Jiang Chen could see them, he could modify his relationship with them and prevent them from attacking him. But Jiang Chen thought for a moment, there are many bad guys who wear masks. Would his system work against masked individuals or those wearing masks? Besides, Jiang Chen didn't like this approach. When dealing with bad guys, he preferred to fight fire with fire. Let the dogs bite. Soon, he arrived at the dog farm. After entering, Jiang Chen went straight to the owner. The dog farm seemed to be not doing well. It was deserted with few people around. The owner greeted Jiang Chen warmly when he saw him arrive in such a nice car and politely asked, what kind of dog does the boss want? We have the most complete breeds in the city. Let me take a look first, Jiang Chen said. Alright, let's go inside. The owner led Jiang Chen into the dog farm, where he saw many cages with various dogs inside. There were mostly gentle pet dogs like golden retrievers, Samoyeds, huskies, and others. There were also Siberian huskies, also known as huskies. These dogs had been domesticated and were not aggressive, very friendly towards people. They did not show any signs of aggression towards Jiang Chen. Instead, they approached the cage and looked at him in a pleasing manner. While looking around, the owner of the dog farm started to promote the dogs to Jiang Chen. These dogs are the most obedient and well-behaved here, with very good temperaments. Which one do you like? Jiang Chen shook his head at these dogs. Do you have the most aggressive dogs here? Jiang Chen asked the owner. The most aggressive? Oh, you want to buy one to guard your home? Yes, follow me. Saying that, the owner led Jiang Chen further inside. As they approached, the dogs in the cages ahead started barking loudly. Woof 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 woof. The boss picked up a stick by the wall, walked over and knocked hard on the cage, and the dogs stopped only then. Some fearing the wooden stick, turned and lay down. However, from the cages a bit further ahead, there were still continuous dull roars. The roaring sound made people feel uneasy. The boss went to knock on the cage with the stick, and one of the dogs inside actually bit the head of the stick, emitting a threatening low growl from its throat. Jiang Chen approached and saw that the cages contained Tibetan mastiffs. There were many boastful claims about Tibetan mastiffs on the internet before, almost mythologizing them, saying they could defeat tigers and such. Jiang Chen had seen tigers with his own eyes. He felt that their level of threat was clearly not in the same league. But speaking solely of Tibetan mastiffs, they were definitely a fierce breed of dog. It is said that the herdsmen on the plateau raised them to guard against wolves. Can you say they are not fierce? Some people also say Tibetan mastiffs are stupid and hard to train, but if you raise them from a young age, they will definitely recognize you as their owner. However, if you buy them when they are grown, it is indeed very difficult for them to recognize you. Looking at these several tall and fierce Tibetan mastiffs, Jiang Chen decided on them. Boss, how much are you selling these Tibetan mastiffs for? I'll take all 6 of them. The boss couldn't pull the stick out of the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth, so he had to let go and walk back. "What? You want to buy these 6 guys?" The boss was somewhat surprised and continued, "To be honest, I don't recommend you buy them. I brought back these 6 Tibetan Mastiffs, trained them for a month, as you can see, they still have this behavior. I'm afraid they might hurt someone if you take them back." He pointed to the Tibetan Mastiff that had bitten the stick. Its fur was black on the surface, deep brown underneath, with a large head, looking like a lion, majestic. "You see that one? Once it bites onto something, it won't let go. If you take it back and it bites someone, it won't be good. How about you take a look at something else?" The boss wanted to persuade Jiang Chen to give up this idea, but Jiang Chen was indifferent and said to the boss, "Just sell them to me. Lead them out of the cage directly and put them in my car." The boss didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so determined, but he was still a bit worried. "How are you going to drive then?" In fact, Jiang Chen had thought about showing off in front of the boss, saying he was a master dog trainer or something, then quietly establishing a bond between the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs as pets and their owner, and they would immediately become obedient and follow his commands. But after some thought, he decided against it. It's better not to showcase his abilities in front of others, even if it's just training a dog. He had commanded wild dogs to kill people before. If anything were to be exposed, it wouldn't be good for him. With Jiang Chen's firm attitude, the boss eventually sold the Tibetan Mastiffs to him. 11,000 each, a total of 66,000. Jiang Chen didn't know if this price was expensive or not, if there were any tricks, but he didn't care. In the past, he would have negotiated the price, but now he paid directly. The boss thoughtfully put iron muzzles on the mouths of the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs, led them to the back seat of Jiang Chen's car, and then tied their necks together with a shorter rope. This way, their movements were restricted, they couldn't bite anyone, at least Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about them delaying his driving. As for what happens next, he didn't care. He had already explained the dangers to Jiang Chen clearly. Jiang Chen still insisted on buying them, so he couldn't do much about it. 66,000 in hand, feeling great. As Jiang Chen drove out of the dog farm, he waved and smiled at the boss, saying, "Take care, see you next time." A few minutes after leaving the dog farm, Jiang Chen turned a corner, parked his car on the side of the road, and looked back at the Tibetan Mastiffs. Although their mouths were muzzled, they were still growling angrily at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. "Change the relationship between me and them to master and pet." Ding, who is the master and who is the pet? Here we go again. System, do you have a serious illness? Who would have a dog as a pet? Ding, how would I know if you have any special preferences? Do you even listen to what you are saying? I am the master, the dog is the pet, okay? He. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, master and pet. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head, his system was mischievous in every way. After the relationship was modified, Jiang Chen looked at the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs again, and their hostility towards him instantly disappeared. Instead, they looked at Jiang Chen with a different gaze, the gaze they used to look at their master. Jiang Chen reached out and removed the muzzles and ropes from their mouths, and the Tibetan Mastiffs all stayed obediently in their places. "Ah, good brothers, from now on, follow me to enjoy the good food and drinks, but if someone attacks me, you bite them, got it?" Jiang Chen said as he patted their heads. The Tibetan Mastiffs didn't show much reaction, sticking out their tongues and looking at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen knew they understood. Jiang Chen turned around, ready to drive back. He also needed to arrange for bodyguards at his home. Now that he had enough money, it's better to be safe than sorry. Just as he started the car, a shabby black Santana suddenly appeared in front of him, hitting his car. The driver of the Santana, a nondescript middle-aged man in a gray jumpsuit, came out with an apologetic smile on his face. "I'm really sorry. I was too tired just now and accidentally fell asleep." "Oh, how expensive is your car? How much do I have to compensate?" "Oh my god." The man walked towards Jiang Chen's car window, bent down to look inside. Jiang Chen didn't get out of the car, but looked at the man warily, and said through a small gap in the window, "You move your car first." The man smiled. "How about you come down and take a picture first, then I'll move the car." "No need, just move your car," Jiang Chen said. However, the man's expression gradually changed. He stared at Jiang Chen, his smile turning into a fierce look. He wore a pair of white gloves and took out a mineral water bottle from somewhere, unscrewed the cap, and poured it towards Jiang Chen's car. Jiang Chen felt that this man was definitely up to something, so he immediately reversed the car, ready to drive away. But it seemed like someone was watching from behind. As soon as he reversed, another car came up from behind and sandwiched Jiang Chen's car in the middle. By this time, the liquid in the mineral water bottle in the man's hand had been poured out. Some spilled on Jiang Chen's car door, some on the ground, and some on the bottom of the car and tires. Jiang Chen could smell a strong gasoline odor in the car. It's gasoline. Then he took out a lighter and said to Jiang Chen, "Get out of the car." Jiang Chen instantly understood that if he didn't get out of the car, once the lighter was lit, the gasoline would ignite and set his car on fire. Jiang Chen didn't know if that bottle of gasoline could really ignite the car, but he knew it was very dangerous. Encountering this situation for the first time, Jiang Chen remained calm instead of panicking. He turned off the car, stopped in place, and asked the man outside the window, "Who sent you?" The man smiled, with a hint of disdain in his smile, and didn't say who it was, only saying, "He has a message for you. Being too hot-tempered can lead to losses." Jiang Chen immediately confirmed, "Isn't this obvious enough?" Xiao Wen just said this to him. "These people act really fast." Jiang Chen looked around on the road. There was no one else except them, no cameras or anything. No wonder they were so brazen, daring to act in broad daylight. The man outside the car had a sinister smile on his face and said, "Get out of the car first." "It's okay," he said, "it's my first time dealing with you, so I shouldn't be too harsh, just need 2 of your fingers." He shook the lighter in his hand and said, "I'll count to 5, if you don't get out of the car by then, it won't be as simple as 2 fingers. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "Alright, step aside, I'll open the door and get out." The man took 2 steps back, and Jiang Chen directly opened the rear door of his car from the inside. At the same time, he ordered his bodyguards, "Bite him." Roar, bark, bark. 6 Tibetan mastiffs rushed out instantly, all pouncing on the man. Ah! The man let out a scream, instantly being knocked down to the ground, the lighter in his hand falling to the side. Jiang Chen got out of the car, calmly watching the man being bitten, his heart unaffected. However, he told the dogs not to bite vital areas, he didn't want to cause fatalities. Recently, someone was bitten to death by a dog. If there was another fatal dog attack today, it wouldn't be good, the matter might attract attention. This man did dirty work for Zhao Wen. As long as he wasn't bitten to death, he definitely wouldn't dare to report it. This guy didn't know how many people he had harmed, this was just a small punishment for him. Despite Jiang Chen's order not to bite vital areas, the 6 Tibetan mastiffs bit heavily. Some bit the chest, some bit the thighs, some bit the feet, blood flowed all over the ground. Jiang Chen walked over to the dropped lighter on the ground and kicked it into the roadside ditch with his foot. The man struggled on the ground, but the more he struggled, the more ferociously the 6 Tibetan mastiffs bit. In the car behind Jiang Chen, there was another person. Watching this cruel scene and facing Jiang Chen's calmness, he was a bit frightened. He was just the assistant of the man being bitten, usually doing some assisting work for him. Now seeing him being treated so miserably by Jiang Chen, he was a bit panicked. Jiang Chen watched as the man was almost bitten enough, any more bites and he might not survive, so he ordered the Tibetan mastiffs to stop. The fur around the mouths of the Tibetan mastiffs was soaked in blood, standing next to Jiang Chen, baring their fangs, looking fierce and menacing. Jiang Chen walked to the man's side and kicked him into the roadside ditch with his foot. There was no water in the ditch, it was dry, with lots of weeds growing inside. After being thrown in, the man lay in the pile of grass, gasping for breath, with a pained expression on his face. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the car behind, and the Tibetan mastiffs beside him also followed his gaze. He saw him, he was younger than the man who was bitten, around 27 or 28, with messy hair, looking very sloppy. When he saw the gaze Jiang Chen cast at him, he panicked. He hurriedly started the car, reversed for a moment, the car jerked, and the engine stalled. He then frantically started to turn the key to start the engine. The car suddenly jerked, almost driving into the ditch. Then he turned around and fled into the distance. "Get in the car!" Jiang Chen got in with the Tibetan mastiffs, started the car and turned the car around. Jiang Chen stepped on the gas pedal, the previously elegant Gus sedan emitted a beast-like roar, the V12 engine showing its power. The man who was fleeing thought he had escaped, that he was safe. Suddenly, he heard a fierce engine roar, and the Gus sedan driven by Jiang Chen instantly overtook him. Then Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel, stepped on the brake, and directly forced his car to a stop. The man didn't brake in time, causing the Gust's rear end to be hit again, but Jiang Chen didn't care. Got off the car and walked up to the man's window, knocking on the car window. "Get off! Did I let you run away?" The man in the car shivered. Seeing 6 Tibetan mastiffs following Jiang Chen, he dared not open the car door. Jiang Chen said to him, "I'll count to 5. If you don't get off the car, it won't be as simple as being bitten by a dog." Then Jiang Chen felt like he was missing something. He seemed to lack a bottle of gasoline and a lighter. He would prepare next time. Faced with Jiang Chen's threat, the man knew he couldn't run away, so he opened the car door and got out slowly. The Tibetan mastiffs next to him immediately wanted to rush up and bite him, but Jiang Chen stopped them. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen asked. "Xiao. Xiao Dao." "What about the guy just now?" "He's called Lao Dao." "Xiao Dao, Lao Dao. Father and son?" "No. No, Xiao Dao explained. These are all nicknames, given to me by Lao Dao. Big brother, I really made a mistake. I shouldn't have blocked your car. Please let me go. I won't dare anymore. He started begging for mercy. Zhang Chen asked him, how many bad things have you and Lao Dao done to Zhao Wen? Tell me, and I'll let you go. But Xiao Dao was puzzled. Who is Zhao Wen? Zhao Wen, from the Zhao group, don't you know? Aren't you two working for them? Zhang Chen asked angrily. Xiao Dao quickly said, I really don't know Zhao Wen. Everything we do is arranged by Lao Dao making phone calls. I don't know what is said on the phone. I just follow Lao Dao. Whatever he asks me to do, I do. I really don't know anything else. He was almost in tears. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Chen patted his shoulder, spoke in a calm tone with a comforting voice. It's okay, don't be afraid, just tell me what you and Lao Dao have done, briefly. Xiao Dao started tearfully, but after listening for a while, Zhang Chen realized they were just petty crimes. Breaking someone's window, stalking someone, sending threatening letters. After listening, Zhang Chen felt it was pointless to ask further. If there were any serious crimes like murder or arson, he definitely wouldn't easily reveal them. And he didn't need to know those things. Based on today's events, he had already clashed with the Zhao group and Zhao Wen. Why would he need to know more? Zhang Chen interrupted Xiao Dao's narrative directly. Alright, stop talking, you can go now. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Dao's expression brightened, ready to get in the car and leave. But Zhang Chen's voice came from behind. Stretch out your leg, let my dog bite you, then you can go. Xiao Dao was so scared that he trembled all over, turned around with a tearful face. Moments later, Xiao Dao extended his leg, and a Tibetan Mastiff bit down on it. Ah! Xiao Dao let out a scream of pain. After a while, Zhang Chen had the Tibetan Mastiff release its grip, and Xiao Dao dragged his injured leg miserably back into the car. Zhang Chen asked him again, do you know where to go? Xiao Dao was puzzled, thinking Zhang Chen didn't want him to leave. Where to go? Xiao Dao's voice trembled. Zhang Chen pointed in the direction they had come from and said, go back to where you were just now, pull Lao Dao out of the ditch, and leave with him, understand? Zhang Chen's intention was simple, he just didn't want Lao Dao to die there. Xiao Dao nodded, understood. Xiao Dao started the car, turned around, and headed back to where they were before. Zhang Chen got in the car with the Tibetan Mastiffs and followed behind. When they arrived, Zhang Chen saw that the black Santana that Lao Dao had driven was gone. Xiao Dao got out of the car and searched in the ditch but didn't find anyone. He climbed out of the ditch and looked at Zhang Chen with questioning eyes. Zhang Chen knew that Lao Dao had already left by driving himself, so he didn't care about him and drove away on his own. Walking towards his villa, Zhang Chen recalled the recent events. If it weren't for those Tibetan Mastiffs, he wouldn't have been able to vent his anger like that. It could also be said that they successfully protected him. You guys did a great job today, I'll buy you some meat to eat later. When passing by a deli, Zhang Chen stopped the car. He walked into the deli and bought 12 pounds of sauce beef. He asked the boss to cut it into large pieces. Then he took the sauce beef back to the villa. When he drove into the garage, Li Yan happened to see it. Li Yan had taken Beihai and the others out to play and had just returned. She was about to leave when she saw Zhang Chen driving back. Zhang Chen's car was damaged in the front and back due to the impact, which made Li Yan worry and run over. As soon as Zhang Chen got out of the car, Li Yan walked into the garage. Jiang, what happened to your car? Are you okay? Li Yan asked with concern. Zhang Chen smiled at Li Yan. I'm fine, just a little scratch on the road. Didn't you take Beihai and the others out to play? Seeing that Zhang Chen was indeed fine, Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I took them out to play, just got back, they are taking a nap now. Well, Jiang, if you're okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Yan wanted to leave. However, Zhang Chen stopped her. Li Yan, can you drive? Li Yan turned around and nodded. Yes, what's up? Zhang Chen handed Gust's keys to Li Yan. Drive my car to get it fixed, and then bring the one the company assigned to me back. Li Yan took the keys and nodded. Okay, Zhang. Zhang Chen first let the Tibetan Mastiffs out of the car and threw the sauce beef to them to eat. 12 pounds of sauce beef, 2 pounds per dog. The Tibetan Mastiffs gobbled it up. Li Yan, seeing this scene, couldn't help but complain in her heart about not understanding the world of the rich. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't feed beef to dogs. What a waste. But she didn't say it out loud, just complained in her heart. After all, the money belonged to Zhang, and it was his right to do as he pleased. Zhang, where did you get these Tibetan Mastiffs? Li Yan asked. Zhang Chen casually replied, just bought them. Li Yan thought to herself, I didn't expect Zhang to like Tibetan Mastiffs, such fierce large dogs. After watching for a while, she prepared to drive Zhang Chen's Gus to the repair shop. As she was about to get in the car, Zhang Chen suddenly asked her, Li Yan, How did you feel about today's party? Did you have fun? Li Yan nodded. I think it was great, very enjoyable. Occasionally having a party like this with friends to relax, I think it's good. Jiang Chen said, then next time I have a party, I'll invite you again? Li Yan once again showed her rare smile. Sure, thank you, Jiang. Then Li Yan drove away in the gust. The Tibetan Mastiffs finished the meat in a few bites, and Jiang Chen took them to the backyard to let them play. He gave them orders, no biting anyone without command. Also, they had to do their business at the base of the wall and bury it in a hole. The Tibetan Mastiffs accepted the orders and lay down on the grass to rest. Jiang Chen went to the study and called Ma Hongfeng. Lao Ma, everything okay on your end? Ma Hongfeng replied, nothing's wrong. What could happen in broad daylight? Would they dare to attack someone in broad daylight? Oh, Jiang, did something happen on your end? Jiang Chen told him, they just made a move on me, but don't worry, I'm fine. Have you hired your bodyguards? Ma Hongfeng's heart raced when he heard that they had targeted Jiang Chen, but when he heard that Jiang Chen was okay, his heart settled down again. Ma Hongfeng replied, I have already hired the best bodyguard company in our city. I have hired 2 for myself, and they will be in place tomorrow. The price is a bit expensive, more than 20,000 per person per month. Enough to pay several workers' salaries. Jiang Chen said, don't worry about the money. Isn't it just a few 100,000 a year? Hire 4 more for me, responsible for the protection of my villa, and 4 more for my parents, to provide covert protection. Can they handle this? Ma Hongfeng said, they can. This company is quite professional and their strength is guaranteed. They are well known nationwide. But Jiang, I have a question. How long do we need to hire these bodyguards for? Also, why don't you mention your personal bodyguard? Do you have a better choice? Jiang Chen smiled. You don't need to worry about my personal bodyguard. As for how long to hire them, just keep them on. We can always switch to better options in the future. Ma Hongfeng somewhat helplessly said, alright. If we pay quarterly, it will be much cheaper. After that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He turned on his computer and started searching for something. Half an hour later, a photo of a man appeared on his computer screen. The man in the photo had brown skin, a strong physique, and a fierce look in his eyes. A giant standing at 196 centimeters tall and weighing 220 pounds. Below the photo was his information. World heavyweight mixed martial arts champion, 4-time champion. Known as the strongest man in the world, unbeatable, Iron Blood, Leono. He chose to retire after winning 4 championships, at the young age of 31. The reason for his retirement was that he found the world of mixed martial arts boring, as there was no one who could match him. After retiring, he disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he went. Rumor has it that he came to the Dragon Kingdom because when he was 24, he had come to the Dragon Kingdom to study under a master for 3 years. However, no one knew who his master was. Jiang Chen thought to himself, he must know Chinese, right? This way, there would be no language barrier. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, change my previous relationship with him to him being my bodyguard. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, bodyguard and employer. Then, Jiang Chen waited for the phone call. At times like this, he liked to take out his phone, place it on the table, lean back in his chair, close his eyes, and enjoy the moment. After a while, the phone rang. Jiang Chen picked it up, looked at the number. It was unfamiliar but a domestic number. Jiang Chen answered the phone. Hello? A man's voice came through the receiver. Although he spoke Chinese fluently, there was a strange foreign accent. Mr. Jiang Chen, I am Liu Ono. We had agreed that I would be your personal bodyguard for 3 years. I am here now, please tell me your address. Jiang Chen smiled and gave him the address, then asked, Liu Ono, where are you now? I am currently within the Dragon Kingdom. How soon can you arrive? Jiang Chen asked. Tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Mr. Jiang Chen. They didn't say much more and quickly hung up the phone. Jiang Chen felt a bit excited. The world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion, being his personal bodyguard. Who else could have such treatment? And the process went so smoothly. It was settled in just a few words. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think, if he could bind all the world's leaders as his servants, wouldn't he instantly rule the world? However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Jiang Chen himself. Based on his current understanding of the system, he felt that the most likely result of doing so would be to be assassinated by the leader's agents, not even knowing how he died. Because the system can only modify relationships, but cannot guarantee that the other party will definitely comply with this relationship. Initially, the tiger was a good example. If others become the supreme leader of a country, will they willingly become your servant? Based on his experience, Jiang Chen has discovered 2 laws about the system. First, after changing the relationship, the other party will try to contact you in various ways. Second, the more equal and friendly the relationship, the easier it is for the other party to accept it. The more unequal and unfriendly the relationship, the easier it is to provoke resistance. This is Jiang Chen's current understanding of the system. Perhaps as Jiang Chen's understanding of the system deepens, there will be different discoveries. The more Jiang Chen understands this system, the more he realizes the unfathomable ability of this system. Maybe he has only scratched the surface for now, but even a little knowledge is enough for him to thrive. Next, he needs to think about how to deal with the Zhao group. If Zhao Wen makes a move against him, he will not sit idly by and let himself be manipulated like a soft persimmon. The next step is retaliation. Jiang Chen does not intend to make a phone call to destroy the Zhao group, because in that case, the Zhao group will not fall into his hands. Jiang Chen's plan is to bring the entire Zhao group under his control to expand his business empire. Not only does he want to take over, but he also wants to do it legally, at least on the surface. Jiang Chen thought that when Liu Ono arrived tomorrow, along with the Tibetan Mastiff he raised, he should have no worries about his own safety. The people of the Zhao group are not top-notch powerful characters, they might just have a bunch of thugs and ruffians, at most a few desperados who wield knives. Liu Ono and the Tibetan Mastiff should be enough to deal with them. Since there is no need to worry about safety, he will just play along with them. He took out his phone and dialed Ma Hongfeng's number. Lama, help me check if the Zhao group has any major actions recently, such as big projects, collaborations, and so on. John, why are we investigating the Zhao group? Ma Hongfeng asked in confusion. Jiang Chen said lightly, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Contact me after you finish the investigation. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. After Ma Hongfeng hung up the phone, he pondered Jiang Chen's words and muttered to himself, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Could it be? We are going to war with the Zhao group. What a joke, that's a billion-dollar level group. Inside the office of the general manager of the Zhao group, Zhao Wen was leisurely playing golf on the lawn inside the office. The sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the 22nd floor, illuminating the lawn and a woman next to it. The woman was wearing a white tight-fitting dress. The dress was extremely short, revealing a pair of fair and slender thighs. She was Zhao Wen's secretary and also his capable assistant. She knew a lot about what Zhao Wen was doing. Zhao Wen swung lightly, but the ball veered off course and rolled outside the lawn. The secretary walked over, bent down to pick up the ball, but her legs were straight, without any bending. It could be seen that her body's flexibility was very good. An ordinary person would not be able to reach the ground like that. Yet she could easily pick up the golf ball from the ground. However, her extremely short skirt, in such a movement, revealed a large area of her backside. And the direction behind her was where Zhao Wen was. Zhao Wen's gaze shifted over, and he saw the exposed area. He just smiled and then looked away. The secretary picked up the ball and walked back, gently placing it in Zhao Wen's hand, then said casually, Zhao, why do you want to acquire the Hongfeng canned food factory? It's just a canned food company, not a high-profit industry. Zhao Wen showed a meaningful smile. Lin, you don't know, this canned food factory is not an ordinary one. Oh? Secretary Lin raised a question. As Zhao Wen set up the ball, he explained, this canned food factory is endorsed by Lin Rixin. Secretary Lin showed a look of understanding. So, Zhao always has Lin Rixin in mind. As long as you buy this factory, you can get in touch with the national goddess, Lin Rixin, right? Zhao Wen smiled. Secretary Lin, do you see me as that shallow? Secretary Lin teased with a provocative smile, isn't it? Zhao Wen glanced at her, not getting angry but instead started laughing. After laughing, he continued, since Red Feng Canned Food Factory hired Lin Rixin as the spokesperson, sales have skyrocketed instantly, and the brand's visibility has greatly increased in a short period of time. Besides, I also found out that they are currently expanding the factory and introducing a beverage production line. Beverages? Secretary Lin asked in confusion. Yes, the potential of beverages is much greater than peach canned food, Zhao Wen continued. After acquiring it, we will handle the future matters. Relying on the strength of our group and Lin Rixin's visibility, won't it be much better than being in the hands of that Jiang Chen? Also, we can invite Lin Rixin to endorse some other brands under our group at that time. The benefits it will bring to our group will be unimaginable to you. After listening to Zhao Wen, Secretary Lin couldn't help but applaud gently. She exclaimed to Zhao Wen, Mr. Zhao is indeed brilliant, I am almost mesmerized by you. Zhao Wen ignored her slightly teasing words, swung the cue stick, and said, would it be too much if I invite Lin Rixin to have a meal together at that time? Ha ha ha. After speaking, he showed a smug smile on his face. Secretary Lin, with her big eyes slightly resentful and ambiguous, glanced at Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen acted as if he hadn't seen it. With full confidence on his face, he confidently hit the ball, and it went into the hole with a snap. Satisfied with his shot, Jiawen put down the cue stick and asked the secretary, Secretary Lin, have you finished investigating the information about Jiang Chen that I asked you to? Secretary Lin nodded. Wait a moment, I'll go get it now. Jiawen nodded and sat on his boss's chair. Secretary Lin walked out of the general manager's office with her long legs. At this time, Zhao Wen's phone rang. Zhao Wen answered the call, and his expression turned serious after hearing a sentence from the other end. What did you say? What do you mean by failure? Zhao Wen questioned over the phone. Lao Dao, are you getting old? Can't even handle a kid. What did you say? Tibetan Mastiff? Jiang Chen has 6 Tibetan Mastiffs in the car. And they bit both of you? After listening, Zhao Wen was speechless for a while. Lao Dao's usual style of doing things was not like this. Usually, this guy was ruthless and rarely made mistakes. How did it turn out so badly this time? And Jiang Chen, who the hell drives a Gust high-level sedan with 6 Tibetan Mastiffs in the car? Does he know that he's going to be targeted and made preparations? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wen said over the phone, alright, take care of your injuries first. Later, I'll have Secretary Lin arrange some money for you. That's it. After saying that, Zhao Wen wanted to hang up the phone, but he heard Lao Dao's unwilling voice from the phone. Give me another chance. I'll cut off Jiang Chen's hands and bring them to you. Suddenly, Zhao Wen became very serious and said sternly over the phone, didn't you understand what I said? I said that's it. There was a moment of silence from Lao Dao on the phone, then he said, okay, I got it. The seriousness on Zhao Wen's face faded a bit, and he said to the phone, focus on recovering from your injuries. Rest assured, I will settle this matter for you. Okay, came the obedient reply from Lao Dao on the phone. Zhao Wen hung up the phone. Thinking of Jiang Chen, a hint of fierceness appeared on his face. Secretary Lin walked in with a laptop and placed it in front of Zhao Wen. Mr. Zhao, this is all the information you wanted about Jiang Chen. Without even looking at it, Zhao Wen said, read it. Seeing Zhao Wen's unfriendly expression, Secretary Lin, unsure of what had happened, stopped joking and began to read from the laptop. Jiang Chen, 23 years old, single, had a girlfriend before but they have broken up. From a rural background, worked as a salesperson in the Ice Fei Company's branch for a year and a half. Later, he successfully negotiated a major project for the company and was promoted to branch manager. He then bought the Red Phone Can Food Factory when it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Both his parents are farmers with no background. His father used to be a migrant worker and now works as a safety inspector at the Red Phone Can Food Factory. His mother stays at home. After hearing this, Zhao Wen disdainfully said, no background, just a lucky loser who made a deal, got promoted, made some money, bought a canned food factory. This kind of person wants to compete with me? Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Wen asked the secretary, wait, then how did he get Lin Rixin to endorse him? Secretary Lin seemed well prepared for this question and confidently replied, he didn't invite her, Lin Rixin came on her own, supposedly to help farmers. The acquisition of the Red Phone Can Food Factory using peaches as raw material boosted the income of local farmers, which is why Lin Rixin chose to endorse him. Zhao Wen nodded. It was not uncommon for celebrities to participate in agricultural projects, which portrayed a positive image for them. No wonder Lin Rixin endorsed this small rundown factory. It was just a fluke. Zhao Wen commented, then added fiercely, but now that he has encountered me, his luck is about to run out. He instructed the secretary, call Wu Long and have him and his men find Jiang Chen and teach him a lesson. The secretary, unfazed by the order, nodded as if it was routine. Yes, Mr. Zhao. She picked up the laptop and headed out. As she left, Zhao Wen's voice followed, tell them to beware of Tibetan Mastiffs. The secretary paused, turned back, Tibetan Mastiffs? Zhao Wen exhaled deeply, nodded. The secretary nodded back and left. The next morning, a black imported SUV stopped at the entrance of Jiang Chen's villa area. Jiang Chen received a call and went out to greet Leono, who stepped out of the car. He extended his large hand and shook hands with Jiang Chen in a friendly manner. Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen. Seeing the imposing figure of Leono, Jiang Chen felt intimidated, as strong as a bull. Even the security guard at the villa area came out, looked up at Leono's huge figure, and exclaimed, my goodness, what have you been eating? Jiang Chen smiled and led Leono back to the villa. Remembering their previous agreement, Jiang Chen tentatively asked, Leono, what was the agreed-upon compensation we discussed before? I seem to have forgotten. Leono replied, Mr. Jiang Chen, we didn't agree on any compensation. I am willing to be your bodyguard out of gratitude for your previous help. Jiang Chen thought this was the background given by the system. However, he didn't know what it was and didn't want to ask, so he dropped the subject. He said to Leono, "Let's discuss the compensation, I can't let you work for nothing." But to Jiang Chen's surprise, Leono said, "No, I am already quite wealthy. I have won a lot of money in the arena, enough for me to spend for a lifetime. Giving me more money would be meaningless. But I understand your feelings. If you insist on giving me a reward, I think 1 yuan would be enough." 1 yuan? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "Yes, just 1 yuan, Leono confirmed again." Jiang Chen laughed, thinking that 1 yuan for 3 years wouldn't even be enough to buy cabbage. At the same time, Jiang Chen also thought that Leono looked quite burly, absolutely fierce, and violent in the arena, but he spoke slowly and methodically, with very clear reasoning. It seemed that he not only had a strong physique but also a clear mind. Not the kind of hot-headed muscle man. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this. Since he had said so, Jiang Chen did not refuse. 1 yuan for 3 years, let it be. At this moment, Ma Hongfeng called, saying that he had found information about the Zhao group that Jiang Chen wanted to investigate. Jiang Chen decided to go to the factory to take a look and also to hear about the situation of the Zhao group. Jiang Chen said to Leono, "I'm going out for a while. You just arrived here, do you need to rest?" Leono shook his head, "No, mister. Jiang Chen, I will start working from this moment on. I will go with you." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Just call me Jiang Chen from now on." "Okay," Leono said. Jiang Chen had originally planned to drive the Mercedes-Benz that was assigned to him, but Leono said, "It's better for the two of us to drive one car. Let me drive. I feel too crowded in a regular car. How about you ride in my car? And my car is reinforced, with bulletproof body." Jiang Chen smiled, thinking that a bulletproof car might be a bit too much. It seemed unnecessary in Manhwa. However, Jiang Chen agreed to Liano's proposal. "Okay, let's take your car." The two got into Liano's car, which was very spacious. Jiang Chen could even fit 6 Tibetan Mastiffs in the back seat without feeling crowded. Following the navigation provided by Jiang Chen, Leono drove out of the villa area and onto the road. However, they did not notice that several cars were following them. In one of the cars following Jiang Chen, the leader was Wulong. Wulong was just his nickname. His real name was Zhoulong, 1.75 meters tall, with a strong physique, especially in his legs, with exceptionally developed muscles. He used to practice Sanda and even joined a professional team, where he was highly appreciated by the coach and had a bright future ahead of him. However, one time, he had a few drinks outside and encountered a thug harassing his girlfriend. Zhoulong got angry and kicked the man, breaking 5 of his ribs. Since then, he was given the nickname Wulong. But he also got into trouble because of this incident and almost ended up in jail. His parents had emptied their savings to compensate the other party, but it was still not enough. His girlfriend was in tears every day. Wulong felt extremely guilty at that time, feeling ashamed in front of his parents and girlfriend. It was Zhaowen who helped him settle the matter and provided compensation. Since then, Wulong was very grateful to Zhaowen and started working for him. In Wulong's car, one of his henchmen asked him, "Wulong, where did that big guy who drove for Jiang Chen come from? He looks very strong. Can we handle him?" Before Wulong could respond, the person sitting next to that man slapped him hard on the head. "What the hell are you saying? Do you think our dozen or so people can't handle him alone? Do you think our brothers are just idling around? That big guy looks like he was hired by Jiang Chen to intimidate people. He even specifically found a foreigner, huh? In a while, we'll take him down." The questioning guy was slapped and dared not say anything more, just nodding his head. At this moment, Wulong, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and spoke to them. "Having a big size doesn't necessarily mean you can fight, you know? Generally speaking, the bigger the body size, the clumsier it is. Also, there are several weak spots on a person's body, like the chin. No matter how big someone is, their chin can't withstand my punch, understand?" The little brother who just got hit nodded repeatedly. Wulong is right. The other little brother chimed in, "Exactly. And don't forget how Wulong got his nickname. Wulong's strongest skill is his legs. I bet even that big guy can't handle a kick from Wulong." Wulong smiled, seemingly very pleased with the praise. In fact, what he said was true. His kicks were extremely powerful, his greatest weapon. Back when he was in the Sanda team, no one dared to take his kicks. He turned around, looked at Jiang Chen's car in front, and instructed his men, "Send 2 cars to drive in front of him. When we reach a deserted road, block him and then take action." The men behind made a phone call, and the 2 cars accelerated towards the front. Jiang Chen sat in the car, chatting with Rayono. "Rayono, tell me about your hometown." Rayono started talking while driving. "I was born on a small island in Sri Lanka, where we are all Vitha people. Since I was a child, I have been hunting with a bow and arrow. I am the most accurate archer on our island. Our island is very warm, with the most comfortable natural hot springs in the world. But I haven't been back for a long time. It has now been developed into a tourist destination, and the Vita people have scattered around the world. Do you still practice archery? Jiang Chen asked. Rayano smiled. Of course, I even specialized in archery later, but then I stood in the UFC arena and won 4 consecutive championships. Jiang Chen asked again, I heard you studied in Manhwa for 3 years. What did you learn? Martial arts? Or perhaps Eastern Kung Fu? Rayano smiled and replied, neither, but it helped me become stronger. I mean, not just physically, but mentally. What is it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. But Rayano shook his head. Sorry, I can't tell you. Just like I can't tell anyone who my teacher in Longwei is, it's my secret. Jiang Chen nodded and didn't ask further. The vehicle left the main road and entered a deserted path. 2 cars overtook from the front. Rayano looked at the 2 cars, then glanced at the rearview mirror. He didn't really notice anything wrong. But when he tried to accelerate to overtake, the deliberate obstruction from the 2 cars in front made him realize the problem. It seems like we are being followed, and there are people in front and behind, Rayano said. Jiang Chen looked around and saw several cars. He knew that this road led to their town, and it usually wasn't this crowded. Jiang Chen wanted to test the bodyguard's response, so he asked, what should we do? Rayano replied, don't get out of the car later, I will handle it. With that, he parked the car on the side of the road. As soon as he stopped, the cars in front and behind also stopped. The doors of those cars opened, and about a dozen people got out and walked towards Jiang Chen. Wulong walked at the front with his hands in his pockets. The other little brothers were holding steel pipes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen thought that Rayano might be in trouble this time. As the world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion, he should have no problem dealing with these dozen unarmed thugs. But now they were holding steel pipes. People are made of flesh, no matter how strong they can't withstand being hit by steel pipes, right? However, Rayano calmly put on 2 gloves. Jiang Chen asked him, are you planning to deal with so many people with steel pipes with just 2 gloves? Rayano shrugged, the boxing gloves can protect my fists, but their main function is to cushion the impact. They have hard sponge inside to prevent my fists from being too heavy and accidentally killing someone. You know, I don't want to kill anyone. After saying that, Rayano excitedly got out of the car. Yes, he was indeed excited. Jiang Chen felt that this guy was indeed a warrior. As the 5 dragons approached, they saw Rayano getting out of the car with boxing gloves, and couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Fighting with boxing gloves these days, does this guy think this is a boxing ring? Ha ha. This behavior is a bit pretentious. Boxing gloves provide cushioning and wearing them restricts the ability to grab, imposing many limitations in street fights. What does this big guy mean? Does he look down on them? Then let's show him what we've got. We'll knock you down in a moment and see how you act pretentious then. Get him. 5 dragons waved their hands, and a dozen henchmen with steel pipes rushed towards Rayano. The henchman at the front swung the steel pipe diagonally towards Rayano's head. Although these henchmen hadn't trained much, they clearly had experience in fighting, swinging the steel pipes vigorously. However, Rayano agilely squatted down, easily dodging the steel pipe. At the same time, his movements were lightning fast, with no pause. Originally crouching, his legs stood up, and he threw a left uppercut smoothly, the whole process flowing seamlessly. Bang! A punch directly hit the henchman's chin. The henchman felt as if his head had been struck by a huge hammer, his head tingling, followed by a sudden darkness in his eyes, knowing nothing. In the eyes of others, he was hit in the head by Rayano's punch, and his whole body flew up, falling on the hood of Rayano's car. Then, like a lump of mud, he lost all strength, rolling down the slope of the hood, landing with a thud, motionless. They were all shocked by this punch. What power it was! It could send a person flying. They saw clearly that the henchman's feet were off the ground. He fell on the hood of the car as if he were flying. Rayano himself didn't hesitate at all, his massive body charging into the crowd like a fierce beast. Faced with Rayano's charge, the henchman in the front actually began to retreat, stepping back. But someone from the side swung a steel pipe towards Rayano's head. Rayano dodged the steel pipe by sidestepping, then kicked the man in the chest. The kick was so powerful that the man flew back more than 5 meters, falling into the roadside drain. Another steel pipe swung towards Rayano's face. It looked like it was going to hit Rayano's face. However, Rayano's left hand was always placed near his left chin, and with a slight lift of his hand, he used the boxing glove to block the steel pipe. At the same time, Rayano kicked low, seemingly effortlessly, but the man's leg instantly broke, and he dropped the steel pipe, howling in pain as he clutched his leg. Rayano continued to quickly approach the others, throwing 3 punches in succession. Each punch hit the face of a different person. 2 of them fell straight to the ground, while another one was hit in the nose, blood streaming down his hands as he covered his nose. One person hit Reno's arm with a steel pipe, but Reno was unharmed and punched the person in the stomach. The person fell to the ground, curling up in pain, looking more agonized than anyone else. Next, Leono's figure moved among the remaining people, either blocking the opponent's steel pipes with his fists or dodging them with his extremely agile footwork. Leono's fists kept striking, each punch capable of sending the opponent into a baby-like sleep. Before long, the henchmen brought by Wulong were all lying on the ground. Wulong was an expert, and now he knew that the big guy Jiang Chen had brought was definitely not just a muscular body, but an absolute combat expert. From his punching style, footwork, and posture, it was evident that he was highly professional. He might have come down from some fighting arena? Wulong thought to himself. Wulong often watched Sanda matches but didn't pay much attention to mixed martial arts, so he didn't know who Leono was. Seeing that only Wulong was left, Leono walked towards him. At this moment, Jiang Chen got out of the car, followed by the Tibetan Mastiffs, and stood aside to watch. Jiang Chen had been thinking about whether to let the Tibetan Mastiffs help Leono, but now it seemed unnecessary. Leono seemed as if he hadn't even warmed up yet. Seeing Leono approaching, Wulong didn't choose to run but instead had a serious expression, taking his hands out of his pockets and assuming a fighting stance. Leono noticed his professional posture and also earnestly took up a fighting stance. Wulong knew Leono's strength was formidable, but he still had confidence in his roundhouse kick. As long as it landed, this big guy wouldn't be able to withstand it. He made the first move, stepping in and twisting his waist, sending a high roundhouse kick towards Leono. Leono didn't retreat but moved forward, blocking with his left arm and delivering a punch with his right hand, directly hitting Wulong in the face. Wulong's body immediately fell backward. His consciousness began to blur. Before falling into complete unconsciousness, he realized that only by facing it firsthand could he understand how swift and terrifying the punches of this big guy were. At the same time, he couldn't understand why his full-force roundhouse kick was effortlessly blocked by the opponent's arm, causing him no harm. What kind of striking resistance was this? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he lost consciousness. Jiang Chen took out his phone to check the time. From Leono getting out of the car to now resolving the situation, only about 10 minutes had passed. Just 10 minutes to take down over a dozen people armed with steel pipes. Was this the strength of a world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion? Jiang Chen had watched a few mixed martial arts matches on TV before, just for entertainment, without knowing who was who. However, he had some knowledge about the world of mixed martial arts. Unlike other competitions, mixed martial arts had fewer rules. For example, in boxing matches, only punches could be used, no kicking or other actions. In Sanda matches, elbows and knees couldn't be used. But in mixed martial arts, fighters could use punches, kicks, elbows, knees, and even ground techniques if they fell down. They could even choke their opponents. So in Jiang Chen's mind, in terms of rules, the combat effectiveness of mixed martial arts fighters was higher than that of other competitions. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Chen chose to have him as his bodyguard. Leono took off his gloves and walked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen asked him, "Is your arm okay? I saw you being hit by a steel pipe just now." Leono glanced at his arm, smiled, and said, "It's fine. During my combat training, there was a training exercise for striking resistance. The coach would hit me with a stick, and I couldn't block or dodge, I had to endure it. The hit just now was the same force as my usual training. I only took one hit just now, but during my training, I would endure thousands of hits every week." After hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly felt it was not easy. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said. Reynolds nodded, first moved the car blocking the way ahead, then both he and Jiang Chen got into the car and continued driving forward. Jiang Chen watched Reynolds fight and felt his own blood boiling. He said to Reynolds, "Why don't you also train me? Teach me some fighting skills, I also want to become stronger." Reynolds smiled and agreed, "Of course, but it will be very hard, absolutely, we can start tonight." Jiang Chen nodded, "Okay, let's start from tonight." He thought to himself that he didn't have any special skills before, not because he lacked talent, but because he lacked the opportunity to learn. Now, with the world's mixed martial arts champion as his coach, one-on-one teaching, what a great opportunity. Even if it's tough, he must persevere. It's not necessarily about winning against others or having high combat power, but about exercising the body and strengthening oneself. Soon, they arrived at the canned food factory. Jiang Chen opened the car door and let the Tibetan Mastiffs out to play near the car. With the commands Jiang Chen had given them before, they wouldn't bite people randomly. Jiang Chen led Reynolds into the office building. Ma Hongfeng was not in the office, so Jiang Chen called him and found out he was at the site expanding the factory. Jiang Chen called him back. In no time, Ma Hongfeng walked into the office. As soon as he entered, he was startled by Reynolds' huge figure. "Wow! General Jiang, who is this?" "My personal bodyguard," Zhang Chen said. "Oh, this big guy is really intimidating, haha," Ma Hongfeng exclaimed, then turned the conversation back to business. "General Jiang, regarding the Zhao Group, they are really going through a major event recently. The Zhao Group is undergoing a change in ownership. Zhao Yunze, the chairman of the Zhao Group, has cancer and is said to be on the verge of death. He controls 34% of the shares of the Zhao Group. Zhao Yunze has two sons, the eldest son Zhao Li and the younger son Zhao Wen, both holding 10% of the shares of the Zhao Group. It is said that Zhao Yunze wants to leave all his shares to one son. It is very likely to fall into the hands of the younger son Zhao Wen. If it all goes to Zhao Wen, he will have 44% of the shares of the Zhao Group in his hands, making him the absolute controller of the entire group. Why not give it to the eldest son?" Jiang Chen asked. Ma Hongfeng continued, "That eldest son Zhao Li, it is said that his mind is not on this. He went abroad to study several years ago. After graduating, he stayed abroad and became a photographer, not returning to the country for years. How can this group be handed over to him? On the other hand, Zhao Wen is different. He has been working in the group all along. Although he is young, he has made significant contributions to the group and currently holds the position of general manager of the Zhao Group. So people speculate that Zhao Yunze will give the shares to him." Hearing Ma Hongfeng mention contributions, Zhang Chen smiled. Thinking about what Zhao Wen had done for him, Zhang Chen probably knew how he had earned his contributions. However, Zhang Chen also felt that Zhao Yunze was not a good person, and Zhao Wen's methods were likely learned from his father. Because when the Zhao Group was just starting out, it was not relying on Zhao Wen, but Zhao Yunze. After listening, Zhang Chen was pondering. Ma Hongfeng continued, "I think Zhao Wen suddenly wants to acquire us. It is related to the distribution of shares. He sees that our brand is gaining recognition and about to make big money, so he wants to take over our factory to increase his contribution to the group." Zhang Chen nodded. Ma Hongfeng added, "The Zhao Group also has a major event recently, which is participating in the bidding for the development of the new area in the city, a project worth billions. It is said that Zhao Wen is also involved in this matter. If he successfully helps the group win the bid, it will be a great achievement. Then his father's share will definitely be his." Zhang Chen nodded again, already having a rough plan in his mind. He was just waiting for Zhao Wen to secure his father's share. By then, with Zhao Wen holding 44% of the shares, he could manipulate Zhao Wen to transfer both the shares and control of the group to himself, making him the largest shareholder of the Zhao Group. Not only would he gain shares worth billions, but he would also have the final say in the entire Zhao Group. As for how to get the shares from Zhao Wen and make him transfer them, isn't it simple? Since Zhao Wen has used violence against him, why can't he use violence against Zhao Wen? Currently, Zhao Wen has targeted him twice, and he has been on the defensive, not retaliating. Zhang Chen felt that if he were to strike back, he would do it fiercely. A move to kill. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Zhao Group, and inform me of anything that happens. Zhang Chen instructed Ma Hongfeng. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded. "Okay, General Jiang." Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. Ma Hongfeng opened the door, and it was the company's clerk Xiao Jing. "Director Ma, I just met a few people outside who said they were from a security company and wanted to see you. I asked them to wait outside." "Okay, I got it." Xiao Jing nodded and went back to her office. Ma Hongfeng turned to Zhang Chen and said, "General Jiang, the security guards I hired have arrived. Do you want to go see them together?" "Sure," Zhang Chen said. The two of them then left the office and went outside the office building. Leonard had been following behind Zhang Chen. Outside, there were 3 jeeps parked. 10 security guards dressed in black combat uniforms stood in a row. They all had well-built bodies and determined eyes, looking very well trained. There was also a leader in charge, a man in the same black combat uniform. Seeing Ma Hongfeng and Zhang Chen approaching, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Hello, you must be Director Ma, I've seen your photo." When hiring security guards, the employer needs to provide a photo, and Ma Hongfeng had sent them a photo of himself. Ma Hongfeng shook hands with him and said, "I am Ma Hongfeng." He then introduced Jiang Chen. "This is our General Zhang." The head of the security company immediately shook hands with Jiang Chen and said, "Hello, General Jiang." He then introduced himself, "I am the captain of the security team, Wang Jin, and these 10 guards are my team members." "Hello, Captain Wang," Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Wang Jin had actually noticed Leonard, the big guy, a long time ago, but it would be impolite to ignore the client's question. Now that the greetings were done, he asked, "Who is this?" Jiang Chen said, "My personal bodyguard." Wang Jin was a little surprised, as it was rare to see such a big bodyguard, especially of brown skin, and he didn't know which country he was from. Suddenly, Wang Jin stared at Leonard and said, "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere?" Leonard smiled but didn't say anything. At this moment, one of the members behind Wang Jin shouted, "Captain, report." Wang Jin turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" 3 security guards came out from the team and walked towards them. They looked at Leonard with wide eyes, showing a look of extreme shock. "Captain, this is Leonard." Wang Jin was puzzled. "Who is Leonard?" A team member replied, "Iron Blood Leonard, the heavyweight champion of the World Mixed Martial Arts Competition, known as the strongest man in the world. Don't you remember the last time you watched the match with us? You said that person was so strong, I wonder if you could beat him. Don't you remember?" With that said, Wang Jin suddenly remembered. He looked at Leono and showed the same shocked expression. "Oh my god, it's really Iron Blood Leono. Oh my god." At the same time, he thought in amazement in his heart, "The world-class mixed martial arts champion is working as a private bodyguard for us? Who is this young ginger general?" A team member whispered to Wang Jin, "Captain, don't you want to know if you can beat him? Now's your chance, why don't you give it a try?" Wang Jin immediately glared at the team member and reprimanded, "Nonsense, get back to the team." "Yes." 3 team members shouted in unison, then jogged back to the team. Wang Jin then said to Jiang Chen and Ma Hongfeng, "The 10 bodyguards you requested are all here, please choose them yourselves." "Okay," Jiang Chen said. He and Ma Hongfeng walked towards the bodyguard team, with Jiang Chen picking 4 he thought were strong, instructing them to secretly protect his parents, and then sending them a group photo of himself with his parents. He also told them the address of their home, and that his father worked in this factory. The 4 bodyguards nodded. To facilitate them, Jiang Chen had Ma Hongfeng officially hire 2 of them as security patrol officers in the factory, working alongside Jiang Chen's father. This way, the 2 of them could stick close to Jiang Chen's father in the factory for protection. Jiang Chen then let Ma Hongfeng choose 2 more, and the remaining 4 were sent to his villa. After arranging everything, Wang Jin left on his own, leaving the 3 jeeps behind. They must be for the bodyguards, Jiang Chen thought. Later, Jiang Chen had Ma Hongfeng take him to see the expanded factory building. It was really good. The expanded area was large, meeting Jiang Chen's expectations. The workers were busy with construction. After seeing everything was going smoothly at the factory, Jiang Chen left with Leono. Leono was driving, while Jiang Chen sat in the back with 6 Tibetan Mastiffs. Jiang Chen said to Leono, "There's nothing going on today, how about starting training?" Leono nodded, "Okay." Then Jiang Chen had Leono drive to the mall. They bought some training equipment in the mall. Punching bags, boxing gloves, targets, jump ropes, dummies, and various fitness equipment. The seller was responsible for delivery, and soon the goods arrived at their home. The delivery men also brought installers, 2 young men in their 20s, as some fitness equipment needed assembly. One of the installers asked Jiang Chen, "Where do you want these equipment placed?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Leaving them outside to be exposed to wind and rain was not good. It would be best to place them inside the house. He decided to create a separate room for himself, a training room. But the villa didn't have any empty rooms left. However, there was a vacant garage, which was quite spacious. Jiang Chen asked the installers, "Can you remodel that garage for me, turn it into a combat training room, lay soft mats on the floor, set up a combat cage in the middle, cover the walls with foam, divide it into fitness and combat training areas? The fitness equipment is made of metal, easy to bump into during training." The installer said, "I need to see if your garage is big enough, if it can fit." Jiang Chen then took them to the empty garage to have a look. After seeing it, the installer said, "It's possible, the area is enough, but buying equipment and installation is free, remodeling the room will cost extra." Jiang Chen agreed and requested more people to work faster. He was willing to pay more. The installer agreed, made a phone call to bring a few more guys, and also brought some foam pads, then they enthusiastically started working. In the backyard, Leono began teaching Jiang Chen some basic combat moves. How to hold, punch, footwork, dodge. Faced with enemy attacks, how to restrain the instinct to dodge backward, instead dodge precisely, or sway, or sidestep, and look for the opportunity to counterattack. Your fist should be as swift as a poisonous snake. Your eyes should be as sharp as an eagle, Leono said. Jiang Chen learned very seriously. Being personally taught by the world mixed martial arts champion, this kind of opportunity is not something everyone can have. After Jiang Chen understood the basic knowledge, Leono said to him, "Next is to turn these combat skills into your instinct, your muscle memory through daily training. When others attack you, your brain doesn't need to react at all, and your body will instinctively respond. Muscles are always faster than the brain. Also, through training, strengthen your strength, agility, and ability to withstand hits. Next, practice striking with me. Striking is hitting the air with fists. Jiang Chen followed Leono to practice on the grass. The workers were busy for 2 to 3 hours and finally completed the transformation of the garage. Jiang Chen also finished today's training, his body exhausted. However, his spirit was very happy, tired but fruitful. He went to the garage and saw that the workers' craftsmanship was impeccable, completely meeting Jiang Chen's requirements. Jiang Chen was very satisfied and paid directly. The workers were ready to leave and walked outside. Jiang Chen and Leono also walked out of the garage. Leono said, "After my daily training, a professional masseuse would give me a massage to help relax my muscles, which helps relieve muscle stiffness and soreness, allowing you to be in better condition for training the next day. I think you also need a masseuse." This was heard by the 6 girls from the Northern River in Maple Blossom, who ran out to give Jiang Chen a massage to help him relax his muscles. Jiang Chen asked Leono, "Is 6 okay?" Leono said, "Holy cow." This is a foreign language expression of amazement, similar in effect to the Chinese expression. It can be seen that Leono was very surprised by the 6 beautiful girls from the land of the rising sun. Jiang Chen didn't know what was so surprising. The 2 young workers in their 20s, because they were slower in settling the bill, all the other workers had left the villa, and they had just reached the door. Hearing the voices, they turned back to look. Suddenly, one of the young workers was full of surprise and accurately recited their names. Holy cow! Maple Blossom, White Peach, Jasmine, Misaki, Northern River. How come they are here? The other young worker, seeing his colleague's reaction, quickly pulled him out of the villa. Look at their big villa. The life of the rich is not something we can understand. But who are they? How do you know their names? Don't you know them? They act in movies. The young worker shook his head. I don't know. The young worker who called out the names said, "Treat me to dinner after work. Come to my rental house tonight. I'll introduce you to them." Okay, what are we eating? Grilled skewers. Okay, grilled skewers it is. I want to see if the movies they act in are any good. The 2 figures gradually walked away. Jiang Chen lay on the grass, being massaged, and couldn't help but cry out. Why cry out? Because the muscles really felt refreshing. Only those who have experienced it would know. Leono specifically told them to use force, otherwise, it wouldn't work. Just as Jiang Chen was enjoying this refreshing feeling, in the office of the Zhao Group's general manager, Wulong stood in front of Zhao Wen with a swollen nose and a bruised face, took out his phone and played a video for Zhao Wen. The video showed Leono wearing boxing gloves, single-handedly fighting a dozen or so henchmen with steel pipes. Wulong secretly filmed them while they were fighting. Zhao Wen watched the video and felt that Leono was like a tiger among sheep, or like an adult intruding into a kindergarten where the children were holding chopsticks and attacking the adult. The adult was punching each child. Who is this big guy? So powerful? After watching the video, Zhao Wen exclaimed in question. Then he saw Wulong's bruised face and asked again, "You couldn't beat him either?" Wulong thought it wasn't just about not being able to beat him, he was completely crushed. The opponent didn't even use his true strength. But on the other hand, today was the best sleep he had in years. The last time he slept so soundly was when he was anesthetized during a painless gastroscopy in the hospital. Wulong said to Zhao Wen, "Zhao, I checked, you can't even imagine the identity of this big guy." Then, with an extremely exaggerated expression and an outrageous tone, he said, "Can you believe this is the world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion? Or the 4-time champion? He quit because he couldn't find an opponent in the world of mixed martial arts. It's ridiculous. So he came here to find an opponent, right? World martial arts champion?" Zhao Wen was also shocked by this identity. Then he frowned and asked from the bottom of his heart, "Where did Jiang Chen find this person from?" Just as Zhao Wen was amazed, the office door opened, and his female secretary walked in. She was holding a photo frame and handed it to Zhao Wen. In the frame was a photo of Lin Rixin. As a celebrity, her photos were all over the internet, and the secretary downloaded one and made it into this photo frame as per Zhao Wen's request. Zhao Wen took the photo, carefully admired it for a moment, and placed it on his desk. The secretary, with a jealous tone, said to Zhao Wen, "Is she that great? Has she captivated you?" Zhao Wen smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain. Lin Rixin, the national goddess, at the peak of her beauty, who wouldn't like her? But to say captivated, not really. After all, Zhao Wen had never met her in real life. He was wealthy, and many beautiful women threw themselves at him. Although not as stunning as Lin Rixin, they were still satisfying. Why bother to obsess over someone he had never met in real life? Now, Zhao Wen was proud and imagined a scene where after having contact with Lin Rixin, she would fall for him, take the initiative to embrace him. To him, Lin Rixin was simply a craving for her body, but not an obsession. Another reason was to use her. If he could win Lin Rixin over to the group, he would gain more power. With the shares in his father's hands, he would have a better chance of getting them. Lin Rixin had already announced that she would not take any commercial endorsements for the next few years, only endorsing Hongfeng canned food. So the only way to contact Lin Rixin now was through the Hongfeng canned food factory. However, there was a huge obstacle between him and Lin Rixin now. That was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Zhao Wen said fiercely. Then he asked Wulong, how much does it cost to hire a world mixed martial arts champion as a personal bodyguard? Wulong replied, Zhao, this is probably not about money. Players of this level charge millions just for appearing in a match, not to mention the prize money they have already received. Being a personal bodyguard is a matter of life and death. How much money would make them willing to come? Zhao Wen was puzzled. Could it be that Jiang Chen already knows that big guy? Are they related? Wulong nodded. It's very likely, and the relationship is good, otherwise he wouldn't have come. Zhao Wen turned to his secretary and asked, I asked you to investigate Jiang Chen. How did you investigate that you found nothing? Secretary Lin felt frustrated. He did find out all about Jiang Chen, but who knew he even knew a world champion in mixed martial arts? And there was no record of Jiang Chen ever going abroad. How did they meet? Could it be through the internet? How do you even investigate that? Seeing Secretary Lin struggling to explain, Zhao Wen waved his hand. Alright, you can leave now. Secretary Lin walked out looking aggrieved. Wulong suggested to Zhao Wen, Boss Zhao, why don't I gather more people and go find him again? I don't believe we can't handle him. Zhao Wen, slightly angry, replied, enough, do you all still find it not embarrassing enough for me? You leave first. After hearing this, Wulong silently left. Zhao Wen sat alone in the office, thinking. In fact, he had two groups of people under him, one was Lao Dao, and the other was Wulong. Not only did they fail to deal with Jiang Chen, but they were also defeated by him. It seemed that their abilities were not up to par. Once, twice, now twice in a row, he had failed. The next time had to be ruthless. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would mock him for being powerless. His subordinates were not capable. The truly powerful figures in the group were those under his father's command. He didn't know where his father had recruited those people from, but he knew that since the establishment of the Zhao group, it was these people who had contributed to its success. They had done everything from killing to arson. They were the real ruthless characters. They didn't hesitate to take lives. Zhao Wen took out his phone and made a call. After a moment, the call was answered, but there was no response. Zhao Wen's father had set a rule for him that he must address this person as uncle. Zhao Wen thought, every time we meet, he ignores me, and now he doesn't even respond to my call. Do you think you're so cool? I still have to call him uncle. What a joke. When my dad dies, you will all still be under my command, serving me? Stop pretending. In front of me, you are nothing. Zhao Wen then said into the phone, Uncle Chen, I need you to do me a favor. After a moment of silence, a cold voice came through the phone. Speak. Zhao Wen was pleased and began to explain over the phone. There's a guy named Jiang Chen who hurt my people. I need to settle the score. And there's a contract for him to sign. He then sent Jiang Chen's information to the other party from his phone, along with an acquisition contract. After a short wait, the cold voice on the phone said, understood. Zhao Wen wanted to say more, but he realized the call had already been disconnected. He hung up so quickly. Zhao Wen complained. Initially, he wanted to say not to kill Jiang Chen, just teach him a lesson, maybe break a limb or two, get the contract signed, and be done with it. But now he felt that since those people were involved, the situation was out of his control. Jiang Chen's life was likely in danger. But if he dies, it's not his doing. It's none of my business. Jiang Chen had been training with Liaono in the villa for a few days and felt that his stamina was running out. His body seemed to be overworked. Liaono's training was too intense. Jiang Chen was indeed struggling a bit. Seeing Jiang Chen lying on the ground, panting heavily and covered in sweat, Liaono said, your physical fitness is still too poor, you can't keep up with my training speed at all. Jiang Chen thought to himself, you are the world champion in mixed martial arts. My body is considered good among ordinary people. How can I compare to you? Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought, should he go find Tiger Mom for some milk to drink again? That stuff was potent. Last time after drinking it, he felt an inexhaustible energy throughout his body. If you could have a meal every day, you would definitely be able to keep up with Riono's training speed. Speaking of the tiger, Jiang Chen really misses it a bit. Although the time spent together was short, Jiang Chen could feel its emotions. Last time Asan said that a wildlife nature reserve had been established there, it must be doing well now. After all, as long as there is no human disturbance, there are few animals in the natural world that can compete with tigers. No animal dares to challenge a tiger, unless they are really pushed to the limit. However, the probability of this situation is very low. In the natural world, there are no doctors. Once animals are seriously injured, affecting their activities and causing them to be unable to catch prey, they basically wait to starve to death. Therefore, wild animals are generally very cautious and do not easily fight. Jiang Chen decided that after dealing with the Zhao group's affairs, he would go there to see it, and have some tiger milk. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Chen's phone on the side rang. Jiang Chen got up and walked over to pick up the phone. It was from Ma Hongfeng. He pressed the answer button. Old Ma. Ma Hongfeng's voice came through the phone. Jiang, there's an emergency, something big has happened to the Zhao group. What big thing happened? Jiang Chen asked. Ma Hongfeng's voice continued to come through the phone. Zhao Li suddenly returned to the country. Hearing this news, Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. It's intriguing to return at this time. Is it going to be a drama of brothers fighting for the family property? This is not surprising. After all, with such a large family property, who wouldn't want it? Ma Hongfeng continued, that's not the main point. The main point is, guess who went to the airport to pick him up? Jiang Chen guessed randomly, his father, Zhao Yunze? Ma Hongfeng was stunned and said, no, where are you thinking? His father is lying in the ICU. It's hard for him to even stand up, let alone go pick someone up. Ma Hongfeng continued, it's several leaders from the city, including a leader in charge of the development of the new district, Jiang Yuming. It's all over the news. There's a picture of these leaders receiving him. Jiang Chen realized that there must be something going on here. Zhao Li has such a good relationship with Jiang Yuming. Could it be that he wants to take the development project of the new district into his own hands? Making such a big fuss, even making it to the news, it seems a bit like declaring war on Zhao Wen. If successful, his contribution to the group would directly overshadow Zhao Wen. In that case, would Zhao Yunze hand over his shares to Zhao Li? This news disrupted Jiang Chen's plans. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to wait quietly for Zhao Wen to inherit the shares from Zhao Yunze, and then take them all from Zhao Wen. But now the situation is a bit unstable. Jiang Chen decided not to wait any longer. He had to take action. Help Zhao Wen get the shares. Fatten the chicken before slaughtering it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen picked up his clothes and walked towards the training room. I have something to take care of first. Let's end the training here today, Jiang Chen said to Riono. Riono looked at the clock on the wall and nodded. Today's training was almost done. Then he continued with his own training. Jiang Chen took a shower and changed his clothes. Then he went to the study, closed the door, and turned on the computer to search for a photo of a person. It was Zhao Yunze, the chairman of the Zhao group. When it comes to the issue of shares, Jiang Chen felt that the most important person must be Zhao Yunze. With the shares in his hands, the decision-making power is in his hands. He can give them to whoever he wants. So as long as he flatters him in front of him, praises Zhao Wen, isn't this matter settled? After thinking about it, Jiang Chen smiled, feeling like a villain, but he liked it. System, changed the relationship between me and him to be super good friends of many years. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. The voice of the system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding, the character relationship modification was successful. The current relationship is, longtime super good friend. Ha ha ha. Hearing the system say that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chen then took out his phone and placed it on the table, lying back in the chair to relax. In the most luxurious hospital in the city, in a deluxe ward, a middle-aged man lay on the hospital bed, breathing oxygen. His hair had mostly fallen out, leaving only a few short strands. There was no color on his lips and face, just a terrifying paleness. Despite being in his 50s, he looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. He was the influential figure who founded the Zhao group, Zhao Yunze. Cancer is fair. When it gets serious, even billionaires can't be cured. Zhao Yunze seemed to remember something and said to a young bodyguard in a black suit beside him, "Song, bring me my phone, I want to make a call to an old friend." His voice was very weak, almost inaudible, but Song still heard him clearly. "Okay, Mr. Zhao." Song brought Zhao Yunze the phone, intending to open the contacts and dial for him. "Mr. Zhao, who are you calling?" But Zhao Yunze took the phone himself and dialed a series of numbers one by one. Song was slightly surprised. He knew that Mr. Zhao's old friends were all in the phone's contacts. Why did he need to dial the number? However, Song was the most trusted bodyguard of Zhao Yunze. In this ward, Zhao Yunze only allowed this one bodyguard in. Not only because Song was skilled and had saved Zhao Yunze from danger many times, but also because Song never meddled in other people's business. What Zhao Yunze told him, he listened. What he didn't tell him, he never asked. Whatever Zhao Yunze said on the phone, he listened to it all, kept it in his heart, and never told anyone. Zhao Yunze made the call and put the phone to his ear. Song silently walked to the side and continued to guard the door. Jiang Chen waited for a moment, and the phone on the table rang. Jiang Chen picked up the phone, looked at the number. It was an unfamiliar local number. Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. Hello? A weak voice of Zhao Yunze came from the phone. Jiang Chen, hee. It's me, Lao Zhao. Unexpected, right? I'm almost dead. Before I die, I want to say goodbye to you. Jiang Chen said. Zhao Yunze? I know you're almost dead. I know you have cancer. Zhao Yunze laughed on the phone. It's good that you know. It's good that you know. Ha. Zhao Yunze seemed to just want to say goodbye and didn't say much. Jiang Chen then asked, Lao Zhao, I heard you want to transfer all your shares to one son. Who do you plan to give it to? Facing the question from his old friend, Zhao Yunze did not avoid anything and slowly said, after all, the eldest is the eldest. I want to leave it to the eldest. Jiang Chen was stunned. The eldest was Zhao Li. This was not good. Because if the shares were in the hands of Zhao Wen, he wouldn't feel any burden to take them from him, as Zhao Wen had targeted him first. But if these shares fell into the hands of Zhao Li, he wouldn't feel right to harm Zhao Li, as they had no conflicts. Although they were both part of the Zhao group, Jiang Chen couldn't just target someone he didn't know well. What if Zhao Li was a good person? He wouldn't be able to live with himself. Jiang Chen said to Zhao Yunze, why give it to Zhao Li? Isn't Zhao Wen the general manager of your Zhao group? Zhao Li has been abroad and hasn't returned for years. Can he handle this responsibility? Zhao Yunze smiled and said, he. Zhao Wen is a good kid. He has the same determination as I did when I was young, and he is also smart. However, times have changed now. Zhao Group needs to clean up its image to survive. We can't resort to violence like we did a few years ago. So, the group cannot be handed over to Zhao Wen. Zhao Li, on the other hand, is different. He has always been timid, or rather, kind-hearted. He would even shed tears for a mouse caught by a cat. As he grew up, he couldn't stand my way of doing things, which led to him leaving the country in anger and not returning home for several years. However, there is one thing about him that his younger brother cannot match, and that is his ability to manage interpersonal relationships. Over the years, even though he has been doing photography abroad, especially in our city, he has made connections with many leaders through his interactions. Handing over the group to him is in line with the trend of the times. Only he can lead Zhao Group to survive. As he listened, Jiang Chen's brain spun rapidly. After listening, although Jiang Chen felt that Zhao Yunze made sense, he still noticed some flaws. Jiang Chen said to the phone, Lao Zhao, your thoughts are not wrong, but as an old friend, I want to offer you a different suggestion. Oh? Zhao Yunze questioned, then said, please tell me more. Jiang Chen organized his thoughts and began to speak to Zhao Yunze. Lao Zhao, Zhao Group has made enemies while rising to power. Considering this, do you really think Zhao Li is capable of taking over Zhao Group? There was silence on the phone from Zhao Yunze. Jiang Chen was right. Zhao Group has indeed made many enemies, but now with him and Lao Chen around, others dare not do anything to them. But if he leaves, kind-hearted Zhao Li will definitely dismiss Lao Chen, who used to kill and commit arson, and then Zhao Li will definitely be killed by the enemies, and it will be a brutal death. Zhao Yunze cursed himself inwardly. The torment of illness had clouded his mind. He had always been thinking about whitewashing in the future, but he had never thought that Zhao Li would not have the ability to protect himself. He wanted to whitewash, but the enemies did not want that. They only wanted revenge. At this point, Jiang Chen continued, and Zhao Wen, do you think with Zhao Wen's personality, he will willingly watch his brother take over Zhao Group? Will it lead to a rift between the brothers? On this issue, Zhao Yunze did not admit, although Zhao Wen is ruthless, I believe he will not harm his brother. But he was anxious inside. How much Zhao Wen resembled his past self, he thought. If it were him in the past, he would definitely not be willing, he would be angry. In this anger and unwillingness, what would he do? What would Zhao Wen do? He dared not think further. He asked Jiang Chen, then who do you think should have the shares? Holding the phone, a slight smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Zhao Yunze had already entered his line of thinking. The smile quickly disappeared, and Jiang Chen said seriously, I think giving the shares to Zhao Wen is the most appropriate. Why? Zhao Yunze asked. Because only Zhao Wen is ruthless enough to deal with your enemies, Jiang Chen replied. Zhao Yunze then asked, but if the group continues like this, won't it be heading towards a dead end? Can't see any way out in the future? Just waiting for Zhao Wen to be arrested and imprisoned? Jiang Chen replied, being in prison is better than being dead, and besides, if the power is handed over to Zhao Wen, with Zhao Li's character, he won't harm his brother, so there won't be a problem of brothers turning against each other. As for the future, it depends on Zhao Wen's fate. Maybe he will encounter someone to help the group whitewash? In any case, I think giving it to Zhao Wen is the best choice. Zhao Yunze began to contemplate as he held the phone. At this moment, Jiang Chen heard the sound of the caretaker on the phone. Mr. Zhao, it's time to take your medicine. Soon Jiayun's voice came through. The nurse asked me to take my medicine. I'll hang up first. Thank you for telling me all this. Looks like I need to reconsider. Jiang Chen smiled. Well, you go take your medicine first. You see, unconsciously I've said so much to you. Technically speaking, it's not my place to meddle in your family affairs as an outsider. Jiayun's weakly smiled back. Don't say that. Only an old friend like you can talk to me like this. Thank you. Then, the two hung up the phone. After the call, Jiang Chen felt it wasn't strong enough. He needed to take more drastic measures. That would be to leave the new city development project in the hands of Zhao Wen. This way, Zhao Li would have no prestige in the group, while Zhao Wen would have outstanding achievements. Coupled with the words Jiang Chen had just said to Zhao Yunze, the Zhao group would definitely fall into the hands of Zhao Wen in the end. Then it would be time for him to retaliate against Zhao Wen. Jiang Chen searched for the leader responsible for the new city development project, Zhang Yuming's photo on the computer. Before activating the system function, Jiang Chen thought, how good is the relationship between Zhang Yuming and Zhao Li? If the relationship is very good, would changing his relationship with Zhang Yuming to a friend not work? Jiang Chen thought of another relationship, that of a leader and a subordinate. If he were Zhang Yuming's leader, and Zhang Yuming became his subordinate, wouldn't that solve everything in a word? Anyway, whether it's for Zhao Li or Zhao Wen, the project will ultimately fall into the hands of the Zhao group. This wouldn't be considered a violation. Jiang Chen thought about whether this relationship would cause him any adverse consequences or future troubles. After all, in the officialdom, status is very sensitive. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen didn't think of any problems. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen decided. Anyway, even if something happens in the future, with the capabilities of his system, he is confident he can solve the problem. Then Jiang Chen used the system's abilities in his mind while looking at Zhang Yuming's photo. When Jiang Chen used the system, he communicated with it in his mind. Even if there was no one around, he wouldn't say it out loud. System, change the relationship between me and him to leader and subordinate. I am the leader. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, leader and subordinate. Jiang Chen still closed his eyes and waited quietly according to his habit. Soon, Zhang Yuming called. Leader, are you free tonight? I want to report to you about work. Zhang Yuming's voice came through the phone. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Why report work tonight? Isn't it reported during the day? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, Comrade Yuming, I have an appointment with someone tonight. Let's reschedule. Okay, leader. Zhang Yuming said. Then I'll make another appointment with you another day. Jiang Chen said on the phone, Comrade Yuming, today I saw in the news that you went to the airport to pick someone up. With your status, should you avoid suspicion or not? Zhang Yuming's heart skipped a beat, thinking, oh no, the leader criticized him, it must be dissatisfaction with this matter. He nervously said, the leader is right, it was my negligence, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Jiang Chen asked again, how is the bidding for the new city development going? Zhang Yuming replied, it's going very smoothly at the moment. 13 major domestic enterprises have confirmed their participation, and the bidding will take place in 3 days. Jiang Chen, oh, are there any local companies participating? As Zhang Yuming answered, his brain was running at high speed, analyzing the intentions behind every sentence. The conclusion he reached now was, first, Jiang Chen is dissatisfied with Zhao Li. Second, Jiang Chen cares a lot about local companies. And the only local company participating in the bidding is the Zhao Group. I want the tender to fall into the hands of the Zhao Group, and not in the hands of Zhao Li. Then, only Zhao Wen. The leader is leaning towards Zhao Wen. Zhang Yuming immediately replied, our local Zhao Group also participated in the tender. Their general manager Zhao Wen represented the group. I think it's better for the project to stay in the hands of our local group. Oh, by the way, the eldest son of the Zhao Group, Zhao Li, just returned to the country, also preparing to participate in the name of the group's subsidiary. But I think, they are all one family, so they didn't agree. Just send one representative from the group. What's the use of sending so many people? Jiang Chen was stunned. Did this guy reject Zhao Li? Aren't they very close? They even personally picked him up and released news? Or is it that Zhang Yuming analyzed his intentions from his few words? Jiang Chen felt that it was very likely. Otherwise, if he didn't get along with Zhao Li, could he personally pick him up and let the reporters take photos? Jiang Chen thought, this guy's analytical ability is really strong, impressive. In any case, Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this result and said to him, well, I won't ask too much about your work. You know, I have always recognized your abilities. Hearing the leader's approval, Zhang Yuming knew he had done the right thing and felt relieved. Thank you for the leader's praise. I will work harder and not disappoint the leader's expectations. Well, that's it for now. After Jiang Chen hung up the phone, Zhang Yuming immediately called Zhao Li. Zhao Li, don't come to the tender 3 days later. Why? Didn't we agree on this? Zhao Li's voice came through the phone with some urgency. However, Jiang Yuming did not explain anything, just said, no reason, that's it for now. Jiang Yuming hung up the phone directly, then sat in the chair, wiped his sweat, and took a deep breath. After making these 2 calls, Jiang Chen felt relieved. He felt that everything was under his control, a wonderful feeling. He sat in the chair, continuing to contemplate. At this time, Zhao Wen in the office still had no idea how much his opponent Jiang Chen had helped him. He looked at the news of Zhao Li's return on the computer. In the photos, Jiang Yuming personally went to pick up Zhao Li. They took a group photo, all with smiles, so harmonious. Jiang Yuming personally went to pick him up. Zhao Li, what did you do behind my back? Zhao Wen thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he felt something was wrong. He had to do something. He called Wulong to his office. Zhao, you called me. After Wulong entered the office, he felt that Zhao Wen's face was not good. Zhao Wen said to Wulong, Zhao Li has returned to the country. You take him to my villa in the suburbs to rest for a few days. Don't let him out until the tender is over. Wulong was stunned, then asked, Zhao, you have a villa in the suburbs? Isn't it still under construction? This villa area, in the middle of nowhere, the villas are only framed because the construction was temporarily suspended due to violations. In plain terms, it's a bunch of unfinished buildings. Zhao Wen wants to take Zhao Li there. The conditions there are not good. There's not even a bed, nothing to eat. Hearing Wulong's question, Zhao Wen glared at him fiercely. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Do I have to say it again? Wulong knew that Zhao Wen was in a bad mood and didn't want to provoke him, so he immediately nodded and said, okay, Zhao, I understand. After leaving the Zhao Group's building, Wulong called a few guys, all wearing helmets. On a street, they directly pulled Zhao Li into the car and drove towards the suburban villa. This incident was witnessed by many people on the street, and someone even posted a short video. The video did not show the scene of Zhao Li being abducted because things happened too quickly and there was no time to film. By the time they took out their phones to start filming, the car had already driven far away and was no longer visible. The video only showed the location after the incident, with the narrator describing that a person was walking on the street when suddenly a car arrived, and several people wearing masks got out of the car and dragged the person into the car and drove away. It was broad daylight, so terrifying. Below the video, there were comments. Someone who was also at the scene recognized the person who was abducted. That person was Zhao Li, the eldest son of the Zhao Group. Another eyewitness commented that it was indeed Zhao Li, as he had just seen the news of Zhao Li returning to the country with his photo on it. This incident quickly reached the ears of the reporters and soon made it to the local news headlines. Breaking news! Zhao Group's eldest son Zhao Li abducted by masked men. Of course, this news quickly reached Zhao Yun's ears as well. Despite lying on the hospital bed, he disregarded his own health and immediately asked for his phone. After taking the phone, he hesitated for a moment and then dialed Zhao Wen's number. Hello, Dad, how are you feeling? Are you better now? Otherwise, how do you have the strength to call me? Zhao Wen's voice came through the phone. Zhao Yunza didn't have time to acknowledge his concern and asked sternly, your brother just returned to the country and was abducted, do you know about this? Zhao Wen's expression revealed a hint of fierceness, and he pretended to be surprised, saying, what? I have no idea about this. Dad, could it be enemies who took him away? My brother, he's even more stubborn than me. I've been telling him to go out with bodyguards, but he wouldn't listen. Look, now something has happened. Anger surged within Zhao Yunza. He felt that enemies wouldn't act at this time. Even if they wanted to, it would be after his death. He was still alive. Would they dare to kidnap his eldest son? They didn't have the courage. After hearing what Jiang Chen had said before, combined with his understanding of his own son, as a father, he felt that this matter must be related to Zhao Wen. But now he was claiming not to know. In his eyes, was he still a father to his own son? Zhao Yunza angrily said, Zhao Wen, you know, in my whole life, I've been working for you two brothers. If anyone dares to harm you or your brother, I swear, I will make Lao Chen personally skin him. Now you tell me, do you know where your brother is? Hearing Zhao Yunza's anger, Zhao Wen felt a chill down his spine. However, he still insisted, I really don't know. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunza felt a sense of powerlessness. His body was failing, and now he couldn't even control his own son. The authority and dignity of being a father had completely disappeared. In the end of his life, he had failed so miserably. Now, with his strength depleted, he had to compromise with his son. In fact, after talking with Jiang Chen, he had already made this decision. Saying it now was just adding an additional condition. Zhao Wen, I'm about to die. You were so much like me when I was young. With Zhao Group in your hands, I can rest assured. As long as you can ensure your brother's safety, the shares in my hands will be passed on to you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Upon hearing these words, Jiawen remained silent for a moment, trying to suppress his excitement. But his voice still trembled slightly due to excessive excitement. "Dad, don't worry, I just received a message. My brother is at a friend's house. As for being abducted, it was just a joke played by that friend to welcome him back to the country. You know, young people nowadays love to play such pranks. You can rest assured. I guarantee my brother's safety. You just focus on recovering." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yunzi knew for sure that it was Zhao Wengan who did it, clearly knowing but pretending not to know before. However, he did feel a sense of relief in his heart. When facing death, many things become trivial. Watching their methods, it was like watching children play tricks. As long as people were safe, he could be forgiving. "Thank you, Xiaowen." Zhao Yunzi hung up the phone, lying on the hospital bed, feeling even more dejected. Jiang Chen did not watch the news, but the news of Zhao Li being kidnapped still reached his ears. It was Ma Hongfeng who called to inform him. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Chen wondered if it could be Zhao Wengan's doing. Very likely. However, regardless of who did it, for him, this might be an opportunity. Why do I say that? According to the information Jiang Chen learned from Zhao Yunzi, Zhao Li was a kind person who disdained using the dark methods of his father and brother, a good person, one could say. And he was very capable. Even though he was abroad, he could still manage domestic relationships well and make friends with many important figures. In general, he was a talent. Jiang Chen thought, if he could control the Zhao group in the future, as an outsider, there might be some subordinates in the group who would be unwilling to obey. Although he could gradually make them obedient, it would be troublesome. He didn't want to waste time on those minor characters. But if he could win over Zhao Li to his side and manage the group through him, wouldn't that be justifiable? As the eldest son of the Zhao group, who in the group would not obey? Moreover, Jiang Chen needed a subordinate to manage the group, like Li Yan and Ma Hongfeng, so that he wouldn't have to worry about trivial matters. This would allow him to focus on doing more of what he wanted. Being the puppet master behind the scenes is the most enjoyable. And Zhao Li was a good candidate. Jiang Chen decided to give it a try. Even if it didn't succeed in the end, he wouldn't lose out. He could always find another suitable person. Jiang Chen opened the news and looked at the photo of Zhao Li at the airport, communicating with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and him to close friends. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, close friends. After that, Jiang Chen began to wait. According to the first law of the system he had summarized, even if Zhao Li was kidnapped, from this moment on, he would try every means to contact him. As long as he knew his location, he could find a way to rescue him, win his favor. Coupled with the close friendship relationship bound by the system, he had a high probability of persuading Zhao Li. After waiting for a while with no movement on his phone, Jiang Chen decided not to wait any longer. He picked up his phone and headed to the training room. In the suburbs, halfway up the mountain, there was no one around the desolate mountains and wild ridges, but there was a dilapidated villa building here. The scenery was quite good, nestled among the mountains and waters. Not far ahead was a small river with an ancient bridge over it. However, it seemed a bit desolate, lacking in vitality. Wulong changed the car for Zhao Li in an unmonitored location halfway, letting the car that kidnapped him drive elsewhere. He drove with a few henchmen, passing over the ancient bridge and entering the area of the dilapidated villas. They took Zhao Li into one of the villas, leading him to a loft on the third floor. Then they stationed people to take turns guarding the staircase on the third floor. As long as they blocked the staircase, Zhao Li would have to jump if he wanted to go down. 3 floors high, he believed Zhao Li wouldn't jump. After all, they wouldn't harm him. They provided him with food and drink, just detaining him for a few days until the bidding was over, then they would let him go. Wulong, wearing a hood, carried 2 large pockets of food and mineral water, walked into the loft, and threw them in front of Zhao Li. These days, just eat these things, make do. There is water here if you're thirsty, we'll let you go in a few days. Wulong said to Zhao Li. Zhao Li looked around the attic, empty, nothing there. The walls were just covered with a layer of cement, the floor was also cement, covered in a layer of dust, dirty everywhere. Then he looked back at Wulong, gathered his courage and said, "Who are you guys? Let me go now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Wulong walked over. Zhao Li was so intimidated by Wulong's momentum that he didn't dare to move. The phone in his hand was snatched away by Wulong. "I'll keep your phone for now, I'll give it back to you when you leave." After saying that, Wulong walked down the stairs. Zhao Li watched him leave, sneakily glanced at the stairs. 2 henchmen were guarding below. However, in this attic, besides him, there was no one else. When he mentioned calling the police and let Wulong take away the phone, it was just to lower their guard, because he still had another phone in his pocket. He had 2 phones, one with a foreign SIM card, the one that Wulong took. The other one had a domestic SIM card, hidden in the inner pocket of his clothes. Seeing no one watching, he quietly squatted in the corner and took out the phone. He didn't dare to make a call, afraid of being heard. Instead, he started composing a text message. In the corner, the light from the phone screen shone on Zhao Li's nervous face. He didn't hear any footsteps, maybe he was too nervous, or too focused on writing the message. Anyway, he didn't hear any footsteps. He sent the message while thinking of looking back to see if anyone was there. When he turned around, he suddenly saw Wulong with a hood standing behind him. Zhao Li was so scared that he screamed and stood up, dropping the phone on the ground. Wulong held 2 military green blankets with him. They were for Zhao Li. He thought he couldn't let him sleep on the cement floor, especially without a cover. It could be cold at night. He didn't want him to catch a cold. After all, he was the eldest son. He thought it would be better not to treat him too badly. Otherwise, if the 2 brothers reconciled later, he might suffer for this. This was an uncertain matter. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Li still had another phone in his hand. He threw the blanket on the ground, walked over and picked up the phone. He nervously checked it. If he called the police, it would be troublesome. He needed to change locations quickly. However, after checking from the kidnapping of Zhao Li to the car, and now, there were no call records. Opening the chat app, there were no messages sent. He checked the text messages, no messages were sent. He looked at Zhao Li strangely. Are you squatting in the corner with a phone? Are you trying to play a game now? Zhao Li felt his suspicion and forced a smile. I'm just checking the time. Wulong glared at him, took the phone, walked over and started to frisk Zhao Li. After confirming there was nothing on him, he walked out with the phone. Zhao Li slumped against the wall, sat in the corner, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he reacted quickly. After sending the message, he deleted the record. Wulong didn't find anything. At the same time, he thought to himself, Zhang Chen, I risked my life to send you a message. You have to come and save me. If it's too late, who knows what these people will do to me. Then, he began to figure out who these people were sent by. Zhang Chen had just finished punching the sandbag in the training room when suddenly his phone, placed aside, made a sound, indicating a new message. He walked over, picked up the phone, and saw a message that read, Zhang Chen, I'm Zhao Li. I've been kidnapped. I'm now in an unfinished villa area halfway up the mountain. There's a small river in front, and an ancient bridge. Come and save me. After reading the text message, Zhang Chen immediately returned to the study and started searching on the computer. In the unfinished villa area, halfway up the mountain, with a small river in front and an ancient bridge. Found it. It's on a desolate mountain in the suburbs. Knowing the location, Zhang Chen planned to send someone to rescue him. But who to send? He didn't have many available people in this regard. Zhang Chen didn't plan to send Liaono. He thought for a moment and approached the 4 bodyguards at the villa entrance. Can you help me rescue someone? He has been kidnapped, and I know the exact address. I think you 4 should be able to handle it. One of the bodyguards said to Zhang Chen. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, our duty is to protect your personal safety, not to rescue people. Zhang Chen said, I can pay you more, how about that? Originally, Zhang Chen thought that bodyguards were just here to earn money. As long as the money was right, they would definitely go. But he didn't expect these bodyguards to be quite responsible and directly refused. Sorry, we cannot accept your request. They actually disagreed. Zhang Chen looked at them and suddenly had an idea. 3 of these 4 bodyguards were the ones who recognized Liaono that day. They were Liaono's enthusiastic fans. Zhang Chen said to them, don't worry, when you go out, Liaono will be by my side. You don't need to worry about my safety. If you are willing, after you come back, I can have Liaono sign for you. Oh, do you want to accept some combat guidance from Liaono? I can talk to him about it. Besides, you can't just stand by and watch someone in danger, right? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 4 bodyguards were all moved. Liaono's combat guidance. He is the world's mixed martial arts champion. As bodyguards, they often practice combat and spar with each other. It can be said that their pursuit is to make themselves stronger, more powerful combat skills. This way, they can better protect their employer's safety. The guidance of the world's mixed martial arts champion, this opportunity is not something anyone can have. Even the bodyguard who was not a Liaono fan was moved. After a moment of thought, the 4 of them exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. One of the bodyguards said, all right, we agree to your request. Zhang Chen smiled and told them the address. Then he showed them a photo of Zhao Li and told them he was his friend. After that, the 4 bodyguards prepared to take action. As they were about to leave, Zhang Chen suddenly stopped them and asked, are you 4 capable? There may be many kidnappers there, maybe even armed. The 4 bodyguards all nodded resolutely. Don't worry, trust our abilities. Seeing their confidence, Zhang Chen felt relieved. He then said to them, after you see Zhao Li, do this first. What have you put on a mask? Don't let him see your face, hold a dagger, pretend to be a kidnapper, pretend to kill Zhao Li. The other three will then rescue him and bring him to me, understand? After hearing Jiang Chen's instructions, the 4 bodyguards looked strange. Why did rescuing someone have to involve such a step? Seeing their hesitant expressions, Jiang Chen said to them, don't forget, after you come back, you can receive combat guidance from Liano. Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards immediately nodded, leave it to us. They then set off. In the unfinished villa area, Zhao Li had already guessed who had kidnapped him. It must be his own younger brother, Zhao Wen. He must be trying to stop him from participating in the bidding conference. But, didn't Zhao Wen already deal with Jiang Yuming? He had already been banned from participating in the bidding conference by Jiang Yuming. Why did he go to the trouble of kidnapping him? Could it be that the person who dealt with Jiang Yuming is not Zhao Wen? Then who is it? He really can't figure it out. But he knows clearly that if it were enemies, they wouldn't treat him so well, providing food, drink, and even blankets. If they were really enemies, he would probably not be in one piece by now. Enemies wouldn't need to wear headgear at this time, afraid of being recognized. If they were kidnappers after money, they would have already contacted his family for ransom. In this city, on the territory of the Zhao group, he believes there wouldn't be such foolish kidnappers. That's for those who earn money with their lives. Eliminating all possibilities. They must be Zhao Wen's people. This guy Zhao Wen actually used such means against his own brother. How despicable. He stood by the window on the attic, looking into the distance, pondering. In the distant woods, 4 bodyguards were hidden there, using binoculars to see Zhao Li. Target spotted, 3rd floor attic, target person secure. Then they changed positions, wandering in the woods, confirming the number of kidnappers inside the villa. A total of 9 people, all in the 2nd floor hall, no weapons found. Only 9 people, the 4 of them, had absolute confidence. Move! The 4 bodyguards crouched and walked towards the villa. Quietly sneaking up the stairs to the 2nd floor, the henchmen on the 2nd floor were sitting there, some leaning against the wall, some lying directly on the floor, and some bored playing with their phones. They had no idea of the impending danger. The 4 bodyguards nodded to each other and charged directly. Each attacked the back of a kidnapper's head. Bang, 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 4 sounds, and 4 henchmen were knocked out directly. The others then realized and all got up immediately. What are you doing? They immediately rushed towards the bodyguards. The 4 bodyguards, however, were not afraid at all and fought back against them. Their movements were concise and skilled, and in no time, each of them knocked down a henchman, then knocked them out directly. A total of 9 people, 8 were knocked down instantly. Only 5 Long was left alone. 5 Long thought to himself, where did these 4 people come from? Obviously skilled fighters. At this moment, 2 henchmen guarding the stairs to the attic heard the noise and ran down. Due to their position, the bodyguards had not noticed them before. But it didn't matter, they had already taken out 8, leaving 3 more. 4 against 3, no pressure. 5 Long's eyes turned fierce, and he directly kicked a bodyguard with a whip leg. The bodyguard instantly raised his arm to block. But he didn't expect that this guy's whip leg would be so powerful. As soon as their arms connected, he felt a huge force, his whole arm went numb. At the same time, he leaned to one side and hit the wall. His arm hung down, shook it, then raised his arm again, assuming a fighting stance. The bodyguards glanced at each other, knowing that this whip leg guy was a tough opponent. They couldn't be careless. They charged, and the 2 sides fought again. After a few rounds, both of 5 Long's henchmen were knocked out on the ground. 5 Long looked at his fallen henchmen and cursed the bunch of useless fools. Now he was the only one facing 4 people, but he still showed no fear, exuding a strong fighting spirit. The 4 bodyguards saw that the opponent was left with only 1 person and exchanged a glance. 3 of them rushed towards 5 Long. The other one had previously changed out of his training uniform, wearing different clothes from the other 3 bodyguards. He also wore a black headgear. While his teammates and 5 Long were fighting, he secretly pulled out a dagger and rushed upstairs. Seeing him go upstairs, 5 Long felt angry and anxious. Normally, he had no problem dealing with 3 ordinary people, but these 3 guys in front of him were definitely not weak. They were not easy to deal with. Where did this powerful character come from? Wu Long doesn't know. He gritted his teeth and fought against the other 3. Zhao Li heard the sound of fighting downstairs and was very scared. He has always been timid since he was a child. Is someone coming to rescue him? Or is another wave of even worse people coming? He doesn't know. He is very worried about his own safety. Gradually, he overcame his fear and slowly moved towards the stairs, wanting to go downstairs to see what was happening. At this moment, suddenly a masked kidnapper, like a big black rat, rushed up and grabbed his neck, with a knife against his throat. Zhao Li panicked immediately. He broke out in a cold sweat all over, feeling weak all over, opened his mouth to make a sound, but was too scared to even beg for mercy. The kidnappers shouted at him sternly, "Don't move. Dare to move and I'll kill you." Zhao Li dared not move, and could only let the kidnapper hold him, sweating profusely and not daring to breathe. Soon, there was no movement downstairs. The 3 bodyguards, covered in dirt, came up the stairs, obviously after a fierce fight. The kidnapper holding Zhao Li immediately aimed the knife at the 3, roaring madly, "Don't come over. Dare to come over and I'll kill him." The 3 bodyguards charged forward. The kidnapper's knife went straight for Zhao Li's throat. Zhao Li was scared out of his wits. Zhao Li felt at that moment that today was his last day. But unexpectedly, one of the bodyguards, at the critical moment, grabbed the kidnapper's wrist, preventing the knife from going any further. The tip of the knife was only 0.1 centimeters away from Zhao Li's neck. The bodyguard then grabbed the kidnapper's wrist and threw him to the ground, punching him in the temple. The kidnapper immediately passed out. Zhao Li experienced a life-threatening moment, as if he had just passed through the gates of hell, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. A bodyguard grabbed his wrist and said, "Zhao Li, we're going to get you out of here now. Come with us." As Zhao Li was being led away by the bodyguard, he asked, "Who are you guys exactly?" The bodyguard replied, "We were sent by Jiang Chen." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, Zhao Li felt grateful. His fear and tension instantly eased. Walking up to the second floor, Zhao Li saw the kidnappers lying on the ground. Judging by their clothes and build, he immediately recognized the leader of the kidnappers. At this moment, he was lying in a corner, half leaning against the wall, unconscious. Zhao Li signaled the bodyguard to stop, walked towards Wulong, and slowly took off his mask. As expected, he knew this person, Wulong. He is Zhao Wen's subordinate. "It's really you, Zhao Wen," Zhao Li thought to himself. "Let's go." The bodyguards led Zhao Li out of the villa, to the outside of the villa area, drove past the ancient bridge, and headed towards the distance. In the villa, on the attic, the bodyguard disguised as a kidnapper opened his eyes, watched them drive away from the window, and immediately got up and quickly left the villa. In Jiang Chen's villa, a jeep drove in. The car stopped, and 3 bodyguards led Zhao Li out. On the way, they sent a message to Jiang Chen about the successful rescue. Jiang Chen also walked out of the villa at this time. Zhao Li's white shirt was now quite dirty, his face was covered in dust, his eyes were not clean, stained with sweat and dust, looking very disheveled. When he saw Jiang Chen approaching, he ran over and hugged Jiang Chen, bursting into tears. "Woo, Jiang Chen, you are not only my best friend, but also my lifesaver. I feel really bad right now. Woo, my own younger brother actually wanted to kill me. He wanted to kill me. At that moment, the dagger was so close to my neck. I almost died. Wah!" Jiang Chen gently patted Zhao Li's shoulder, then silently gave a thumbs up to the several bodyguards behind him. They did a great job, and that's exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. At this moment, the 4th bodyguard also returned. He took off his headgear, changed into the same training uniform as the other bodyguards, and stood with them. "Stop crying, let's go inside and talk, everything is fine, you are safe with me," Jiang Chen comforted Zhao Li. Zhao Li finally wiped away his tears and followed Jiang Chen into the villa. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Chen said to Zhao Li, "Do you know, your brother wants to acquire my canned food factory?" I disagreed, and he even tried to harm me. "Do you know Lao Dao? Your brother sent him to cut off 2 of my fingers. And there's one called Wulong, leading 10 people with steel pipes to intercept me on the road and attack me. If it weren't for my luck, I would have been killed by your brother long ago." After hearing this, Zhao Li's expression became even angrier. "This is outrageous, always resorting to murder. It's too terrifying. I'm starting to understand him less and less. If Zhao Group falls into his hands, I can't imagine what else he could do." Jiang Chen smiled faintly without a trace, stood up from the chair. He walked over and patted Zhao Li's shoulder again. "I'll have the maid bring you some of my clothes, take a shower and change first. Calm down here with me. The bodyguards are outside. You don't have to worry about safety." Zhao Li was just frightened and confused. He needed to calm down first, so he nodded in agreement to Jiang Chen's proposal. Jiang Chen called Aunt Li to find some clothes for Zhao Li. Then he walked out. Now Reynolds' training can only be considered as warm-up. He must maintain good physical strength to deal with sudden situations at any time. Therefore, not much physical energy will be spent on training. Jiang Chen called Reynolds to the villa gate and said to the 4 bodyguards, "We'll go out for a while, you guys stay and guard the house. When we come back, I'll have Reynolds sign for you." Then Jiang Chen asked Reynolds, "Is it okay, Reynolds?" Reynolds nodded, "Of course." Jiang Chen continued, "They are your enthusiastic fans, they want to receive your combat guidance, what do you think?" Reynolds smiled friendly at them. Of course, I'm happy to learn from each other and spar with you when I have free time. Hearing Reynolds' words, the 4 bodyguards naturally felt delighted. The matter was settled. Then Jiang Chen let Reynolds drive his car, and the two of them left together. Naturally, they didn't forget to bring the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs in the car. This time Jiang Chen went to their largest shopping mall, Silver Dragon Plaza. This belongs to Zhao Group's assets. However, according to Jiang Chen's plan, it will be his in a few days. There are 3 purposes for coming to the mall. First, to appreciate the assets that will soon belong to him. Second, Beihai, Manhwa, and the others are about to leave, so he wants to buy them some gifts to take back. After these few days of training, they have been massaging and relaxing him, so giving them a gift is a way to show his gratitude. Third, after they leave, he will need a masseur. There are many shops around the mall, including professional massage parlors. Jiang Chen wants to find one here, without the need to stay at his home, just go there once a day. It's not far from his home, so it's very convenient in terms of distance. Reynolds parked the car in the parking lot, and the two got out of the car. They didn't bring the Tibetan Mastiffs, as pets are not allowed inside the mall. Besides, there are so many people in the mall, there won't be any danger. Even if Zhaowen sends someone to deal with himself, he won't act in a crowded mall. At most, he might stop a car on a deserted road. Leaving the Tibetan Mastiff in the car, Jiang Chen cracked open a window for the dogs. The two of them walked into the mall. As soon as they entered the mall, a lively atmosphere greeted them. Festive music played from the mall speakers, and people strolled around in groups, all looking relaxed and happy. There were parents with children, enjoying themselves as a family of 3. There were young female students with a group of classmates, emitting cheerful laughter together. There were elderly couples supporting each other, with a cart filled with freshly purchased vegetables. This mall is really bustling, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire. There were some gift shops on the 3rd floor, and Jiang Chen took Liaono on the elevator, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. Ding! The elevator made a sound and stopped on the 3rd floor. The two of them walked out and arrived on the 3rd floor of the mall. However, Jiang Chen noticed something was off. Why is there no one on the 3rd floor? Where are the shop assistants? Jiang Chen walked to the middle of the 3rd floor mall, where he could see the situation on other floors. Jiang Chen leaned against the railing and looked down. On the 1st and 2nd floors, the mall security guards were evacuating customers. People were walking towards the exit of the mall. Although everyone had a look of confusion on their faces, they seemed to be cooperating, following the instructions of the security guards. Looking up to the 4th floor, people were also being evacuated by security guards, quickly descending via elevators and escalators. Jiang Chen realized something was wrong and immediately turned around, leading Liaono towards the elevator. As he turned around, he saw 4 people holding machetes standing at the elevator, staring coldly at them. They all wore masks, it was their habit. Jiang Chen immediately turned around, taking Liaono towards the escalator. However, there were also 5 or 6 people wearing masks and holding machetes walking towards them. Jiang Chen wanted to take the stairs, but there, 4 people wearing masks and holding machetes blocked the way. Jiang Chen's mood tensed up instantly, reaching into his pocket to touch his phone. In another direction, a person with 3 machetes walked towards them. They also wore masks. The leader of the group was the one Zhaowen had called Uncle Chen. The others with machetes also approached them, cornering Jiang Chen and Liaono. Jiang Chen never expected that they would actually make a move in the mall. With over a dozen people holding machetes, Jiang Chen thought, even if Liaono was a world champion in combat sports, he wouldn't stand a chance. Liaono, however, showed an excited expression on his face again, his tall figure shielding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't be afraid, today is our practical combat training class. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Liaono's words but stared at the leader walking in front, silently communicating with the system. System, change the relationship between me and him to make him my little brother. Ding! Relationship modification failed. As expected. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, the system's function couldn't be used on people wearing masks. It seemed that today he had discovered the 3rd law of the system, he must see the other person's face. Knowing the system was ineffective, Jiang Chen hid behind Liaono, took out his phone, and retrieved a photo of a person from his album. This was his trump card. Jiang Chen quickly opened the album and communicated with the system in his mind. Although Jiang was hiding behind Liaono, his action of taking out the phone was noticed by the others. Don't let him make a call, one of them shouted. They then accelerated towards them. At this point, Jiang Chen had finished communicating with the system. A response from the system came to his mind. Ding! Character relationship modification successful, current relationship, father and son. And the photo of that character was Long Linping. Jiang Chen then held his phone and said to Leono, give me a minute, I'll call for backup. Leono, however, looked relaxed. I'm enough to deal with them alone. Jiang Chen was a bit worried. After all, people are made of flesh, how can they not fear a machete? As the saying goes, even a master fears a kitchen knife, let alone a big machete. The opponents had already rushed up, raising their knives to strike. Next to Jiang Chen was a gift shop. At the entrance of the gift shop, the shop owner had placed a few rocking horses to attract children. Leono picked up a rocking horse of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, lifted it directly, and smashed it towards the approaching people. This rocking horse was quite heavy, weighing over 100 pounds. After Leono forcefully smashed it, the power was like a cannonball. With a loud bang, it hit the person in the front chest, sending him flying backwards. He collided with 2 or 3 people behind him. Downstairs, among the evacuating customers, someone seemed to hear a noise and looked up. But due to the angle, he didn't see anything. The mall was still playing festive music, covering the sounds from the 3rd floor. He listened carefully, didn't hear anything else, and continued walking towards the outside of the mall. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the mall, the battle continued. Leono once again lifted another rocking horse of the Calabash brothers, raised it high, as if ready to strike. The group of knife-wielding men in front were actually frightened and stopped in their tracks. Someone from the side swung a knife towards Leono. Leono's Calabash brothers' rocking horse was immediately smashed. It directly hit the person's face, causing him to fall to the ground, convulsing. The rocking horse pressed on his head, blood slowly flowing out from underneath. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone finally rang. Jiang Chen answered the call directly. Seeing Jiang Chen answering the phone, the group of people became anxious and rushed towards Leono. Leono didn't have time to grab the rocking horse again. With a determined look, he faced the group of people barehanded. He engaged in combat with them using his fighting skills. A man's voice came from Jiang Chen's phone, sounding very gentle. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this voice, as he often heard it on TV. Jiang Chen, have you forgiven me now? I know I've wronged you before. I had to hide the fact that you are my illegitimate child. As long as you forgive me, I can compensate you. Give me a chance, okay? Jiang Chen thought, what a mess, illegitimate child is just an illegitimate child. What's there not to forgive? Jiang Chen immediately replied, I forgive you, I'm being chased by bad guys now, send someone to rescue me quickly. The voice on the other end became nervous, with a tone of terrifying authority and anger. Where are you? Tell me your location. 3rd floor of the Yulong Square Mall in Feijing County, Linda City. Hurry up. If you're late, get ready to collect my corpse. Got it, hold on. A man bypassed Leono, raised his knife, and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen directly smashed his phone towards the man's face. It hit. Jiang Chen turned and ran towards the gift shop nearby. The man rubbed his face, picked up the knife, and chased after Jiang Chen. In an ancient and elegant house, Long Linping looked at the disconnected call, slapped the nearby mahogany table. He immediately called the guards and ordered them, get me the chairman of Linda on the phone now. Quickly. The guard immediately dialed the phone of the chairman of Linda, Qian Weikai, and handed the phone to Long Linping. Qian Weikai took the call, feeling somewhat nervous. This call was not made lightly. Hello, leader, I am Qian Weikai, please. Before Qian Weikai could finish speaking, he heard Long Linping speak with a very serious and angry tone, giving an address. He continued, there is a person named Jiang Chen inside. You have 10 minutes to rescue him intact for me. If anything happens to him, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Qian Weikai was dumbfounded. What is going on? But at this moment, he dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately responded to the phone, yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. After hanging up the phone, Qian Weikai broke out in a cold sweat. Who is this Jiang Chen? How could he make this important person care so much? Qian Weikai didn't dare to delay and immediately made a phone call. Hello? In your territory, there is a Silver Dragon Square. 3rd floor of the mall. Send out all your men immediately to rescue a person named Jiang Chen. Then Qian Weicai's voice trembled slightly as he said into the phone, if anything happens to him, we both will spend the rest of our lives in prison. The voice on the other end of the phone also trembled, leader, who is this Jiang Chen? What is his identity that it implicates us? Qian Weikai solemnly said into the phone, I can only tell you that this order was personally issued by Long Linping. The person on the phone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't imagine, if something happened to someone Long Linping cared about in his territory, how many days he would have left to live. An order was issued. Dozens of black special vehicles filled with fully armed personnel, all headed towards Silver Dragon Square. In the sky, 2 helicopters were also dispatched. They flew towards Silver Dragon Square. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the mall, Jiang Chen ran into a gift shop. The man with the knife chased after him. In the middle of the store, there were several iron shelves with some plush toys on them. Jiang Chen ran to the other end of the shelf, with the killer with the knife at one end. Every time the killer moved, Jiang Chen ran in the opposite direction. The killer tried several times, but couldn't reach Jiang Chen, so they confronted each other across the shelf. Running is useless. Today you won't be able to leave this mall. Cooperate a little, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you won't even be able to beg for death later. The killer threatened Jiang Chen verbally while looking for an opportunity to catch him. Jiang Chen was now sweating profusely. He really didn't expect them to dare to act in a place like a mall. These people are too crazy. He regretted why he didn't make some preparations earlier, or hire more bodyguards. Jiang Chen thought, ultimately, he was too complacent. He thought that with his system, no one could harm him, or that he could handle any situation calmly. But now it's too late to say anything. He must calm down and find a way to deal with the situation at hand. The problem is, these guys are used to wearing masks when they attack. It all went wrong because of these masks. If they didn't wear masks, Jiang Chen could easily turn a few of them into his own undercover agents and let them fight each other. Jiang Chen thought, now he definitely couldn't rely on Leono. Facing those people outside was already difficult enough for him. Dealing with just one person was much better than dealing with him. Leono probably couldn't hold on. In Jiang Chen's understanding, barehanded, he couldn't possibly beat so many knife-wielding people. He didn't want to die himself, nor did he want Leono to die. If Leono died here, it would be too much of a loss. Jiang Chen felt like he had been tricked into bringing him over through the system. How should I put it? It's almost like luring someone over. He could have avoided getting involved in these matters. If Leono died for him, Jiang Chen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. So now Jiang Chen's idea is that he must find a way to deal with the person in front of him as soon as possible, and then find a way to help Leono. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's fear disappeared. He said to the killer, "You are from the Zhao family, right? Whatever they paid you, I'll pay you 10 times. Just save me and my friend." The killer sneered, staring straight at Jiang Chen without answering. Jiang Chen continued, 1 billion, is that enough? If not, I can add more. The killer continued to sneer, always looking for an opportunity to strike, the knife in his hand constantly waving in front of Jiang Chen. He seemed to be indifferent to the money. Or rather, he was very loyal to their leader, and Jiang Chen couldn't buy him with money. Seeing that money was useless to him, Jiang Chen said to him, "Well, I give up. Anyway, I can't escape. Just kill me. But before I die, I want to see what kind of person is killing me. Take off your mask. I won't run, let you kill me." The killer did not listen to Jiang Chen's words and took off the mask. He smiled, pointing to his mask and said, "This can't be taken off. You know why? After killing you, we still need to get out. With this thing, the surveillance cameras won't capture our faces. He. Seeing that this trick didn't work either, Jiang Chen thought about finding some animal, even a rat, to bite him. Just to distract his attention, not far from him, there was a baseball bat sold in a box in a store. He could pick up the bat and hit him hard on the head. "Damn it, you are a person, I am a person too. I don't believe a bat can't knock you out." However, there were no animals here either. Not even a rat, not even a fly. Jiang Chen cursed silently, blaming the cleanliness of the mall for it. The killer saw that Jiang Chen seemed distracted and rushed over with a knife to chop at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's mind was active, his spirit was always tense. When he rushed over, he immediately ran in the opposite direction. The killer chased him in a circle, and the two returned to their original positions. You react pretty quickly. I don't believe I can't get you today. The killer stared at Jiang Chen, clearly intending to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Jiang Chen completely ignored him, focusing on thinking of a way. He saw an animal. It was a very powerful animal, a great white shark. With just one bite, he could bite this annoying killer to death. However, unfortunately, this was not a real shark. It was just a plush toy sold in the store. The plush shark was soft and cute, but useless. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of his system. He could modify his relationship with humans, and he could also modify his relationship with animals. Then, what about inanimate objects? Could he modify his relationship with them? If so, what relationships could be useful? Jiang Chen began to try. On the shelf next to the killer, there was a plush toy, a blue plush figure. They had 2 long legs, 2 long arms, and 5 fingers on their hands. This thing was soft all over, hitting someone would definitely not hurt. But Jiang Chen thought, if this thing could move, it could reach out and pull off the killer's mask. Then he could see the killer's face. When faced with a life-threatening situation, people always come up with some ingenious survival methods. Jiang Chen stared at a plush figure, silently communicating with the system. System, modify the relationship between me and it, change it to me being its owner. Then, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship, toy and owner. It really worked. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted to have discovered a system function. He could bind relationships with objects. Toy and owner? Jiang Chen pondered silently. The plush figure could be considered a toy, no problem. But is this relationship really useful? According to logic, as long as you pay for it, the relationship between you and it is just like that of a toy and its owner. What's the point of that? Jiang Chen began to try to control the plush toy through telekinesis. Plush toy, take off its headgear for me. Jiang Chen secretly manipulated it. However, it had no effect. The plush toy just sat there, not moving at all. With a silly smile on its face, it seemed to be mocking Jiang Chen's unrealistic idea. Jiang Chen tried several times, but it was still ineffective. The plush toy remained motionless. Jiang Chen began to doubt whether his idea was feasible. Plush toys are lifeless objects, how could they move? However, at this moment, Jiang Chen thought of the word relationship. Maybe the problem was not with the plush toy itself, but with the relationship he had modified. The relationship between a toy and its owner doesn't work, so what about others? Is there a kind of relationship that can allow oneself to control this lifeless object, the plush toy? Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a word. Controller. This word contained a broad meaning, implying mastery, manipulation, control, and even absolute control. If he changed the relationship between himself and the plush toy to controller and controlled, what would the result be? According to the second law of the system he had previously explored, this kind of relationship between controller and controlled, if applied to humans, would mostly not work well. This extremely unequal relationship could easily provoke resistance and make the other party want to end the relationship. However, this problem would not arise with lifeless and unconscious objects. Without consciousness, there would be no resistance. Jiang Chen's mind was working quickly, and all these thoughts were completed in just a few seconds. Jiang Chen immediately began to experiment, using the system's abilities in his mind. Change the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, controller and controlled. Hearing the sound of the successful system modification, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement in his mind. It really could be changed to this kind of relationship. Then, something different suddenly appeared in his mind, a feeling or perception. He could feel a strange connection between himself and the silly plush toy. Jiang Chen tried again to control it with his mind. This kind of control was completely different from controlling living animals like dogs or cats. When he controlled dogs and cats before, he only needed a thought or command, and they would try to complete the task themselves. But when controlling the plush toy, it was not as simple as having a thought or giving a command. Every subtle movement of it had to be controlled by Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen tried to control its long arms, and surprisingly, it worked. The originally motionless plush toy's arm moved slowly towards the headgear of the killer. Jiang Chen became even more excited and continued to control the plush toy's 5 fingers to grab the killer's headgear. But just as it was about to grab the headgear, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind. The pain was intense, but bearable, like a headache from lack of sleep. Jiang Chen couldn't care about it, endured the pain, and continued to control the plush toy, and soon succeeded. However, as Jiang Chen continued to control it, the pain in his mind became more intense. What was initially just a few needle pricks now felt like several needles stirring in his brain. Damn it, grab it! Jiang Chen continued to control it as if he were fighting for it. The plush toy's hand directly grabbed the killer's headgear. But it didn't catch it, its fingers were too soft. But at this time, Jiang Chen had to pause because of the severe pain in his mind. However, at this moment, the killer noticed something unusual above his head. He felt as if there was a small hand grabbing him on top of his head. Carrying several lives on his back, sometimes he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. But he had never encountered a particularly bizarre situation. But today he did. He suddenly looked up and saw the plush figure on the shelf above him smiling at him. Because of the psychological effect, he felt that the plush figure was smiling so terrifyingly, so penetrating. Most importantly, its long arms, and the plush little hands, were actually grabbing onto his headgear. What the hell is this? There's something dirty. The killer was shocked. He instantly got goosebumps all over his body and quickly reached out to slap the small hand on top of his head. Good opportunity. Seeing that the plush figure successfully attracted the killer's attention, Jiang Chen no longer continued his plan to pull off his headgear. He interrupted his control of the plush figure, and the severe pain in his mind receded like a tide. In its place, however, was a dizzy feeling. Jiang Chen bit his tongue hard. the pain's stimulation instantly made his brain much clearer. At the fastest speed, he rushed towards the killer. In the process, his right hand grabbed a baseball bat from a nearby box. Just as the killer had just swatted the plush figure off his head, Jiang Chen's baseball bat fiercely smashed onto his head. This blow, Jiang Chen exerted all his strength, aiming to kill. With a muffled sound, the killer's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted to the ground. Jiang Chen did not slack off. Holding the blood-stained baseball bat in his hand, he fiercely smashed it down on the killer's head. It must be finished. Make sure he won't wake up. After a few fierce strikes, the killer's black headgear was already covered in blood. The baseball bat in Jiang Chen's hand was all cracked. Jiang Chen then threw the broken baseball bat on the ground and ran to the box to pull out 2 new baseball bats, running towards the outside of the store. One of these baseball bats was for himself, and the other was for Leono. He thought that if Leono had a bat, at least he would have a weapon. However, just as he ran out of the store, Jiang Chen was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw Leono walking towards him, covered in blood. His clothes were torn by knife wounds, revealing his strong muscles. The knife wounds on his body were shocking. Combined with his muscular body, it was a kind of inexplicable shock. Behind him lay the killer who had died a miserable death on the ground. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance, a miserable death. It was not just a normal faint or unconsciousness, there were bloodstains everywhere on the ground. Each of them had a pool of blood under their bodies, showing an abnormal twist or indentation. It was a posture that would only occur when bones or joints were broken. On their bodies, some bones protruded through the cuts in their legs or arms, exposed outside. The white bones were stained with red. Some necks were twisted in an unnatural manner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel as if this place was like an ancient battlefield, and Leono was like an invincible general returning from a bloody battle. The mall was still playing cheerful music, seemingly turned up to cover the sounds of the fight. The song sang, "Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon, may kind people have good luck every day." Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him, listened to the song, and felt a dizzy sensation in his head again. But fortunately, he could still hold on, just feeling dizzy, not fainting. Leono quickly walked up to Jiang Chen, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "I'm fine, how about you?" Reino was about to say something when suddenly the music abruptly stopped, and the lights in the mall all went out at the same time. The surroundings instantly fell into silence and darkness. The noisy footsteps could be heard in the darkness. Many people. At the same time, Jiang Chen saw countless red lasers shining on him and Reino. The people shouted, "Don't move! Put your hands up!" Jiang Chen immediately dropped 2 baseball bats and raised his hands. Reino did the same, raising his hands high. Then personnel in black combat uniforms ran over, grabbed Jiang Chen and Reino's arms, and led them outside. Once outside, Jiang Chen could finally see the scene. The entire mall was surrounded by numerous black special vehicles, with a large number of special forces surrounding the area. In the sky, 2 helicopters with rotating propellers made a whirring sound. Several seemingly leading figures ran towards him with a look of tension and worry. One of them, wearing a gray jacket and glasses, even stumbled and fell to the ground, but quickly got up and continued running towards him. "You are Jiang Chen, right? Are you okay?" The leader in the gray jacket looked at Jiang Chen nervously. Seeing that he had no obvious injuries, he relaxed slightly. Medical personnel immediately brought a stretcher over. Jiang Chen knew these people were his rescuers. It must be Long Linping who gave them the order. Just by looking at their nervous appearance, Jiang Chen knew. However, what Jiang Chen didn't know was whether Long Linping had mentioned their relationship. But it didn't matter whether he did or not, these people must know that his identity was not ordinary now. Jiang Chen pointed to Reino and said to the people in front of him, "This is my friend." The medical staff immediately had Jiang Chen and Reino lie on stretchers and rushed them to the hospital. In the hospital room, Jiang Chen realized that their county hospital actually had such good wards. They were almost as good as the rooms in his villa. This environment, how could it be considered hospitalization? It was practically a vacation. Miss Hu Tu, the nurse, was by his side, taking care of him attentively. Jiang Chen felt extremely tired. "How is my friend?" Jiang Chen asked Hu Tu. Hu Tu immediately replied gently, "Don't worry, your friend is fine. A doctor is treating his wounds, he needs stitches, but after some time to recover, he will be fine." Jiang Chen then realized how strong Reino's combat power was. Too strong. Fighting alone against more than a dozen guys with machetes, and killing them all. And he only needed stitches himself. In a situation without rules, how terrifying was his combat power. Knowing that Reino was okay, Jiang Chen's mood relaxed. A dizziness sensation came to his mind again, and Jiang Chen no longer tensed his nerves, closing his eyes and falling asleep. After sleeping for 2 hours, Jiang Chen woke up, feeling extremely clear-headed, and the previous dizziness had completely disappeared. He was in a great state. He began to contemplate the scene when he controlled the plush toy earlier today. Undoubtedly, the stabbing pain in his brain at that time, as well as the subsequent dizziness, were caused by him manipulating the plush toy. However, this feeling could be restored just by getting some sleep. Jiang Chen thought, perhaps controlling lifeless objects required a great deal of mental energy from him. But if controlling a plush toy could affect him like this, then what use did this ability have? If he practiced, could he better control lifeless objects? He communicated with the system in his mind. System, why do I get headaches and dizziness when controlling plush toys? How can I increase this ability and better control lifeless objects? The system's response made Jiang Chen want to give it a slap. The system said, congratulations on unlocking a new function of this system, which can be used on inanimate objects. However, when it comes to using the system, you need to think and explore on your own. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed silently. But it seemed that this system had always been like this, providing no hints. Jiang Chen, feeling a bit angry, said in his mind, system, change our relationship, make me your father, then will you tell me? The system, not angry at all, replied mischievously, you can't see me, so you can't change our relationship. Jiang Chen was speechless. It seemed that he had to figure things out step by step on his own. Jiang Chen's thoughts began to wander. Could he establish a connection with all objects? From small items like a plush toy, a water cup, a fruit knife, to a stone, they should all work. But what about larger objects? Cars, ships, rockets, satellites. Even larger. Mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars. Could he control them all? The scope suddenly expanded. At the same time, Jiang Chen was amazed by the immense power of his system. It was truly a terrifying ability. Jiang Chen had thrown away his phone before, and now he borrowed a phone from Hutu and found a photo on it. The photo was taken in outer space. In the picture, there was a blue planet, the blue star that carried countless lives. Jiang Chen silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, change the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship changed successfully, current relationship, controller and controlled. Jiang Chen suddenly felt invigorated. He looked out at the land outside the window, the sunlight shining on the asphalt road. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt a real connection between himself and the earth. But this connection was inexplicable, without any substantial content. Can I control the blue star? Jiang Chen thought, wanting to start experimenting. However, he subconsciously knew that if controlling objects required mental power, the mental power needed to control a plush toy was definitely not on the same level as controlling a planet. Controlling a plush toy could make him feel a needle-like pain, so wouldn't controlling an entire planet give him a headache? It was like trying to fight a level 999 boss at level 1, definitely a suicidal move. And Jiang Chen didn't know how to conduct the experiment. Why would he want to control the blue star? Cause an earthquake or a volcanic eruption? Or make it stop spinning? The whole world would perish, including himself. After some thought, Jiang Chen temporarily dismissed the idea. He turned his gaze to an ambulance parked on the roadside outside the window. He decided to use it for an experiment. System, change the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship changed successfully, current relationship, controller and controlled. Success. Jiang Chen began to secretly control the ambulance, trying to move it forward a bit. However, this experiment was not successful. Jiang Chen tried several times but failed. He didn't even feel that stabbing sensation in his mind. Jiang Chen felt that, based on his understanding, his level was too low, his mental power was insufficient, so he couldn't control such a large object. Jiang Chen wondered how he could increase his mental power. Would practice really work? Jiang Chen decided to start by practicing with smaller things. At that moment, the door of the ward opened, and a few people walked in. Qian Weikai led a few people in. Jiang Chen, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Qian Weikai walked in with concern, placing an exquisite fruit basket on the table. Behind them were several people, some carrying fruit baskets and others holding flowers. One of them was the leader in a gray jacket that he had seen at the entrance of the mall. Jiang Chen didn't know them, but he probably knew they were all important figures. Much better, Jiang Chen replied. Qian Weikai approached, standing respectfully by the bed, and said, let's introduce ourselves first. I am Qian Weikai, the chairman of Linda. This is the second in command at Feijin, and this is. After the introductions, it was as Jiang Chen had guessed. They were all influential figures. The nurse sister on the side was also shocked. She knew that the people who could stay in this ward were not ordinary, but she didn't expect all these people to be so respectful to Jiang Chen. What exactly was the identity of this young man? After the introductions, Qian Weikai said to Jiang Chen, What exactly happened today? Can you tell us, so we can report to our superiors? Jiang Chen casually replied, haven't you caught the criminals? Just ask them. Qian Weikai looked a bit embarrassed and said to Jiang Chen, those people are all dead, not a single one survived. Although Jiang Chen knew they were likely all killed, getting the exact news still shocked him a bit. At the same time, he thought, did the one he knocked down with a baseball bat also die? This is too ruthless. Oh no, his hands are not clean. Jiang Chen looked at Qian Weikai and the others being so polite to him, and started to explain, the thing is, my friend and I went to the mall, and we were surrounded by them. Jiang Chen briefly explained, and Qian Weikai and the others nodded. Then, Qian Weikai said to Jiang Chen, don't worry, we have checked the identities of those people. Each one of them had a criminal record, and by killing them, you and your friend have rid the people of harm. In this regard, you don't need to feel guilty. Jiang Chen nodded. Qian Weikai continued, we also found out that they were from the Zhao group. You can rest assured, I must severely punish the Zhao group. Jiang Chen disagreed and told him, don't touch the Zhao group, I have my own arrangements. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qian Weikai didn't say anything more and just nodded, alright then, if you need anything, just let me know. He handed over a business card to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, I lost my phone at the mall, can you help me find it? Qian Weikai immediately agreed, no problem, what model is your phone? Jiang Chen told him the model and color, and Qian Weikai immediately sent someone to look for it. Then Qian Weikai said, after this incident, I absolutely cannot let such a thing happen again. I have assigned some people to protect your safety 24/7. After saying that, the door of the ward opened, and 20 strong young men in camouflage uniforms ran in, standing straight on both sides of Jiang Chen's bed. They exuded a sense of efficiency and determination. Jiang Chen looked at the bulging pockets inside their clothes and thought, there might be real weapons inside. Now he was truly safe. Qian Weikai then instructed them to rest well and left with the others, leaving only the 20 young men in the ward, standing straight on both sides of Jiang Chen's bed. Jiang Chen. Soon, someone came in with a phone and asked Jiang Chen to confirm if it was his. Jiang Chen took a look, nodded, and confirmed that it was his phone. The person then left. The phone screen is broken, but it can still be used. Shortly after getting the phone, a call came in. Jiang Chen recognized the number as Long Linping's. He answered the call. Long Linping's voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen, are you okay, scared? Jiang Chen said, I'm fine. Long Linping said, that's good, that's good. You really worried me this time. I have a personal bodyguard, I've sent him to you, he'll be there soon. In the future, wherever you go, bring him with you, got it. Jiang Chen thought to himself, wow, Long Linping's personal bodyguard, he must be top-notch in the world. His own bodyguards are really increasing. However, after this incident, Jiang Chen fully realized the importance of bodyguards, naturally accepting them without hesitation, the more the better. Long Linping continued, in the future, no matter what happens, you can not only call me directly, but also talk to him, he will take care of it for you, got it. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Long Linping sighed, Jiang Chen, I'm really happy that you are willing to accept my help now. Jiang Chen didn't want to say much more to him, so he said into the phone, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, I want to take a nap. Long Linping immediately replied, okay, then rest, I won't disturb you. How about this, shall I send a few neurology experts over to check on you? Jiang Chen thought this was unnecessary, and said into the phone, no need, I'm really fine, just need some rest, I'll hang up now. Long Linping's tone carried a hint of indulgence, alright, then rest well. Jiang Chen finally hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up, someone knocked on the door outside the ward. Jiang Chen asked a young man next to the hospital bed to open the door. The door opened, and a man in black Zhongshan suit walked in. He was tall, at least 185 centimeters tall, with a standard body, neither fat nor thin, walking with a commanding presence, and walked towards Jiang Chen. Especially his eyes, really sharp like an eagle's gaze, revealing sharpness. It seemed like nothing could escape his eyes. From the moment he entered the ward, he quickly observed, capturing everything in the ward in his eyes. Hello Jiang Chen, I am the bodyguard sent by Long Linping, codenamed Tianny, I will be responsible for your safety in the future. The man said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at him and thought, he came so fast, could it be that he flew here? He was probably over 30 years old, not as young as the 20 young men next to Jiang Chen, but he had a very steady demeanor. And what is the codename Tianny? It felt a bit mysterious. As for his strength, Jiang Chen had no doubt, after all, he was personally sent by Long Linping, and he used to be his own personal bodyguard, definitely top-notch in the world. Jiang Chen got off the hospital bed and asked the nurse, where is my friend's ward? I want to go see him. It's in the next room on the left, the nurse replied. Jiang Chen walked out of the ward, heading towards the next ward, with Tianyi and 20 young men following closely behind him. In Liano's ward, his wounds had been treated, and he was resting on the hospital bed. Jiang Chen walked over, wanting to say something to Liano. He remembered that Liano had gloves on during the last fight, the reason being to avoid hitting too hard and not wanting to kill anyone. But this time he had killed so many people. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on in his mind now. Jiang Chen didn't intend to deceive him, saying that those people didn't die. He believed that Liano knew exactly how heavy-handed he had been, and he was very clear about the situation of those people. Thank you, Liano, you saved my life. I also want to say sorry to you, because of me, you had to kill people, Jiang Chen said to Liano. Liano looked at Jiang Chen, his expression revealing a hint of worry. What I'm worried about now is not that I killed someone, after all, they attacked me first. What I'm most concerned about is whether I will go to jail because of this, or get into a lawsuit. After all, more than 10 lives. Hearing that Liano was worried about this, Jiang Chen's mood relaxed, and he smiled. You don't need to worry about this at all. You know, the identities of those people have been verified, they are all murderers with criminal records. You getting rid of them is completely justifiable, you are a hero. And, we acted in self-defense. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Liano immediately felt relieved. He looked at the people following Jiang Chen and asked curiously, who are they? They are the new bodyguards. Jiang Chen introduced them. Tianyi shook hands with Liano and said, truly deserving of being a world-class mixed martial arts champion, you are great. Liano was not clear about Tianyi's background, but he could sense that he was definitely a powerful person, not just in combat, but perhaps in various aspects. Later, the doctor came in. Jiang Chen asked about Liano's condition. The doctor replied, the wounds have been treated, you can be discharged today, go back and rest well, avoid strenuous activities to prevent the wounds from tearing. They should heal in about half a month. During this period, you need to change the dressing regularly and have the wound checked. If you are unable to come to the hospital, you can leave an address, and we will send medical staff over. This service is impeccable. Jiang Chen provided the address of the villa, and the doctor said they would send someone every 2 days. After finalizing the arrangements, Liano could be discharged. He was also very happy. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen remembered that Liano's car was still parked at the mall parking lot, and his 6 Tibetan Mastiffs were in the car, so he needed to bring them back. Jiang Chen took Liano's car keys. The 20 young men in camouflage, who had arrived at the villa, stood straight at the entrance. Jiang Chen walked up to them with the car keys. Who is the captain among you? One of the young men immediately stepped forward. Report, I am the captain, please give instructions. His expression was very serious, as if on a mission, never relaxing for a moment. Jiang Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why did he seem like a leader? Jiang Chen asked him, what is your name? Report, Zhang Chang. The captain replied. Jiang Chen said to him, Captain Zhang, from now on, follow Tianyi's arrangements. You should have confirmed his identity while at the hospital, right? Yes, it has been confirmed. When Tianyi entered the ward, Zheng Chan contacted Qian Weikai, who then contacted the higher-ups to confirm Tianyi's identity. This identity secretly shocked Zheng Chang for a long time. Being able to obey his orders, work under him, was a complete honor in his eyes. Jiang Chen then handed the car keys to him and said, the car is in the Silver Dragon Mall parking lot, there are 6 dogs in the car, send someone to bring it back. Yes. Zheng Chang took the keys, handed them to a team member, and sent him off. Although this team member was a complete stranger to the Tibetan Mastiffs in the car, they would not bite him, because Jiang Chen had given them orders, as long as Jiang Chen did not command, they would not bite. After arranging this matter, Jiang Chen saw Tianyi holding something and placing it in various positions in the villa. Since entering the villa, he had thoroughly searched inside and out. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh silently. This is what you call professionalism. At this moment, Tianyi placed a black circular metal disc on the villa's wall. Jiang Chen walked over and asked, what is this? Tianyi replied, this is a detector that can accurately capture signals from strangers. If someone comes in, I will know. Jiang Chen, curious, asked, will it sound an alarm or something? Tianyi looked at Jiang Chen and raised a finger. They will emit signals. I have implanted a chip in my fingertip. After receiving the signal, it will emit a weak electric current. Through the current, I can not only know when someone enters, but also know how many people are there and their exact positions. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly and praised, high technology. Then Jiang Chen said to Tianyi, I have instructed those young men at the entrance to follow your command. Tianyi looked towards the entrance and nodded. Jiang Chen felt that Tianyi behaved completely differently from those young men at the entrance, showing a casual demeanor. Their conversation was very normal. However, beneath this casual surface, his eyes seemed to see through everything. After setting up the detectors, Tianyi took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at it in his hand, a red card with a dragon pattern. "This is a gift from Long Linping to you, no spending limit, you can use it freely," Tianyi said. Jiang Chen took the bank card and was guessing the amount inside when Tianyi's words surprised him. "What do you mean by no spending limit? So extravagant?" Jiang Chen was indeed taken aback. After a while, Jiang Chen accepted it. Thinking about it, such generosity did suit Long Linping's status, he was indeed. However, Jiang Chen realized that there was nothing he really needed to spend on at the moment, as he was not lacking in money. Jiang Chen decided to keep the card for himself. At that moment, Zhao Li hurried over from the direction of Liao Ono. Seeing Liao Ono wrapped in bandages, he asked him what had happened, and Liao Ono explained briefly. After listening, Zhao Li quickly walked to Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, is it Zhao Wenpai's people again?" Jiang Chen nodded, "Yes." Zhao Li asked, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Chen smiled, "I will treat him the way he treats me." Zhao Li fell silent. In the evening, Jiang Chen lay alone in bed, with the straight figures of two bodyguards outside the window. Jiang Chen thought it shouldn't be necessary for them to stand guard so late at night. However, Zhang Cheng insisted on doing so, and they took turns, so Jiang Chen let them be. Although Jiang Chen told them to follow Tianyi's command, Tianyi did not give them any orders or tasks, so they acted according to their own pace. As for Tianyi, he slept in the room next to Jiang Chen, eating and sleeping as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains. Then he returned to his bed, picked up an orange from the table. Jiang Chen leaned on the pillow, placed the orange on his blanket. With the soft light of the night lamp, he began to train the new function of the system he discovered today. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. The system's voice immediately came into his mind. Ding relationship modified successfully. Current relationship, controller and controlled. Jiang Chen stared at the orange and began to manipulate it. The orange moved slightly, floating slowly, 1 centimeter, or even lower. The stabbing pain in Jiang Chen's mind came again. He endured the pain and continued to manipulate until the orange was lifted about 5 centimeters. The intense pain in his mind finally became unbearable, and Jiang Chen had to stop, causing the orange to fall onto the blanket. A wave of dizziness came over Jiang Chen's mind, feeling very tired. He casually placed the orange next to the pillow and crawled into bed to sleep. Before falling asleep, he thought that his abilities seemed to have truly increased. The orange should be slightly heavier than the plush person's arm, and when controlling the plush person, he only moved its arm, while the orange floated directly. It seemed that practicing along with sleeping had an effect, making his ability stronger. However, he didn't know how much stronger it could become in the end, where his limits were, and if he could really control a planet. What he knew now was that this practice had changed his habit of staying up late. He felt extremely tired after practicing. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Chen fell asleep unknowingly. The next day when he woke up, Jiang Chen's mind was clear, and he felt great. He even felt that his perception had improved, making the world clearer and more insightful to him. Jiang Chen thought it might be due to the practice or perhaps because he had a good night's sleep. Today, Jiang Chen left with Tianyi and arrived at Silver Dragon Square, where he saw them all operating normally. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The news about the incident had already been released online, stating that 2 groups of bad guys fought on the 3rd floor, and all the dead were villains, none were good people. None of the mall's customers were affected. The mall also increased security guards to protect the safety of every customer. The comments below were mostly serves them right or good riddance. Jiang Chen bought some plush toys in the mall and placed them all in the car. Then, he went to Ice Fei Company and found Li Yan. Li Yan, help me print out a contract, an acquisition contract and a share transfer agreement, Jiang Chen said to Li Yan. Li Yan nodded, okay, Mr. Jiang. While printing the contract, Li Yan asked Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, I heard that you and your friend were rescued in the mall yesterday, is that true? Are you both okay? Jiang Chen smiled, we're fine, can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Li Yan stopped worrying and focused on the contract. Soon, the contract was printed and handed to Jiang Chen. He left with the contract. Back at home, in the evening, Jiang Chen closed the curtains and continued to practice while lying on the bed. Today, he wanted to control the plush person to test if his ability had truly improved. He placed the plush person and the orange on the table, with the plush person sitting on the teapot and the orange placed between its legs. Then Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding relationship modified successfully, current relationship, controller and controlled. Jiang Chen then began to try to control the plush person to grab the orange. The feeling of controlling the plush person was somewhat different from simply controlling the orange to float. Controlling the plush person's fingers to grasp required more precise manipulation. Jiang Chen felt that this could help him practice better. Under Jiang Chen's control, the plush person's arms slowly lifted. It must be said that in the nighttime environment, this scene was a bit scary. However, Jiang Chen knew he had caused it, so he wasn't afraid. The plush person's arm moved towards the orange and quickly grabbed it, the movement surprisingly smooth. Jiang Chen then controlled the plush person's fingers to grip the orange tightly. At this moment, the stabbing pain in his mind came again. Jiang Chen continued to manipulate. The plush person's fingers slowly exerted force, as if they had bones. Then its arms slowly lifted, and the hand actually grabbed the orange. Success! The pain in his mind intensified. Jiang Chen quickly stopped. The orange fell on the table, making a slight sound. The plush person's hand also weakly fell on the table. The familiar dizziness in Jiang Chen's mind came again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Last time, the plush person's fingers he controlled were so weak that they couldn't even grab the killer's hood. And now, after just 2 practice sessions, its soft hand could pick up an orange. His progress seemed quite fast. With a hint of excitement and anticipation for the future, Jiang Chen entered dreamland. When he woke up the next day, Jiang Chen once again felt refreshed. With a clear mind, a very refreshing feeling. Today is the day when Manhwa, Beihai, and the others leave. Jiang Chen called 2 bodyguards to take them to the airport. Jiang Chen, thank you for your hospitality these days. We are leaving now. Manhwa waved and smiled at Jiang Chen. The others also waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gave each of them a gift, a plush person packaged in a gift box. The 6 plush people were all bound by Jiang Chen in a controller-controlled relationship. But what's the use of this? Jiang Chen couldn't explain. Anyway, there was no limit on the number of bindings in the system, so he just bound them randomly. And Jiang Chen also discovered something during practice. That is, items bound by himself can be manipulated even if he is not looking at them. And there seems to be no distance limitation. Jiang Chen thought about letting them take the plush people back to their countries. Such a distant distance, he would try to manipulate them again to see if he could still contact them. After waving goodbye, they agreed to come back every year. Jiang Chen had no objection to this. It's nice to have a party once in a while. Then they left by car. Jiang Chen turned back to the villa. Today, there are 2 big news in Linda's city. It's what Jiang Chen has been waiting for. First, the bidding for the new city development ended, and the Zhao Group successfully won the bid. Second, Zhao Yunzi passed away due to cancer, and all his shares were handed over to his second son, Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen holds 44% of the shares and fully controls the Zhao Group. After seeing these 2 pieces of news, Jiang Chen felt a little joy in his heart. His chickens have finally fattened up. He called Zhang Chang and said to him, "Go help me catch someone and bring them here." Jiang Chen opened the map on his phone and pointed to a barren mountain outside the suburbs. Zhang Chang hesitated, not sure if he should go. After all, he was given a very important identity by Jiang Chen, and he must protect it with his life. But he didn't know what Jiang Chen's true identity was, and whether he should completely obey him. After all, he felt that catching people was not a good thing. Jiang Chen saw his hesitation and said, "Don't worry, I just want to talk to him about something. If you don't want to go, I can call Wei Kai and ask him to come and talk." Zhang Chang thought for a moment, looked at Tianyi standing behind Jiang Chen, as if asking for his opinion. After all, Tianyi's position was higher than his. As long as he nodded, he would obey the order and go directly, without thinking about it. However, Tianyi neither nodded nor opposed. Jiang Chen understood Zhang Chang's meaning and said to Tianyi, "Let him go." Tianyi nodded indifferently and said to Zhang Chang, "Go." "Yes." Zhang Chang immediately obeyed. Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart that his words were not as effective as his own bodyguards. But logically, Jiang Chen could understand. After all, Zhang Chang didn't know what his true identity was. Zhang Chang immediately set off with 2 people, but Jiang Chen stopped them. "Change into casual clothes." Zhang Chang immediately had the people change into casual clothes, and then set off. Leono's injury was not fully healed yet, but these 2 days he still fulfilled his promise by guiding the 4 bodyguards in combat. The 4 bodyguards were a bit confused now. Since Tianyi and Zhang Chang arrived, they noticed the bulging waistbands of these people and guessed that there might be real weapons inside. They 4 began to wonder what use they had staying here. However, under Leono's guidance, their combat skills had improved significantly. This time, Jiang Chen did not take Leono out, but let him stay at home. With Tianyi and 2 other members of Zhang Chang's team, they set off. Tianyi somehow got a black luxury car, with a vintage car-like front and 2 red flags inserted in the front, with a white license plate. Other cars on the road all made way for it, none dared to cut in. Jiang Chen thought that once you got into this car, all the world's top luxury cars were nothing compared to it. Even the most expensive car would have to bow down before this car. Also in the car was Zhao Li. Where are we going? Zhao Li asked. You'll know when we get there, Jiang Chen replied. On the desolate hills outside the suburbs, with sparse vegetation, a group of crows flew by from the sky and landed on a tree not far away. Zhao Wen was brought over by Jiang Cheng's men, feeling very anxious. His hands were tied in front, wondering why his 4 strong bodyguards couldn't resist at all. He was easily brought over by these 3 people. Then he was taken to the car and brought all the way to this desolate place. Could it be that enemies had come for revenge? Zhao Wen was thinking wildly, and then he saw Jiang Chen approaching with a few people. Zhao Wen suddenly understood who the enemy was today. It was actually him, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had tried to deal with him several times, although he had not succeeded, but Jiang Chen did not retaliate. He thought that Jiang Chen was just a coward who wouldn't dare to fight back against him, but now he realized that he was really wrong. Looking at the situation today, an ordinary person couldn't have pulled it off. He didn't know how Jiang Chen would retaliate against him. Zhao Wen was worried. Jiang Chen held something in his hand, let the people behind him wait nearby, and walked up to Zhao Wen. In his hand was a contract and a pen. Facing Zhao Wen, Jiang Chen didn't say much, just handed over the contract and pen. Sign this, or behind you is a cliff, you will fall off. Somehow, Jiang Chen's calm tone made Zhao Wen even more panicked. He turned his head and saw that indeed there was a high cliff behind him, where people would not be found if they fell off. He took the contract with both hands, looked at it, then raised his head in shock and looked at Jiang Chen. This guy was too ruthless. He was asking for all the shares of the Zhao group. This guy. He had underestimated him all along. So, he wasn't not acting, but had been waiting for this moment? Not acting until the time was right, and then taking away everything from him. He looked at Jiang Chen. For a moment he couldn't say a word. After a moment, beads of sweat seeped out on his forehead, swallowed his saliva and said to Jiang Chen, "Can we discuss this again?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "No discussion, I'll give you 10 seconds. Not far away, Tianyi was just watching this scene indifferently, with a cold expression. However, his hand was always in his pocket, as if holding something. If Zhao Wen suddenly went crazy and attacked Jiang Chen, he would immediately step in to protect Jiang Chen. Besides Jiang Chen's life, he seemed to care about nothing else. Then Jiang Chen began to count down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Zhao Wen's heart became more and more panicked. He was very conflicted. After all, his father's shares fell into his hands, and he hadn't even warmed them up yet. Also, he had just taken control of the Zhao group, not even half a day had passed, and he hadn't done anything yet. Would anyone be willing to hand over the shares like this, and even take his original 10% share? But if he didn't hand them over, his life would be in danger. He felt that Jiang Chen would really push him off the cliff. Without life, there would be nothing. But he had a feeling that even if he signed this contract, Jiang Chen would still push him down. He seemed to have no way out today. Just as Jiang Chen counted to 1, Zhao Wen suddenly spoke up. This contract, even if I sign it, is useless because it is invalid. To transfer shares to outsiders, shareholders holding a total of more than 50% of the shares must agree. I only have 44% myself, so even if I sign it, it's useless. Jiang Chen had known about this issue long ago, which was why he brought Zhao Li along. With Zhao Li's 10% and Zhao Wen's 44%, that would be 54%, exceeding 50%, making the contract valid. Jiang Chen had someone call Zhao Li over. When Zhao Li saw Zhao Wen, he looked somewhat surprised. Zhao Wen! But then he remembered what Jiang Chen had said to him. How Zhao Wen treated him, he would treat Zhao Wen the same way. "Brother, save me." When Zhao Wen saw Zhao Li, he called out to him as if he had seen a savior. Zhao Li already understood what was going on. He walked towards Zhao Wen, ignoring his plea for help, and took the contract from him. Soon, he finished reading the contract, looked up at Jiang Chen, and his eyes showed some shock. Jiang Chen, this. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush. He believed Zhao Li was a smart person and completely understood his meaning. He directly said to him, "Sign the contract with your brother." Zhao Li was stunned for a moment and said to Jiang Chen, "I understand why you are doing this, I can sign this contract. However, can I make a request? Spare Zhao Wen's life." Jiang Chen was not surprised at all by Zhao Li's words, he even expected them. He nodded calmly, "I promise you, but after signing the contract, I want you to take over as the general manager of the Zhao group and help me manage the Zhao group well." Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhao Wen had once tried to kill him and even Jiang Chen, he couldn't bear to watch him die. As long as he could save his life, the shares and other external things could be considered his punishment. Zhao Li knew what bad things Zhao Wen had done over the years. He even felt that this punishment was too light for him. I hope he can start anew in the future, Jolly thought, nodding at Jiang Chen. I promise you. After that, Jolly signed his name on the contract. Then he handed the contract to Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen had no choice but to sign the contract. After signing, Jolly brought the contract to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the contract, smiled faintly, and at this moment, the entire Zhao group had completely belonged to him. Zhao Wen was particularly nervous at this moment. He was afraid that after Jiang Chen got the contract, he would still go back on the agreement and kill him. But Jiang Chen didn't. Jiang Chen took the contract and turned around casually, let's go. Seeing Jiang Chen's behavior, both Zhao Wen and Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wen thought to himself, Jiang Chen, you are still too naive. Not ruthless enough. If I were you, I would never let myself leave. Today, if you can't kill me, next time I will definitely kill you. He watched as Jiang Chen led Zhao Li and the people he brought towards the distance. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell. With a hint of joy of surviving a disaster, he walked forward. However, just as he took a step, a group of crows suddenly flew in from the sky. They flew straight towards his face, their claws and beaks attacking his face frantically. Zhao Wen was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back, suddenly feeling the ground beneath his feet disappear, falling off the cliff. In the process, he let out a scream. Jiang Chen and Zhao Li heard it, turned back to look, but only saw a group of crows flying away, unable to see Zhao Wen's figure at all. Zhao Li hurried back to search, but found nothing. The cliff was so high, and there were many weeds blocking the view, making it impossible to see someone who fell from above. Where is Zhao Wen? Zhao Li searched for a long time, looking puzzled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged, making an innocent expression, saying, how would I know, he probably ran away. With a puzzled look, Zhao Li turned to explore the surroundings again. However, all he saw were some messy weeds and trees swaying in the wind. After some thought, he nodded, thinking that Zhao Wen must have run away on his own. After all, Jiang Chen let him go, so why would he stay here? In the wilderness, there is more than one way down the mountain, and he definitely wouldn't dare to take the same path as Jiang Chen, so he must have run off on a different route. As for the scream, who knows? Maybe he was scared by the crows. Zhao Li continued to walk outside with Jiang Chen. They got into the car and drove towards the city. Jiang Chen looked out the window, feeling quite good. Those crows were not accidental, but he secretly had a master-pet relationship with them, secretly ordering them to attack Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen had tried to harm him several times and even threatened his life, so he wouldn't let him off easily. As for his promise to Zhao Li earlier, it was just to keep Zhao Li stable. When the car arrived in the city, Jiang Chen first sent Zhao Li to the Zhao group to handle the group's affairs. Then he returned to his own villa. Sitting alone in the backyard chair, Jiang Chen admired the beautiful scene of flowers blooming in the sunlight, thinking about the recent experiences. Since binding with the system, which was just over half a month ago, he had Lin Rixin, the national goddess, as his girlfriend, the world's top bodyguard Tianyi protecting his safety, and the identity of a prince. Although he was a bastard, it was still useful. In terms of assets, with 44% of the shares of the Zhao Group, based on market value, it should be worth at least 50 billion. Oh, and there was also an unlimited credit card. If he wanted to swipe it, he could probably spend 1 trillion. However, what expensive things were there to buy? Besides, last year the national GDP was only over 100 trillion, swiping 1 trillion would be equivalent to 1% of the national gross domestic product, and Long Linping would not let him go. What to do with so much money? It's most reassuring to spend one's own money. A few 100 billion is enough for him to squander for a lifetime. In short, Jiang Chen felt that he lacked nothing. In the future, life would be all about enjoyment, then studying the system, practicing the ability to manipulate objects, and doing whatever he wanted. He thought he quite missed that tigress. Now that the Zhao Group's affairs were settled, he decided to go see her. At this moment, it wasn't just Jiang Chen who was thinking about the tigress, but his thoughts were completely different from mere nostalgia. In a luxurious villa in a certain place in Kaiyun City, an old man looked at his cherished wine, one of which was made with a crystal-clear body, inside the jar, soaking many precious medicinal herbs, including several pale yellow bones. The wine was also soaked into a golden color, bright and translucent. The old man looked at the remaining wine in the jar and said to the servant next to him, "This jar of wine needs to be replenished. The medicinal herbs inside have been soaked once, and the medicinal effects have been mostly consumed. Replace them all with new ones, especially this tiger bone, put more of it." The servant nodded in agreement. The old man continued, "As one ages, the body weakens. It's either back pain or leg pain. It's only with this tiger bone wine that I can stand up and walk around, move a bit, and my old back doesn't ache as much." The servant seemed to realize something and said to the old man, "Master, it may be difficult to buy this tiger bone medicine." The old man turned to the servant, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "If you can't buy it, then go hunt for it. Didn't the news report a while ago that a female tiger and 2 cubs were found? Send someone to hunt down that female tiger and make wine for me." "Yes." The servant immediately nodded and left. Jiang Chen sat in a chair in the garden and made a video call to Lin Rixin. After the call connected, Lin Rixin's beautiful face appeared on the phone. She first raised her fair and slender hand to greet Jiang Chen, then smiled and said, "You bad guy, it took you so long to call me. If you don't call me soon, I'll get angry." Humph. With that, she puffed up her cheeks, pretending to be angry, but her eyes were full of laughter. Seeing her cute appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Didn't I just call you? Besides, you didn't call me either." Lin Rixin immediately stuck out her tongue mischievously at the phone. "Oh, I've been really busy lately." Jiang Chen asked, "What have you been busy with?" Lin Rixin immediately complained to Jiang Chen about the hardships of her work. "Just finished one show over there, and now I have to rush to another one. You don't know, it's a reality show, and I have to do farm work when I get there. Chopping wood, feeding chickens, and brushing cows. It's really exhausting." Lin Rixin then whispered, "I'm answering your call secretly in the bathroom now. They're still filming outside, hee hee." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Rixin, who was wearing a blue jacket with a t-shirt inside featuring a small bear in the middle. Jiang Chen said to her, "Take off your jacket and show me the bear on your shirt." Lin Rixin blushed slightly. "Bad guy, what are you up to?" "Oof. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm still in the middle of a show. They're still filming outside." Jiang Chen said, "It's okay, that's what makes it exciting." Lin Rixin said, "Fine, but you can only take a quick look." Then, 2 big white rabbits appeared on Jiang Chen's phone screen. Lin Rixin's participation in this reality show was live-streamed, and the audience watching the show had not seen Lin Rixin for several minutes, causing them to urgently send barrage messages. "Where's my Lin Rixin? I haven't seen her for 3 minutes. How can I live without her? Throw the cameraman's lunch on the ground. Why is he filming other guests instead of Lin Rixin? I'm here to see her. My goddess Lin Rixin must be tired. Everyone, let her rest for a while. Goddess, come out quickly." Sob, sob, sob. After Jiang Chen finished reading, he smiled contentedly. Lin Rixin's face was already covered in blush. Jiang Chen said to Lin Rixin again, "I don't have much to do recently. I plan to go see that tiger again. When I come back, I'll look for you. After all, you've always come to me before. It's my turn to find you next time." Lin Rixin, upon hearing that Jiang Chen was coming to find her, immediately showed a face of anticipation and happiness, saying, "Okay, you better keep your word. And when you go see the tiger, be very careful, don't get eaten by the tiger." "Got it, don't worry," Jiang Chen nodded. Lin Rixin then said to the screen, "I have to go now. This program is live. If I'm not seen for a while, the audience will start urging me, and the director will come looking for me." Jiang Chen nodded, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll call you later, bye." "Bye." Lin Rixin hung up the phone. She straightened her clothes, walked out of the bathroom, and into another room. The camera finally caught her. At this moment, the blush on Lin Rixin's face had not yet faded. She picked up a few corn sticks and said to the camera, "Now we're going to feed the chickens with corn. We have to pick off the corn kernels while we feed the chickens." With that, she walked towards the yard with the corn sticks, and the camera quickly followed behind. The audience continued to send barrage comments. Lin Rixin finally came out. "I want to see the goddess picking corn. I want to see the goddess feeding the chickens. Why is Lin Rixin's face so red? What did she just do? She must be tired. This show is like hell for the guests. Whoever comes has to work. She must have tired out my goddess. Her face is so red. I feel sorry for her. Lin Rixin goddess is so hard-working, but she looks even more beautiful with her red face." That's right. The goddess looks so beautiful with her red face. She's stunning. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen casually put his phone in his pocket and called Tianyi over. Jiang Chen knew that no matter where he went, Tianyi would definitely follow. He said to him, "I'm going to see the tiger. Should we drive or buy tickets?" Tianyi was a bit puzzled. "See the tiger?" Jiang Chen nodded. "It's the wildlife nature reserve established some time ago." Although Tianyi was puzzled, he still nodded. "Let's drive." Jiang Chen said, "Okay, let's prepare something first." Jiang Chen and Tianyi drove out and went to the mall to buy 500 pounds of the best beef. He thought, since he had drunk tiger milk last time, he should bring something this time. In the wild, you have to catch what you want to eat, so it's better to bring some with you. After returning to the villa, Jiang Chen asked Aunt Li to cook all the beef in plain water with less salt. He thought, tigers in the wild have never eaten cooked meat, so why not give it a try? Cooked meat should be easier to digest than raw meat, and it should like it very much. After the beef was cooked, Jiang Chen had many ice packs prepared. This way, on the way, he could cover all the beef with ice packs to prevent it from spoiling. Jiang Chen planned to set off as soon as the beef was cooked, as it was quite far away, and by the time he arrived, it should be evening. It's pitch black in the mountains at night, the mountain roads are difficult to walk, and it's scary. He planned to stay in a hotel in the city after arriving there, and then head into the mountains early the next morning. Just as the beef was cooking, a call came from Li Yan. Li Yan usually didn't call herself, so Jiang Chen wondered what was going on. Jiang Chen answered the phone, and Li Yan's voice came through. General Jiang, there's something at the company that requires your input. Jiang Chen thought, Li Yan usually handles the company's affairs, what happened this time? She can't handle it? Jiang Chen said into the phone, what's the matter? Li Yan said, our branch has a major client, the Zhao Group in the city. However, today, they have undergone 2 major changes in equity. Now we don't even know who their new chairman is, a very mysterious person, rumored not to be from the Zhao family. I'm worried this might affect our future cooperation, so I think you should visit their general manager. After all, you are the general manager, it would be better for you to go in person. If we go, it might seem like we don't take it seriously. Jiang Chen smiled, is that all? I thought it was something serious. Jiang Chen is grateful to Bingfei Company, especially to Chen Bingfei. Although this sister is system-bound, Jiang Chen still has a good impression of her, and she has helped him before, so he should repay her through this matter. Jiang Chen calmly said on the phone, Li Yan, you handle this matter. You should talk to the general manager of the Zhao Group on behalf of our company. Li Yan sounded somewhat incredulous on the phone, Mr. Jiang, I am just the deputy general manager of our branch, while the other party is the general manager of the group, the head of 100 billion group. Will he see me? He will, just go with confidence, Jiang Chen said on the phone. Li Yan was puzzled by Jiang's certainty. She was about to ask Jiang Chen, but he hung up directly. Li Yan was both puzzled and speechless. Jiang Chen is really unpredictable. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen called Zhao Li. When the call connected, Jiang Chen said, Zhao Li, I have an assistant named Li Yan, the deputy general manager of Bingfei Company's branch. She will represent the Bingfei branch to discuss a business with you, please meet with her. Zhao Li immediately agreed on the phone, okay, no problem. Then Jiang Chen added, support her more in the business aspect, understood? Zhao Li nodded, okay, understood. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, give me a call when you meet. Zhao Li nodded again, okay, got it. After the beef was cooked, Jiang Chen had the large pieces of beef placed in a large stainless steel basin, moved it to the trunk of the car, covered it with a layer of plastic wrap, and then placed ice packs on top to bury it. This way it was ready. 500 caddies of fresh beef, after cooking, shrank a lot, leaving only about 300 caddies. Jiang Chen thought, let the tiger have a taste, can't feed too much to a wild tiger, in case it becomes lazy and stops hunting, how will it survive in the wild in the future? After packing the beef, Jiang Chen set off with Tianyi. The car they drove was arranged by Tianyi, and they had a driver named Zhang Chang. There were only 3 of them. They were going to see the tiger, and Jiang Chen didn't want to bring too many people. Besides, now that the matter with the Zhao Group was resolved, Jiang Chen had no enemies. It was a peaceful era, with not much fighting going on, so bringing too many people was useless. And even if they encountered any bad people, Tianyi and Zhang Chang would be enough. As for Liu Ono, he was still injured, so Jiang Chen let him rest at home. Zhang Chang drove, Jiang Chen sat in the back seat, and Tianyi sat next to Jiang Chen. On the way, with nothing else to do, Jiang Chen chatted with Tianyi and asked him, Tianyi, can you explain your codename to me? Why is it Tianyi? Jiang Chen initially thought this might involve some confidential information, so Tianyi wouldn't say. But unexpectedly, it wasn't confidential, and Tianyi started explaining directly. Our internal bodyguards are divided according to levels of strength. A total of 36 top bodyguards, classified according to the levels of Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with 9 codenames in each level. Among the 36, the first is Tianyi, and the last is Huangji. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked. So, you are the most powerful one among the 36 top bodyguards? Tianyi nodded without modesty, yes. Jiang Chen was surprised. He knew Tianyi was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Long Linping is too good to himself, directly assigning him the top bodyguard. What kind of treatment is this? Not only Jiang Chen, but also Zhang Chang, who was driving in front, was even more shocked. He had heard of the classification of these bodyguards. Among the 36 positions, each one is a top expert, selected from the elite of the elite, geniuses. No, they can't even be called geniuses, because even geniuses can't squeeze in. They should be called abnormal talents. Too abnormal. And Tianyi, actually standing out from those people, obtaining the codename Tianyi. How strong must he be? What shocked him even more was that Tianyi was sent to protect Jiang Chen. What kind of identity does this Jiang Chen have? He didn't dare to think about it. Now he feels that being able to drive Jiang Chen should be a great honor. In the back seat, Jiang Chen asked Tianyi again, "What is your original name?" Tianyi shook his head. "That's confidential." Jiang Chen. Just now those things were not confidential, but the name has become confidential. Okay, he won't ask anymore, he'll ask something else. Jiang Chen suddenly asked, "Can you defeat Liu Ono?" Tianyi replied, "If it's on the stage with rules, you have to fight to know. If it's off the stage without any rules, in my eyes, he's just like an ordinary person. Not to mention me, even Huangji could easily deal with him. But I do recognize his combat strength. The world's comprehensive combat stage still has a lot of value." Jiang Chen nodded after listening, feeling that what Tianyi said should be correct. Off the stage, without any rules, then he could just take a gun. In front of that thing, no matter how high your kung fu is, it's useless. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the window. The car was speeding, and there were birds flying not far away. Jiang Chen secretly bound a bird with the system, making it his pet. Then he controlled the bird to peck at another bird nearby. The two birds started fighting. Jiang Chen controlled another bird and ordered them to mate, to have more baby birds. As for whether they were male or female, Jiang Chen didn't know. They arrived at their destination, and the three of them checked into the most luxurious hotel there. The next morning, Jiang Chen was ready to enter the mountain. Jiang Chang drove them to the entrance of the mountain. Before they arrived, Jiang Chen saw that the mountain was already surrounded by brand new barbed wire. Not far ahead, there was a small pavilion blocking their way. Inside the pavilion, a staff member told them, "You can't go any further, please turn back." Jiang Chang directly showed him an identification card, and after the person looked at it, he immediately let them pass. They arrived at the place where Jiang Chen had gotten off the car last time, and from there, they had to walk. After getting off the car, Jiang Chen said to Zheng Chang, "The three of us will carry the beef in first, put it inside, and then you can come back and wait here." Okay, Zheng Chang nodded in agreement. The three of them packed the beef into their backpacks and walked towards the mountain together. At the same time, in another part of the mountain, three people were carrying hunting rifles, using wire cutters to cut the barbed wire, and quietly sneaked into the mountain. Jiang Chen and the others walked into the mountain, and when they reached a certain point, Jiang Chen had them all place the beef on the ground. "When the time comes, just let the tiger come out by itself, it's too heavy to carry. The position here should be on the edge of the tiger's range of activity." Later, Jiang Chen let Zheng Chang go back by himself. Jiang Chen's bag was carrying about 20 pounds of cooked beef, and he continued to walk towards the mountain with Tianyi. On the way, Tianyi asked Jiang Chen, "Aren't you afraid of the tiger biting you?" Jiang Chen calmly replied, "It's okay, the tigers here are my friends." Tianyi was puzzled but didn't ask any more questions, just followed behind Jiang Chen, his eyes constantly scanning around. As they walked, he swung one hand while the other hand stayed close to his waist. This was not a deliberate action but a habit. The hand close to the waist was for pulling out a weapon at any time. Jiang Chen was carried into the tiger's den by the tiger last time, and when he came out with his bear friend. Now he doesn't remember the way to the tiger's den at all. He could only rely on memory, following a rough direction inwards, hoping to encounter the tigress. However, by late morning, Jiang Chen still hadn't encountered it. How large is the range of a tiger's activity in the mountains? Jiang Chen didn't know, but he heard it was very large, up to hundreds of miles in diameter. But Jiang Chen thought that the tigress with her cubs shouldn't have gone too far. As long as he wandered around nearby, he would eventually encounter her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zhao group, Li Yan walked nervously with a female colleague into the Zhao group building. After calling Jiang Chen yesterday, she tried to contact the staff of the Zhao group. Unexpectedly, the other party readily agreed to meet her, and even the group's general manager personally agreed to see her. This made her feel somewhat surprised. In their small company, she usually only dealt with a project manager. But this time, it was the group's general manager who agreed to see her in person. She couldn't help but wonder, could there be a problem with the cooperation? Or did they do something wrong that led the group's general manager to personally end the cooperation? It didn't seem likely. If they were to end the cooperation, couldn't they just send someone to inform her? Why did the group's general manager have to come in person? It just didn't make sense. Li Yan was puzzled. With an uneasy heart, the two were led by a beautiful female assistant of the Zhao group to Zhao Li's office. Upon seeing them, Zhao Li immediately stood up politely to welcome them. "Li Yan, right? Welcome, please have a seat." Li Yan and her colleague politely smiled, shook hands with Zhao Li, and then sat down. Zhao Li then asked the assistant to pour tea for them. Li Yan thought to herself that the new general manager of the Zhao group was surprisingly young and had a good attitude towards them, polite and courteous. It seemed like he was a young and promising talent. However, unconsciously, she suddenly thought of Jiang Chen. If we talk about young talents, our general manager Jiang seems to be no less, very caring and even helps farmers. But it seems like General Manager Jiang doesn't hold such a high position as this group's general manager, but that's okay. General Manager Jiang is so talented, he will surely surpass him in the future. Thinking of this, Li Yan suddenly realized that her thoughts had drifted. She immediately brought herself back to reality and looked at Zhao Li, who was smiling at her. Without showing any emotion on the surface, Li Yan smiled and said to Zhao Li straightforwardly, Mr. Zhao, regarding the cooperation between our two companies, our company attaches great importance to it. Actually, this time it was supposed to be our general manager Jiang who came to see you in person, but he couldn't make it due to feeling unwell. He specially asked me to greet you on his behalf. Zhao Li smiled, waved his hand generously, and said, It's okay, no problem. We have been long-term partners, it doesn't matter who comes. Li Yan smiled and said tentatively to Zhao Li, Mr. Zhao is really straightforward. Let's continue our cooperation as before. But to their surprise, Zhao Li shook his head and said, No, we need to discuss our cooperation further. Li Yan and her colleague became nervous and waited for Zhao Li to continue. After a pause, Zhao Li said, Since our cooperation is going so well, we can't continue as before. We need to expand. Our chairman personally said that he will triple the number of orders for you in the future. Li Yan was shocked. Zhao Group is their subsidiary's largest client. Tripling the orders all of a sudden. It's unimaginable. This could create millions in profit for their subsidiary in a year. And he actually said it was the chairman who personally made the decision. Is it the current mysterious chairman of Zhao Group? Who is he exactly? Why does he care about this small business deal? Zhao Li sensed Li Yan's astonishment, took out his phone, and said to her, Our chairman said, when the time is right, give him a call, he may have something to tell you in person, please wait a moment. After that, Zhao Li dialed Jiang Chen's phone number. Li Yan was completely puzzled. Why would the chairman want to talk to her personally? Do they know each other? Although she couldn't figure out what was going on, Zhao Li had already made the call, so Li Yan could only wait quietly on the side. In the mountains, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhao Li calling. They shouldn't have signal in their current location. However, this phone was given to him by Tianyi, who said it had signal no matter where he was. It also stored the contact information of Tianyi and Zhang Chang, making it easy for Jiang Chen to call for help in case of an emergency. In addition, this phone had many other functions, such as strong lighting, life detection, crisis detection, automatic distress call and first aid functions, which included a special department's number. Wherever Jiang Chen was, as long as he dialed it, dozens of helicopters would immediately be dispatched for rescue, and the location information would be sent to Tianyi, and so on. Although it had powerful functions, it didn't look bulky at all, just like the high-end smartphones on the market, and it was quite stylish. Jiang Chen answered the phone, and Zhao Li's voice came through. Director Jiang, the cooperation has been settled. The orders from Bingfei Company will triple in the future. Are you satisfied with this? Li Yan listened on the side. Their chairman's surname is also Jiang, coincidentally the same as Director Jiang. But it's just a coincidence. Li Yan didn't think much of it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Tripling the orders was acceptable, and he said to the phone, Okay, that's settled. Please pass the phone to Li Yan. All right. Zhao Li nodded, then handed the phone to Li Yan and said, Our chairman has something to tell you. Li Yan took the phone with a puzzled look and put it to her ear. Director Jiang, hello, this is Li Yan. In the phone, Jiang Chen's cheerful voice came through. Li Yan, negotiations went smoothly, right, huh? Hearing this familiar voice, the familiar tone, Li Yan's eyes were filled with shock. Director Jiang, it's you. You are the new mysterious chairman of Zhao Group. Li Yan was completely astonished. She never expected that Director Jiang and Chairman Jiang were the same person. Jiang Chen laughed on the phone. What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to be the chairman? Are you satisfied with the 3 times the order you discussed? If not, I can ask him to add more. Li Yan quickly said, That's enough. 3 times the order is enough for us to keep busy, no need to add more. Jiang Chen smiled. Li Yan is quite content. However, Jiang Chen also knows that more orders are not necessarily better. A sudden surge in orders may lead to production issues. 3 times is just right. Jiang Chen said into the phone, That's good. Jiang Chen walked through the mountains while talking on the phone, and suddenly noticed something. In the distance ahead, it seemed like 3 people were crouching in the grass, aiming rifles. Their guns were pointed at the other side of the hill, blocking Jiang Chen's view from this side, so he couldn't see what they were aiming at. However, Jiang Chen could sense that something was not right. This is the territory of a mother tiger, could they be aiming at that mother tiger? Jiang Chen immediately hung up the phone and shouted towards them, "What are you doing?" Initially, Jiang Chen thought this was a protected area where hunting was not allowed, so these three people must be poachers. If poachers were discovered, they would definitely be scared off, as getting caught meant going to jail. So he shouted to at least stop them from shooting, whether or not it would scare them off. However, Jiang Chen did not expect these three poachers to be so bold. Despite being discovered, they did not run away, but just looked back and then aimed their guns again. In fact, Jiang Chen's shout did startle the three poachers. But they did not want to give up this opportunity, because their rifles were aimed at the prey they were looking for, that mother tiger. You see, that big boss had paid a high price to hire them to hunt down this mother tiger, then skin it and soak the bones in alcohol. Not just the bones, but many parts of the tiger's body that the big boss liked. Tiger liver, tiger gallbladder, tiger kidneys, tiger penis. He would eat these things to nourish his body. They didn't know if these things really worked, but the big boss believed in them and was willing to pay for it. This time the money was really a lot. As long as they successfully killed this mother tiger, each of them could get 3 million. 3 million! That's money that many people can't save up in their lifetime. For the three of them, it was also a chance to get rich overnight. With this 3 million, they could go home and retire directly, living a comfortable life, without worries for the rest of their lives. After entering the mountains, they finally managed to locate the position of this old tiger. They smeared tiger dung on themselves so that the tiger wouldn't smell any strange odors on them. They had a hard time finding such a perfect spot to aim their guns. The mother tiger was resting with her two cubs. She was lying in the grass basking in the sun, while the two cubs were playing and fighting beside her. They had no idea of the danger behind them. As long as they pulled the trigger, each person would get 3 million. That would be half in their hands. But they didn't expect a sudden shout from a kid to interrupt them. However, they were unwilling to just stop like this and waste this great opportunity. Among the three poachers, there was one who was the oldest, over 40 years old, named Laogua. After seeing Jiang Chen, Laogua turned his head first and looked at their prey, the mother tiger. The mother tiger also heard Jiang Chen's shout, suddenly stood up, looked around, but didn't see anything. It didn't know if it remembered that it was Jiang Chen's voice, but it could sense the urgency and warning in that shout, indicating danger. Being alert, it decided to move to a different place, so it took the two cubs and prepared to leave. Laogua was a little anxious and said to the two people next to him, "Don't worry about them. Let's deal with the tiger first. It's already scared, let it go this time, it won't be so easy to find next time." The other two people were also blinded by money, thinking to themselves that they should deal with the tiger first and worry about other things later. The three of them picked up their guns again and aimed at the mother tiger. These three men were hunting in the mountains before, their marksmanship was impeccable. Especially Laogua, who had been hunting for 20 years, was extremely skilled with a rifle, hitting the target within 100 meters effortlessly. People said that his marksmanship was so good that he could even shoot a flea. The mother tiger walked quickly towards the tree, but the two playful tiger cubs seemed unaware of the danger. They were too playful and didn't follow the mother tiger closely. The mother tiger had to stop and look back, trying to call the cubs to catch up. This pause was the perfect opportunity to shoot. Bang! 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 3 gunshots, 3 poachers pulled the trigger together. At this distance, less than 100 meters, with such a large target like the tiger standing still, all 3 of them were confident that this round of shooting would hit the target. However, the result left them all feeling very strange. After the gunshots, both the mother tiger and the cubs were startled, and in the blink of an eye, they ran into the woods and disappeared. There was not a drop of blood on the ground where the mother tiger had been. The 3 men suddenly looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "We missed?" Laogua was the first to question. The other 2 also looked puzzled. This shouldn't have happened. If one person missed, that's one thing, but how did all 3 of us miss? One of the poachers with a green woolen hat said. The other poacher, wearing a tattered brown woolen hat with 2 big ears on each side covering his entire face, looked somewhat frightened and stuttered, I think we've been cursed. When we fired just now, I suddenly felt a force lifting my gun barrel. The bullets all went up into the sky." At this point, the other 2 also flashed a hint of fear in their eyes because they had the same feeling. They had aimed accurately, but just at the moment of firing, the gun barrel inexplicably lifted upwards, as if being lifted by an invisible hand. This slight movement caused their bullets to miss by who knows how much. Laogua suddenly looked serious and thought, have we angered the mountain god? People like them who often ventured into the woods were very concerned about those mysterious sayings and taboos. He wondered if they had entered the mountain this time without paying respects to the mountain god for fear of being discovered, and thus provoked the mountain god? This was a bad omen. Just as the three of them were feeling puzzled about this, Tianyi was already approaching them rapidly. After they fired their guns, Jiang Chen gave Tianyi the command. Tianyi, catch them for me. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Tianyi take action. His movements were very fast, like a cheetah. He circled around to approach the three men. Just as the three poachers were extremely puzzled about missing their shots, Tianyi had already appeared beside them. Jiang Chen also ran towards them from the front. There was still some distance between them and the other side, with some trees in between, so Jiang Chen was not worried about them attacking him with a rifle. As long as they picked up their guns, Jiang Chen would hide behind a tree. But he didn't think they would be so bold. If they dared to use a rifle to shoot people, the crime would not be as simple as poaching. Although Jiang Chen ran in a straight line and Tianyi ran in an arc, just as Jiang Chen had run halfway, Tianyi had already reached the three poachers. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, is this guy even human? His movements are too fast. Moreover, he ran in positions that utilized the terrain and trees to conceal his figure, and the three guys on the opposite side didn't see him at all. Tianyi's figure seemed to appear next to them in an instant. Tianyi casually kicked with his foot. The action was skillful, and the shotguns in the hands of the two poachers with hats were kicked away. Laoguo then reacted, quickly picking up the shotgun in his hand. Although he didn't want to shoot anyone, a little scare wouldn't hurt. Laoguo aimed the shotgun at Tianyi. However, before he could aim properly, Tianyi kicked again, hitting his shotgun. Bang! Laoguo felt his hands go numb, not knowing the force behind the kick. The shotgun in his hand immediately flew out and landed far away. The other two poachers with hats tried to pick up their shotguns, but Tianyi caught up in a few steps, easily knocking them down. Tianyi then stood in front of them, picked up a shotgun from the ground, loaded it skillfully with a click, and aimed the gun at the three men. Don't move, hands up, Tianyi said coldly. Seeing Tianyi's skill and proficiency with the shotgun, the three men instantly knew they were in trouble. They didn't know what they had done to provoke him. Despite their thoughts, facing Tianyi's gun, they immediately raised their hands and stood still. At this moment, Laoguo forced an awkward smile, showing his yellow teeth, and said to Tianyi, brother, let's talk things out, hee. What's the matter with you? We are all friends when we are out, friends. Tianyi remained silent, just coldly holding the shotgun. Jiang Chen finally arrived, panting heavily. The distance didn't seem far, but it was uphill. Jiang Chen felt quite tired after running, but watching Tianyi run so effortlessly just now, it felt different. If he hadn't trained with Leono for a while, he would have found it even more exhausting. Jiang Chen took a few breaths, calmed himself, looked in the direction where the three poachers had fired, saw nothing, no blood on the ground, indicating they had missed their shots. Jiang Chen then asked the three poachers, what were you shooting at just now? The three men looked around nervously, none of them seemed honest. Laoguo, with a smile on his face, replied, nothing, we were just shooting at rabbits. We missed and let it escape. May I ask who you two are? Jiang Chen said directly, we are from the protected area, specifically catching poachers like you. Shooting rabbits? Do you need to come to the protected area to shoot rabbits? Stop making excuses. Hearing that they were from the protected area, the three men looked bitter, thinking they were in trouble and might get caught. However, on second thought, they were relieved as they hadn't hit anything, had no evidence of wrongdoing, and would probably be out in a few months at most. But they were also unwilling to give up this chance for sudden wealth. If they were caught, their 3 million each would be gone. Laoguo's mind started working, thinking of a way out. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Chen decided to play along and said, you have guts, daring to come to the protected area to hunt tigers. Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced for that? Upon hearing the word tiger, the guy with the brown hat immediately stuttered in denial. You don't talk nonsense. Where did we hunt tigers? Didn't you see it? We didn't hit anything. You can't accuse us without evidence. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart, thinking why they didn't hit the target. He knew very well. Just now, when he saw them ignoring his shouts and turning back to shoot, Jiang Chen realized something was wrong. He then used the system to bind the shotguns in their hands, making himself the controller of the shotguns. At the moment they fired, he manipulated the gun barrels to lift slightly. After practicing before bed every day, Jiang Chen could now control the gun barrels of 3 shotguns to lift simultaneously. Although it was only a slight adjustment, the direction of the gun barrel, once off by a bit, would cause the bullet to deviate significantly. This was why they missed the target. Otherwise, he didn't know what consequences they would have caused. As for whether they were hunting tigers, Jiang Chen guessed, but he didn't see it. Jiang Chen said to the guy in the brown hat, still not admitting it, huh? I saw the tiger running just now. The guy in the brown hat refused to admit, it really wasn't. At this point, Jiang Chen didn't want to say much to them anymore. He was ready to call Jing Chang to come in and take the 3 of them away. Whether they were sentenced or imprisoned, he didn't think too much about it. As long as the tiger was safe, that was all that mattered. But at this moment, Lao Guo suddenly smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother, there are no outsiders here. Can we discuss something?" Jiang Chen sensed a hidden meaning in his smile and asked, "What is it?" Lao Guo said, "Can you let us go? Pretend you didn't see us. I can pay you 1 million. What do you think?" Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Chen felt something was amiss. Poachers were only after money, hunting animals to sell for profit. But what kind of poacher could come up with 1 million to buy him off? Their motives seemed to be more than just simple poaching. Could there be a wealthy boss behind them? If that was the case, if some wealthy boss, for some purpose, was willing to spend a fortune to hire people to hunt and kill a mother tiger, Jiang Chen would not let him go, no matter who it was. Now, Jiang Chen had someone, he didn't need to handle everything himself. Facing the 3 poachers, if he were to use the system's abilities to establish a friendship with them to gather information, Jiang Chen would feel disgusted. Leave the interrogation to Zheng Chang and the others. He directly said to Tianny, "Bring Zheng Chang in, take them out for interrogation, and investigate everything on them for me." "Yes." Tianny nodded, immediately communicating with Zheng Chang through the miniature microphone on his collar. After the communication was over, Zheng Chang indicated he would come right away. Tianny's gaze inadvertently fell on a certain place behind Jiang Chen, a lush thicket, which seemed normal at first glance. But Tianny's eyes caught a pair of eyes hidden within it. A pair of eyes that belonged to a fierce beast, the eyes of a tiger. It was staring at him. Tianny's whole body tensed up. Reaching into his chest, he pulled out a silver pistol, directly aiming at the thicket behind Jiang Chen. The thicket was only a dozen meters away from Jiang Chen, and he didn't know when the tiger had silently ambushed there. For a fierce tiger, this distance was only a matter of seconds. If it dared to harm Jiang Chen, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Jiang Chen rarely saw Tianny so nervous. He followed his line of sight and carefully searched for a while, only to discover the pair of eyes hidden behind the thicket. It was her, the mother tiger. Jiang Chen recognized her at a glance. Originally, although the mother tiger was scared away by the gunshot, it heard Jiang Chen's voice and smelled Jiang Chen's scent. It placed the 2 cubs in a safe place and quietly returned. However, it saw not only Jiang Chen, but also Tianny standing next to him, with 3 poachers not far away. Cautiously, it did not come out directly. "Tianny, don't shoot," Jiang Chen said to Tianny, raising his hand to block Tianny's gun sight, as if afraid that Tianny would be too nervous and pull the trigger. Seeing his gun sight blocked by Jiang Chen's hand, Tianny immediately took 2 steps to the side, still aiming at the tiger. "Don't block, if it pounces, I must protect your safety." At this moment, Jiang Chen and Tianny's attention was all on the tiger, but the 3 poachers nearby had forgotten to escape because they saw something in Tianny's hand that truly frightened them. A handgun. This was different from a hunting rifle. Definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Lao Guo couldn't help but wonder, what were the identities of these 2? Were they really from the reserve? It couldn't be. How could people from the reserve have handguns like this? Jiang Chen, seeing Tianny still so nervous, smiled at him and said, "Don't be nervous, this tiger knows me, we are good friends, it won't bite me." Tianny didn't directly say he didn't believe it, but his actions holding the gun still showed his doubt. "Don't turn your back on the tiger, slowly move behind me," Tianny said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, seeing his disbelief, smiled and said, "You don't believe it, do you? Think about it, would the tigers in the zoo bite the keepers? My relationship with it is even better than the tigers in the zoo with the keepers. So, stand still and don't move, I'll go over and show you." With that, Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the bushes. Tianny wanted to stop him, but was afraid of alarming the tiger, so he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. He could only tightly grip the gun, slowly moving to the left front to find a better shooting position, to ensure that in case the tiger suddenly attacked, he could hit its eye with 1 shot. For a fierce beast like a tiger, if attacked elsewhere, 1 shot was not enough to kill it or incapacitate it. Only by trying to attack its eyes, a vulnerable spot, hoping to injure it and make it escape. Once, during a mission, he had to shoot a mad wild boar, 7 shots, all 7 shots hit the wild boar's body and head before it fell to the ground. And before the wild boar fell to the ground, it kept charging at him. The first few shots not only didn't kill it, but instead further fueled its ferocity, making it even more crazily charge. He thought, a fierce beast like a tiger should be even more difficult to deal with than a wild boar. Maybe it would take 2 magazines to completely kill it. The 3 poachers nearby were also shocked by Jiang Chen's bold actions. This was a natural reserve. The tigers here were wild tigers, carrying wildness, their way of life completely untouched by human intervention, completely in a natural wild state, far from the artificially raised tigers in the zoo. You know, the tigers in the zoo are basically fed into useless tigers by the keepers. Their wildness has faded away, some don't even bother to move, just eat and sleep all day. How could they compare to wild tigers? This young man dared to approach a wild tiger like this. In their eyes, it was simply seeking death. Although Jiang Chen had previously posted a video with a tiger online, not everyone had seen it. For example, Tianny, who didn't often go online, and these three poachers hadn't seen it either. At this moment, the three poachers were all waiting to see if Jiang Chen would be bitten to death by the tiger. Jiang Chen had already approached the bushes, less than 3 meters away from the bushes. The tiger was still crouching behind the bushes, in an ambush position as if ready to attack at any moment. As Jiang Chen approached, Tianny became more nervous. Although he was confident in hitting the tiger's eyes accurately, he couldn't guarantee that Jiang Chen wouldn't get hurt, as they were too close. However, Tianny noticed a detail: the tiger's gaze completely ignored Jiang Chen, not out of not seeing him, but seemingly without any hostility towards him. The tiger's eyes were fixed on him, seeing him as the biggest threat. Could they really be friends? Tianny couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Chen, now close to the bushes, reached out to the tiger and said, "Come out, don't be afraid. Tianny is my friend, he won't harm you." Jiang Chen then pointed to the three poachers and continued, "Those three are the bad guys, but don't worry, Tianny has already subdued them." Jiang Chen's hand reached into the bushes and directly touched the tiger's head, and the tiger showed no sign of displeasure, allowing Jiang Chen to touch it. Both Tianny and the three poachers were shocked by this scene. How did this guy become friends with a wild tiger? Tianny couldn't help but wonder. Old Guo also exclaimed, "Is this a tiger or a silly deer?" At the sight of the tiger's gaze, he immediately dismissed the idea. Tianny slowly lowered his gun upon witnessing this scene. The tiger seemed to understand Jiang Chen's words, jumped out of the bushes, and rubbed its head against Jiang Chen, as if it missed him. Feeling the mother tiger's affection, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think, "It seems like it's a middle-aged tiger. In a few years, if it can't hunt anymore, it will be eliminated by nature. What if more poachers come? It's so dangerous here. If I could keep it, with my current status, would it be too much to have a tiger at home?" Jiang Chen asked the mother tiger, "Where are your 2 cubs?" After listening, the mother tiger turned and walked towards the bushes, with Jiang Chen following. Tianny wanted to follow from behind, but Jiang Chen stopped him. "Tianny, watch them here, don't let them escape. You don't need to follow me, I'll be back soon." Tianny nodded. As a bodyguard, protecting the safety of the target is important, but there is also a rule not to restrict the protected person's actions, otherwise, their bodyguard work would lose its meaning. Tianny said to Jiang Chen, "If anything happens, remember to press the distress button on the phone immediately." There was a distress button on the phone Tianny gave to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and followed the tiger into the depths of the forest. Tianny picked up the 3 hunting rifles from the ground, sat under a tree, threw the rifles aside, leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes, and rested. The 3 poachers looked at each other, wanting to escape now. Tianny seemed to guess their thoughts even with his eyes closed and said slowly, "I have received orders to guard you. So, whoever dares to run, I will shoot." Although the 3 didn't know if Tianny was serious, they were scared and dared not move. Tianny leaned against the tree trunk with his eyes closed, as if asleep. After a moment, the 3 poachers looked at each other, and Lao Guo cautiously asked, "May I ask who you are? You are not from the reserve, right? How could someone from the reserve have that gun?" Tianny did not answer him, as if he hadn't heard. The 3 men wondered if Tianny was asleep. The poacher with the green hat took a cautious step, wanting to escape. He accidentally stepped on some fallen leaves, making a slight noise. The person next to him quickly patted his shoulder and pointed to Tianny, signaling him to look back. When he turned around, he saw Tianny already raising the gun. He was scared and immediately retracted his foot, and the 3 men stood still in place, not daring to move. Tianny lowered the gun again, closed his eyes as if asleep, but this time the 3 men had no intention of running away. Jiang Chen followed the mother tiger for quite a distance and found 2 tiger cubs in a secluded place with knee-high wild grass. They were both fine, seeming tired from playing and sleeping together. The mother tiger went over and licked them, and the cubs woke up. Seeing Jiang Chen, they became lively and started playfully biting his pant legs. Mischievous little ones, Jiang Chen picked them up, 1 in each hand. These 2 little ones had round bellies from eating, making them a bit heavy to carry. The mother tiger licked her paws and walked towards the right. Jiang Chen initially thought she was going home, to the cave they were in before. However, when he noticed the mother tiger's slightly shriveled belly, he seemed to understand something. He followed behind and asked the mother tiger, "Are you hungry? Are you going hunting? Your belly looks flat, haven't eaten today?" The mother tiger stopped, glanced back at him, then turned and continued walking forward. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the mother tiger had it tough, not only hunting to feed herself but also to feed the 2 cubs. Seeing their round bellies and the mother tiger's shriveled one, it seemed when food was scarce, she would give it all to them, eating the leftovers or nothing at all. Logically, since she could give birth to cubs, there should be at least one male tiger in the forest. However, Jiang Chen had never seen it and didn't know if it was still alive. Jiang Chen thought that maternal instinct not only shines in human mothers but also in animals. Once when he bought sausages, he saw a stray dog with sagging teats, indicating she had just given birth. She was wet, looking for food, her fur dull, body weak, and hungry. When Jiang Chen threw the sausages to her, she didn't eat any but immediately ran off. Curious, Jiang Chen followed her to an abandoned shack where she fed the sausages to her 4 puppies, leaving none for herself. The puppies were well fed, quickly finishing the sausages. The mother dog seemed tired and didn't go out to find more food, instead curling up in a dry spot, shivering in the cool rain. Jiang Chen felt sad and went back to the sausage vendor, bought $20 worth of sausages without chili, and brought them back to the shack, placing them on the ground. Jiang Chen watched as the mother dog and her puppies ate together, and soon they had finished off all 8 sausages. The mother dog ate the most, indicating that she was truly hungry. When Jiang Chen returned and told his girlfriend Li Shen about it, she scolded him for wasting money and even gave him a cold shoulder, but these matters are not worth mentioning. Later, when Jiang Chen was resting, he remembered the mother dog and her family, so he rode his bike to check on them. However, he found that their dilapidated shack had been demolished, and the mother dog and her family were nowhere to be found. He wondered if they had a shelter from the rain and if the mother dog could still find food. Jiang Chen said to the mother tiger, "Come with me, I'll take you to find food. I have a gift for you that you will surely like." The mother tiger looked at Jiang Chen, unsure if she understood his meaning. Nevertheless, when Jiang Chen gestured for her to follow, she did. Jiang Chen led her back to where they were before, and when Tianyi heard the commotion and saw Jiang Chen return, he immediately stood up, looking alert and energetic, with no trace of fatigue in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen holding 2 tiger cubs, Tianyi was slightly surprised but did not ask any questions. Jiang Chen said to Tianyi, "Zheng Chang's place is quite far, let's take the tiger to eat beef now and hand them over to Zheng Chang." "Okay." Tianyi nodded and gestured for the 3 poachers to walk ahead. The 3 men dared not act recklessly in front of Tianyi and obediently walked ahead. Tianyi removed the bullets from their guns and hung them around the necks of the 3 men, instructing them to bring them along. Caught this time, the 3 of them confessed. They were not afraid to be taken to the protected area or the police station, as they hadn't caught anything, and their guns were legal. At most, they would be detained for a few days and that would be the end of it. They would never reveal the name of their employer, the big boss, no matter who asked. The wealth and status of that big shot were something they dared not provoke. So the 3 poachers walked at the front, with Jiang Chen and Tianyi walking side by side behind them, and the mother tiger following Jiang Chen, while the 2 tiger cubs were too heavy for Jiang Chen to carry for long, so he put them down to follow the mother tiger. They walked all the way to where the beef was being cooked, and Zheng Chang happened to be there too. When Zheng Chang saw the tiger following them, he was startled and instinctively pulled out his pistol from his arms. However, he didn't intend to shoot, drawing the gun was just a reflex, as the tiger was clearly following Jiang Chen and showed no signs of attacking. Zheng Chang held the gun tightly but did not raise it, instead asking Jiang Chen and Tianyi, "What's going on? Why did you bring a tiger here?" Jiang Chen didn't explain to him but led the tiger to where the cooked beef was, saying to the tiger, "Look, this is the gift I brought for you. Eat up, there's more in my car." The mother tiger seemed hesitant, as if she had never eaten such meat before. She sniffed around the beef but hesitated to eat. The 2 tiger cubs, on the other hand, immediately started devouring the meat, embodying the idiom wolf down. The mother tiger didn't stop them, but she seemed to have some concerns of her own and still refused to eat. Jiang Chen decided to demonstrate by taking a big bite of the beef himself. Although it was bland as it was boiled in plain water, it had a unique taste, with a strong beef flavor that became more fragrant as he chewed. Jiang Chen chewed hard and swallowed a big piece of beef, then said to the mother tiger, "Look, I've eaten it too. This is beef, cooked and edible. Eat up." The mother tiger looked at Jiang Chen and finally lowered her head to eat. Jiang Chen watched the family of 3 enjoying their meal happily, feeling very pleased. After letting them eat, Jiang Chen called Zheng Chang over and took him aside, away from the 3 poachers, to speak where they couldn't be heard. Jiang Chen asked Zheng Chang in a low voice, "Did Tianyi tell you about those 3 guys?" Zheng Chang immediately nodded, "Yes, he did. They are poachers who dared to come to the protected area to hunt. They have quite the nerve." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "They are probably here to hunt tigers, and after I caught them, they actually offered me $1 million to let them go. These people are definitely not ordinary poachers. I guess they must have a wealthy boss behind them. Whoever it is, you need to interrogate and find out, understand?" "Yes," Zheng Chang replied promptly. Jiang Chen asked again, "Have you interrogated someone before?" Zheng Chang answered, "Yes, I have. I once carried out a rescue mission and caught a terrorist on the scene. I needed to get the location of the hostages from him, which I managed to do through interrogation, but what? Just say it, Zhang Chen said. Zheng Chang immediately responded, yes, but the methods were not in line with regulations. I resorted to violence in desperation. Although the mission successfully rescued the hostages, I still faced punishment upon returning. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, patted Zheng Chang on the shoulder, and said, I think sometimes using a bit of violence against bad people is acceptable. The key is to have a limit. These three guys probably won't resist like terrorists, huh? I believe you can handle it appropriately. Zheng Chang nodded, understood. Zheng Chang knew Zhang Chen's clear intention. The crimes of these three poachers were definitely not as severe as those of terrorists, so when using violence, he needed to be restrained, at most a few hits, with the emphasis on verbal intimidation. When he interrogated the terrorist who had committed numerous murders before, he even used bullets to shatter his toes. Zheng Chang walked briskly towards the three poachers, taking them a short distance away to the bottom of a slope to begin the interrogation. Zhang Chen watched the tigers eating meat here, and after a while, he heard some cries of agony coming from below the slope. The cries sounded quite miserable, but Zhang Chen felt there was definitely some exaggeration in them. Then, one of the poachers shouted loudly, Who are you people? You are using extrajudicial means, it's illegal. This was followed by Old Gua's voice, You are definitely not from the protected area. We admit our crime, hand us over to the police. Zhang Chen chuckled upon hearing this, sat on a rock, and continued watching the tigers eat meat, quietly waiting for the outcome, as more cries of agony came. After a while, the two tiger cubs had eaten their fill and were playing nearby, while the mother tiger was almost done with the remaining meat. Zheng Chang returned with the three poachers. There was not a scratch on their faces, and they looked fine. It was unclear where Zheng Chang had hit them, but it was evident that he hadn't been too harsh, as they were able to walk properly. Zheng Chang walked up to Zhang Chen and said, I've questioned them thoroughly. They were indeed hired by a wealthy boss who promised them 3 million to come here and hunt down this mother tiger, and bring back the carcass. Zhang Chen asked, What are they going to do with it? Zheng Chang replied, They will use the tiger bones to make wine. According to them, the boss is old and in poor health, so he often needs to drink tiger bone wine for health reasons. Zhang Chen's gaze shifted to the mother tiger, who had finished eating and was now licking her paws to clean her face. He remembered when the mother tiger forcibly carried him into the cave, treating him like a heartbroken mother, offering him prey she caught and even tiger milk. He couldn't sleep well at night, and when he tried to run away, she would bring him back, afraid of losing him. Zhang Chen felt that compared to humans, tigers couldn't speak, but every time he talked to her, she seemed to understand, knowing what he meant. They were intelligent creatures, so powerful, free, beautiful, and elegant. Such beautiful creatures, yet the big boss wanted to kill them just to make wine from their bones. Is this fair? It's so unfair. Zhang Chen was filled with anger. If he hadn't impulsively come to see her, she might have died under their guns. And that big boss, the mastermind, dared to kill my tiger mom. I will make you pay. Who is that big boss? Zhang Chen asked calmly, but with suppressed anger. Zheng Chang replied, He is indeed a big shot, the chairman of Maodai Group, Gao Xinyang. It's him. Zhang Chen was not familiar with this name, but the reputation of Maodai Group was well known in the country. With a market value of over 2 trillion, it was the highest valued company among A-share listed companies in the country. Absolutely number one. In terms of making money and profit margins, he was second to none, and no one dared to claim the top spot. How much money does Maodai Group make? The gross profit margin exceeds 90%. Other companies wouldn't dare to dream of it. A 500 milliliters bottle of white wine could sell for over 1,000 yuan, a price that couldn't be found on the market. People were fighting to buy it, and those who wanted to buy had to pay extra. A bottle could easily sell for 2,000 yuan. Slightly older bottles could easily sell for 3 to 4,000, even 4 to 5,000. Zhang Chen used to not understand why this wine was so good. 1 or 2 bottles cost more than his monthly salary, and rich people could finish a bottle in one meal. Now, Zhang Chen still didn't understand, as he had never tasted it and didn't even know what it tasted like. Zhang Chen said to Tianyi, Maodai Group is in Kaiyun City, right? Last time I said I was going to see Lin Rixin, and she seemed to be filming that reality show in Kaiyun City. I was planning to spend a few more days with the tiger in the forest, but now we won't. Let's go to Kaiyun City. Before leaving, Zhang Chen had the meat from the car unloaded and taken up the mountain. The 3 poachers also helped. Then Zhang Chen asked Zheng Chang to hand them over to the people in the reserve, and whatever punishment they received would be determined by the law. On the way back, Zheng Chang drove, while Zhang Chen and Tianyi sat in the back seat. Zhang Chen said to Tianyi, Tell the people at the reserve to increase security and not let poachers in again. Tianyi knew Jiang Chen cared deeply about the tiger, nodded, and made a call. The call wasn't directly to the reserve, it seemed to be to one of his subordinates or assistants. Tianyi informed the person on the phone in a commanding tone, and the person on the other end said, yes, before Tianyi hung up. Shortly after, a call was made directly to the head of the reserve. At first, the person in charge didn't know the caller's identity, but when the caller revealed who they were, the person in charge was shocked. It turned out to be a high-ranking military official. Yes, I understand, I will definitely increase security and not let poachers take advantage again. Rest assured, even if my house is robbed, I will never let those thieves enter the reserve again. The person in charge immediately made a solemn promise, and after hanging up the phone, he not only took off his glasses but also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In theory, as the head of the protected area, he had no connection with the military, and even if he were given orders, it wouldn't be the military giving them. However, he knew clearly that if things didn't go well this time and there were more problems in the protected area, the big shot would use his connections, and he would lose his position in no time, going to a place without freedom to live an extremely regimented life. He immediately drove to the protected area and gathered all his available personnel. They began working on the defense of the protected area. Listen up! The higher-ups are already aware of this matter and are taking it very seriously. Everyone, stay alert, patrolling shifts 24 hours a day. Also, our funding has arrived, so install cameras around the perimeter immediately. Make sure there are no blind spots. As they were preparing to take action, 3 camouflage trucks approached from a distance and stopped in front of them. 30 to 40 individuals in camouflage uniforms, armed to the teeth, got off the trucks and ran towards the person in charge of the protected area. At that moment, many thoughts crossed the person in charge's mind. Are they here to arrest me? It can't be for me to this extent. Could it be that they found out about me withholding the funding? It's over, it's really over now. This is the first time I've done something like this, and I've been caught in less than a month. I really can't do this anymore, sob. One of the individuals in camouflage walked up to them and asked, who is the person in charge of the protected area? The person in charge immediately raised his hand nervously and said, I am. The individual in camouflage said, we are ordered to provide temporary guard duty for the protected area. Please cooperate. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing they weren't there to arrest him. We will cooperate, we will definitely cooperate. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel very puzzled. What exactly is going on? It's just a few poachers, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? I heard that the 3 poachers were caught by a mysterious person and handed over to us. Could it be the identity of that mysterious person? What exactly is his identity? In the car, Jiang Chen finished the call and asked Tianyi, I want to raise a tiger, do you think it's feasible? Tianyi looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise, not because of Jiang Chen's idea of raising a tiger, but because he was surprised that Jiang Chen was willing to ask for his opinion in advance. Tianyi said calmly, according to regulations, it is illegal to privately raise a tiger. I do not recommend you do this. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. In fact, even Tianyi didn't know Jiang Chen's true identity. He only knew that Jiang Chen had an extraordinary relationship with Long Linping, and Long Linping cared a lot about him, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Tianyi to protect him. With such an identity, Tianyi knew that even if Jiang Chen really wanted to raise a tiger, no one could stop him. Who would dare to arrest him? However, Jiang Chen did not insist on his own idea but followed Tianyi's advice. You are right, we won't do anything illegal, but it's legal to raise tigers in a zoo, right? Tianyi was taken aback but nodded. Jiang Chen wanted to protect the tiger, but he wondered if it was really good for the tiger to be kept by his side. Would a tiger that lost its wildness still be called a tiger? So he came up with a solution, which was to build a wildlife park himself, or he could keep the tiger, ensuring its safety without losing its wild nature and dignity as the king of beasts. Jiang Chen immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhao Li's number. After the call connected, Zhao Li's voice came through the phone. Mr. Jiang, any instructions? Jiang Chen said, didn't the group secure the project for the new city development? You go and buy the barren mountain on the east side of the city outskirts, and build a wildlife park there. Zhao Li couldn't immediately accept Jiang Chen's radical idea of suddenly building a wildlife park. How could we just build a wildlife park out of nowhere? After a brief moment of thought, he said over the phone, Mr. Jiang, that barren mountain is not small in size, and it's inconvenient in terms of transportation. Building inside will require a large amount of materials. Just the transportation cost of materials alone will be a huge expense. Moreover, it's far from the city center, although it's slightly closer to the upcoming new city area. However, it will take at least 5 to 6 years for the new city to be fully developed. How long will it take for us to recover the costs of building a zoo there? That's a problem. But Jiang Chen, indifferent, said, regardless of the cost, it must be built. Also, the zoo should be divided into 2 areas, one for public viewing by visitors, and another area for my private residence. Build a villa for me inside. Zhao Li was speechless for a moment. Isn't this going too far? But who made Jiang Chen the head of the group? He could only agree, but he had to make some things clear to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I will come up with a plan as per your instructions as soon as possible. Regarding the design of this zoo, I will also have the design department provide several options for you to choose from. However, I must inform you in advance about one thing: this zoo project, from land acquisition to construction, will require cash support. But the project we have contracted for the new city development requires funding from our group. If both projects are launched simultaneously, our group's cash flow may face significant issues. If there are cash flow problems, leading to delays in the new city development project, it will have a considerable impact on our group's reputation and development. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhao Li could explain things so clearly to him, proving why he was chosen to manage the group. But is the matter of money a concern for Jiang Chen now? His unlimited credit card at home hasn't been touched at all. Jiang Chen firmly said to Zhao Li, do it with confidence. There won't be any issues with launching both projects together. If there are cash flow problems, I will handle it. Hearing Jiang Chen's assurance, Zhao Li felt confident and bold. If the chairman said so, what else did he have to worry about? All right, Mr. Jiang, I'll get on it right away. After hanging up with Zhao Li, the car had already entered the highway. Although Zhang Chang was not driving slowly, with a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, the interior of the car was very quiet. Almost no noise from the rushing vehicles could be heard, indicating that the car's sound insulation was excellent. Jiang Chen remembered something and dialed a video call to Beiha on his phone. The video call was quickly connected, and Beiha was lying in bed, holding up her phone to greet Jiang Chen. Hi Jiang Chen, I'm being lazy, haven't gotten out of bed yet. Haha, you won't laugh at me, will you? Jiang Chen smiled, seeing the stuffed toy he gave her placed next to Beiha's pillow, which was the reason he called her via video. While talking to Beiha, Jiang Chen secretly manipulated the stuffed toy to move. He wanted to experiment if his abilities were still effective despite the distance between them. It was successful as he made the stuffed toy's arm lift up smoothly. Jiang Chen nodded to himself, putting down the toy's arm. Through this experiment, he concluded that control was not affected by distance. Even if they were in different countries, controlling that stuffed toy was just as easy as if it were next to him. However, Beiha seemed to have noticed something on the phone screen, suddenly turning to look at the stuffed toy, but found nothing. She looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. Was it my imagination? Just now, this plush toy seemed to move a bit. Jiang Chen, is the plush toy you gave me electric? Jiang Chen shook his head and explained, no, it didn't move. Maybe you saw it wrong. Beiha picked up the plush toy, shook it to confirm that there was no issue, and then showed Jiang Chen an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was too sensitive. I was lying in bed reading horror comics just now. Jiang Chen smiled, chatted with her for a few more moments, and then hung up the phone. However, after hanging up, Jiang Chen remembered the scene of controlling the plush toy just now, and he seemed to have a different feeling. What was this feeling? It was as if he completely understood the structure of this plush toy, even including how many hairs were on it in total, as if he could know with just a thought. Jiang Chen experienced this feeling for the first time, not sure if it was an illusion. He had just used this thought and received a number in his mind, 135052. However, he didn't know if this number was accurate, as he couldn't actually count how many hairs a plush toy had. But this triggered Jiang Chen's contemplation. As the controller of that plush toy, he not only could manipulate it but also have a comprehensive understanding of it. That's what a controller should be. What does a comprehensive understanding mean? Jiang Chen thought. It meant that he could not only see the appearance of the plush toy but also easily see through its internals, every strand of velvet inside, even every molecule and atom that made up the velvet, he could perceive and control. Although he hadn't perceived at the molecular level yet, and he hadn't had this perception before, today was the first time. Jiang Chen thought this should be the result of his practice. Through daily practice before bed, his mental strength had become stronger, allowing him to perceive the controlled. As long as he continued to practice, he could achieve a complete understanding and control of a controlled object. As for whether he could truly reach the level of controlling molecules, Jiang Chen was just guessing, unsure if he could. If through continuous practice, strengthening his mental strength, he could truly reach the level of controlling molecules and atoms, then he would no longer be just a human. At that time, he would be a creator, an all-powerful god. However, for now, Jiang Chen still considered himself a human. Regarding the newly acquired perception ability, Jiang Chen was very curious and decided to experiment with something else. He saw Zhang Chang's wrist holding the steering wheel in front, wearing a tactical watch. He silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and that watch to be that of controller and controlled. The voice of the system came in his mind. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is that of controller and controlled. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and silently felt the watch. Suddenly, a transparent virtual image of the watch appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Not only could he see the appearance of the watch clearly, the strap, the dial, the hands, he could also see the internal structure of the watch. It was an electronic watch, and Jiang Chen could see the chip, button, battery, screws, every tiny component inside clearly. However, when Jiang Chen tried to focus his thoughts on a component to see a more microscopic world, that familiar dizziness struck. Jiang Chen didn't want to give up, tried to focus his thoughts further, but suddenly a severe headache hit him, causing him to instantly snap out of the perception state, open his eyes, and return to the normal world. It seemed that he couldn't be impatient, he needed to persist in practice and try again after some time. Perhaps when he had a headache just now, he accidentally called out. Tiani asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just a bit of a headache, I'll rest for a while." Jiang Chen lay down on the back seat and took a nap. When he woke up, the car was still on the highway. The dizziness and headache that Jiang Chen had completely disappeared, his mind was clear, very awake and refreshed. He looked at Tiani next to him, still sitting there staring out the window. Jiang Chen asked, "How long did I sleep?" Tiani turned his head, looked at the watch, and replied, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Jiang Chen jokingly asked, "Aren't you sleepy? Aren't you bored?" Tiani shook his head lightly and continued to look out the window. Jiang Chen ignored him and asked Zheng Chang, "How long until we arrive?" Zheng Chang said, "We will enter our city in an hour. Shall we go home first or go directly to the airport?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go directly to the airport." "Okay." Zheng Chang nodded and focused on driving. It must be said that Zheng Chang is truly a commendable veteran driver, driving fast and steady. Jiang Chen took out his phone to read the news when he had nothing to do. Surprisingly, today's news was all about national affairs. The hottest topic was, when will our country's dependence on foreign chips be resolved? Jiang Chen clicked to read, and the gist of it was that chips, which require lithography machines to produce, are not well developed in our country. We are several generations behind the world's top lithography machines, so we cannot produce advanced chips on our own and have to rely on others. It's frustrating. The comments below were all from passionate young people, loudly advocating for self-developed lithography machines and willing to donate money. What enthusiastic netizens! Jiang Chen couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. However, comments, likes, and even donations don't provide much actual help in this matter. The development of such high-tech products not only requires a lot of time and money but also top talents in the world, which cannot be achieved overnight. Even the experts in the news said that to catch up, it would take at least 10 years, meaning that our country's dependence on foreign chips will continue for at least another decade. Jiang Chen pondered, these 10 years won't be easy. But he smiled and closed the news, which included a picture of a world-class lithography machine developed by a certain country. Jiang Chen smiled and saved the picture directly to his phone. The second hot news was about the latest generation of fighter jets in the United States. The 6th generation stealth fighter jet made its debut with a very fast speed and strong stealth capabilities. When flying to other countries, even radars cannot detect it, and even if you see it, your aircraft cannot catch up. With this fighter jet, entering another country's airspace is like a game. You come and go as you please, and there's nothing others can do about it. According to a comment from a certain expert in the news, currently, our country is still at the 5th generation fighter jet, lagging behind by 1 generation in all aspects of capabilities. However, Jiang Chen actually knew this expert, who was quite famous on the internet and affectionately referred to by many netizens as Professor Zhang. The Professor Zhang once claimed, "I'm just a retired old man who doesn't know anything, just talking nonsense." In fact, Professor Zhang is very capable, and he only chooses not to disclose some confidential information. Some people also call him a great bluffer because sometimes he clearly states that our aircraft and ships are outdated, and other countries believe it, but in reality, some things are already very advanced. After they are revealed, some countries often feel deceived. So, as for what he said, whether our country's fighter jets are truly at the 5th generation, Jiang Chen had his doubts. After all, some things in our country like to be kept hidden, just like playing cards in the game of landlord, where you hide 2 kings until a critical moment to shock and awe your opponents. Jiang Chen didn't care about how many generations our country's jets were. He first saved the photo of the US 6th generation fighter jet from the news. After saving the 2 photos, Jiang Chen's heart began to stir. As long as he could understand the internal structure of that lithography machine and the US 6th generation fighter jet through the power of the controller, wouldn't he be able to create a blueprint? If he showed this blueprint to the country's experts, he didn't believe they couldn't replicate it. No matter what, he considered this as contributing to the country. On a smaller scale, he had obtained a card from Long Linping and a top-tier bodyguard, which could be considered as his reward. He turned off the news, first looked at the first photo, and used the system's ability on the lithography machine's photo. System, modify the relationship between me and it, controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship, controller and controlled. With an excited heart, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the semi-transparent image of the world's most advanced lithography machine appeared. Many intricate parts were visible inside the machine. This thing is too complicated. Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment in his mind. However, he went through all the internals with his mind and found that he could clearly see and understand all the structures and parts, with detailed annotations automatically added by his brain, providing him with the name, function, material, and size of each part instantly. Jiang Chen thought to himself, this is what it means to be a controller, to control everything. Jiang Chen immediately opened his eyes, and asked Tanny and Zhang Chang, do you have paper and pen? Oh, it's best to have a larger piece of white paper, and a drawing board with a paper cushion would be even better. Facing Jiang Chen's request, Tanny shook his head lightly. Zhang Chang also looked troubled, we really don't have any. Seeing that Zhang Chang had already exited the highway and was about to pass through the city towards the airport, Jiang Chen said to him, find a store and buy it for me. Okay. Zhang Chang didn't ask why, just nodded in agreement. In no time, he found a stationery store, parked the car on the side of the road, and went in to buy what Jiang Chen needed. A drawing board, a pack of A3 paper, several pens including mechanical pencils and fine liners, and an eraser. Zhang Chang brought the items to the car and asked Jiang Chen if he needed anything else. Jiang Chen looked and said that these were enough. After Zhang Chang got back into the car, he continued driving. Jiang Chen sat in the back, holding the drawing board, placed a sheet of paper on it, and began to sketch the internal structure of the lithography machine. He started with a mechanical pencil, thinking that since it was a hand-drawn sketch, he could easily erase any mistakes made with the mechanical pencil. However, to his surprise, the first stroke had a problem. The straight line wasn't straight at all, as he had forgotten to ask Zhang Chang to buy a ruler. Jiang Chen managed to draw a 3D structural diagram of a part, but due to his drawing skills and the fact that he was in a moving car, the drawing was a bit crooked. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. In this state, even if he showed it to experts, they wouldn't understand, right? Tanny glanced at what Jiang Chen had drawn and curiously asked, what animal are you drawing? Is it a sheep? Or a rabbit? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment, gave Tanny a blank look, and almost lost his composure. These are parts. How do they look like sheep or rabbits? Jiang Chen roared in his mind. Then he realized, this is the head of a sheep, this is the body of a sheep, and there's a little tail. It does look a bit like erase and redraw. After drawing 2 strokes again, Jiang Chen erased them again. Fortunately, he was using a mechanical pencil, so what he drew was completely different from what he saw. This won't work, he must come up with a solution. Should he go buy a ruler again? Using a ruler to draw requires calculating proportions, it's too slow. Drawing the internal structure of this thing completely would take him over a month based on his estimation. It's not impossible to bury himself in drawing for the country for 2 months, but Jiang Chen felt there must be a faster way. He stared at the mechanical pencil in his hand and suddenly had an idea. If he couldn't draw straight lines and draw well, he could simply attribute it to his inadequate control over the mechanical pencil in his hand. What would it be like if he became the controller of this mechanical pencil? Thinking about it, Jiang Chen immediately tried it out. He communicated with the system in his mind and modified his relationship with the mechanical pencil to that of a controller and the controlled. Afterwards, Jiang Chen seemed to have a feeling of being able to use this mechanical pencil at will. With the mechanical pencil in his hand, he drew on the paper, drawing a straight line in 1 stroke. And he could feel that the length of this line was scaled down in a 5:1 ratio according to the actual size of the parts, accurate to the micrometer level, without any error. Of course, when measuring on paper, at most it would be measured to the millimeter level, but Jiang Chen would mark the precise values next to it after drawing. Then Jiang Chen's mechanical pencil started to draw on the paper with a rustling sound, and in no time, he perfectly depicted some parts on the drawing. Tianyi, who was watching from the side, showed a slightly surprised expression, but seeing Jiang Chen's focused look, he didn't ask any questions and just silently marveled for a while. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to have this skill, indeed, he had been hiding it well. Even starting and braking the vehicle wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's drawing hand, his hand drawing ability was too strong. In no time, Jiang Chen filled in A3 paper, but this one sheet of paper wasn't even a tenth of the whole. Just as Jiang Chen was about to switch to the second sheet of paper to continue drawing, Zheng Chang in the front said, "We're almost at the airport."